After encountering the cosplayer, Lianjian tragically found himself struck by a massive vehicle and transported into the world of Naruto, where he acquired the physique and innate abilities of the real person. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a cold voice from a cyclopean figure informed him, "You are my son. I am your father." Lianjian recognized the cyclopean figure as Danzo Shimura from the Hidden Leaf Village. The most detestable antagonist from Naruto and the most loathsome villain from Jujutsu Kaisen have formed a hypocritical father-son relationship. Danzo Shimura exclaimed, "Wonderful! At last, I can send someone to infiltrate the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and the descendants of the Uchiha." Lianjian, the cosplayer, thought, "Splendid. Once I accumulate enough Malice points, I shall transform Danzo Shimura into a formidable cyborg." Sai, who trained alongside Lianjian in the Roots, lamented, "We were once twin lotuses coexisting in darkness, but you abandoned me and walked alone into the light. I despise you." Malice points 5,000, Chakra 5,000. Naruto, who views Lianjian as a moral compass, declared, "You promised to always protect your comrades. You vowed to help me become Hokage. All of this was a lie. It was part of your scheme. I loathe you." Malice points 5,000,000,000. Chakra 5,000,000,000 Sasuke, who regards Lianjian as a confidant and a weighty presence in his life, remarked, "You taught me ninjutsu, understood my hatred. Was it all merely for Itachi Uchiha? I detest you." Malice points 5,000,000,000. Chakra 5,000,000,000 Uchiha Madara, Hashirama Senju, and Obito Uchiha gazed upon the overwhelming chakra that dominated the shinobi world, and Lianjian smiled. "Hate him. It is best if you continue to hate him." Chapter 1. I am your father. Bystander, pure malice. The cosplayer should perish. Who brought this here? Quickly remove this nuisance. The cosplayer is actually rather handsome. His only flaw is that he is still alive. Watch how I sever you along the dotted line, you stitch puppet. It was born from human malice. It's only natural for it to be this vile. It looks most impressive when ground into a meatball. The cosplayer is universally reviled. Lianjian, alone and disheveled, stumbled out of the comic convention, wandering the streets in a daze when a piercing horn suddenly echoed in his ears. A large truck hurtled towards his position. No, wait a moment. Was the truck driver also a fan of the Jujutsu Kaisen protagonist? Lianjian had no time to ponder as he was enveloped by a blinding white light. "Mother, I have encountered celestial excrement." Strangely, a bloody scene did not unfold. Lianjian's form vanished into thin air, as if he had never existed on that street. On the opposite sidewalk, a white-collar worker, out to lunch with colleagues, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. This must be a joke. Where did that person on the road go? Hey, you're the one joking. There was no one there just now. Was there not? There was no one. None of us saw anything. My apologies. Perhaps I have been muddled from working overtime lately. At this rate, I truly wonder how I will manage when I turn 65. I can't even be sure I'll live to 65. If I die at my desk one day, I'll have to ask the boss to collect my remains. Lianjian's consciousness lingered in a vast, opaque darkness. From the inescapable black mist, faint voices emerged. He seems to be waking up. Quickly, go notify Lord Danzo. Lord Danzo? As an avid fan of the second dimension, despite the progress of time and the proliferation of anime, classic series remain unforgettable. Recognizing the familiar title, Lianjian's awareness sharpened. The black mist finally dissipated, revealing a feline visage upon a human form. No, it was a human face adorned with a cat mask. The mask seemed oddly familiar. Yet, Lianjian could not recall where he had seen it before. "Hey kid, what is your name?" the cat-faced figure inquired rudely. Lianjian's pupils shifted as he comprehended his current predicament. This was not looking good. This was the first thought that flashed through Lianjian's mind. He found himself in a basement, utterly devoid of the sounds of vehicles or any other disturbances. This basement was remote and profoundly deep. There was neither light nor illumination, only the feeble flicker of primitive candles. Had he been kidnapped? Or is this some horrific prank? Lianjian lowered his gaze, and upon recognizing his own body, his pupils dilated in shock. What on earth? His short legs? Or had his long legs gone? Overwhelmed, Lianjian clutched his head in despair. However, his despair deepened. He could not remove his wig. No, that statement was inaccurate. His wig had transformed into his real hair. Thankfully, the stitches remained. But wait, how had the stitches morphed into tattoos? With dyed hair and tattoos, the trifecta of filial piety was destined to elude him. Returning home in this condition would undoubtedly subject him to a merciless onslaught from his already indifferent parents. Just as Lianjian's worldview shattered, enveloped in confusion and despair, steady footsteps echoed, accompanied by the sound of a cane striking the ground. Ren Jian instinctively turned his gaze. A figure, all too familiar, emerged before him. Shimura Danzo. Good heavens! A character from Jujutsu Kaisen had materialized in Naruto. Was this some sort of cross-universe mishap? Was this a prank orchestrated by the convention organizers? He would lodge a complaint with the authorities. How could the most detestable character from Jujutsu Kaisen be paired with the most loathed character from Naruto? Which brilliant mind conceived this? And could he possibly obtain this cosplayer's contact information later? Lord Danzo. This child refuses to speak. The cat-faced figure retreated behind Danzo, whispering, "What extraordinary acting skills." Ren Jian marveled at the performance. Since he is of no use, kill him. Danzo coldly decided the fate of the child he had found. Ren Jian. Were they following the same script? Ding. Detected human malice value 100 cursed energy converted to chakra. 100. The mechanical voice echoing in his mind did nothing to dispel Ren Jian's fear. The palpable aura of death was genuine, slicing through him like a sharp blade, raising goosebumps across his skin. This must be a joke. Had he truly traversed into the world of Naruto? Or was he inhabiting the identity of a real person? Had he known, he would have cosplayed as Satoru Gojo, or perhaps as Sukuna. Despite his reluctance, Ren Jian had no choice but to accept the cruel reality of becoming a real person thrust into the perilous realm of Naruto. A pair of legs appeared in his line of sight. Slowly, he lifted his gaze as the dog-faced figure raised a kunai in hand. Wait, hold on. I am Ren Jian, the real one. The name slipped from his lips uncontrollably. Ren Jian noticed that the dog-faced figure had halted, seemingly awaiting Danzo's next command. He could not help but ponder whether his real name was indeed Ren Jian. It seemed unlikely. Why could he not recall his true name? Never mind. Ren Jian would suffice. It was not unpleasant to hear. Not mute. Danzo remarked with a flat tone, stepping closer to Ren Jian. Ren Jian, is it? How old are you? Ren Jian was at a loss for words. If one were to inquire about his mental age, he would declare it eternally 18. As for his physical age, he truly had no idea how old he appeared now. I don't know, Ren Jian stammered, shaking his head. Fearing Danzo's wrath, he hastily added, I've forgotten. I remember nothing. So please, do not press him further. Amnesia, an excuse that never grows stale. Danzo remained silent, his gaze scrutinizing him. Previously, while watching anime, Ren Jian had never sensed such an overwhelming pressure from Danzo. However, standing face to face with him now, he felt an uncontrollable tingling throughout his body. That old rascal Danzo was terrifying. The cat-faced figure stared at Ren Jian, seemingly lost in thought, before suddenly proposing a theory. Lord Danzo, he might have injured his brain. This child could not have appeared within the root's vicinity without stirring the ninja forces, so he must have fallen from somewhere. The root base was concealed, backed by mountains, and beyond lay numerous villages, making the child's origins plausible. Danzo nodded, asserting with unwavering certainty, You are 12 years old, my son. I am your father. Ren Jian exerted immense effort to refrain from instinctively shouting this retort. Discounting the possibility of Danzo's benevolence, there was only one reason for his statement. He was scheming. The sky had fallen, who was unaware of the depths of Danzo's malice. The cat-faced figure, the epitome of a diligent worker, quickly comprehended Danzo's implication, adding, Indeed, you are Lord Danzo's son. You sustained a head injury during training. Duh. Could these three plotters not spare him? At the very least, their statements should correspond. If he were truly Danzo's son, how could Danzo not know his own child's name and age? Could they not show some respect for his intelligence? They completely disregarded him. Ren Jian was no fool. It was evident that they viewed him as an imbecile. Yet, he was compelled to play the role of a fool, for failing to do so would result in only one outcome. 30 years of fortune may shift. Do not underestimate the youth. Ren Jian's mind screamed. Had he crossed over? Irrelevant. In reality, Ren Jian feigned ignorance, gazing blankly at them, murmuring, Is that so? Danzo fixed his gaze upon him, replying decisively, It is. Having spoken, he leaned on his cane and departed. Ren Jian was crushed. He could not even be bothered with a perfunctory dismissal. Shimura Danzo, you scoundrel. Was it truly so hasty? At least he should have exchanged a few more words to foster trust. Was this not akin to treating a mere animal? Danzo was unwilling to waste any more time on Ren Jian. After his departure, the cat-faced and dog-faced figures remained, staring at Ren Jian on the crude wooden bed. Ren Jian exchanged glances with them, all three looking utterly bewildered. Should they say something? Ren Jian glanced at the cat-faced figure and then at the dog-faced figure. Surely, a newly amnesiac, individual should not initiate conversation. It matters not if you have forgotten. We shall inform you of everything you have lost, came the cat-faced voice. They intended to brainwash him. Rinjian understood this well. Before imparting information, he must first resume training. I am Kyo, and I, along with Yoru, will continue your training. This was a test of his potential. If he proved to be useless, death awaited him. Tears streamed down Rinjian's face in despair. Why did others traverse into worlds only to be discovered by noble figures like Tsunade or Jiraiya? Well, he was found by Danzo. Even being found by Obito would suffice. At least he could feign being Rin. Rinjian had to admire Danzo's efficiency. The arrangement to assess potential through training demonstrated how arduous it would be to reap the benefits of Danzo's route. Tragically, Rinjian currently had no choice but to comply. Rejection would merely hasten his demise. However, Rinjian was somewhat intrigued by the voice that had just resonated in his mind. Was a system? A system. A golden finger. An external aid. Rinjian mentally experimented with various ways to summon the voice, yet remained silent. The ensuing silence left him feeling foolish. He could only begin to contemplate the words spoken by that voice. Human malice value. Cursed energy. Chakra. Since he was cosplaying as the real one, he was undoubtedly well-versed in the character. The real one was a special grade cursed spirit, born from humanity's hatred and fear of one another. This world primarily employed chakra as a means of attack, so the conversion of cursed energy to chakra implied. Bang! Rinjian felt his body lighten. He promptly fell from the bed to the ground. The cat-faced figure had dragged him down. Child abuse. Truly a punishment. Stand up immediately and commence training. The cat-faced voice was icy. The dark gaze emanating from the small holes in the mask gleamed like the most piercing light of a kunai, sending an inexplicable chill down one's spine. This indicated that he had transformed into the real one. He could wield the powers and abilities of the real one. Rinjian summarized his recent deductions. Unfazed, he stood up, instinctively brushing off non-existent dust from his clothing. After all, well-tailored, high-quality cosplay attire was not inexpensive. Admittedly, although he had just fallen onto the floor, he felt no pain, whether due to the real one's cursed spirit constitution or some other factor. Rinjian was escorted to a training ground by the cat-faced and dog-faced figures. The training area remained subterranean, as all rooms within the route were situated underground. Dark and foreboding, it was evidently a dwelling for those dwelling in shadows. While Rinjian had learned the names of the cat-faced and dog-faced figures, he still preferred to address them by their most distinctive traits. Just as Rinjian steadied himself, he was forcibly thrust into a barrage of strikes. Yes, you heard correctly. He was being beaten. Rinjian was an ordinary person, one who would shy away from a 3,000-meter race, and being unfamiliar with combat techniques, he was relentlessly battered by the cat-faced and dog-faced figures in turn. These two were undoubtedly inhuman. Their strikes were merciless. Rinjian felt he was on the brink of madness. He was terrified of pain. Although he had not felt the impact of his previous fall, the sheer agony of this relentless beating was unmistakably felt. Damn it! An inexplicable force coursed through Rinjian's body. Simultaneously, the movements of the cat-faced and dog-faced figures appeared to slow down, as though time itself had decelerated. In contrast, Rinjian's speed quickened, and he soon learned to evade the unrelenting onslaught. Gradually, the number of strikes landing upon Rinjian diminished. As the cat-faced and dog-faced figures struggled to connect with him, Rinjian began to contemplate counterattacks. He could not simply endure this prolonged dual assault without retaliation. Was he such a kind-hearted individual? Certainly not. An hour later, the cat-faced and dog-faced figures were astonished to discover that Rinjian had already mastered the art of counterattacking. With terrifying speed, he absorbed combat skills as if he were a sponge. After yet another half hour, he had essentially reached a level of proficiency where he could engage in a spirited exchange with the feline-faced and canine-faced opponents, their coordinated movements proving insufficient to overcome him through mere physical prowess. Pause, called out the feline-faced individual. Lianjian withdrew from the overwhelming ecstasy of the moment, yet the lingering sensation still coursed through him, igniting a fervor within and causing his heart to thump erratically. It was astonishing. He had never experienced such a feeling before. His body and soul were in perfect harmony, allowing his physique to respond with precision to the commands of his mind. The wounds that had previously afflicted him were now entirely devoid of pain, no longer impeding his combat abilities. The feline-faced figure regarded the child before her with a gaze that penetrated her mask, her expression reflecting a complexity of emotions. If she hadn't witnessed Lianjian's transformation from clumsiness to agility with her own eyes, she might have found it hard to believe that this child had not undergone prior training. Thus, There remained only one possibility. Lianjian was a prodigy. Such genius was not uncommon in Konoha. Thus, the cat-faced figure merely exhibited a moment of astonishment before casting a glance at the dog-faced one, vanishing into the depths of a nearby, pitch-black tunnel. Rinjian surmised that the cat-faced individual had ceased her role as a spy for Danzo. Consequently, Rinjian resolved to harbor disdain for her. It was time to test the usage of weapons. The dog-faced figure tossed a heavy ninja tool pouch to Rinjian, filled with shuriken and kunai. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air reverberated. Several targets, positioned 10 meters away from Rinjian, were pierced through the red center by the shuriken. While such feats seemed effortless in anime, confronting the reality proved to be a daunting challenge. Why not give it a try? Since Rinjian was a prodigy, let him train in a manner befitting his genius. Nightingale focused her gaze on Rinjian. He grasped the shuriken between his fingers. To be honest, he had never before encountered such an object. Nightingale's recent actions replayed in Rinjian's mind dozens of times. In the blink of an eye, the shuriken slipped from his fingers and replaced the one thrown by the dog-faced figure, embedding itself in the target's heart. Rinjian stood there, dumbfounded. Despite knowing the prodigious learning ability of his true self, this was astonishingly impressive. He had merely tossed it casually. Nightingale subsequently demonstrated the usage of the kunai. Just like the shuriken, Rinjian's kunai struck the target with pinpoint accuracy. Turning around, he noticed Danzo standing not far off, clearly having witnessed Rinjian's performance. Danzo beckoned him over. As Rinjian approached, he sensed that this old schemer was up to something devious. Danzo, from his elevated position, fixed his gaze upon him. Stick out your tongue. Pervert. Ding. Detected human malice value 50. Cursed energy converted to chakra amount 50. The voice in his mind echoed once more, accompanied by a surge of power within him. This energy coursed through him during combat, and Rinjian mused that it must be chakra. He recalled that Danzo seemed to possess a sealing technique inscribed on his tongue. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Rinjian felt a sharp pain at the root of his tongue, akin to a bug bite. Instinctively, he retracted his tongue. Danzo appeared satisfied. Human hearts may change, a child raised with care may betray, and loyal subordinates may turn against you, but sealing techniques never falter. Ding. Detected the seal of tongue calamity with malice value 500. The seal of tongue calamity, upon conversion of cursed energy, is automatically stored as chakra 500. The burning sensation at the root of Rinjian's tongue dissipated. The previously uneven scars seemed to smoothen. Following the prompts of the electronic voice in his mind, Rinjian gained a deeper understanding of his abilities. Since his true self was birthed from human malice, it became his sustenance. Malice would automatically convert into chakra and be stored within his body. The seal of tongue calamity was also malice. Thus it too could transform into chakra. Could this imply that Rinjian had the potential to convert all malicious attacks directed at him into formidable chakra? If so, that would be truly extraordinary. If I endure pain, I can grow stronger. If you have the ability, go ahead and kill me. Either I explode in silence or I metamorphose in silence. Rinjian had indeed undergone a transformation. Yet, amidst this transformation, he was perplexed. Was there a reference standard for the chakra value? Simply observing the numbers did not reveal the disparity between himself and others, leaving him unable to gauge his progress. Ding. Chakra value is based on Naruto Uzumaki, 100000000. Rinjian was dumbstruck, counting several times to confirm he wasn't hallucinating. Was this the amount a human could possess? Nevertheless, recalling the nine tails provided him with a modicum of solace. Nonsense. He found no comfort at all. After all, the true self was a special grade cursed spirit. Did he not possess inherent cursed energy? Ding. The true self is the true self. Rinjian is Rinjian. Sensing Rinjian's confusion, the electronic voice resonated once more in his mind. Rinjian understood. This device was a merciless tool for counting and answering questions. It seemed he needed to hasten his collection of malice values. I am your father. Do not disappoint me. Make haste, train diligently, and do not forget our initial agreement. With that, Danzo departed. Rinjian. Did the old man not even draft a rough outline for his lies? A person who had just arrived in the Hokage world through free fall could not possibly have an agreement with Danzo. Yet, Rinjian had to admit that Danzo was quite adept at gaining others' trust. If he truly had amnesia, the agreements he mentioned would significantly bolster Rinjian's affirmation of his identity. With a single remark, Danzo had doubled Rinjian's training time. The innate learning abilities of the true self allowed him to grow at a visibly rapid pace. He thought Danzo would not return, but to his surprise, Danzo visited every day. Moreover, each day, he would impart 5 minutes of life lessons. Just 5 minutes. Neither more nor less. With merely 5 minutes of dialogue each day, he contributed over 2,000 malice values to Rinjian, illustrating how deeply this old man was scheming against him. A month later, Danzo, observing the considerably matured Rinjian, inquired with satisfaction, "Do you remember our agreement before your amnesia?" Ding. Detected human malice value 100. Cursed energy converted to chakra amount 100. Chakra 27501000000000. These words were spoken without a hint of guilt. What agreement could they possibly have? It was merely a means to manipulate him into carrying out tasks. Rinjian wore a smile on the surface, while inwardly he cursed the old schemer. Once his chakra increased and he grew stronger, he would reward Danzo by transforming him into an invincible toad, at which point he would merely croak incessantly. Danzo's daily 5-minute sessions were not meant to enlighten him, but rather to brainwash him. During the foundational month, Rinjian gained profound insight into Danzo's brainwashing techniques. This fellow truly had a knack for it. The first step involved exploiting the true self's fear and confusion regarding the unknown, cultivating trust and reliance on the foundation. The second step consisted of repeatedly reiterating certain phrases to induce self-hypnosis and beautification of Danzo in Rinjian's mind, akin to "You once held great admiration for me. You expressed your desire to become a ninja like me, and the realization of a ninja's value can only be found at the foundation, which is the gathering place of all great individuals." The third step involved reinforcing the brainwashing through peer guidance and validation. On the third day after Rinjian's training, companions appeared beside him, namely, the boy Sai, who had been deeply harmed by Danzo and rendered mentally unhinged. Had Rinjian not been a true child with awareness of Danzo's true nature, he might have easily succumbed to the manipulation and recognized Danzo as a godfather. "I remember, Rinjian." The true self obediently nodded. Danzo would not permit him to forget. This morning, upon waking, the cat-faced owl had informed him. It was repeated 3 times. Even a pig could not forget it. This task was related to the main character group. Danzo had somehow persuaded the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, to assign him to Team 7 as the 4th member. Indeed, it was Kakashi's team. The true purpose, of course, was not to allow Rinjian to experience the splendor of the outside world, but rather to monitor the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki, and the orphan scion of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke Uchiha. At critical moments, he was to act upon Danzo's orders. He is, after all, an unlikable tool. But who cares? The real person has never been charming. Besides, who doesn't know how to act? Today marks the moment when Rinjian departs from the dim depths of his roots. The first day he sheds the identity of a shadowy figure. Rinjian has eagerly awaited this day. It signifies the commencement of his new life. Before stepping into the sunlight, he casts a glance back at Sai, left behind in the dark tunnel, and unapologetically offers his apologies. "My sincerest apologies, but Rinjian is no little son." Such heartwarming gestures are best left to the professionals, like Uzumaki Naruto. A self-serving individual like him can only rejoice in his own liberation from suffering. Ding. Detected human malice value, 5,000. Cursed energy converted to chakra, 5,000. Chakra, 77501000000000. This exaggerated figure causes Rinjian's pupils to dilate slightly. Wow, is this a joke? Sai actually contributed such a substantial malice value. By the way, why does Sai harbor such hatred for him? He isn't the root cause of Sai's tragic childhood. What an injustice. A smirk appears at the corner of Rinjian's mouth. But go ahead, continue to hate him, Sai. You must forever harbor that hatred. The long-awaited sunlight bathes his pale, almost translucent skin. A celestial smile graces Rinjian's lips. Thanks to Danzo and Sai, his chakra has surged to 7,750. Although it still pales in comparison to Uzumaki Naruto, he must strive harder. Sai's example serves as a reminder. The malice value acquired through annoying behaviors in life is far too limited. It's the malice harvested from deep-seated hatred, like Sai's, that proves truly significant. Therefore, Rinjian must be more astute and efficient, allowing malice and hatred to be born from love. Such malice values will be astonishingly high. Let him devise a plan to gather malice values from the trio of protagonists. Sakura will be the easiest to manipulate. Her Achilles heel is Sasuke. Harming Sasuke equals doubling the pain for her. Sasuke isn't difficult to handle either. After all, he has an adoring brother, Uchiha Itachi. If Sasuke discovers that his trusted comrade is linked to Uchiha Itachi, he will surely be unable to bear it. The only challenge lies with Uzumaki Naruto. Extracting his malice value is quite arduous, considering he is capable of forgiving even Nagato and Obito. Nevertheless, it is fine. He'll take his time. First, he must earn their trust. Patience is the virtue of the wise. Rinjian navigates his way to the Ninja Academy by asking for directions. His charming smile effortlessly wins the hearts of the villagers, earning him a free skewer of dumplings. Sweet, chewy, and delectable, infinitely more delightful than the rations from the roots. He should report the root for child abuse. Ascending the steps, Rinjian glances up at the classroom sign. Ah, this is the class where Naruto and the others are. He pushes the door open. A blackboard eraser comes hurtling toward him. Stepping forward, Rinjian catches it just as it falls to the ground, sending chalk dust swirling. He locks eyes with Uzumaki Naruto, who stands at the podium. Naruto blinks in curiosity, looking at Rinjian. Who are you? Before Rinjian can respond, he panics and clutches his head. Could you be Kakashi? Our Jonin leader. No way. This must be a joke. You're clearly our age. Or are you actually a dwarf? He chatters incessantly. Rinjian gazes at him in wonder. Previously, he had only seen Naruto in manga and anime. But the real Naruto is even more lively than in those portrayals. His imagination is quite expansive as well. Idiot. A fist the size of a sandbag lands on Naruto's head. Naruto covers his head, tears welling up. Sakura steps forward, offering a polite yet distant smile to Rinjian. Are you the Rinjian joining our team? Only then does Naruto recall Irika-sensei's words before leaving. They were to welcome a peer into their midst. Is this the Rinjian standing before them? Uzumaki Naruto gazes at Rinjian with curiosity. Chapter 2. Pursue your dreams. With blue hair braided and a round, pale face, he flashes a smile revealing two small fangs resting against his lower lip. Upon closer inspection, one of Rinjian's pupils is yellow-blue, while the other is gray-blue, resembling a cat. How adorable. Uzumaki Naruto beams a radiant smile. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. She is Sakura. That guy who loves to show off is Uchiha Sasuke. Welcome to our team. True to form, Naruto shows no hint of suspicion towards this stranger. I am Rinjian. It is a pleasure to join you. Rinjian's gaze sweeps across the trio. Naruto, without a doubt, exhibits an open and welcoming demeanor, although Sakura wears a gentle smile. Her eyes harbor a hint of wariness. As for Sasuke, as Naruto mentioned, he sits at his desk, arms crossed, feigning deep contemplation, completely indifferent to the happenings around him. Ah, it seems you all get along well. A voice materializes above Rinjian's head. He looks up to see a familiar white-haired figure. Kakashi's lethargic gaze scans the four young ones in the classroom, finally landing on Rinjian. After one glance, it's clear you all are rather unlikable. He remarks in a tone that suggests he just rolled out of bed. Naruto. Sakura. The aloof Sasuke seems slightly rattled by this comment. Only Rinjian maintains his charming, cheerful demeanor. If he can endure Danzo, what is Kakashi? Judging solely by appearances, one would never guess this child is raised by Elder Danzo. The Elder's wrinkled visage bears no resemblance to that of a cherubic child. Kakashi had expected to see a boy with a false smile. Kakashi led them out of the classroom, casually finding a rooftop to sit on as he lazily gazed at the sky, lacking any vigor. By the way, you should start with self-introductions. What should they say in their self-introduction? Sakura rests her chin on her hand, puzzled. Just share your likes, dislikes, future dreams, and interests, similar things. Kakashi shrugs, pausing to add his genuine thoughts. Though I must admit, I'm not particularly interested in your introductions. A cross appears on Naruto's forehead. As he feels their Jonin leader is exceedingly irresponsible, Naruto raises his hand. I think it's better if the teacher introduces himself first. Me? Kakashi points to himself. I'm Hitaki Kakashi. I have many interests, and as for future dreams, well, there are plenty of things I dislike. In the end, they only learned his name. Now, it's your turn. Kakashi casually gestures toward Rinjian, whether intentional or not. You start. This child's information is truly limited to just his name and age. Perhaps even the Hokage has no information on this child. Naruto and Sakura gaze at Rinjian with curiosity. They, too, know nothing about him beyond his name. My name is Mizuki Makoto, and I harbor a passion for performance, painting, and dolls. There are numerous things I detest, and if I were to elaborate, I could easily fill an entire day. As for my future aspirations, dreams? It seems I lack any. Mizuki candidly stated, I have no dreams. Having inexplicably arrived in this place, I find myself brainwashed and threatened by Danzo. At this stage, my sole objective is simply to survive, alongside nurturing my hobbies. How can you not have a dream? Naruto exclaimed, perplexed. He grasped Mizuki's shoulders and shook him gently, asserting, that is unacceptable. You mustn't become a drifter like Kakashi-sensei. Devoid of dreams. Kakashi, Mizuki, he blinked, a gentle smile gracing his lips. So, what is your dream, Naruto? Upon mentioning his aspirations, Two flames ignited in Naruto's eyes. Releasing Mizuki, he clenched his fists, stood tall, and declared exuberantly, "I will become Hokage. That is my dream." Sakura and Sasuke remained unresponsive. After years of being classmates with Naruto, they had heard such proclamations countless times. As for Kakashi, his heart stirred slightly, not for Naruto, but for that familiar phrase, "I will become Hokage." Many years ago, he had encountered someone who spoke those very words with such conviction. Very well, Mizuki observed Naruto, his tone sincere enough to leave no doubt in the minds of those present regarding the authenticity of his words. "Then my dream shall be to assist Naruto in becoming Hokage." A facade. His true aspiration is to become the greatest performer in the world. Currently, he is diligently laying the groundwork for his theatrical career. Naruto blinked in surprise. Sakura gazed at Mizuki with astonishment. Is there truly someone who adopts another's dream as their own? Sasuke cast a lingering glance at Mizuki. Fool. That underachiever, Naruto Uzumaki, could never become Hokage. It seems our fourth classmate is as foolish as Naruto. Kakashi's gaze fell upon Mizuki's head, inscrutable. Wow. Although your words are touching, how can one so readily determine their dream? Naruto abruptly embraced Mizuki, his cheeks rubbing against him, tears welling in his eyes from the overwhelming emotion. You are the first person who believes I can become Hokage. He felt an instant bond with Mizuki, realizing they were destined to be close friends. Mizuki, gaining Naruto's trust seems too easy. Mastering the art of disguise appears to be an inherent talent, and having inherited Makoto's skills and physique, Mizuki excels in it as well. Not at all. I should be thanking Naruto for helping me discover my dream. Wow. Makoto is amazing. Isn't he an angel? Naruto clung to Mizuki, unwilling to let go. I, Naruto Uzumaki, love ramen and Makoto the most. I detest the 3 minutes spent waiting for the ramen to cook. Kakashi diverted his gaze from the two affectionate children. It's your turn now. Sakura glanced at the despondent Sasuke beside her, raised her hand with determination, and said, I'm Haruno Sakura, and my greatest love is the girl's face flushed, outshining any romantic declaration. Naruto leaned in closer to Mizuki and whispered about Sasuke. I really don't understand what's so great about that arrogant Sasuke. What else could it be? He is handsome. Mizuki replied earnestly. Sasuke is indeed very handsome, but Naruto possesses a different kind of charm. He is the embodiment of sunny charisma. Naruto's face turned a deep shade of red, his gaze flitting about. Really? So I'm that handsome? He balled his fists, pressing them against his forehead, striking a pose to appear cool. Mizuki could hardly bear to look, smiling as he inhaled deeply and averted his gaze. My dream is Sakura summoned her courage, shyly exclaiming, to become Sasuke's wife. Mizuki, impressive for a 12-year-old. My dear girl, you are far too precocious. Naruto stood frozen in shock. Kakashi, also troubled by this dream, wondered why today's girl seemed so consumed by romance. The other protagonist, Sasuke, scoffed, finding Sakura's romantic endeavors tiresome. Only Mizuki clapped earnestly, noticing Sakura's glance. Upon first seeing you, Sakura, I realized you are incredibly beautiful. I am certain that your diligent and earnest nature will lead you to realize your dreams. Sakura. She felt her cheeks warm, a tinge of shame for her earlier wariness creeping in, her voice barely above a whisper. Thank you. Not only did he prevent an awkward silence, but he also encouraged her. Kakashi sighed inwardly, pondering if two hearts had already been won over so quickly. Only Sasuke remained, the center of everyone's attention. I am Uchiha Sasuke. I speak for myself. For reasons unknown, Mizuki's mind instinctively filled in the next line. There are many things I detest, but nothing I truly cherish. Moreover, I do not merely wish to call it a dream. I possess ambition. I intend to restore our clan and ensure that I personally eliminate a certain man. Sasuke's hand, propped under his chin, remained unmoving throughout. Mizuki felt a twinge of awkwardness at his words, his toes instinctively curling. The atmosphere inexplicably grew heavy due to Sasuke's statement. Kakashi fixed his gaze on Sasuke before slowly averting his eyes to the azure sky. Sasuke's response was not far removed from what he had anticipated. Though I have not attended school with everyone, I have certainly heard of Uchiha Sasuke's reputation. Despite the awkwardness, Mizuki remained mindful of his character and mission. He smiled, tilting his head to face Sasuke. You must be the top student at the Ninja Academy, a true prodigy. I believe only you can achieve such a feat. Sasuke remained silent, yet he was undoubtedly pleased by such words. After all, no one in this world dislikes sincere compliments. Kakashi clicked his tongue softly. Among the four young ones before him, only Mizuki Makoto could be deemed truly mature in mind, while the other three Kakashi refrained from commenting. To be so easily disarmed by a single compliment is hardly synonymous with maturity. Well, all four of you possess rich personalities, making this quite interesting. Although uttered reluctantly, Kakashi continued, starting tomorrow, we will embark on missions. Understood. Naruto replied with exuberance, contrasting sharply with Kakashi's demeanor. He eagerly inquired, what kind of mission? Let us begin with tasks only we five can undertake. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, Naruto impatiently pressed, what is it? What is it? What mission? Mizuki already held the answer in his mind. A survival exercise. Out of 24 graduates, only 9 would be recognized as genin. The remaining 18 would be sent back to school. This survival exercise is a daunting test with a staggering 66% elimination rate. The graduation exam merely assesses if one possesses the qualifications to become a genin, while the survival exercise is the true measure for selection. After laying it all out, Kakashi left with a parting remark. Remember to bring your ninja tools. We will gather at 5 in the morning. And don't eat breakfast. It will make you nauseous. Naruto and Sakura were startled by Kakashi's warning, and Sasuke's expression grew increasingly grave. However, from the vantage point of divine observation, Rinjin remained utterly unfazed. Not only was he intent on having breakfast, but he also wished to take along some snacks. Once the assembly concluded, they all returned to their respective homes to seek out their mothers. As both Naruto and Rinjin were orphans, they opted to indulge in ramen. Sakura had plans to return home for a meal, and Sasuke disdainfully chose not to accompany them. Naruto footed the bill for the ramen, while Rinjin found himself penniless. It was only after finishing their meal that Rinjin remembered he had forgotten to ask Danzo for money. Thus, when Naruto enthusiastically invited Rinjin to accompany him home, Rinjin politely declined, prioritizing the need to procure funds from Danzo. After parting ways with Naruto, Rinjin effortlessly leaped onto a rooftop, his figure swiftly appearing at the root headquarters after a few agile bounds. Upon entering the base, Rinjin was immediately brought before Danzo. Naruto Uzumaki's dream was to become Hokage, while Sasuke Uchiha aspired to restore the Uchiha clan and eliminate Itachi Uchiha. Sakura Haruno's ambition was to marry Sasuke Uchiha. The objectives and aspirations of the trio were unmistakably clear. Rinjin first reported the day's news to Danzo. Prior to the mission, Danzo had provided Rinjin with all pertinent information regarding Naruto and Sasuke, enabling him to mention Itachi Uchiha's name. Sakura Haruno was not required to report. Danzo coldly remarked that he held no interest in a girl from a civilian background and instructed that there was no need for daily reports. Otherwise, even a pig would grow suspicious. Danzo believed Rinjin was not so foolish and suspected he had ulterior motives for returning. In the next moment, Rinjin extended his hand towards Danzo. May I have my allowance? Danzo, just a child after all. He glanced at the cat-faced individual behind him. The cat-faced figure produced a plump pouch of money and handed it entirely to Rinjin. Weighing the pouch in his hand, Rinjin noted it was a substantial sum. Danzo was indeed rather generous when it came to expenditures. Ding. Detected human malice value, 50. Cursed energy converted to chakra, 50. Chakra, 780010000000. Rinjin paused, glancing up at Danzo and the cat-faced figure. So, where did this malice value originate? Rinjin deduced it was likely from the cat-faced individual, given that the money had come from her pocket. Satisfied with the money he had received, Rinjin departed to find the room where he had previously rested. The following day, at 5:00 a.m., the sky was a deep violet, the mist still lingering. 3 figures gradually converged. Good morning, Sakura rubbed her eyes, still groggy and unaware of what she was saying. Morning, Naruto extended his hand, eyes still shut, fumbling ahead. Sasuke wore a fatigued expression, though less exaggerated than that of Sakura and Naruto. Is Rinjin not here yet? Naruto noticed the absence of one among them and turned to scan the surroundings. Spotting no sign of Rinjin. Perhaps he overslept, Sasuke remarked. Sakura suddenly became more alert. What should we do? Kakashi-sensei won't deem him unfit merely because of his tardiness. Will he? Sasuke, with a cold gaze, replied, it doesn't matter. If a ninja cannot even manage punctuality, they need not aspire to be a ninja. Sakura cast a troubled glance at Sasuke, feeling his words were excessively harsh. No way. We have to go wake that guy up. Naruto exclaimed in desperation. But Sakura's straightforward inquiry silenced him. Do you know where Rinjin lives? No, they all admitted. Naruto hung his head in dismay. 5 hours later, the sun had fully risen, and daylight illuminated the area. Sakura and Naruto sat on the ground, dozing off. Sasuke stood with his arms crossed, his demeanor ambiguous, either trying to look cool or contemplative. Good morning, everyone. Rinjin, having enjoyed a full 12 hours of sleep and a hearty breakfast, arrived at the assembly point, brimming with energy. Rinjian. Naruto sprang up, grinning broadly as he draped an arm around Rinjian's neck. I almost thought you had given up. You were late for quite some time. The latter remark carried a tone of grievance. Rinjian was entirely unconcerned about his tardiness and invoked Kakashi's lateness. But Kakashi was late too, wasn't he? Mentioning this made Naruto seethe. That jerk Kakashi. He was 5 hours late. Ah, good morning, everyone, Kakashi interjected just as they were about to continue their complaints. You were too slow. Both Naruto and Sakura chimed in unison. Kakashi cleared his throat. I saw a black cat cross my path on the way here. Noticing Rinjian's vibrant demeanor, he inquired, so, this child just arrived as well? Did Elder Danzo inform you of the truth behind the survival exercise? However, even knowing the truth, one must still confront the personal habit of tardiness, right? Was it merely luck? Kakashi resolved to observe a little longer. All right, set the alarm for noon. He concluded his musing, producing an alarm clock, setting the time, and then retrieving 3 bells, ringing them lightly in the air. Your task today is to take the bells from me before noon. Those who fail to do so will not have lunch today. He pointed to 3 logs not far away, adding, and you will be tied to the middle log, forced to watch me enjoy my lunch. Nothing had changed. Rinjian felt his ninja tool pouch on his right leg and smiled. A true ninja should be thoroughly prepared for every mission, vigilant against all possibilities. No wonder he told us not to eat breakfast. Even Sasuke could not contain his frustration. Hungry and exhausted early in the morning was already enough to sap one's will. There are only 3 bells, yet we are 4 individuals. Rinjian pointed out the oversight they had missed. Kakashi's eyes narrowed, yet he bore no smile. Thus, it is destined that one among the 4 of you will be tied to the log, losing your chance to become a genin and sent back to the academy. However, it is also possible that all of you may be sent back if none of you manage to seize the bells. The expressions of Naruto and his companions turned serious and solemn. Rinjian observed the bells and suddenly felt Kakashi's gaze upon him. He looked up and smiled at Kakashi. Kakashi then asked, aren't you afraid? Rinjian shook his head, identifying a loophole. I don't attend ninja school. How can you send me back? Sakura. Naruto. Sasuke. Kakashi. I overlooked that point. With a swift mental adjustment, Kakashi replied, I can send you back to your original training location. Kakashi was well aware of the nature of Elder Danzo's route. Rinjian, a 12-year-old child raised there, was not easily read like Naruto, Sasuke, or Sakura. Rinjian was wholly unafraid. He had connections. What was there to fear? After all, Shimura Danzo would go to great lengths to ensure his return. Rinjian exuded an air of indifference that made Kakashi's teeth ache in frustration. By the way, Rinjime, where do you reside? Naruto, reminded of the unfortunate incident stemming from his ignorance of Rinjime's home, inquired promptly. Kakashi, glancing at Rinjime, mused that Naruto had finally posed a worthwhile question. The route. Rinjime replied candidly, leaving no room for concealment. Kakashi stumbled slightly. The route? What kind of place is that? It sounds rather peculiar. Naruto exclaimed. Sakura nudged Naruto with her elbow, admonishing him, you should not speak of Rinjime's home so disrespectfully. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. I know. Kakashi, increasingly perplexed by Rinjime's true nature, noted the waste of 3 minutes on trivial chatter and reminded, all right, you may use shuriken, for without the resolve to eliminate me, you shall never seize the bell. Ready, set, go? With those words, Sasuke and Sakura simultaneously vanished, seeking concealed positions to hide. Indeed, they had both done well in evading detection, unlike Naruto and Rinjime. Kakashi nodded, casting a glance at the 2 visible figures before him, his expression tinged with mild disdain. Naruto crossed his arms and shouted, come on, let us face off in a fair fight. Rinjime stepped back, yielding the battleground to Kakashi and Naruto. To be honest, his refusal to hide was driven by the desire to absorb Kakashi's combat experience during the ensuing skirmish. For him, the most expedient method of learning was through battle. With Kakashi's invaluable resources before him, how could he possibly refrain from utilizing them? However, it seemed Naruto was proving to be a nuisance. It would be prudent to first ensure Naruto settled down. He trusted Kakashi would thoroughly teach Naruto a lesson. Naruto charged towards Kakashi. How to put it? Rinjime observed the 2, finding it exceedingly simple to contend with Naruto. The disparity in their abilities was glaringly evident, akin to an adult bullying a toddler just learning to walk. Naruto screamed, landing in the river. As for how he ended up there, Rinjime preferred not to elaborate. He silently vowed that he must not allow Kakashi's fingers to touch him later. Who knows what peculiar substances might be lurking above? Suddenly, Naruto unleashed his signature jutsu, the shadow clone technique. Without allowing Rinjime a moment of anticipation, a multitude of Narutos began to brawl amongst themselves. A minute later, the jutsu dispelled, leaving the original Naruto with a bruised face. Rinjime felt a pang of shame for his earlier expectations. Naruto was still Naruto, surprise after surprise. Wait. Rinjime saw Naruto sprinting towards the bell beneath the tree and hastily attempted to intervene. However, Naruto did not halt. In the blink of an eye, he found himself ensnared in the tree. Rinjime, his mother tongue was speechless. Even an ordinary person like him could perceive such an obvious trap. Naruto flailed like a spring insect, suspended in the tree. Kakashi leaped down, grinning as he reattached the bell, which served as bait, back to his waist. He turned to Rinjime. What? Are you not going to charge in like that, fool Naruto? You're the fool, Naruto retorted. Kakashi and Rinjime both disregarded him. Who would believe a fool proclaiming he was not a fool? Observing Kakashi's eager demeanor, Rinjime nodded. Very well, I shall charge in like Naruto. With that, he vanished in a flash, dashing towards Kakashi. Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, what is going on? Why is he so obedient to Kakashi's words? Even Kakashi was bewildered by Rinjime's intentions. It wasn't until he engaged with Rinjime that Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Compelled to admit that this fellow's taijutsu was significantly superior to Naruto's. One could only commend the prowess of a child emerging from the root. It appeared he would need to take this seriously. Kakashi returned his book to his ninja tool pouch. How to articulate it? The Rinjime before him possessed a wealth of combat experience that far exceeded that of a child raised in the ninja academy. Yet, Kakashi was, after all, a seasoned jonin from the era of war. Rinjime was sent flying by Kakashi's kick. He adjusted his posture midair and landed gracefully. The pain in his chest dissipated instantly. Though his physique belonged to humanity, his constitution remained akin to a cursed spirit. Undeterred, Rinjime lunged at Kakashi once more. However, unlike his initial reckless charge, he had learned from his previous experience, opting not to confront head-on. His movements were agile, his speed astonishing, akin to a serpent evading capture. Despite his diminutive fists, he exuded the fierce power of a tiger. He capitalized on his small stature, engaging in close-quarters combat, skillfully maneuvering like a snake around Kakashi. Chapter 3. The Mission in the Land of Waves. That guy? He can actually hold his own against Kakashi for such an extended period using taijutsu. Sasuke, hidden among the trees, watched their battle intently. Sakura hesitated, uncertain whether she should seize the opportunity to assist Rinjime. Haha, well done, Rinjime. Give it to Kakashi-sensei. Naruto, dangling upside down from the tree, threw punches at the air as if it were Kakashi. Perhaps I should take this a bit more seriously. Rinjime sensed a shift in Kakashi's aura, followed by a fist that struck him with such speed he could barely comprehend it. This was not merely taking things seriously. This was exceedingly serious. Rinjime was sent flying 10 meters, yet he quickly scrambled to his feet, denying Kakashi any chance to capitalize on his momentary vulnerability. Just as Rinjime regained his footing, he felt a transformation within his body. His breath grew increasingly rapid, a potent energy gathering in his lungs. His heart raced violently, power coursing from his heart like a spring, surging through his limbs and coalescing in his hands. The hormonal levels within his body skyrocketed to a terrifying degree. Though it may sound cliché, Rinjime felt it. This was the feeling. Kakashi-sensei, please continue to guide me. With that declaration, Rinjime formed fists and struck out towards Kakashi. Closing the 10-meter gap in an instant, Kakashi regarded the child, who now appeared almost frenzied, with a serious gaze. Both speed and strength were escalating rapidly. A significant amount of air swept past Rinjime's fist, creating a distinctly audible rush of wind. It was as though the air itself was being torn apart, emitting a piercing wail of agony. What? Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment. Had space warped? Bam! Kakashi staggered backwards several meters before regaining his balance, staring incredulously at Rinjime. Rinjime, equally astonished, gazed at his own fist. What had just occurred? The Black Flash. In Jujutsu Kaisen, the explanation for the Black Flash is as follows. The Black Flash occurs when the timing of a strike and the impact of cursed energy fall within a discrepancy of 0.00001 seconds, resulting in a distortion of space. Its power averages 25 times that of a typical strike, and no sorcerer can consciously invoke the Black Flash. However, there exists a profound difference in the distance to the core of cursed energy between those who have experienced the Black Flash and those who have not. Hanging upside down from the tree, Naruto's mouth agape, his eyes wide with astonishment, could hardly believe it. Was it truly possible that the formidable Kakashi-sensei had been defeated by a single punch from Rinjime? Sakura's pupils constricted, even from a distance. She could feel the terror emanating from Rinjime's recent blow, sending shivers down her spine. You remind me of someone. It seems I have underestimated you, Kakashi mused, recalling the distorted space around Rinjian's fist, which immediately brought Might Guy to mind. If this individual were to be entrusted to Guy, he would likely cultivate a terrifying monster. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. The chime of 3 bells echoed as Rinjian's fingertips danced around them. Kakashi paused, his thoughts racing back to the moment he had retreated, when Rinjian had brushed past his waist. The bell's connection had been severed by a sharp weapon, leaving Kakashi completely unaware. A smile crept across Kakashi's face, his gaze deepening. He recognized Rinjian's uniqueness. This child was growing through battle. The technique just executed had likely not been comprehended before their encounter. It was no wonder Rinjian had charged at him. Fully aware of his impending defeat, much like Naruto, this was his method of learning. Well then, since you have obtained the bells, let us discuss the distribution, shall we? Rinjian? Kakashi crossed his arms, watching with the amusement of a spectator. With 4 individuals, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Rinjian himself, yet only 3 bells. How they chose to allocate them would determine who would return to the Ninja Academy. Kakashi found this exercise far more engaging than a mundane fight. Suspended in the tree and concealed in the foliage, Sasuke and Sakura were momentarily taken aback, each lost in their thoughts. Rinjian did not rush his decision. First, he lowered Naruto, then beckoned Sakura and Sasuke to join him. Take your time. You have ample opportunity to contemplate. Kakashi produced lunchboxes, distributing them among Rinjian, Sasuke, and Sakura. As for Naruto, he was not only without food but also bound to a log. His performance had been the least commendable among them, as confirmed by Kakashi himself. Let us eat first. Once you finish your meal, a choice must be made. Kakashi waved cheerfully as he departed, only to turn back with a friendly warning. No one is to feed Naruto. Otherwise, that person shall be deemed unfit. Once he was out of sight of the young ninjas, Kakashi leaned against the tree, blood surging up as the metallic taste filled his mouth, rubbing his chest. The intense pain barely made him flinch. Indeed, one must not underestimate the current lower ninjas. He had learned his lesson. The power behind Rinjian's punch was astonishing. Gurgle. Naruto's stomach emitted an undeniable growl. He awkwardly turned his head away, pretending he had heard nothing. I'm not hungry at all. Not even a bit. The stubborn boy's belly growled again insistently. Eat, Rinjian insisted, shoving rice into Naruto's mouth. The 3 others were taken aback simultaneously. Sakura anxiously glanced around. Rinjian, didn't Kakashi-sensei just say that feeding Naruto would result in being deemed unfit? With tears welling in his eyes, Naruto, touched yet defiant, protested, Yeah, Rinjian, I want to eat. He claimed refusal, yet his teeth betrayed him as they chewed eagerly. Sasuke remained silent, choosing not to obstruct Rinjian. Kakashi-sensei has lied twice since the beginning. Do you still believe him? Rinjian stated bluntly. That makes sense, Naruto and Sakura admitted, unable to counter. However, Sakura hesitated. Rinjian comforted her. Do not worry, nothing will happen. Sakura shook her head. No, I'm worried you'll go hungry. Why don't you eat mine? I can't eat much anyway. Ah, Sakura, you're such a gentle soul. Rinjian's eyes narrowed with mischief. He particularly enjoyed teasing kind-hearted individuals. It's all right. I brought my own food, and I had breakfast, so I don't believe in Kakashi-sensei. Ding. Human malice value detected. 50. Cursed energy converted to chakra. 50. Chakra, 78501000000000. Huh. Rinjian turned, indeed spotting the ominous figure of Kakashi looming above him. Was the malice value a result of his distrustful words? You all seem to disregard my rules entirely. Kakashi's voice was low, an unusual seriousness causing Sakura and Naruto to tense. Not at all. It's just me who disregards Kakashi-sensei's rules, Rinjian replied earnestly, like a well-behaved child. Ding. Human malice value detected. 50. Cursed energy converted to chakra. 50. Chakra, 79001000000000. Kakashi rubbed his forehead. Rinjian, you're quite the troublemaker. Rinjian boldly retorted. Sensei, give them the bells. Send me back to the root. Kakashi sighed. If I were to send you back, I have no doubt that Elder Danzo would have you back in no time. Exhausted by the relationship, Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. You all pass. What should have been an imposing statement had now lost its vigor. Huh. Naruto blinked, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Sasuke's voice cut through the confusion. It's because the 4 of us are a team. Cooperation is paramount. If the 3 of us only think of ourselves while neglecting Naruto, we would never achieve harmony during missions. Thus, if we were to only think of our own needs, we would truly be deemed unfit. After Naruto had been tied up, Sasuke had pondered Kakashi's words upon his departure and gradually grasped their significance. He understood that Rinjian had likely realized this long ago, which was why he hadn't stopped Rinjian from feeding Naruto. You are the first group to qualify. Those before only clung to my rules, leaving their starving comrades behind. A ninja must see through schemes. Those who break the rules are scum. But those who disregard their comrades are the lowest of the low. Kakashi gazed at the sky as he spoke softly. Those words sounded familiar to Rinjian. He stroked his chin, recalling where he might have heard them before. The exercise concluded, and all participants passed. Team 7 would commence their missions the following day. Yes. Awesome. I'm a ninja. A ninja. They returned, brimming with excitement for their upcoming tasks, which entailed catching cats and weeding, an array of D-rank missions. A week later, Naruto, indeed, could no longer tolerate it and protested vehemently. In the Hokage's office, Naruto rolled on the floor, crying out, I don't want to do D-rank missions. I don't want to. I refuse to catch cats. It's so boring. Lotus gazed down at the writhing mass at his feet. A vivid hallucination of a disobedient child from a past life, throwing a tantrum to procure toys. He lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of the Hokage. Oh. It seemed that Sarutobi Hiruzen had been observing him all along. Lotus responded with a radiant smile. Sarutobi Hiruzen, it's utterly unimaginable that this child is raised by Danzo. How could a child nurtured by Danzo smile so normally? Shouldn't he bear a sinister grin like Danzo himself? Sarutobi Hiruzen was drenched in sweat. Oblivious to Hiruzen's thoughts and unconcerned, Lotus pulled the unknown creature, Naruto Uzumaki, to his feet. Naruto turned his head away, sulking at Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen relented. After all, no one could withstand the antics of a troublesome child. The Hokage was no exception. Very well, in that case, I shall assign you a C-rank mission. You are to protect a certain individual. No sooner had Sarutobi finished his sentence than Naruto eagerly inquired, is it Lord Daimyo? Or perhaps a princess? Lotus longed to inform him that it was neither, it was a drunkard. Before he could speak, the next moment revealed the inebriated individual, clutching a bottle. As he stumbled into the room, compared to Naruto's discontent, the client, the drunkard, was far more displeased with him. What's this? Just a bunch of kids? The moment he entered, the room was filled with an overwhelming stench of alcohol, especially that short one. He looks utterly foolish. Is he really a ninja? The drunken uncle could not help but question and ridicule Naruto's height. Naruto burst into laughter, turning to Lotus with a grin. How outrageous. Lotus, this uncle is actually mocking you. Haha. Lotus silently walked over to Naruto's side, towering half a head above him. Naruto's laughter faltered as he was restrained by Kakashi, baring his teeth at the drunken uncle. You idiot. Drunken uncle. You are the foolish one. I am the renowned bridge builder, Tazuna. During my time returning to my homeland to complete the bridge, you all must protect me with utmost diligence. Names are of little importance. Lotus still preferred to call him the drunkard. At the gates of Konoha. All right, let us set off. Naruto, with a backpack slung over his shoulders, was inexplicably excited. He was poking around and gazing at everything. I've never left the village before. This time, I must see everything. Lotus trailed behind the drunkard. Sakura walked closely beside Sasuke. Naruto marched ahead, while Kakashi stood beside the drunkard, scanning the surroundings. As anticipated, Naruto began arguing with the drunkard, displaying an abundant amount of energy. Ding. Detected human malice value, 1000. Curse power converted to chakra amount, 1000. Chakra, 890010000000. Ding. Detected human malice value, 1000. Curse power converted to chakra amount, 1000. Chakra, 990010000000. The voice echoing in his mind prompted Lotus to survey his surroundings. Had it already emerged? Such intense malice. It seemed they were meant to be killed. However, it was of no concern. The more malice, the better. He wholeheartedly accepted it. Mr. Tazuna, your country is the land of waves, right? Does that country have ninjas as well? Sakura inquired. Tazuna responded affirmatively. The next question was answered by Kakashi. No, the land of waves is not influenced by other nations. In such a small island nation, the existence of ninjas is unnecessary. Sakura nodded. Some knowledge of the ninja world could be learned in school, while other aspects could not. The textbook knowledge primarily related to the 5 great nations. And small countries like the land of waves were entirely omitted. Kakashi ruffled Sakura's hair. Don't worry, C-rank missions do not involve confrontations between ninjas. Upon hearing this, Lotus looked up at the drunkard. The drunkard blinked nervously. Indeed, we trust Mr. Drunkard immensely. If Mr. Drunkard were to play a prank and deceive us, let him meet a miserable end. I am quite looking forward to it. Lotus gazed at Tazuna with great anticipation. Ding. Detected human malice value, 50. Curse power converted to chakra amount, 50. Chakra, 99501000000000. How ironic. He was the one lying. Yet now he felt malice towards him. Wow, real person. Your words just now were quite terrifying. Naruto exclaimed in delight, looking at Lotus with wide eyes. Kakashi, so why are you so surprised? However, did Lotus notice something when he said that? As Kakashi passed by a puddle, he casually glanced at it. A sharp, bird-like sound echoed, resembling a burst of air. A chilling aura emerged behind Kakashi. Naruto's pupils dilated as he watched Kakashi's body entangled in iron chains, torn apart before his eyes. The gruesome scene struck terror into the hearts of the freshly graduated genin. The first one, dealt with. The second one, in the next instant. The sound of death echoed in Naruto's ears. Cold sweat drenched him. His limbs felt numb, rendering him immobile, despite knowing that remaining still would lead to his demise. Lotus reacted with astonishing speed, for he was accustomed to battling monsters. In a flash, he supported Naruto's shoulder with his left hand, delivering a powerful kick to the throats of two ninjas. The two ninjas rolled on the ground, quickly distancing themselves from Lotus while attempting to dissipate the force of the blow. Their throats swelled painfully, rendering them voiceless, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Had they hesitated for even a moment longer, their throats would have been shattered. Crack! The iron chain swung through the air, aimed at Lotus for a lethal strike. Evasion would be the most foolish choice. The opponent's target was not him, but the drunkard. If he dodged, the opponent would immediately redirect their assault towards the drunkard. Bang! With a flick of his fingertips, Lotus propelled a shuriken from his tool pouch, embedding the incoming iron chain into the trunk of a tree. Immediately after, the two ninjas heard a series of bone-cracking sounds. The noise emanated from their own bodies. In an instant, they could not comprehend what had transpired. Concealed in the shadows, Kakashi witnessed everything with clarity. Lotus utilized the shuriken to neutralize the opponent's iron chain and unleashed the same technique he had employed in their earlier confrontation. A fist infused with black and red lightning pierced through the chests of both assailants. Due to Lotus's small stature, rapid speed, and precise movements, coupled with the spatial distortion caused by his fist, the two ninjas were utterly unable to detect his presence. Their bodies collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Kakashi emerged as well. Kakashi-sensei, you're still alive. Sakura exclaimed in astonishment. Kakashi, he surveyed the situation before him. Even in fear, Sakura stood resolutely in front of the client. Sasuke, upon witnessing Lotus handle two ninjas with ease, chose to remain vigilant against further ambushes. As for Naruto, he was utterly petrified. The bloodstains on the ground had transformed into splintered wood. Kakashi addressed Naruto, saying, Naruto, I apologize for not being able to rescue you sooner. But I never anticipated you would remain so still. In any case, Renji, Sasuke, Sakura, you all performed admirably. Kakashi did not hesitate to offer praise. Naruto stood there, head bowed and silent. From Renji's perspective, he appeared as if he might shatter. Next, Kakashi needed to interrogate Dazna about some matters. Renji approached Naruto, offering warmth. It's all right. Everyone has a first time like this. In the beginning at Root, I too was utterly defenseless, passively enduring attacks. After comforting Naruto, Renji turned toward the drunken man. Because you concealed the level of information, nearly leading to our demise, the words I just spoke shall come to fruition. I do hope you perish miserably. Ding. Detected human malice value 100. Cursed energy converted to chakra amount 100. Chakra 100501000000000. It appeared the drunkard had begun to comprehend fear. It matters not, if I must die, so be it. It merely means my lonely grandson will have to live alone. Dazna observed the expressions of these ninjas while speaking. The blue-haired and white-haired ninjas were entirely unfazed. This isn't good. Since you are so resolute, I shall send you on your way. Renji retrieved a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, spinning it skillfully on his fingertips. Ding. Detected human malice value 100. Cursed energy converted to chakra amount 100. Chakra 101501000000000. Dazna recoiled repeatedly, glancing around in terror, astonished that no one was stopping this blue-haired ninja. I have my own reasons. I can only afford the commission for a C-rank mission. Renji remained unmoved. That is your concern. Ding. Detected human malice value 500. Cursed energy converted to chakra amount 500. Chakra 106501000000000. You wicked little brat. Dazna couldn't help but exclaim. Kakashi let out a chuckle. Renji replied, Oh, did you truly believe he was trying to scare you? Whatever. As long as I can acquire the Malice value, it suffices. A dense fog enveloped the sea. The small boat advanced slowly through the mist. Under Kakashi's scrutinizing gaze, Dasna divulged the entire truth. My life has long been targeted. The name of the person may be familiar to you. Kato, the magnate of the shipping company. On the surface, he is the owner of a shipping enterprise. But behind the scenes, he employs thugs and ninjas to deal in drugs and contraband, ultimately seeking to monopolize other businesses and nations, engaging in unspeakable activities for survival. About a year ago, that man set his sights on the land of waves, using his wealth and violence to recklessly dominate the island's maritime traffic and transportation. For an island nation like the land of waves, controlling the seas equates to wielding all wealth, power, and populace. Currently, Kato's only fear is the completion of the bridge that has been under construction since the beginning. Thus, I have become an obstacle in Kato's eyes. The land of waves is an exceedingly impoverished nation. Even the lords are destitute. Naturally, I am also in dire straits, and concealing the mission's rank was a last resort. Renji fiddled with the surface of the sea, while the boatman appeared particularly tense, as if fearing the emergence of foes at any moment. Renji turned to Kakashi. So, are we to continue with this mission? Kakashi, feeling a headache, replied, there is no choice. If we abandon it, this man will be killed upon reaching shore. As he stated, his 8-year-old grandson will harbor a lifelong hatred for us leaf ninjas. Renji remarked, what a rogue. Kakashi did not refute. Dasna, feeling guilty, shielded himself with the brim of his hat. Kakashi-sensei, Renji asked, could you teach me a powerful ninjutsu? Kakashi paused, gazing at Renji. To be frank, although Renji was associated with Elder Danzo, he was a child difficult to dislike. Kakashi's hand rested on Renji's blue hair. Once the mission concludes, I shall teach you ninjutsu. Surprised, Renji nodded. He lowered his gaze to his hands, acknowledging that many skills belonging to a real person remained undeveloped within him. We are almost there, the boatman announced. They passed through an arched bridge, and the view ahead opened up splendidly. The mist dispersed under the sunlight, revealing trees sprouting from the sea. The small boat reached the shore, and Renji and the others ascended the wooden planks constructed as a dock. To reach Dasna's home, they would still need to traverse a dense forest on the island. Kakashi was aware that what awaited them might not be merely Chunin. It was likely to be Jonin, leading to a slight increase in his headache. Moreover, a vigilant Naruto further exacerbated his concerns. Having just experienced an enemy ambush, Naruto was now like a blood-energized fighter, poised for any slight disturbance. A kunai was launched, only to reveal an innocent little white rabbit. Sakura was reprimanding Naruto with a hammer, while Naruto, cradling the little rabbit, was apologizing, and Sasuke was berating Naruto for his foolishness. Dasna was drinking, and Kakashi was lost in thought. Chapter 4, Momochi Zabuza. Accompanied by a piercing sound that could pierce the eardrums like the call of birds, Kakashi shouted, get down. He pressed Naruto and Sakura's heads down, forcing them to the ground. Simultaneously, Sasuke and Renji kicked Dasna to the ground. A massive blade capable of cleaving a person in half sliced through the air above them, embedding itself deeply into the tree trunk. Ding. Detected human malice value 2000. Cursed energy converted to chakra amount 2000. Chakra 126501000000000. A figure silently stood upon the hilt of the blade. He wore only vertically striped lantern pants, the lower half of his face wrapped in bandages. His powerful upper body exposed to the air. Isn't that Momochi Zabuza, the rogue ninja from the mist? Kakashi stepped forward a few paces, his tone casual, yet laced with vigilance. Naruto was determined to redeem himself. He took 2 steps forward before Kakashi intercepted him. Step back. You all protect Dasna. Why? Naruto protested. Because this individual is entirely different from the previous 2. Engaging him will only create obstacles. Kakashi stated bluntly, aware that if the opponent were this man, he would find it somewhat challenging to contend with. Kakashi lifted the forehead protector that concealed his left eye. A pair of blood-red eyes adorned with black tomo emerged before the gathered individuals. Zabuza turned, excitement gleaming in his eyes. I never expected to fight against the copy ninja Kakashi, who possesses the Sharingan today. Renji expressed his disdain for the customary pre-battle flattery. If we are to fight, let us engage. Why the need for introductions and mutual admiration beforehand? Are you all fans of each other? If not, why this ambiguous play? The mist had thickened, and Renji gazed around as the white fog enveloped the entire forest, rendering the figures and faces of Sasuke and the others indistinct. The technique of the hidden mist jutsu, Zabuza, had completely vanished from their sight. The fog grew denser, obscuring their vision entirely. Even the faces of companions standing right beside them, Surrounded by the sea on all sides, the land of waves served as an ideal battleground for Zabuza, a rogue ninja from the Mist Village. The silence was so profound that only Renji's own breathing could be heard. Before him lay a world shrouded in white mist, where extending his hand yielded nothing but emptiness. 8 vital points: the throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, and heart. Zabuza's voice emerged from the fog, as if whispering directly into each person's ear. So, which vital point shall I target? The aura of murder hung thick in the air, clashing violently among the elite shinobi, like sharp blades grazing their skin, paralyzing them with fear. The slightest movement felt like an invitation to death. Sasuke's body trembled, cold sweat trickling down his brow. What a show-off! Renji scoffed internally. Zabuza's arrogance was astounding. In the past, Renji had looked down on such displays, but now he found himself secretly learning from them. Sasuke, I will protect you with all my might, so do not worry. Noticing the fear in Sasuke's eyes, Kakashi assured him. Can he really? At that moment, Zabuza's voice echoed, and Kakashi's pupils suddenly constricted to pinpricks. Zabuza materialized behind Renji and Sasuke. Sasuke's muscles tensed suddenly, the pores on his skin tightening into tiny lumps, his hair standing on end, and his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably as his teeth chattered. Ding! Detected human malice value, 1000. Curse power converted to chakra amount, 1000. Chakra, 136501000000000. Renji felt as if he had been struck by a bolt of electricity. In an instant, he transitioned from stillness to motion, his movements as swift as lightning. The gust of wind generated by his fist dispersed the surrounding mist, and his punch erupted with black-red lightning, leaving a fleeting afterimage in the eyes of the onlookers. Crack! Not only were Kakashi and the others stunned, but even Zabuza himself was taken aback, for the sword he had crossed in front of him shattered beneath Renji's fist. Boom! The fist continued unabated, shattering through the sword and striking Zabuza squarely in the chest. Zabuza's body transformed into streams of water. Do you think that by donning a forehead protector, you have become a true ninja? A ninja who has never experienced the brutality of bloodshed is no different from a newborn infant. A hazy figure lunged at Renji, swiftly closing the distance. Allow me to teach you what it truly means to be a ninja. The great sword swung towards Renji. He leaped high, evading the strike. Yet a strong sense of danger enveloped him. A colossal fist appeared before him in the blink of an eye, aimed directly at his chest. Ding! Detected human malice value, 1000. Curse power converted to chakra amount, 1000. Chakra, 146501000000000. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted. Renji heard the simultaneous cracking of several of his ribs. The intense pain twisted his vision. Before he could land, Zabuza's relentless voice echoed ominously. Do you think this is the end? It has only just begun. Boom. Another punch was unleashed, striking Renji's back. Ding. Detected human malice value, 1000. Curse power converted to chakra amount, 1000. Chakra, 1565010000000. Renji's pupils dilated. He distinctly heard the sound of his spine snapping. With his spine broken, he could no longer move. His body fell limply to the ground in a distorted position. Renji, Kakashi, momentarily distracted by fighting Zabuza's water clone, was caught off guard as a kunai from the clone pierced his shoulder. The real one. The real one. Yes, he is the real one. Renji, the real Renji. The technique of Wu Wei transformation is his jutsu. As long as it does not harm his soul, how could his body sustain any injuries? A blue chakra enveloped him entirely. His broken spine and ribs instantaneously reverted to their original state. Huh. The commotion attracted Zabuza's attention. He turned slightly, incredulous as he beheld Renji standing once more. I remember breaking your spine, didn't I? How can someone stand after having their spine completely severed? Impossible. Renji raised his head, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he gazed at Zabuza with fervent eyes, glimmering with excitement. Kakashi-sensei, you know, I grow stronger by absorbing the nutrients from battle. So please do not concern yourself with me any longer. Allow me to engage in a true duel with this sparring partner. With a shriek akin to that of a falcon, the sound of slicing through the air resonated once more. Zabuza gripped his great sword, swinging it towards Renji. Yet, before the attack could reach him, Renji's figure flickered and appeared behind Zabuza. Too slow. Too slow. Is this truly your strength? Renji extended his hand, a deeper smile gracing his lips. If I touch you, it could cost you your life. Though lacking concrete evidence, he felt that he could now execute the Wu Wei transformation. Zabuza's expression darkened. This little brat had ignited an unprecedented murderous intent within him. The sound of the blade slicing through the air intensified. Renji moved like a slippery eel, his movements extraordinarily peculiar as he danced around Zabuza. Every attack that landed upon him, no matter how deep the wound, would heal completely within a second. This little brat is a monster. Zabuza recognized this truth. Just as the boy had claimed, he absorbed nutrients from combat. This child resembled one he had personally trained. His speed escalated, his strength magnified, and he had even begun to anticipate Zabuza's strikes. Zabuza felt a profound sense of helplessness and rage, as if striking a wall of cotton. Suddenly, he ceased his relentless assault, forming hand signs anew, and the white mist thickened, concealing his figure. Simultaneously, the water clone battling Kakashi and Sasuke also vanished. "Are you alright, Renji?" Kakashi inquired cautiously while remaining vigilant against a potential ambush from Zabuza. "I'm fine," Renji replied, his smile unwavering. "I feel better than ever." Countless sharp sounds of air bursting erupted almost simultaneously. A dense barrage of punches melded into a singular entity, forming an impenetrable wall. And Renji stood at the center of this wall. His body was pounded into a multitude of deep craters, blood incessantly gushing from his mouth, saturating his shirt. Yet, in an instant, his battered form reverted to its original state. He grasped Zabuza's fist, the shattered bones of his hand healing in the blink of an eye. "I've touched your soul," he thought, as Ren's pupils dilated, veins rapidly creeping across his eyes. It turned out he could reach the essence of the original through the clones. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosions echoed in succession. The mist abruptly dissipated. After the spine-chilling sound of flesh exploding ceased, clarity returned to the onlookers, who gasped in shock at the scene before them. Zabuza's limbs had all erupted, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth as he collapsed to the ground. His pupils unfocused. Yet, the faint rise and fall of his chest indicated he was still alive. However, Zabuza's fate was sealed. Death was merely a matter of time, as he had lost too much blood. Strangely, at this moment, Rin did not receive any malevolent energy from him. Could it be that there was no animosity towards his killer? Yet, he felt an abundance of malice towards those who could not defeat him. "I acknowledge you, little ghost," Zabuza said, grinning from within a pool of his own blood, his voice a broken whisper. This fellow was even more insane than he had been as a child. Ha. He certainly did not believe such a person would abide quietly in Konoha. Death was the inevitable destiny of every ninja. Zabuza felt no pain at all. From the moment he took his first life, he had known his end would mirror that of his victims, being killed by another. His pupils dimmed completely. Simultaneously, Ren's vision faded to black as he fell backward. Ren. Kakashi caught him, lifting him into his arms while using his free hand to stow Zabuza's bloodstained sword, now reshaped after drinking its master's blood, into a scroll. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke gathered around. "Kakashi-sensei, is Ren alright?" Naruto asked anxiously. Kakashi examined him and shook his head. "Yes, fine. He merely expended too much chakra." Naruto immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Kakashi glanced at Zabuza's lifeless body and, cradling Ren, began to move forward. "Let us go. Once we reach the Dazna household, Ren can rest properly." After saying this, he looked down at Ren in his arms. There were far too many questions. Only when Ren awoke could they be answered. Ding. Detected human malevolence value. 10,000. Curse power converted to chakra. 10,000. Chakra. 25, 650, 100, 000,000. After they departed, a frail figure appeared before Zabuza's corpse. The calls of seagulls resonated in the air, while a cool breeze brushed against his face like gossamer. Ren opened his eyes. The surface beneath him was soft, and the light before him was bright. He felt an unprecedented vigor. "You're awake? Do you feel better?" A young woman with long hair entered the room. Ren realized he had never seen her before. But given the surroundings, he could surmise it was related to Dazna. Much better. He stood up, stretching languidly. The woman smiled gently. "Seeing you so lively puts my mind at ease. Let us go join everyone for a meal." Ren nodded, and the woman led the way out. Approaching the window, Ren beheld the boundless sea and seagulls soaring freely in the sky. He rolled his shoulders, and a familiar electronic sound resonated in his mind. Ding. Current chakra level, 25, 650, 100, 000,000. Ren paused at the door. What had happened? How had it increased so significantly, though it paled in comparison to Naruto's? What had transpired during his unconsciousness? "Ren, you're awake," Naruto exclaimed, patting the cushion beside him expectantly. Just as Ren settled down, Naruto threw his arm around his neck. "Hey, Ren, you're amazing. How did you do it? I didn't see anything. How did you defeat that guy?" Sakura shot Naruto an annoyed look. Hey, Naruto. Rin just woke up. Be gentler. Don't worry, Sakura. Naruto replied. Rin is incredibly strong. Although he said so, Naruto's grip had lightened considerably. Rin looked at Sakura, his eyes narrowing into a smile that revealed his small fangs. Sakura, I'm fine. Thank you. Sakura's face flushed, and she quickly lowered her head, murmuring, I didn't do anything. I even needed Naruto's protection. Why are you thanking me? Rin shook his head earnestly, grasping the back of Sakura's hand. No, Sakura. It's already quite remarkable that you were able to protect that annoying drunkard in such circumstances. You are the bravest girl I've ever met. That annoying drunkard, Dasna. Sakura gazed at Rin, her eyes gradually misting over, but she smiled. I understand now. I will work even harder. I want to be left behind by you guys. She turned to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, please train me rigorously from now on. Kakashi. Oh. My only female student is determined to strive harder. It truly puts pressure on me as her teacher. Ren, you still haven't told me how you did it? Naruto leaned in close to Rin, grinning. Teach me, will you? Kakashi rested his chin on his hand, equally curious about how Rin had achieved it. Rin could have chosen to remain silent, but since he wished to gain their trust, he felt he must reciprocate by sharing his own. It is my Kekkei Genkai, Rin stated. He began to speak earnestly, weaving a tale. Kakashi was taken aback. Kekkei Genkai? Naruto, whose academic performance was abysmal, inquired, what is Kekkei Genkai? Sakura, whose academic prowess was even less than Sasuke's, sighed and explained. There are two types of Kekkei Genkai. The first occurs when two chakra natures combine to create a new technique, known as Kekkei Genkai. Typically, only a select few ninjas can develop such techniques themselves. Once successful, the new technique becomes encoded in the ninja's genes and is passed down to their descendants. The second type refers to abilities gained from an organ in a ninja's body that is unlike that of ordinary people, such as. Sakura hesitated, glancing at Sasuke and then at Kakashi. Sasuke remained silent, prompting Kakashi to point to his own eyes, like the Uchiha clan's Sharingan or the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. So what about Rin? Which category does he belong to? Naruto asked curiously. Kakashi shook his head. Well, I'm not sure about that. After all, there was no one else in the ninja world with a technique identical to his. As the sole possessor, Rin could say whatever he wished. My Kekkei Genkai is related to the soul. I can touch another's body and reach their soul, then alter the soul's form to transform the physical body, leading to death. Upon finishing, Kakashi, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura fell into silence. Kakashi took a deep breath, unable to calm his racing heart. This bloodline limit is unprecedented, and any ninjutsu related to the soul is astonishingly powerful. Now, a bloodline limit that can alter the form of the soul has emerged, a notion beyond imagination. Sakura inquired, if one could touch a person's soul, would it be possible to read their memories in ninjutsu? After all, the practice of ninjutsu and memories are stored within the soul. I don't know, Rinkin replied honestly, shaking his head. He had never considered it before, but Sakura's suggestion was certainly worth exploring. There are many secrets surrounding the soul, and Rinkan could take his time to delve into them. Suddenly, Naruto grasped Rinkan's hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. What do you think? Did you touch my soul? Kakashi, Sakura, startled, exclaimed, hey, Naruto, be careful. What if something really happens? However, since it is a genuine bloodline limit, it should be manageable, right? Rinkan made contact with Naruto's soul. It felt scorching to the touch, prompting him to toss it back. Sasuke gripped his chopsticks tightly. In this mission, it was Rinkan who had consistently saved them. Despite being the same age, Rinkan could single-handedly eliminate a Jonin that even Kakashi found troublesome. After their meal, Kakashi led them into the woods behind the cabin for training. Kakashi-sensei, are we not leaving this place? Sakura asked along the way. Kakashi sighed, no. Until Kato makes an appearance, if we leave Dasna, he will still be killed. So does this mean we will stay here indefinitely until Kato shows up? Rinkan harbored no fondness for the drunken family that concealed the mission's difficulty. No, Kato will definitely appear on the day the bridge is completed, Kakashi stated. When will the bridge be finished? In a week. Thus, they would remain there for a week. However, training here was not entirely unacceptable. Upon reaching a clearing in the dense forest, they halted. Kakashi looked at the four of them and said, let's begin by skillfully utilizing chakra. Huh. Naruto exclaimed in disappointment. Kakashi-sensei, we all know how to use chakra. Sasuke concurred, all four of us can utilize chakra. Kakashi firmly denied them. No, you are currently incapable of efficiently using chakra. Regardless of how much chakra you can exert, if you cannot control the balance, the effectiveness of your techniques will not be fully realized. Inefficient chakra consumption leads to weaknesses such as an inability to engage in prolonged combat. The upcoming training would require them to physically internalize the sensation of balance control. It would be arduous training. Kakashi spoke sternly. The foundation of a ninja determines how far they can go. Thus, seemingly simple foundational training is often the most critical aspect not to be neglected. So what are we going to do? Sakura asked. Climb trees. Climb trees? Indeed. But not with your hands. You will use your feet, like this. Kakashi attached chakra to his feet and effortlessly climbed up and down vertically. Although Rinkan understood that this was already a rather unscientific world of ninjas, he couldn't help but think of Newton being struck on the head by an apple. Rinkan's body and soul were remarkably intertwined, appearing to merge, yet also seemed to separate. His soul could easily perceive his body and control it, with no delay or error between them. As soon as his soul issued a command, there was no need for a reaction time. His body could act in unison with his soul. He attributed this to the absolute control of the soul. What about chakra? Rinkan approached the tree trunk. He effortlessly walked along it, hanging upside down like Kakashi, with a faint amount of chakra at his feet firmly adhering to the trunk. He descended again. The experiment concluded. Rinkan understood that as long as his soul comprehended a concept, his body could achieve it. This process required no training, akin to how he learned in battle. Whenever he was struck, his soul understood the opponent's attack, enabling his body to replicate the same move in the next instance. His soul surpassed his body. His nemesis would be those whose physical strength eclipsed that of their soul. Fortunately, most individuals possessed a soul stronger than their body. Those with a stronger physical presence were rare. Rinkan was not one to leave himself vulnerable, since those with superior physical strength were his nemesis. If his body were sufficiently robust, there would be no nemesis. A particular individual came to Rinkan's mind. My guy? After returning, he would ask Kakashi-sensei to facilitate an introduction. Has Rinkan already mastered this? Naruto lamented, holding his head. No, I will not be outdone by Rinkan. With that, he began his own tree-climbing endeavor. Sasuke and Sakura also commenced their training. The second to complete Kakashi's training task was Sakura. She gracefully flipped in the air and landed smoothly, playfully sticking her tongue out at Naruto and Sasuke, who were still struggling. Well, since Rinkan and Sakura have succeeded, you two can move on to the next stage. Sasuke, Naruto, you must keep pushing yourselves, Kakashi encouraged them before leading Rinkan and Sakura toward the seaside. You both have a refined grasp of chakra, so walking on water should pose no challenge, but it is still worth a try. This time, Kakashi did not demonstrate but directly instructed. Cover your feet with chakra and walk on the water's surface. Rinkan and Sakura exchanged glances and simultaneously stepped onto the water. Indeed, as Kakashi had anticipated, walking on water presented no challenge for either of them. Soon, they were dashing across the surface with ease, even engaging in a joyful water fight. Soaked with water, Kakashi mused. Chapter 5, The Revenge of White. Do you know your chakra attributes? Back in the woods, Kakashi inquired. Unfortunately, he did not carry chakra test paper with him. To teach Rinkan and Sakura ninjutsu, he needed to know their chakra attributes. Sakura hesitated. She knew what chakra attributes were, but had never tested her own. Thus, she shook her head in confusion. Kakashi sighed and turned to Rinkan. Rinkan was also uncertain. Did that man, Danzo, care about what his chakra attributes were? Chakra attributes: fire, wind, lightning, earth, water, yin yang. Note: yin and yang attributes cannot be detected by chakra test paper. Just as Rinkan was about to shake his head, an electronic voice chimed in once more. Smoothly, he corrected himself. I possess the attributes of fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water. Kakashi was taken aback. Could it be that, like the Hokage, he possessed 5 attributes? Since Rinkan was aware of his attributes, instruction could commence. Kakashi turned to Sakura and implored, Sakura, since I am unaware of your chakra attributes and lack chakra test paper, ninjutsu instruction will have to wait until we return to the village. Sakura shook her head. Understanding. It's all right, sensei. Please teach Rinkan first. I can still protect Mr. Dazna on the bridge. Sakura waved cheerfully. Real man, practice diligently. I shall take my leave. Lianjian responded with a wave in her direction. It was only when Sakura's figure vanished into the woods that he and Kakashi averted their gaze. Sensei Kakashi, I wish to learn the most formidable ninjutsu. Upon hearing Lianjian's words, the first technique that flashed through Kakashi's mind was Raikiri. Yet, he was uncertain if it was too early for Lianjian to practice such a technique at this juncture. Although Lianjian was a subordinate of Danzo, he bore little resemblance to him. At the very least, Kakashi had long considered him as his own student. Shouldn't you begin with basic ninjutsu first? Kakashi urged. Lianjin shook his head resolutely. No, I wish to challenge myself. This, however, was a mere facade. The truth was, he had never witnessed a powerful ninja defeated by ordinary ninjutsu. Throughout the entirety of Naruto, he had seen ninjas perish beneath the Sharingan, succumb to the Rasengan, and fall to Raikiri, but he had yet to observe anyone defeated by techniques such as the Great Fireball or Water Dragon Jutsu. Then give it a try, but do not overexert yourself, Kakashi cautioned. Are you familiar with the Rasengan? He inquired. Given that Lianjin was raised under the auspices of Elder Danzo, he should undoubtedly be aware of this technique, which was pioneered by the fourth Hokage. Lianjin nodded, using Danzo as an excuse. Chidori is a lightning-based technique I developed in my youth, taught to me by my esteemed teacher, the fourth Hokage. It was initially conceived as an attempt to fuse lightning chakra with the Rasengan, but after failing, I developed it as a distinct lightning technique. So, which would you prefer to learn, the Rasengan or Chidori? Kakashi inquired. Lianjin's expression was nuanced. Only children make choices. Adults, of course, desire to acquire them all. He candidly countered, can I learn both? Kakashi fell silent. It was indeed possible. However, he worried that Lianjin might attempt both and fail to master either. It was crucial to refine a promising technique to unleash its true potential. Observing Lianjin's eager eyes, Kakashi swallowed his advice. Lianjin was unlike Naruto and Sasuke. He exhibited remarkable maturity. Some truths need not be articulated clearly by Kakashi, for Lianjin would arrive at his own conclusions through experience. Then let us commence with the Rasengan. Speaking of which, how did he initially learn it? Sensei Minato had demonstrated the technique before him, along with a tutorial, first this way, then that, and finally like so. All done. Kakashi cleared his throat and replicated Minato's instructions. Lianjin thought to himself, had he not been familiar with Naruto, he might have considered reporting Kakashi for this lackluster teaching. In comparison to Jiraiya's method of instructing Naruto, Kakashi seemed to be rather lackadaisical. Fortunately, Lianjin was gifted and recalled the key points Jiraiya had imparted to Naruto. The essence of the Rasengan lies in concentrating chakra in the palm, causing it to flow irregularly and compress, forming a chakra sphere of hand-sized dimensions to strike the opponent. Thus, we must first gather the chakra in the palm. The first step was a success. Next, one must maintain a stable and continuous release of chakra. The second step was also successful, sustaining the released chakra while materializing it. Concentrating high-density chakra in the palm, maintaining its release, and ultimately solidifying it into a miniature typhoon. The third step was achieved. Lianjin hurled himself towards the tree trunk. The trunk bore an inexplicable hole created by human intervention. By deconstructing a complex ninjutsu into simple, comprehensible steps, the body would act in accordance with the soul's understanding, allowing even difficult techniques to be learned swiftly. Once the ninjutsu was successfully deconstructed, subsequent executions would not require intricate steps, as the soul had already guided the body to comprehension. Kakashi applauded. Exactly. That's it. His pedagogical approach had proven effective. He had learned in precisely the same manner. Following this, Lianjin began to unleash the Rasengan haphazardly throughout the forest. Each sturdy tree trunk bore a dramatic indentation. Having mastered the tactile sensation, Lianjin approached Kakashi. Sensei Kakashi, let us now learn your technique. Chidori. Kakashi nodded. Eagerness to learn was commendable. Progress was commendable. Kakashi elaborated with great precision on his own technique. Chidori encompasses both chakra nature transformation and form alteration. You must concentrate the high-intensity lightning chakra in your hand, synchronizing it with the speed of your thrust to pierce the target. Kakashi added, in truth, this technique possesses its drawbacks. During movement, the speed may prevent you from clearly perceiving the adversary, making you susceptible to counterattacks. It requires the support of the Sharingan to maximize its effectiveness. And when paired with the Byakugan, it achieves its utmost perfection. Lianjin pondered, stroking his chin. That's not quite right. If the opponent counterattacks, it would be futile. As I am immune to all methods aside from soul attacks, wouldn't their counterattack merely be a gift? His Chidori would effortlessly pierce through the adversary, leaving them chilled to the bone. Fear not, teacher, I shall heed the drawbacks, Lianjin assured, not perceiving them as true flaws. Who would fail to see their opponent due to excessive speed? Moreover, from another perspective, if one were so swift that the opponent could not see them, could the opponent truly perceive them? Recognizing that Lianjin would not relent, Kakashi commenced the teaching. Concentrating lightning chakra in his hand, he densely compressed it, forming a high-intensity current. Kakashi raised his right hand, the crackling sounds intertwining. The electricity surged forth with a cacophony akin to 1,000 birds chirping, which was the origin of Chidori's name. The secret of Chidori lies in the speed of the thrust, necessitating a foundation in physical techniques. Upon completing his explanation, he became one with the electric current in his hand, his figure vanishing like lightning. A massive tree fell with a resounding crash. Kakashi stood beside the tree. Lianjian felt a pang of guilt for his role in disrupting the ecosystem. This forest had already endured the ravages of his Rasengan, and now it was to bear the brunt of his Chidori. He followed Kakashi's instructions, first gathering lightning chakra in his right hand. Once the high-intensity chakra coalesced in his palm, it sparkled with violent purple and silver lightning, bursting forth. Lianjian dashed forward with rapidity. His right hand pierced through the stout tree trunk. Another great tree toppled. Let us take a moment to rest, real man, Kakashi remarked, observing the beads of sweat forming on Lianjian's forehead. Like a machine, Lianjian nodded, seated himself on the ground, leaned against the tree, and closed his eyes. It was not fatigue, he merely craved slumber. Kakashi, gazing at his youthful visage, settled beside him and asked, in terms of ability, real man surpasses Naruto by a considerable margin, even leaving Sasuke far behind. Why does real man not aspire to become Hokage? Lianjian kept his eyes shut, reluctant to open them. The cool breeze was delightful. The sunset's afterglow was beautiful, and the grass exuded a fragrant softness, enveloping him in a drowsy embrace on this enchanting evening. Because being Hokage is exhausting, Lianjian replied. An unending mountain of paperwork, endless concerns, and ceaseless disputes. He certainly does not wish to exert himself so exhaustively. What an astute response indeed. Such a statement signifies that Rinjian has discerned the burdensome responsibilities and weighty obligations cloaked beneath the honor of being Hokage. Truly, he exhibits a maturity that surpasses that of Naruto and his companions. Although Naruto incessantly proclaims his aspiration to become Hokage, he remains woefully ignorant of what that role entails. Kakashi affectionately ruffled Rinjian's hair before rising and suggesting, "Let us rest for a while before heading back, lest we miss the time for dinner." He made his way towards the home of Tazuna, located beyond the forest. Rinjian, having lain on the ground for a short time, soon stood up, fearing that if he reclined any longer, he might succumb to slumber for the night. He proceeded in the direction Kakashi had taken and, as anticipated, encountered Naruto and Sasuke, who were still practicing their tree-climbing techniques. "Naruto, Sasuke, are you still at it?" Rinjian greeted them, glancing upwards at their progress marked by kunai on the tree trunks. They had indeed made considerable advancements since the morning. Though Sasuke remained taller than Naruto, the gap was visibly narrowing. "Rinjian." Naruto dashed over, brimming with enthusiasm, inquiring, "What did you learn from Kakashi-sensei? Was it some powerful ninjutsu?" Rinjian nodded. "Yes, Kakashi-sensei inquired about my chakra nature and subsequently taught me 2 jutsu. "What jutsu? What jutsu?" Naruto could hardly contain his excitement. "The Rasengan and the Chidori." Rinjian surmised that Naruto might be unfamiliar with these terms. As expected, Naruto's expression turned blank. "I've never heard of those." Rinjian then shifted his focus back to their progress. "It seems you both have made significant strides." Reflecting on their current endeavors, Naruto's expression fell, and he squatted on the ground, dejectedly exclaiming, "It's so difficult. Really, it's so hard. I can't seem to do it as effortlessly as you and Sakura." Sasuke maintained his stoic demeanor, clearly sharing Naruto's sentiments. "Rinjian, do you have any secrets to share with us?" Naruto grasped Rinjian's hand, adding, "I asked Sakura, but it seems I still can't manage it." Rinjian pondered for a moment, unsure if there were any secrets to climbing trees. After all, isn't it simply a matter of doing it? However, seeing the eager expressions on Naruto's and Sasuke's faces, he endeavored to articulate his thoughts. "When you climb, you must concentrate your mind. Though not in the sense of fixating on, this time, I must succeed. Rather, it's about clearing your mind of such thoughts entirely. Focus on emptying your mind of distractions. Perhaps that will help a little." Rinjian gestured towards the night sky, which had transitioned from a deep purple to a profound blue. "However, we ought to return for dinner." Another day dawned. When Rinjian awoke, Naruto and Sasuke were conspicuously absent from Tazuna's home. He didn't even need to guess their whereabouts. Those two are truly diligent. For the past few days, Naruto and Sasuke had risen early and toiled late, striving to master chakra control as effortlessly as Rinjian and Sakura. Sakura, leisurely finishing her breakfast, prepared to accompany Tazuna to the market. Meanwhile, Kakashi lounged in his room, surreptitiously indulging in his ever-present yellow book. Feeling rather bored, Rinjian ventured into the forest, opting for a secluded spot rather than joining Naruto and Sasuke. He discovered a meadow adorned with blooming flowers, common little white blossoms that blanketed the hills. Sunlight filtered through the grand canopy, casting delicate, shimmering spots on the ground. The breeze rustled through the treetops, producing a gentle rustling sound. Ren Jian reclined on the soft grass, closing his eyes. A slender figure clad in wooden clogs gradually approached. The pink fabric of a lady's kimono fluttered in the wind. Long black hair framed her face, and her dark eyes, devoid of life, fixated on the boy lying beneath her. The boy, with long blue hair splayed around him like seaweed among the white flowers, possessed skin as pale and luminous as porcelain. His breaths so shallow he resembled a lifeless body. The figure knelt slowly, hand reaching toward the boy's neck. Just as she was about to grasp him, a pair of unusual eyes locked onto her. Those eyes certainly did not belong to a mere human. Do you wish to kill me? Ren Jian posed the question with an air of nonchalance that belied the imminent threat of death. He was remarkably relaxed for someone facing such peril. The figure was not unfamiliar to Ren Jian. She was Haku. He suddenly realized that the surge of malevolence he had felt in recent days was indeed emanating from her. Yes, Haku replied with a slight nod. You cannot kill me, Ren Jian asserted matter-of-factly. To eliminate him, the most effective method would undoubtedly be the sealing technique known as the dead demon consuming seal, which captures souls. Haku gazed at him. Either I kill you, or I perish in the attempt. Ren Jian grasped her intent. Haku sought revenge in a suicidal manner. With Zabuza gone, she had no reason to continue living. Dying in the pursuit of avenging Zabuza would be the most fitting conclusion for her. Haku stood, creating distance between them. Although she had the opportunity for a surprise attack, she opted for a direct confrontation instead. Do you have anyone particularly important that you wish to protect? She inquired, her gaze intense. Perhaps she was reminiscing about Zabuza, as a hint of nostalgia flickered in her eyes. Ren Jian found Haku's demeanor rather peculiar. Even in the presence of the one who had slain Zabuza, she remained remarkably composed. No, Ren Jian replied, I live for myself. For yourself? Haku murmured, how does one achieve that? What significance does living for oneself hold? While such words might seem harsh, Ren Jian felt compelled to unveil the truth. Living for oneself is the hallmark of a normal existence. Living for others is indicative of deeper issues. He swore he was not disparaging her. He merely spoke the truth. Haku seemed to be grappling with psychological turmoil. However, in the primitive world of ninjas, such concerns were hardly acknowledged. Besides, among 10 individuals, 9 likely bore their own mental afflictions. Without such maladies, this narrative could scarcely unfold, as it essentially comprised a tale of the afflicted. A psychological clinic within the ninja realm would undoubtedly prosper beyond measure. Haku pressed her lips together. Is that so? Perhaps. I witnessed your battle with Zabuza. Your taijutsu is formidable. Engaging in a stalemate with you would be futile. Although I am unaware of how you dispatched Zabuza, I assure you, I will not be touched by you. Secret technique. 1,000 killing water surge. With that, as his words fell, droplets of water in the air crystallized into slender ice needles, hurtling towards Ren Jian from all directions. Instead of retreating, Ren Jian advanced, his right hand erupting with a sharp, piercing sound as lightning coalesced in his palm, thrusting towards Haku's chest with the ferocity of a shooting star. He didn't even attempt to evade the ice needles. Haku's form retreated at breakneck speed, barely catching a glimpse of a lightning-fast shadow rushing towards her. Ren Jian's left hand morphed, enveloping his entire body in a spherical shield. The ice needles pierced the surface of the sphere, producing a crisp cracking sound, yet the sphere remained unscathed. The shape-shifting technique allowed Ren Jian to alter the form of his soul, thereby transforming his physical body. Once the human soul undergoes transformation, it becomes exceedingly susceptible to demise. Conversely, the realm of cursed spirits is far more expansive, and regardless of how he alters the form of his own soul, he faces no peril whatsoever. Thus, in the heat of battle, he is free to morph at will, adjusting his size, conjuring clones, and launching an array of unforeseen assaults. Drops of blood fall steadily onto the grass. By gasps for breath, a rapid rhythm in his chest. The pain from his pierced right shoulder is sharp, yet aside from his disordered breathing, he betrays no further signs of distress. A breeze stirs through the forest, caressing Bai's flowing locks. A faint smile graces his pallid visage. Ren Jian stands opposite him. The cacophony of 1,000 birds has fallen silent. Bai is undeniably a prodigy. Even at such speed, he manages to evade fatal strikes. Ren Jian clenches his fist, sensing a notable enhancement in his mastery of the formless transformation. A white mirror unfurls behind Ren Jian. He recognizes that this is the crux of the matter. The mirror, enveloping him entirely, is the very ice technique, the mirror of ice crystals, which Bai had previously employed to torment Sasuke and Naruto. Each mirror reflects Bai's image, allowing him to traverse through the glass with remarkable swiftness. To vanquish Bai, one must shatter all the mirrors, thereby revealing his true form. Swoosh. Countless sunban pierce through Rinjian's body. Minute trails of blood mar his skin. Yet he neither dodges nor defends himself. The wounds inflicted by the sunban heal almost instantaneously. In quick succession, yet more sunban penetrate his form, their sharp tips tearing through his garments and piercing his body, leaving vibrant streaks of blood and tiny punctures in their wake. Within the mirror, Bai's hands tremble slightly. Why? Why does this individual remain still? Bai's gaze sharpens, and the sunban continue to rain down. After being touched by Mr. Zabuza's clone, his true self suffers a fatal blow. Thus, Bai refrains from utilizing clones to engage him lightly. With Rinjian's lack of resistance, he is drenched in crimson. It seems he has found a semblance of exhilaration. Rinjian exhales softly, excitement radiating from his pupils. Bai's gaze remains fixed upon Rinjian, and inexplicably, a sensation akin to suffocation envelopes him, imparting an overwhelming sense of helplessness. His body quivers slightly, instinctively sensing fear, yet his eyes remain remarkably clear. Rinjian spreads his arms wide, enduring excruciating pain, spurred by an immense will. His mind becomes exceptionally lucid, and an unprecedented pleasure courses through his body. This intoxicating sensation is what he craves. The domain unfurls, self-enclosed circle. Countless massive hands extend from behind Rinjian. Simultaneously, the ice mirrors are utterly shattered by the immense palms. In the blink of an eye, Bai finds himself engulfed in darkness. Only the spot occupied by Rinjian emanates a dark violet glow. Neither stirs. Upon contact, your soul is touched. The creation of a domain necessitates an immense expenditure of cursed energy to construct an area imbued with ceremonial spells. Within this domain, the sorcerer experiences an elevation of their state according to the environmental factors, and the spells enacted within the domain possess an absolute hit rate. Leveraging this infallibility, Rinjian requires no physical contact to cast the formless transformation on others. It can be said that once an opponent is drawn into the domain, victory is assured. Bai senses the invisible hand that manipulates him from within. Is this how Mr. Zabuza meets his end? Bai's expression remains placid. There is neither fear nor resentment. Rinjian recalls the words spoken by Sakura, "Let me see your soul." A landscape of ashen white unfolds, a world blanketed in monotonous snow. A ragged child sits alone beside a dumpster. Each time someone discards refuse, he swiftly rises, rummaging through the trash bags for morsels to consume. A wild dog rushing to snatch food is met with his unyielding gaze, and he drives it away without expression. Thus, he repeats this existence daily, until Zabuza halts before him. Two one-way streets intersect, and everything changes. Rinjian glimpses all of Bai's past memories through his soul, including his training methods. Farewell. Rinjian releases his grip. Blood wells at the corners of Bai's mouth. Rinjian does not alter his exterior. He simply crushes Bai's heart. Bai floats down gently, like a leaf falling to earth, devoid of weight. Rinjian's domain shatters swiftly. His body sways slightly. The chakra required to maintain the domain is vast. After the battle, to re-establish the domain is somewhat daunting for him. He glances at his garments, drenched in blood, and heads toward the Dasna residence. Behind him, Bai's lifeless form rests quietly amidst the flowers. Chapter 6. The Daily Life of the Leaf Village. Ah, Rinjian. Two exclamations pierce the air. Dasna's young daughter covers her mouth in terror, incredulous at the sight before her, and then hastens forward, only to halt abruptly for reasons unknown. At that moment, Kakashi, gazing out at the sea, turns upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing Rinjian, drenched in blood, his brow furrows, and his demeanor shifts to one of gravity as he swiftly approaches. What transpired? Rinjian, appearing weary, responds weakly, "I encountered a ninja seeking vengeance for Zabuza, but I have dealt with him. Though the domain is formidable, its use has drained his chakra." Kakashi, upon hearing this, refrains from further comment. It is evident from Rinjian's condition that the battle was far from as effortless as he claims. First, go wash up and change into clean clothes. Then take some time to rest, Kakashi advises Rinjian, before turning to the young woman, saying, "I would appreciate your assistance." As her emotions gradually settle, the young woman gently shakes her head, a hint of complex feelings in her eyes, and replies, "You are too kind." With that, she turns to prepare a bath for Rinjian and gather fresh clothing. Rinjian follows her to the bathroom. After cleansing the blood from his body and donning a set of slightly ill-fitting clean attire, he collapses onto the tatami mat, quickly succumbing to deep slumber. Kakashi watches his serene sleeping face, feeling an undeniable pang of guilt. This mission has escalated to an A rank, yet for the sake of the leaf, he has recklessly placed freshly graduated genin in peril, failing to safeguard them adequately. Throughout their journey, it was Rinjian who valiantly protected the others, risking his life in solitude while ensuring danger did not befall anyone else. If Rinjian had truly perished in that forest, Kakashi exhales, a weight akin to a boulder pressing upon his chest. Kakashi-sensei. As Kakashi secures the door behind him, he encounters Dazna's daughter. She is a remarkably gentle woman. Though her exterior appears soft, she possesses an unexpected resilience. What is the matter? Kakashi inquires. She shakes her head, gazing at Kakashi, saying, I merely feel that you need not bear any guilt. Kakashi is taken aback. Ah, you noticed, did you? She smiled and said, let us indulge in a grand feast tonight, for tomorrow marks the official completion of the bridge. As night fell, the moonlight cascaded upon the sea, shimmering like a grove of white birch trees emerging from the depths. Rinjian! Rinjian! Naruto shouted as he dashed into the living room, only to be intercepted by Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei? Naruto inquired, tilting his head in confusion as he scrutinized Kakashi. Sasuke, noticing the situation, wore a similar expression of perplexity. Sakura glanced at the firmly shut door of Rinjian's room and asked, Kakashi-sensei, is Rinjian resting? Kakashi nodded in affirmation. What the heck? Naruto exclaimed, tugging at his cheeks in a petulant manner. That guy has been asleep all day. It's time to wake him up. Kakashi grasped Naruto by the collar and unceremoniously tossed him at the dining table, before sitting down to elucidate the events of the day to his three oblivious students. Sakura's pupils dilated, her gaze fixed on the door in a state of shock. Sasuke lowered his head, clenching his fists. How could they have left Rinjian to face danger alone once more? The most agitated of them all, Naruto, remained silent. Kakashi glanced over at him. Noting the redness in Naruto's eyes, a veil of tears glistening in his sapphire irises. Such a situation shall never arise again. Absolutely not. What do you mean, absolutely not? Rinjian opened the door, witnessing Naruto's resolute expression. Rinjian, you're finally awake. Naruto exclaimed as he lunged towards him. Rinjian, somewhat taken aback yet able to deduce the situation, replied, I'm fine, just a bit hungry. He patted Naruto's back. Wow, I'm also starving. Naruto pulled Rinjian to sit down, enthusiastically declaring, I can climb to the highest point now. Then Sasuke can surely reach the highest point as well. Rinjian congratulated. That's wonderful. At the dining table, Tazuna expressed his gratitude, though Rinjian paid him no heed. Kato should be making an appearance tomorrow. The next day, in the early morning, Kakashi and the three of them set off towards the bridge with their bags slung over their shoulders. They bore witness to the grand finale of the bridge's construction. It was evident that there were those who wished to prevent its completion. Amidst the fog that lingered over the sea, Kato, accompanied by a throng of ninjas and wandering warriors, obstructed their path. Kakashi is unperturbed, as expected, Rinjian remarked. After all, the strongest forces, Zabuza and Haku, have failed. He must be quite frantic. Kakashi lowered his head, a sly smile creeping across his face. So, what do you believe we should do, Rinjian? Naruto, brimming with anticipation, replied. Of course, we should beat them black and blue. Let them never dare return to the land of waves. Rinjian addressed Naruto, saying, the fleeing ninjas and rogue warriors are utterly ruthless. They will resort to any means necessary to survive and accumulate wealth. If we drive them out of the land of waves, they will seek another place to wreak havoc. Naruto paused, blinking in surprise, evidently stepping into an area beyond his understanding. He instinctively asked, then what should we do? Rinjian turned to Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, let them serve as practice for me. Kakashi observed Rinjian's recovery abilities, which were nothing short of astonishing, if it's not too strenuous. Just yesterday, Rinjian had appeared utterly exhausted, yet today he radiated vitality. Rinjian shook his head, an undercurrent of excitement glimmering in his eyes, not at all strenuous. He took a step forward, provoking a chorus of derisive laughter from Kato's side. Ha! Have you run out of capable fighters? Sending out such a wet behind-the-ears brat to challenge us is truly pathetic. Wow. Does he still need his milk? Should I take you out for a little fun? Ha. Honestly, a mere child I could crush with a single finger fails to pique my interest. The ninjas and warriors surrounding Kato laughed uproariously, some even slapping their thighs in amusement, as if eager to cheer Rinjian on. Observing their brazen demeanor, Rinjian felt not a flicker of anger. Foolishness and ignorance are traits of the majority of humanity. If he allowed himself to be enraged, he would inevitably descend to their level of ridicule. Yet, he couldn't help but reflect on Kakashi's words, which rang true. The weaker and more powerless one is, the louder they tend to shout. Though Kakashi had used this to describe Naruto, it didn't quite fit Naruto, but rather suited the raucous crowd before him. Suddenly, he vanished in a blur. In the next instant, smack! A crisp sound echoed as Rinjian's hand connected with the cheek of one of the assailants. The man, taken aback by Rinjian's terrifying speed, widened his eyes. But as he sensed the force against his face, he paused momentarily and erupted into laughter. "Ha! You must be starving. You're just tickling me." He struggled to articulate his words. He could barely contain the drool pooling in his mouth. However, even more alarmingly, despite it being his own body, he found himself entirely devoid of control over it. At that moment, a chilling occurrence transpired. His cheeks and skin began to swell grotesquely, as if something was desperate to burst forth. In the blink of an eye, his skin turned a sickly green. Rinjian stood calmly in place, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly as he softly commanded, "Go." No sooner had he spoken than the transformed abomination let out a frenzied roar, snapping its jaws around Kato's head, which burst like a ripe watermelon upon impact with the ground, blood splattering everywhere. The surrounding ninjas and warriors screamed in terror, plunging the scene into chaos. Rinjian observed the pandemonium with a cool demeanor, silently contemplating the invaluable opportunity at hand. He extended both hands, seizing a ninja on either side. The ninjas, drenched in cold sweat and paralyzed with fear, could only gaze at him with wide, terrified eyes. "Let me give it a try. Become the nourishment for my strength." Multiple soul extraction. The two transformed beings were forcibly melded together. An explosive force surged towards the fleeing ninjas and warriors. Boom! A deafening crash ensued, leaving devastation in its wake. Corpses lay strewn across the ground, and the transformed beings had also met their demise at Rinjian's hands. He turned around to find their expressions varied. Kakashi wore a grave expression, his gaze toward Rinjian laden with complexity. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were utterly stunned. "Kakashi-sensei, let us depart. Kato has been dealt with." Rinjian's smile was gentle, rendering it impossible to associate him with the carnage behind him. "Let us go?" Kakashi buried his contemplations deep within, addressing his 3 dazed students. 3 days later, they finally returned to Konoha. Rinjian's greatest desire was to indulge in a long sleep and a hearty meal. However, before that, he still had to pay a visit to Danzo. "I'm back." Danzo sat in his chair, not even bothering to open his eyes. Rinjian nodded, yes. He recounted the details of the mission from beginning to end to Danzo, omitting his battles and filling the narrative with much triviality. For instance, how many bowls of rice must Naruto consume at each meal? And when does Sasuke decide to flaunt his charm? As he rambled on, Danzo interjected, "That's enough." Rin glanced over. "What is this all about? He hasn't even mentioned Kakashi's expression while reading those yellow novels." Danzo replied, "There's no need to discuss trivial matters." Rin pouted, "Fine." He stood there, swaying his body from side to side, exuding an air of wanting to say something, yet holding back. Danzo's eye twitched as he gave a knowing glance to the cat-faced individual beside him. The cat-faced ninja produced a bulging pouch of money and handed it to him. Ding. Detected human malice value, 100. Cursed energy converted into chakra, 100. Chakra, 257501000000000. Rin beamed as he accepted the pouch of money. "Arigato," Danzo remarked. The cat-faced ninja grumbled. Why is it always her footing the bill? Why? On the streets, Rin decisively opted for a hearty feast of barbecue. After all, Danzo was notoriously generous when it came to finances. Once the money ran out, he could simply ask for more. Upon entering the barbecue restaurant, Rin was taken aback by the bustling crowd. The air was saturated with the mouth-watering aroma of grilled meat, while the sizzling sounds of meat fat hitting the grill filled his ears, making his mouth water. When approached by a server, Rin extended his hand. "Just me. Please arrange for the table with the quickest service." The server responded affirmatively and guided Rin to a table near the kitchen. Seated, Rin began to order with a flourish. After placing his order, his eyes began to wander. There were many familiar faces in the restaurant. Of course, they were familiar to him, but to them, he was a stranger. Mike Guy and Asuma Saratobi's team were also present at the barbecue joint, albeit seated at a considerable distance. Is that the new addition to Team 7? Yamanaka Ino pondered, glancing at the blue-haired boy's back. Asuma nodded, indeed. This was a matter known to nearly all the leading jonin. Since the establishment of Konoha, ninja teams had always been composed of 3 members. This was the first instance of a 4-member team. However, considering that this boy had been forcibly placed into the team by Elder Danzo, they felt powerless. "He seems to be quite an adorable lad," Ino remarked with interest. Asuma cautioned, "He hasn't attended the ninja academy. Instead, he underwent Umbu training. So he may be stronger than you think. Don't underestimate him." Choji, with his mouth full of barbecue, inquired, "But isn't he too young to join the Umbu?" Asuma chuckled, He has a unique status. The three seated, all with special backgrounds, understood immediately. Rin devoured his meal with remarkable speed. Although he yearned to converse with Might Guy, he refrained from interrupting their student-teacher time. The last time he had read from Haku's spirit about his mastery of ice release. Rin resolved to develop his own ice release technique during this period. After finishing his barbecue, Rin sought out a secluded forest. A full stomach was essential for the task at hand. Ice release was a bloodline limit ninjutsu formed by the fusion of water and wind chakra. Though it might seem trivial, with a strong chakra reserve and sufficient development, the potential of this jutsu was remarkably high. Developing a new bloodline limit was not particularly easy, yet it wasn't exceedingly difficult either. After all, ice release was quite comprehensible, unlike that one person. Who was it again? The one who wielded dust release. Rin had forgotten his name and the formation of dust release, but he vividly recalled its power. Developing a bloodline limit like dust release was likely the true challenge. No. Rin recalled that dust release seemed to transcend the category of bloodline limits, resembling a higher-tier bloodline elimination. Although he aimed to develop a new bloodline limit, Rin still had tasks to attend to. Rin settled into a routine of alternating between developing new ninjutsu and conducting low-level missions. The assignments from the Land of Waves were merely incidental. The tasks he undertook thereafter belonged to the ranks of freshly graduated genin, such as collecting trash from rivers, weeding, or walking dogs. The relationship between Naruto and Sasuke had grown increasingly strained. No, that description might not be entirely accurate. It had become rather rigid. Sakura was still preoccupied with thoughts on how to invite Sasuke out alone. It appeared that neither Naruto nor Sakura could perceive Sasuke's unease. However, Rin could see right through it. He understood all too well what a diligent student yearning for progress without the opportunity felt like. And this presented a perfect opportunity for him. At dusk, Naruto returned home, utterly exhausted. D-rank missions were typically simple, yet he insisted on competing with Sasuke, exhausting himself in the process. Naruto drifted home like a lost soul. Kakashi had vanished before the mission was completed, as was customary. Rin and the others had grown accustomed to his elusive nature. Sakura had just been on the receiving end of Sasuke's harsh words, returning home to mend her wounded spirit. Thus, by the riverside at dusk, only Rin and Sasuke remained, sitting together in the breeze. Sasuke, do you know your chakra attribute? Rin inquired. Sasuke paused, turning to him. No, why do you ask? A child from a prominent clan should ideally be aware of such things. However, considering that only Sasuke remained from the Uchiha clan, it made sense. Then tomorrow, I'll bring you a chakra test paper. To master powerful ninjutsu, one must first understand their chakra attribute. Kakashi-sensei taught me a technique that I believe suits you well, as he mentioned that this jutsu, when combined with the Sharingan, would unleash even greater power. Rin explained, devoid of any unnecessary emotional embellishments. He was aware of Uchiha Sasuke's intense pride. Thus his tone and gaze were never tinged with sympathy. After all, members of the Uchiha clan never required pity. Sasuke regarded him, momentarily taken aback, then gazed out at the lake, his voice laced with confusion. Why are you doing this? Why would anyone sacrifice their training time to assist others? Just like during their training in the Land of Waves, when both he and Naruto hesitated to share their techniques with one another. Rin, also staring at the lake, responded gently, I can sense your desire to grow stronger, Sasuke. Since we are comrades, shouldn't we support one another? Of course, the mutual assistance was merely a facade. His true intention was to ensnare Sasuke later. How could he harvest a bounty of malice if he wasn't kind now? Rin slowly rose, heading down the path. Halfway through, he turned back to Sasuke. It's getting late. I must be on my way. See you tomorrow, Sasuke. Sasuke watched his retreating figure, his voice barely a whisper. Thank you. Upon hearing Sasuke's gratitude yet remaining indifferent, Rin swiftly returned to the base. He positioned himself in the underground passage that every root ninja would inevitably traverse. As expected, within 3 minutes, he apprehended the cat-faced ninja, who had just returned from a mission. The cat-faced figure cast a glance at the vest he had grasped. Out of money again? Rinjian shook his head. Do you have chakra test paper? Upon hearing that it wasn't about money, the cat-faced figure let out a sigh of relief. I nearly forgot. I have chakra test paper at the base. We still need to measure your chakra attributes. The cat-faced figure led Rinjian toward the room where the chakra test papers were stored. Rinjian clarified, it's not for me. Kakashi has already measured my chakra attributes. The cat-faced figure paused. Then who is it for? Uchiha Sasuke. Rinjian preemptively provided the perfect answer before the cat-faced figure could voice his doubts. Isn't it Lord Danzo who said we should take the initiative to gather intelligence? The cat-faced figure furrowed his brow beneath his mask, surveying the surroundings sternly. What did you just call Lord Danzo? Rinjian retorted, you gotta be kidding. He can't even bring himself to call Danzo dad. The cat-faced figure noticed Rinjian's lowered head and lowered his voice in warning. Don't do anything foolish. Rinjian nodded, understood. The cat-faced figure generously handed Rinjian 5 sheets of chakra test paper. What are your chakra attributes? He inquired. Wind, fire, and water, Rinjian replied conservatively. The cat-faced figure nodded. Lord Danzo's wind-style jutsu is formidable. I will report to him and arrange for you to receive a ninjutsu scroll for training. Rinjian acknowledged with a nod. Thank you. Without looking back, the cat-faced figure departed. The next day, Rinjian met Sasuke on the bridge. He handed the chakra test paper to Sasuke. Just infuse your chakra into this paper. As the chakra test paper wrinkled, it ignited. Rinjian remembered that Sasuke had an abundance of chakra attributes. But now the prominent fire and lightning attributes were evident, indicating that Sasuke's lightning and fire chakra were particularly potent, just as Naruto's wind attribute was the strongest, allowing him to develop the S-rank wind-style Raisen Shuriken. Sasuke, you possess lightning attributes, so you can learn this jutsu as well. Rinjian and Sasuke ventured into a forest more suited for training. Rinjian first demonstrated the technique to Sasuke. The moment the arc of electricity ignited, a sharp sound pierced the air, causing discomfort to the eardrums. Sasuke watched as Rinjian executed the Chidori, piercing through a stout tree trunk, the light in his dark eyes growing increasingly intense, concentrating the high-intensity current formed by lightning chakra in his hand, combined with the speed of the thrust to pierce the target. This was the essence of Chidori. Throughout the day, Rinjian accompanied Sasuke in practicing Chidori. Of course, while Sasuke was training, he was also developing his own ice techniques, occasionally observing Sasuke's progress. From Sasuke's performance, it seemed that mastering Chidori was no easy feat, however. Sasuke never uttered a word of surrender, his resolve unwavering from beginning to end. As the sun sank in the west, Rinjian bid farewell to Sasuke and departed alone, adhering to a philosophy of gradual progression in both ninjutsu and other endeavors. Passing by an alley, he heard a familiar voice. Turning to look, he was surprised to find Naruto and Sakura. In front of them stood Temari and Kankuro. Rinjian could no longer recall the specific plot of Naruto, but he remembered significant events like the Chunin exams. He hadn't anticipated that the time for the Chunin exams would arrive so soon. It seemed the main event was yet to unfold. Rinjian recalled that many happenings and crucial missions occurred during the Chunin exams, including the legendary Sannin. He felt a strong yearning for sage techniques, whether from the Dragon Cave or Mayaboka Mountain. He yearned to experience both. Therefore, he wouldn't let go of the storylines involving Jiraiya and Orochimaru. At the same time, he understood that relying solely on himself was insufficient. He would certainly need to concoct a shadow clone later on. Everything required careful deliberation. To replenish his waning brain cells, Rinjian planned to indulge in a grand feast soon. Naruto, Sakura, what is going on? Upon witnessing Naruto and Sakura being harassed by rogue ninjas, Rinjian, a passionate citizen of Konoha, could not stand idly by and approached them. Kankuro still held Konohamaru in his grasp, projecting a menacing demeanor. How dare they act so brazenly in another village? Rinjian resolved to reason with them, kindly reminding them, you are ninjas from Sunagakure, aren't you? What you're holding is none other than the grandson of our third Hokage. Moreover, attacking a child from Konoha during non-combat phases could provoke conflict between our two nations. Kankuro truly was a fool, his intellect no greater than that of a pea. To target the grandson of the opposing village's leader in their own territory, what if that child happened to be lucky? He had chosen a significant target indeed. Politics were inescapable. No matter the setting, even in a fervent battle anime. Even Rinjian's current adoptive father was a master of political maneuvering. Kankuro stiffened, glaring at the child in his grasp. Unable to swallow his pride, yet too fearful to act. Ding. Detected human malice value, 100. Curse energy converted to chakra, 100. Chakra. 258501000000000. Rinjian stepped forward, sensing Kankuro's intent to strike, and continued to reason. I am the son of Elder Danzo, second only to the Hokage in the hierarchy of Konoha. The Hokage is a magnanimous man and may overlook your actions against his grandson, but if you strike me, my father will certainly take issue. He tends to be rather petty. Kankuro grew increasingly rigid. Ding. Detected human malice value, 100. Curse energy converted to chakra, 100. Chakra. 259501000000000. Rinjian gently took Konohamaru from Kankuro's hold and patted his shoulder. In another S territory, without absolute strength, it's wise to maintain a low profile. After all, Kankuro could hardly take on all of Konoha by himself. Rinjian turned and tossed Konohamaru back into Naruto's arms. Ninja of Sunagakure, farewell. Rinjian waved amicably as Kankuro was forcibly dragged away by Temari. Rinjian, do you know how they arrived in Konoha? They are clearly ninjas from another village, Sakura inquired. Although the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire were allied nations, it was still prohibited for shinobi from either side to appear in the other's village without permission. Rinjian explained, it must be for the Chunin exams. The mere thought of what would transpire next filled him with excitement. Chapter 7. Registration for the Chunin exams. Chunin exams? What is that? Naruto asked, perplexed. Even Konohamaru knew about the Chunin exams. The Chunin exams are the test for Genin to be promoted to Chunin. Naruto's eyes lit up. Chunin. I want to become a Chunin too. Sakura nodded, so that is how it is. By the way, I haven't seen Sasuke in a while, she remarked. Rinjian. Do you know where he is? We haven't spotted him all day. Naruto turned his head away, feigning disinterest, yet his ears were perked up. Sorry. I forgot to mention that Sasuke is with me today. I hope we didn't worry you. Rinjian's gaze was gentle, laced with an air of apology. Oh. Sakura waved her hand dismissively, saying, it's all right. Rinjian, you need not apologize. Are you training with Sasuke? Rinjian nodded. Indeed, Sasuke is quite diligent. Upon hearing this, Naruto's sense of urgency surged. No way. Rinjian, you are being biased. You only train with Sasuke, completely forgetting about my existence. After a brief silence, Rinjian inquired, but aren't you playing with Konohamaru and the others? You seem entirely unconcerned. Ah. Naruto felt a twinge of guilt. It was clearly Kakashi-sensei, who was perpetually elusive. I want to train but cannot find him. And you and Sasuke are also unavailable. So, I had no choice but to play with them. Rinjian remarked, embrace your childlike spirit. Naruto, he then asked, have you eaten dinner yet? Sakura and Naruto shook their heads. Reminded by Rinjian, Naruto clutched his rumbling stomach, exclaiming, I'm so hungry. Let us have dinner together. Sakura declined, I can't. My parents are waiting for me at home to have dinner together. I must return. Let's meet another day. Naruto paused, nodding in agreement. All right then. Sakura waved goodbye to Rinjian and Naruto, her figure disappearing towards the other side of the street. As Naruto watched her retreating silhouette, he found it hard to fathom the happiness of dining with one's parents. Feeling somewhat dejected, he asked Rinjian, are you also going home for dinner? Rinjian envisioned a scenario of dining with Danzo at the same table and shuddered. He felt that facing Danzo's visage would dampen his appetite. Never mind. Life is too short to seek out such misery. Konohamaru, treat me and Naruto to ramen. Please. Rinjian glanced at the fleeing Konohamaru. Konohamaru, hands on his hips, retorted, why should I treat you to ramen? It should be you treating me. Respecting your elders and the young. Rinjian grasped him by the collar and dragged him along. I just saved you. And Naruto is your superior. Treating your savior and your superior to a bowl of ramen is hardly a burden. Besides, Konohamaru has plenty of pocket money. Konohamaru reluctantly acquiesced. Ding. Detected human malice value 10. Curse power converted to chakra amount 10. Chakra 25960100000000. A bump formed on Konohamaru's head from Rinjian's playful hit. Ding. Detected human malice value 10. Curse power converted to chakra amount 10. Chakra 25970100000000. Rinjian paused before delivering another gentle punch to Konohamaru's head. Ding. Detected human malice value 10. Curse power converted to chakra amount 10. Chakra 25980100000000. Rinjian extended his hand once more. After a punch, there was finally silence. With tears brimming and a long snot trailing down, 3 bumps adorned Konohamaru's head, subdued. Rinjian clicked his tongue in regret. Their dinner time had already grown quite late. The ramen shop was empty except for the 3 of them. The cheerful old man serving ramen placed the bowls before them, saying, enjoy your meal. Naruto slurped his noodles noisily. Mumbling to Rinjian, shall we train together tomorrow? Rinjian slowly savored his noodles, waiting until he finished chewing before responding, sure, although it was likely that Kakashi would inform them about the Chunin exams tomorrow, leaving little time for training. Upon returning to the route, Rinjian was unsurprised to encounter Cat Face. He casually handed over the red bean dumplings he had purchased and retreated to his room for a long sleep. Outside, in the tunnel, Cat Face gazed down at the warm, sweet-smelling red bean dumplings in his hand as he returned to his own room. Early the next morning, Rinjian, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura gathered on the bridge. Good morning, Rinjian greeted them. Sakura smiled slightly. Good morning, Rinjian. Hey. Naruto linked arms with Rinjian, his rear end wiggling like dough. Rinjian. Rinjian. Don't forget our promise from last night. Rinjian nodded. Rest assured, I won tea. Wow, Rinjian is the best. Naruto beamed, his face scrunching into a bright smile as he rubbed against Rinjian's cheek. Sakura averted her eyes, too lazy to remind Naruto of his foolishness. Such intimacy, even among friends, was excessive. Most would find it uncomfortable. Only Rinjian, who endlessly tolerated and selflessly supported his companions, could endure Naruto's antics. Never mind, I've warned him. That fool Naruto wouldn't he think anything of it. Hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke glanced at Rinjian. He was somewhat curious about this so-called promise that Naruto spoke of. He had completely let down his guard around Rinjian. In this Team 7, it could be said that only Rinjian truly understood him. Thus, training with Rinjian felt remarkably effortless. In his presence, Sasuke felt he could finally lay down all the pressures he had concealed within, fully immersing himself in training with Rinjian. Compared to undertaking trivial and tedious tasks, he preferred to practice with Rinjian every day. Weavie arrived. Kakashi spotted Naruto clinging to Rinjian like a sticky rice cake from a distance. He unceremoniously pulled Naruto off Rinjian, saying, Naruto, stand properly. Naruto pouted. Why break us apart? That despicable Kakashi-sensei. Good morning, Kakashi-sensei. Rinjian glanced at the sky, adding, Kakashi-sensei. It's rare for you to not be late for such a long time today. Kakashi replied. He pulled out 4 application forms and distributed them among the 4 of them. What is this? Naruto curiously examined the forms, pointing at the words and reading them aloud, one by one, appearing rather silly. It's the application for the Chunin exams, Kakashi explained. I must state, this is not compulsory. Whether you choose to participate is entirely up to you. Before Kakashi could finish, Naruto leapt forward, exclaiming, That's great. Kakashi-sensei, you're my second favorite person. Kakashi, not allowing him to cling to him, pushed him away by the face, saying, Stop it. Keep your distance. Rinjian remarked. You read quite straightforward. The disdain was palpable. Those who wish to participate should sign the forms and report to classroom 301 at school 5 days from now at 3 in the afternoon, Kakashi continued. Rinjian looked at the application form in his hand. It read, Rinjian, the aforementioned ninja, is recommended by Kakashi Hitaki to participate in the Chunin selection exam. The signature was, Jonin. Kakashi Hitaki, Chunin exam. Chunin exam. How wonderful. Naruto exclaimed, clutching the application form beside Rinjian, chattering incessantly. Oh right. Kakashi-sensei. Naruto turned around. In that moment, Kakashi had vanished without a trace. He groaned in frustration. After all that effort to catch you, I wanted you to give us special training. Naruto's eyes twinkled as he leapt up, clinging to Rinjian. 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 You will help me, right? Sakura cast a glance at the 3 individuals before her, her gaze descending as a myriad of emotions flickered in her eyes. Let us train together, the 4 of us, Rinji boldly proposed. Taken aback, Sakura hastily declined. No, that's not possible. I'm sorry. What I meant was. Under Rinji's gentle scrutiny, she sniffled, bowing her head. I don't want to waste your time. Rinji took her hand, saying, Oh, Sakura, if you consider me a comrade, please refrain from uttering such hurtful words. We agreed to participate together in the Chunin exams. After all, I will certainly protect you all. Tears welled in Sakura's eyes as she choked back her emotions, wiping them away with determination. Rinji, please don't disdain me. Train me properly. I want to protect you too. Sakura, sobbed Naruto, his head resting on Rinji's shoulder, tears brimming in his eyes. From a distance, Kakashi, perched on a tree branch, observed the unfolding scene with a shake of his head, musing that the one with the most potential to become Hokage among them was undoubtedly Rinji. Kind, formidable, and protective of his friends. It inevitably reminded him of someone. This is so difficult, but I shall not give up, Naruto exclaimed, panting heavily as he struggled to break the balloon in his hand. Rinji, recalling Jiraiya's training methods for Naruto, employed the same technique to teach him the Rasengan. Sasuke, mastering the Chidori with swifter progress than Naruto, was drenched in sweat, yet his physical training continued unabated. The Chidori demanded rigorous physicality, and thus, Sasuke trained with the utmost intensity, making remarkable advancements. His tenacity to strengthen himself was a testament to the influence of his role model, Itachi Uchiha. Though Sakura lacked a bloodline limit and her chakra reserves were modest, her intelligence shone through, showcasing her adeptness in chakra utilization and control. Hence, Rinji began instructing her in ninjutsu. The ninjutsu scroll, acquired from Danzo by Catface, was handed over to him, detailing the intricate steps with ease. Observing his 3 comrades diligently training, Rinji couldn't help but smile, albeit with a rather enigmatic expression. He eagerly anticipated the day he would harvest their malicious intent, envisioning a rather formidable quantity. 5 days later, the four of them ventured to the Ninja Academy to register. Knowing Renji had never attended the academy, Naruto enthusiastically introduced him. But his curiosity was soon piqued by a pressing question. Renji, if you didn't attend the Ninja Academy, how did you train? Naruto, oblivious to anything beyond the academy, didn't even comprehend what root or umbu were. I trained at home, Renji replied with a smile. It's the root organization you mentioned last time. I've never heard of such a place in the village. Naruto scratched his head in confusion. Sakura, equally intrigued, only knew about umbu but was unaware of Root's existence. Root operates in secrecy, executing missions for the village without revealing themselves, Renji explained. Wow, Naruto exclaimed, misinterpreting Renji's words as impressive. So, you're like a hero lurking in the shadows? With a twinkle in his eye, Renji responded, indeed. You're quite perceptive, Naruto. As they ascended the stairs with their application forms, a cacophony of discussions reached their ears. A throng of lower ninjas surrounded the entrance of room 301, all there to submit their applications. Upon standing still, a figure approached them directly. More accurately, he headed straight for Sakura. You must be Sakura. Please go out with me. I will protect you until my dying breath, proclaimed a boy with an unflattering bowl haircut and a green jumpsuit, his eyebrows bushier than Naruto's. As he stood before Sakura, a peculiar flush on his face. Silence enveloped the corridor. Naruto stared in disbelief at the bowl-cut boy. Hey, this guy? I haven't even confessed yet. Perched on the railing, Renji rested his chin in his hand. You could always step up. You two would make a perfect pair of misfits. Sakura won't have to reject you separately. She can dismiss you both at once. Naruto slowly turned to Renji, his eyes vacant. Am I truly that unappealing in your eyes? Renji scrutinized him carefully, and as Naruto's face turned increasingly crimson, he cruelly nodded. Indeed. Not only in my eyes, but in everyone's, you are less appealing than Sasuke. Naruto was utterly disheartened, crumpling to the ground like a wilting flower. Swiftly and mercilessly, Sakura rejected Rock Lee, pulling Renji and Sasuke along to submit their applications with urgency, revealing her fervent desire to escape the bowl-cut boy's gaze. Despondent and overlooked, Naruto could only rise and follow them. After submitting their applications, the four of them descended with buoyant spirits. I could really go for some barbecue, Naruto exclaimed, rubbing his belly. Renji agreed. I too have a craving for it. The allure of barbecue is simply irresistible. Sasuke replied nonchalantly, whatever. His indifference was, in fact, an implicit agreement. After spending considerable time together, Renji and the others had become adept at deciphering Sasuke's subtle cues. Sakura nodded. Let us charge it to Kakashi-sensei. After all, other instructors had treated their students to barbecue, but Kakashi had not. Agreed, chorused Renji, Naruto, and Sasuke in unison. Suddenly, they heard a voice from above as they entered the hall. Renji anticipated this turn of events. The one with the fierce gaze could only be Sasuke, who perpetually wore an expression as if someone owed him a fortune. What? Sasuke shot a glance at Rock Lee, who had called out from upstairs. His desire to battle Lee far eclipsed by his wish to enjoy barbecue with Renji. Do you wish to duel me? Lee declared, leaping down from the upper floor with agility. He held a deep respect for Uchiha Sasuke, not merely for his reputation as a genius, but also for his surname, Uchiha. Day in and day out, he trained assiduously to prove that hard work could outweigh innate talent. I am Rock Lee, and I wish to challenge you. The scion of the so-called genius ninja clan. I wish to see how far my techniques can go against you. Lee assumed an offensive stance, his eyes resolute, embodying a ninja whose will was vividly expressed in his gaze. In terms of taijutsu, Sasuke presently was indeed no match for Lee, and even Renji might struggle against him. However, the distinction lay in the fact that Lee possessed only taijutsu, while both he and Sasuke were equipped with more than just physical prowess. Training with him would be beneficial for Sasuke, Renji remarked. We can wait for you, added Sakura and Naruto, nodding in agreement. Then let us make it quick. Sasuke stepped forward a couple of paces. In days of yore, Sasuke took pleasure in boasting before a battle, yet after engaging in sparring with Renji, he came to the profound realization that idle chatter prior to combat merely afforded the adversary an opportunity for an unexpected assault. Thus, he ceased all superfluous dialogue. The Sasuke who faced Renji daily was no longer the same. Both his combat awareness and experience had undergone significant enhancement. Consequently, the scene where Rock Lee would have been dispatched with a single kick never materialized. On the contrary, the two engaged in a spirited exchange. Should Lee refrain from unwrapping his bandages, he would find himself at a loss against Sasuke. Just as Rock Lee contemplated removing his bindings, a hand intervened. You truly embody youth. Might Guy made a flamboyant entrance atop a turtle, dazzling not only Rinjian and Rock Lee, but also leaving the rest of the onlookers unimpressed. Naruto quipped, "What a peculiar fellow, and there are two of them." Turning his gaze, he noticed Rinjian gazing starry-eyed at the figure clad in a tight suit atop the turtle, prompting him to shake Rinjian's shoulders in desperation. "No, Rinjian, don't let their aesthetic influence you. Rinjian, don't transform into an odd fellow clad in green spandex." The Chunin exams had yet to commence, and fighting was strictly forbidden. "Lee," Might Guy exclaimed, delivering a punch that sent Rock Lee flying. His method of halting the conflict was both straightforward and forceful. Rinjian, Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura. Under their watchful eyes, Might Guy and his disciple, Little Lee, inexplicably embraced, tears of joy streaming down their faces. And under the sway of their indomitable spirit, an illusion of a sunset over the ocean appeared in the hall. It was somewhat unsettling. "Is your teacher Kakashi doing well?" Truly, what good friends they were, starting with inquiries about Kakashi. Might Guy noticed the group of children, and the only one who didn't seem to mind the duo was Rinjian, who stepped forward. "Kakashi-sensei is doing well. He must be hiding somewhere reading." Might Guy, pinching his chin, displayed a radiant smile and replied with feigned exasperation, "Since you've asked, I shall not conceal it any longer." Others refer to Kakashi and me as eternal rivals. "Who asked?" Rinjian turned to Sasuke and the others. Sasuke shook his head with closed eyes. "No one asked." This fellow was muttering to himself for reasons unknown. "By the way, my record stands at 50 wins and 49 losses. In the next moment, Might Guy appeared behind Rinjian and before Sasuke and the others, clearly alarming them. Rinjian, already aware of Might Guy's strength, exhibited no excessive reaction. Instead, his resolve to learn martial arts under Might Guy after the Chunin exams only intensified. "Let me clarify, I am stronger than Kakashi," Might Guy boasted with pride. Rinjian silently scoffed. He was not simply stronger than Kakashi. He nearly kicked his way to an epic conclusion. "I apologize for the trouble Lee has caused you this time. Please forgive him for my sake," Might Guy earnestly stated. Lee and Sasuke were merely having a friendly spar. How could that be considered a nuisance? Just as Might Guy and Kakashi have become good friends, I believe we too can become great friends with Lee, Rinjian said, beaming at Might Guy. Might Guy's gaze lingered on Rinjian. "Is this child truly the offspring of Elder Danzo?" "Rinjian," he replied. "Ah, indeed, we feel an instant connection." Suddenly, Might Guy enveloped Rinjian in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Ah, truly, this is youth. I believe you and Lee will become as dear friends as Kakashi and I." "Hey, you strange fellow with bushy eyebrows." Naruto swiftly extricated Rinjian from Might Guy's grasp. "All right, Rinjian, best of luck in the Chunin exams." Might Guy stood, exchanged words with Lee, and then vanished from the hall. Lee turned to Rinjian, flashing a sincere smile tinged with bashfulness. "I am pleased to meet you. May I ask your name?" "Rinjian." "It is a pleasure to meet you too, Lee," Rinjian replied with a smile. Lee nodded emphatically. Sakura's mouth twitched, genuinely exclaiming, "Rinjian's ability to make friends is remarkable." Rock Lee's gaze fell once more upon Sasuke, his expression growing serious. "I admit, Uchiha Sasuke, you are indeed formidable. However, the strongest individual in our group during this Chunin exam will be me. Is that so?" Sasuke glanced at Rinjian, who wore a gentle smile devoid of any threat. His meaning ambiguous. "Contrary to your belief, I think it will be me." Misinterpreting Sasuke's statement, Rock Lee assumed he was referring to himself. "Then we shall see," he proclaimed, leaping to the second floor, disappearing from their sight. Following this interlude, the quartet of Rinjian ventured towards a barbecue restaurant. Upon entering, just as the meat was finished grilling, Kakashi swooped in like a whirlwind, seating himself beside them. "Thank you," Rinjian said. Without hesitation, Kakashi devoured the perfectly grilled meat. Sakura, who had been diligently feeding her companions, exclaimed, "Kakashi-sensei, that wasn't meant for you." A cross appeared on Sakura's forehead. Kakashi remained unfazed and swiftly shifted the conversation to the upcoming Chunin exams. "Oh, the Chunin exams are traditionally conducted in groups of 3. However, due to your unique circumstances, you are permitted to form a group of 4. Naturally, this adds to your challenges," Kakashi informed them. After all, having an additional member under the same rules would be unjust to other participating teams. However, given Rinjian's prowess, there is no need for concern. He is quite a burden for me to bear. Kakashi chuckled like a cunning fox. "What challenges?" Sakura inquired immediately. "Oh, I'm not entirely certain, but you may receive that information at the start of the exam," Kakashi replied, glancing at Sakura's tense expression. "Feeling apprehensive?" Sakura resolutely shook her head. "No, it merely ignites my fighting spirit." Kakashi smiled. "Well said." Sakura has truly undergone a transformation. It seems Rinjian is more suited to be a teacher than I am. After finishing the barbecue, we shall proceed to the first exam, Kakashi stated, making a hasty exit. Sakura lowered her head, noticing the empty grill, and in her hand, the metal tongs snapped in two. Kakashi-sensei. Chapter 8, The Forest of Death. The first exam was set in the largest classroom of the Ninja Academy. Upon Rinjian and his companion's arrival, the room was already teeming with participants. Sakura gasped at the sight of the multitude of ninjas. How can there be so many? Are they all lower-ranked ninjas participating in the Chunin exams? A wave of immense pressure washed over her, making the air feel heavy. Sasuke frowned slightly. Naruto's eyes widened in excitement, his pupils reflecting a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. Filled with a sense of novelty, Rinjian maintained his ever-present friendly smile. Sakura took a deep breath, striving to calm herself. She needed to remain composed and focused. Sasuke. Ino pounced onto Sasuke's back, affectionately exclaiming, "At long last, I see you. It's been so long since I last saw you. Just the thought of seeing you every day from now on fills me with joy. You gluttonous pig." The so-called calmness and focus of Sakura instantly dissipated. Sakura's detonator. Ino Yamanaka. Amidst their bickering, a reluctant Renmi chose a vacant seat, resting his chin on his hand while observing them. How rare it was to have such a close vantage point as an audience. What? You two are participating in this troublesome exam as well? Shikamaru, with a despondent expression, and Choji, who was incessantly munching on chips, approached. Hey, what a fortunate find. Everyone is here. Inazuka Kiba, sporting a dog atop his head, sauntered over, accompanied by the inconspicuous Shino Aburame and a blushing Hinata Hyuga. Before Naruto could utter a word, he was cornered by Kiba. Hey Naruto, who is that blue-haired individual? I saw you together. Oh, Renmi. Naruto spotted Renmi in the third row, completely engrossed in conversation with a ninja he didn't recognize, oblivious to their presence. Humph. I will not divulge any information about Renmi. He is our secret weapon. Naruto crossed his arms, puffing out his chest. Unable to contain himself, Kiba retorted, "You idiot. That reveals everything. His name is Renmi. He's powerful, and if he has a secret weapon, his strength must rival Sasuke's." Yet another formidable opponent. At this moment, Renmi rested his chin on his hand, patiently listening to the ninjas around him boasting. Really? Sounds impressive. At Renmi's remark, the others grew increasingly animated, nearly divulging the color of their underwear, only to receive a compliment about their taste from Renmi. Naruto and his friends had captured the attention of most of the lower-ranked ninjas in the classroom, though their gazes were far from kind. This prompted Kabuto to step in, offering a reminder and trying to form a connection. Dear underclassmen, allow me to share some useful intel with you, using this ninja identification card. Kabuto spoke in a tone reminiscent of luring elementary school students. The 9 of them encircled Kabuto, their heads huddled together, curiously peering at the card in his hands. At Sasuke's request, Kabuto produced the ninja identification card containing information about Rock Lee. Rock Lee, 1 year older than you, has completed 20 D-rank missions and 11 C-rank missions. His teacher is Guy. This year, he has made exceptional progress in physical skills, though he struggles in other areas. Last year, he was a highly capable Genin but did not participate in the Chunin exams. Like you, this is his first Chunin exam. And his team consists of Tenten and Niji Hyuga. It's important to note Gaara of the Sand Village. He has completed 8 C-rank missions and 1 B-rank mission. Impressive for a Genin to have executed a B-rank mission. However, as a foreign ninja and a newcomer, there is limited information available. Nevertheless, it appears he has returned unscathed from all missions. Kabuto gazed at the group of fresh ninjas before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. His gaze subtly flitted across Sasuke's face. Kabuto-senpai, do you have any information on Renmi? Kiba inquired eagerly. They were entirely in the dark about Renmi. Renmi? Shikamaru immediately turned to the figure, a Konoha ninja who blended seamlessly among the others. Ah, Kabuto regretfully informed him. I'm afraid not. Even I don't know anything about him. After all, he is a ninja who emerged from that individual. Heh, satisfied with the response. Naruto smugly looked at Kiba. You could never find out. Lee, Renmi spotted Little Lee, Tenten, and Niji Hyuga. Renmi. Little Lee stretched out his arm to wave at him. Isn't that a member of Team Uchiha? When did you become so familiar? Tenten inquired, puzzled. However, that guy is quite handsome. He radiates an irresistible warmth that girls can't resist. His smile is simply adorable. We just met this morning, Lee gave a thumbs up. He is an incredibly enthusiastic, good person. What about his strength? Niji Hyuga was solely concerned with this aspect, despite the fact that Renmi appeared harmless. Lee paused, replying honestly, I don't know. But Tintin and Niji turned their gazes toward him. Little Lee spoke earnestly. I can sense that Team 7 revolves around him. When Sakura makes decisions, she instinctively looks to Renmi. Even the proud Uchiha Sasuke is easily influenced by Renmi's words. As for that guy named Naruto, his gaze rarely strays from Renmi. It's evident that they all trust Renmi profoundly. Without a doubt, Renmi is indeed a very kind person. Little Lee smiled. Huh. Tintin frowned, her eyes now serious. Didn't he receive an education at the Ninja Academy, but suddenly joined Team 7? They must have only spent a few months together. This implies he is either extraordinarily powerful or possesses an innate leadership and cohesion. Niji gazed in Renmi's direction. It's possible he embodies both. Regardless of whether he possesses one or both attributes, he is a formidable opponent to be wary of. Just as the classroom descended into chaos, a fierce reprimand erupted in everyone's ears. Silence, you bunch of worthless fools. A thunderous roar from the podium halted the Sound Village ninjas from further attacking Kabuto. After a long wait, I am the examiner for the first round of the Chunin selection exam, Marino Ibiki. On the podium, the tall man, scarred and imposing, introduced himself with satisfaction as he observed the lower-ranked ninjas in the classroom finally quiet down. Marino Ibiki's gaze swept over the few from the Sound Village. Warning, let me make it clear, no fighting without the examiner's permission. Even if permission is granted, you are not allowed to engage in actions that could bring your opponent to their demise. Those who dare defy my authority will be immediately disqualified. Do you understand? Renmi mused. Indeed, this is the ninja world. In real life, what examiner would dare to be so arrogant? They would have been reported long ago. Now, the first exam of the Chunin selection begins. Collect your numbered tags and take your seats according to the numbers on them. I will then distribute the written exam questionnaires. Marino Ibiki declared. The number tag Renmi received was 3, placing him in the central position of the first row, facing Marino Ibiki directly. Renmi truly wished to raise his middle finger. The classroom was monitored by at least 20 proctor ninjas, seated on either side. In the first exam, there are several critical rules. Renmi paid no heed to them. First, he possesses a godlike perspective. Second, he is a connected individual. Indeed, just last night, the answers to the exam questions were already in his possession, given to him by Danzo. Renmi's feelings at that moment were quite peculiar. In his previous life, he loathed connected individuals, yet in this life, he had become one. Danzo's exact words were, "You need not worry about the Chunin exam. Just focus on executing your tasks." Thus, Renmi waved his hands and began to lounge in comfort. When the exam papers were distributed, they were identical to the ones Renmi had received the night before, answers and all. Even the order remained unchanged. Like a machine, he swiftly filled in the answers within 2 minutes. Then he began to lock eyes with Marino Ibiki. After all, he was in the front row, and looking up, he saw Marino Ibiki. The moment Marino Ibiki noticed his filled-out exam paper, his brow furrowed slightly. Lianjian expressed understanding. After all, examiners harbor disdain for nepotism. Ding. Detected human malice value, 50. Curse power converted to chakra, 50. Chakra, 260301000000000. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Lianjian offered gratitude to Sinin Ibiki for unwittingly contributing to his malice value. During the prolonged 45 minutes of questioning, one by one, candidates were eliminated, while Lianjian's fingers diligently endeavored to conjure an ice rose. What appeared to be simple was, in truth, far from easy. Such subtle movements were a true test of mastery over ice release techniques. Anyone could unleash a lump of ice. But it is the finesse that truly challenges one's command of the art. Number 59, eliminated. Number 18, eliminated. Number 36, eliminated. Amidst an atmosphere so tense it could make timid genin soil themselves, the lengthy 45 minutes concluded. The remaining genin in the classroom were less than half. Sinin Ibiki calmly announced the rules for the final question. For the last question, those who answer incorrectly will see their entire team eliminated. Written test scores will be reset to 0. Those who choose not to respond will also have their teammates eliminated. Such rules incited unrest among the remaining genin. Sinin Ibiki, with a hint of malice, added, moreover, those who answer incorrectly will not only endanger their team, but will also forfeit their lifetime eligibility for the Chunin exams. This question was not given to Lianjian, suggesting that apart from himself, Sinin Ibiki had disclosed nothing to anyone else. However, Lianjian fortuitously knew the answer. Although he was aware that Naruto would not withdraw, what if he were swayed by the flap of his butterfly wings? Lianjian glanced back at Naruto and, like a well-oiled machine, stated to Sinin Ibiki, "We are all ninjas. To give up before the start is not the mark of a true ninja." Upon choosing the path of a ninja, we have prepared ourselves to confront all challenges. Lianjian smiled at Naruto. Right, Naruto? Naruto's pupils quivered, and an inexplicable surge of energy coursed through him. He slammed his palm on the desk and rose. Exactly. Don't underestimate us. We are not the kind of ninjas who will flee in the face of danger. After declaring this, he collapsed onto the desk, exhausted. He was merely deceiving himself. He feared that Lianjian, Sasuke, and Sakura would be dragged down by him, destined to remain genin for life. Yet Lianjian had such faith in him. Naruto clenched his fists. He would not allow Lianjian to be disappointed. Would he? Senin Ibiki, somewhat disheartened that his efforts had not borne fruit, was nonetheless pleased that they could endure. Even with the stakes being their ninja careers for the latter half of their lives, they chose not to give up, did they? No one raised their hand to concede. They had chosen to become ninjas, having entrusted their lives to this path. Would they still fear these stakes? Amidst the tension, Senin Ibiki recognized that prolonging the stalemate would not yield the desired outcome. Thus he declared an unexpected result for the remaining genin in the classroom. All pass. Naruto was prepared to exhaust all his brain cells to answer the final question. Amidst the confused and dissatisfied murmurs of the genin, Senin Ibiki calmly explained, from the beginning, there was no 10th question. The 10th question was merely a matter of choice, and you have already provided your answer. The written test has fulfilled its purpose, to assess your information-gathering abilities. Senin Ibiki glanced at Lianjian, whose information-gathering skills were indeed the most formidable. He had already acquired the answer the day prior. The first exam of the Chunin selection process concluded. Lianjian rose and approached Naruto, extending his hand. Unsurprisingly, Naruto was too weak to stand. Lianjian helped him up, and his legs trembled. I nearly thought I would doom you, Sasuke, and Sakura to a lifetime as genin. Lianjian's expression was complex. In truth, Naruto and Sasuke were indeed destined to remain genin for life. Therefore, even if the question had a genuine answer, it would not matter much if Naruto got it wrong. Boom. Glass shattered everywhere. A figure burst onto the scene, dramatically kicking through the classroom window, a red curtain unfurling behind her. I am Mitarashi Anko, the examiner for the second exam. Now let us go? Follow me. The classroom remained utterly indifferent to her presence. It was not a deliberate snub. Rather, most were still reeling from the previous exam. 79 candidates, 26 teams. Ibiki, you're not up to par? Anko's smile took on an eerie quality as she surveyed the dwindled number of students. Ibiki's expression remained unchanged. There are many outstanding candidates this year. Is that so? Anko scoffed lightly, appearing far more conversational than Ibiki, yet unexpectedly challenging. For the second exam, I expect you to eliminate half or more. I look forward to it. Ibiki replied. The second exam will take place tomorrow. For specifics regarding the time and meeting place, consult your Jonin instructors. Dismissed. Root. The flickering candlelight illuminated the scene. Danzo looked at Lianjian and inquired, how did the exam go? Lianjian obediently reported. The written test went smoothly, and I had no issues with the final question. I passed without incident. Danzo nodded. If you had not passed, you would not be returning. Better to perish outside, right? Lianjian, for tomorrow's second exam, Kyo, please relay the specific rules and precautions to him. Danzo turned to Catface. Understood. Catface nodded. As Danzo began to walk toward the secret passage, he glanced back at Lianjian. For tomorrow's exam, pay particular attention to the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and Uchiha Sasuke. Lianjian tilted his head, somewhat perplexed by Danzo's admonition to pay special attention. Was it to kill them or to assist them? Danzo replied, neither. Monitor them and report any abnormalities directly to me. Understood. Lianjian nodded. During the second exam, personnel from Root will infiltrate. Any anomalies you discover should be reported to them directly. With that, Danzo departed. Catface unfurled a scroll, revealing a map. This is the map of the Forest of Death, where your exam will take place tomorrow. Lianjian, being connected has its perks. At the entrance of the Forest of Death, the massive iron gates separated them from the woods, where towering trees loomed, their girth requiring several people to encircle them, blocking out the sunlight. A white warning sign, bold red letters proclaiming no entry, added to the ominous atmosphere. While the cawing of crows echoed from the depths of the forest, casting a foreboding shadow over the participating genin. Lianjian shielded his eyes from the not-so-blinding sun. His gaze fell upon a colossal python coiling around the great trees, its girth surpassing that of a human, sluggishly slithering along the sturdy branches. Nearby, Naruto was provocatively writhing like a worm at Anko. Not only Anko, but Lianjian found his antics distasteful. Glancing back at Anko, her smile radiated with lethal intent. A kunai flew from her hand, poised to slice Naruto's cheek, only to be intercepted by Lianjian. Anko's expression darkened momentarily. Teacher, Naruto didn't mean any harm. Please do not be angry with him. If you leave wrinkles on such a beautiful and smooth face, I would feel quite regretful. Lianjian approached her with utmost courtesy, presenting a kunai. With a stiff expression, Mitarashi Anko accepted the weapon, promptly turning away without acknowledging Lianjian. He returned to Naruto's side, while Anko, her back turned to the students, was drenched in sweat. What was the matter? Why was it that, confronted by such an angelic visage, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words? How vexing. Such a cruel examination might feature such a well-mannered child. What if that child were to be harmed? Anko managed to compose herself, her demeanor calming as she turned, but her tranquility lasted barely a moment. For Naruto was hiding behind Lianjian, making faces at her. How outrageous. Anko's teeth ground together in frustration. How could such diametrically opposed personalities possibly become friends? This is the consent form that all participants must fill out, as there may be fatalities during the exam. If you do not sign, the responsibility will fall upon me. Ha ha ha, she explained. Anko made a concerted effort to ignore Naruto as she produced a stack of consent forms and began distributing them. After Lianjian signed his name and submitted it, he offered Anko a polite smile. She swallowed hard, immediately glancing at his name. Yes, the plan was successful. The little angel was named Lianjian Makoto. Such a delightful name. It was utterly irresistible. What would happen when he grew up? The sight of him calling out to his teacher with such impeccable manners was simply against the rules. It made her want to engage in some indiscreet actions. A child like that, she couldn't bear the thought of him perishing in such a dreadful place. All right, let's proceed to the introduction of the rules for the second exam, Anko announced, her mind racing. Lianjian, however, was already well acquainted with the rules from the previous night. In essence, the task was to survive in the Forest of Death. The forest before them was the 44th training ground of Konoha, encircled by 44 locked entrances, featuring rivers, dense woods, and at its center, a tower. The distance from the tower to the entrance was approximately 10 kilometers, and within this restricted area, a competition for survival scrolls would take place. The scrolls were divided into heaven and earth, with half of the 26 teams from the first exam taking the heaven scrolls and the other half taking the earth scrolls. Each team needed to acquire one heaven scroll and one earth scroll and reach the central tower within 120 hours. Failure to do so would result in disqualification. After explaining the rules, Anko recalled a special condition introduced in this year's competition, teams consisting of 4 members. She promptly inquired, which team has 4 members? Lianjian raised his hand, stating, Teacher, that would be us. Anko paused, controlling her expression, and replied, You must obtain 2 heaven scrolls and 1 earth scroll to complete your task. This was the added difficulty for them. Anko was truly digging her own grave. When she set this rule, she never anticipated encountering such an adorable boy. It was impossible to change the rules now that she had informed the Hokage. Understood, Lianjian replied. Undeterred, it wasn't overly challenging. His primary goal in the Forest of Death was Orochimaru. Lianjian retrieved the scroll, and the 4 of them had only secured 1 heaven scroll, meaning they would need to find another heaven scroll and 2 earth scrolls to pass the exam. However, since no one knew whether the scrolls each team possessed were heaven or earth, this process would undoubtedly involve some repetition. 30 minutes later, Lianjian and his companions stood before entrance 12. Naruto, brimming with excitement, was punching the air, exclaiming, Anyone who dares approach us will be dealt with one by one. Sakura commented, The chains are undone, and the iron gates swing wide open. The 4 of them swiftly entered the Forest of Death together. As they stepped into the forest, the sunlight faded, the light was dim, with tall, straight trees and massive canopies blocking most of the sun, allowing only scattered beams of light to filter through the branches. A thick, swirling mist pervaded the air. Within the forest, the anguished cries of other participating genin occasionally echoed. The scroll competition commenced the moment they entered the Forest of Death. Though Naruto and Sakura were prepared, the chilling screams unnerved them. Naruto felt fear creeping in, yet he refused to admit it. His unease manifested in his reluctance to address his physiological needs alone. He sidled up to Lianjian, asking, Lianjian, want to go pee together? No, thanks, Lianjian replied. Naruto pouted, looking pitiful. Will you at least come with me? Sakura glanced at Naruto, teasing, Naruto, you're not scared, are you? That's why you're dragging Lianjian along. What? Of course not. I'm not scared. I just want to keep Lianjian company, he insisted, attempting to prove his bravery by striding toward the bushes. Chapter 9. Thanks to the great Orochimaru. Lianjian looked at Sakura, who flashed him a smile. Don't indulge that clingy bug too much, or he'll take advantage of you. Lianjian nodded in agreement. MHM, what MHM? You won't change next time, will you? Such a weakling when it comes to his companions. Sakura thought, her irritation growing. Wow, that is impressive. What a massive puddle. Naruto emerged from the bushes, satisfied, still adjusting his zipper. So soon? Lianjin inquired. Naruto's mouth twitched. Naruto, come here, Lianjin beckoned. Naruto grinned and approached him, asking, what is up? Come here, Lianjin urged. Looking at him quizzically. You used to come when I called you. Why the sudden need for an explanation? Naruto scratched his head, striding toward Lianjin. I was just asking. Is that so? Lianjin remarked, patting his cheek. But your soul, ISN, T Naruto. At this, Sasuke and Sakura immediately drew their kunai, on high alert. What did you say? Soul? You can't even see that. Naruto's eyes narrowed, his hand reaching into his ninja tool pouch. You know, Lianjin said. Gazing at him with pity, I can see souls. Naruto's expression darkened, and before he could react, a large bump formed on his chest. His heart felt as if it had exploded within him. Lianjin released his grip, and the body collapsed to the ground, enveloped in white smoke. The figure that fell upon the grass was clearly not Naruto. Naruto stepped forward, witnessing the scene before him. Wow, someone took advantage of my absence to ambush you. How dare they? If I were here, they wouldn't have dared to act so recklessly. Sakura confirmed, this one before us is definitely the real Naruto. Naruto, Lianjin called out. Naruto looked at him, bewildered. Lianjin gestured for him to come closer. Naruto walked up to him, stopping right in front of Lianjin. Lianjin smiled, cupping Naruto's chubby face. Naruto, don't turn me into a bald monster. Lianjin replied. Naruto spoke of the modified beings. Just moments ago, someone took advantage of your absence to assume your form and steal the scroll, explained Sasuke. Naruto scratched his head and remarked, with Rinjin around. It's impossible to keep this a secret. After all, Rinjin's bloodline limit allows him to touch the soul. Suddenly, Rinjin reached out and touched his cheek. His fingertips stained with crimson. A powerful gust of wind surged, creating colossal waves. The palpable aura of death inflicted wounds upon his face. Orochimaru has arrived. As the tempest subsided, Rinjin found himself alone, surrounded by fallen leaves, remnants of the earlier overwhelming murderous intent. Orochimaru had intervened. After all, he had come for Sasuke. Rinjin leapt to a high branch, racing toward the source of the commotion. Sunlight filtered through the foliage, casting a warm glow upon Sasuke. The voice of that person echoed vividly in his mind. Are you merely clinging to life? No. Sasuke inhaled deeply, and in that instant, his body sprang into motion. To Sakura's eyes, Sasuke transformed into an elusive afterimage. Sasuke. Sakura could distinctly sense a change within him, a transformation that filled her with trepidation. A conflagration engulfed their surroundings. Sasuke's fire release raised the temperature of the area. It was an unprecedented display of fiery might. Sakura could scarcely believe the depth of Sasuke's strength. An indomitable power erupted from within him. It was the blood of the Uchiha clan igniting. Orochimaru's eyes widened with excitement. Sasuke. Such a gaze. Indeed, an Uchiha. The blood begins to stir. Sasuke's speed escalated, yet Orochimaru's pace remained insurmountable. Orochimaru's fist struck Sasuke's chest with ferocity, causing his insides to quake. And he spat forth a copious amount of blood. Sasuke. Tears glimmered in Sakura's eyes. This exemplified the chasm of power. Despite Sasuke's breakthrough, Orochimaru maintained an overwhelming advantage. From a distance, Rinjin observed the clash, recognizing that this was not yet his moment to intervene. Sasuke crumpled at Rinjin's feet. Orochimaru's expression shifted. And just as he believed Sasuke incapacitated, the latter's body erupted in a series of explosions. These were the detonating tags Sasuke had planted amidst the fray. Before Orochimaru could react to the blasts, he found himself ensnared by slender iron threads, binding him to the tree. This was the Sharingan's windmill triple blade. The fiery glow in Orochimaru's pupils surged towards him. Sasuke's voice resonated through the forest. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Time seemed to stretch as the flames continued to ravage Orochimaru's form, melting his exterior, yet his eyes sparkled with fervor. Sasuke. Remarkable physique. His gaze concealed a power surpassing Itachi's. Exhausted, Sasuke collapsed against the tree. Sasuke. Sakura rushed to his side, catching him, her eyes brimming with astonishment. Sasuke. You defeated that ninja. Truly, you are Sasuke. Suddenly, what they presumed to be a lifeless Orochimaru extended his neck, lunging toward Sasuke's throat. Both Sasuke and Sakura's pupils constricted to pinpricks. Blood spattered. Ding. Detected malicious intent in the heavenly curse seal. 10,000. Heavenly curse seal converted to Chakra. 10,000 stored. Chakra, 36, 030, 100, 000. A sharp sting coursed through Rinjian's neck. Yet, it was but a trivial matter. He was quite adept at enduring pain. The power of the heavenly curse seal transformed into chakra the moment it was injected into his neck. Thanks to Orochimaru's generous contribution, it was worth the time spent lurking here. If only he could have another taste. Real person. Sakura's voice rang out as she instinctively tried to rise and support Rinjian, only to find her arm weighed down, Sasuke collapsing into her embrace. Sakura, safeguard Sasuke. Rinjian sprang to a nearby branch. Observing his silhouette, tears began to well in Sakura's eyes. The outer layer of Orochimaru, disguised in another's skin, had been seared to half-char. His serpent-like, cold vertical pupils fixated on Rinjian. Witnessing the curse mark on Rinjian's neck dissipate, an occurrence beyond Orochimaru's comprehension. He must possess the body of Uchiha Sasuke. Since this reckless child obstructed his path, he would eliminate him first. He held a morbid curiosity regarding the child's body. Ideally, he would capture him alive for further study. Orochimaru chuckled softly, his voice rasping, sending shivers down the spine. In the next moment, he appeared behind Rinjian, his speed tenfold faster than when he faced Sasuke. His palms trembled violently, generating immense shockwaves. Crack! Orochimaru's hand struck Rinjian's shoulder with brutal force. Ding! Detected human malice value. 1000. Chakra converted from malice. 1000. Chakra, 37, 030, 100, 000. The sound of bones fracturing echoed from Rinjian's shoulder. The overwhelming force radiated through his skeleton. It felt as though not only his shoulder but half of his body had been shattered, and his internal organs suffered grievous harm. Rinjian swiftly distanced himself from Orochimaru. The injuries within him healed in the blink of an eye, quicker than the speed at which his bones shattered. Rinjian could not help but lament. Orochimaru's preferential treatment was remarkable. He had been quite gentle with Sasuke, but when it came to him, it was a relentless assault. However, this was the opportunity Rinjian had been waiting for. He could scarcely fathom the amount of chakra he might gain from this battle. Orochimaru's malice was indeed quite generous. Whoosh! Rinjian's form flickered, suddenly appearing before Orochimaru, his kunai slicing toward the latter's neck. Orochimaru scoffed, evading the strike with an impossible contortion of his body. In the next moment, Rinjian's other hand erupted with brilliant white light. Lightning in arcs transformed into a beam, shooting toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru stepped back, slightly lowering his gaze, despite his rapid evasion. A grotesque wound marred his arm. His expression darkened, realizing he had made a crucial blunder. He had underestimated his opponent. He had thought Uchiha Sasuke was the strongest here, only to discover a skilled shinobi adept at Kakashi's lightning blade. It seemed he had to take this seriously. Orochimaru licked his lips, slicing through Rinjian's throat and windpipe. He wielded his kunai with deadly precision. Ding! Detected human malice value 2000. Curse power converted chakra amount 2000. Chakra, 3903010000000. Ah, Rinjian. Blood vessels crawled across Sakura's eyes. Her mind was a blank. She cared not for the strength of this individual. All she knew was that this person had slain Rinjian in such a brutal manner. PFF. Orochimaru lowered his head. The hand of this seemingly lifeless brat transformed into a long blade, piercing through his ribcage. Accompanied by the sharp sound of cracking bones, Rinjian spat forth a copious amount of blood, his body propelled away by a kick from Orochimaru. His form swiftly healed midair, adjusting its posture, and landed steadily atop a branch. Water release, water dragon bullet. Sakura's hand seals were executed with astonishing speed. A massive water dragon surged toward Orochimaru. Frowning, Orochimaru clutched his chest, his body instantly morphing into countless small snakes, scattering in all directions. As he reformed into human shape, Orochimaru appeared effortlessly behind Sakura. He held no interest in mere mortals. With a slight elevation of his arm, swish, the water dragon bullet exhausted all of Sakura's chakra, rendering her unconscious. Just as Rinjian swiftly rescued her from under Orochimaru's grasp, Orochimaru chuckled. Rinjian swiftly bit into Sasuke's neck, satisfied to see a black curse mark appear upon Sasuke's nape. Orochimaru smirked, gazing at Rinjian before him. He had an inkling that he would meet this child again. A storm arose without wind. Orochimaru vanished from sight. Rinjian stood upon the branch, cradling Sakura, surveying his three companions. Sasuke was gravely injured with a high fever. Naruto lay unconscious. Sakura remained in a deep slumber. Crows circled ominously above Rinjian's head, emitting foreboding cries. The setting sun bathed the deathly forest in a crimson hue. With a sigh, Rinjian sought out a large tree hollow, carefully placing each of them inside. As night fell into silence, he kindled a campfire. The expansive flames would ward off beasts while also attracting other teams to him, sparing him the trouble of searching. A dual advantage. Sitting beside the fire, Rinjian glanced at the three slumbering figures within the hollow. Sasuke's body trembled occasionally, the pain from the curse mark tormenting him even in unconsciousness. Sakura would likely awaken sooner. Rinjian patted his flat stomach, retrieving a spatial scroll from his ninja tool pouch, extracting the food sealed within. As he had mentioned, he was well connected. Essentials like food and water for survival in the wild were, of course, prepared in advance. Selectively, Rinjian discarded the military rations prepared by the cat-faced figure, opting instead for sushi of bonito, tuna, yellowtail, and salmon. Halfway through his sushi, he produced some juice. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Rinjian stretched lazily, reclining onto the soft grass. Turning his head, he eyed the grass and shrubs 5 meters away. It must be the sound ninja. Since they had not made a move for so long, they might as well help guard him through the night. He would take a nap first. Rinjian closed his eyes. At the break of dawn, he felt something cool, soft, and clean brushing across his cheek. Opening his eyes, he found Sakura leaning over him. She smiled gently at Rinjian, her pink handkerchief stained with the blood from his face. You can sleep a bit longer, Rinjian. You must be exhausted from yesterday. Sakura was filled with trepidation, relieved that Rinjian had emerged unscathed. Otherwise, she truly wouldn't know what to do. Not wishing to sleep any longer, Rinjian felt fully rested and stood up, stretching. Suddenly struck by an idea, Sakura dashed toward the tree hollow, retrieving 2 red fruits and offering them to Rinjian. I just picked these. They're safe to eat, not poisonous. Sakura couldn't recall which book it was from, but she was certain that it documented these fruits as edible and harmless. The sweet aroma lingered in Rinjian's nostrils as he accepted one, biting into the unknown sweet fruit. He said to Sakura, "Let us eat together." Sakura gazed at the fruit still nestled in her palm, smiled, and nodded emphatically. Yes. It's wonderful to have you, Rinjian. With you here, it feels like no challenge is insurmountable. Sitting beside Rinjian, Sakura took small bites of the fruit. Suddenly, she stood up. 3 figures emerged ahead of them. Let us eliminate these 2 talentless fools. Just to be clear, Sasuke is mine, Sokka declared, eyeing Rinjian and Sakura. Ding. Detected human malice value 100. Curse power converted chakra amount 100. Chakra 391301000000000. Rinjian, what a useless fellow. To want to kill him, and yet only possess this meager malice value. It pales in comparison to even Orochimaru's leftovers. Moreover, that statement sounded rather peculiar. Sasuke is his. How ambiguous. Sakura, Rinjian turned to her. Can you handle that female ninja? Startled, Sakura's pupils dilated, a determined glint flashing in her eyes. Don't worry. That arrogant woman thinks I'm easy prey. Hearing their exchange, Kin's eyes widened in fury as she charged toward Sakura. Tor's sighed, exasperated, so easily agitated. His demeanor darkened as he declared, Saku, you take care of Sasuke. I'll handle this one. No problem. Saku affirmed. Rinjian chuckled. Such rudeness. Foolish mortals. Who granted you the liberty to negotiate? Tor's pupils widened. Rinjian stepped between him and Saku, placing a hand on each of their shoulders. In an instant, Saku and Tor's visibly shrank, their bodies diminishing until they were clasped within Rinjian's palm and stowed away in his ninja tool pouch. Tor's. Saku, what have you done? Kin and Sakura distanced themselves, the recent spectacle sending chills down Kin's spine. How could Tor's and Saku have transformed into monsters, only to be reduced and contained by this individual? How could such a jutsu exist? Fool, your adversary is me. Sakura appeared behind Kin, seizing her long black hair and forcefully slamming her head into the ground. It seemed Sakura's propensity for violence had long manifested. Rinjian observed this scene, moving closer to Sakura, placing his hand upon the unconscious Kin's back. In the next moment, yet another shrunken modified individual appeared in Rinjian's palm, swiftly stowed away in his ninja tool pouch. Modified weapon 3. He picked up the earth scroll that Tor's had dropped. Now he merely required the heaven scroll and another earth scroll. What is the matter? Sakura inquired, noticing Rinjian's sudden fixation on a certain direction. Rinjian offered her a familiar smile, silently advancing toward the thicket. He stood before the thicket, parting the lush grass. What are you doing? Ah. The startled team of boar-horned butterflies, hidden among the bushes, screamed in fright. Rinjian seized the collars of Dingji and Shikamaru, dragging them back to the hollow of the tree. Enel was left with no choice but to follow, tears welling in her eyes. The three of them had considered struggling. But Renjian's single remark extinguished their fighting spirit effortlessly. If you move, you'll be turned into toads. Instantly, they fell silent as a hen. Enel, Shikamaru, Dingji, Sakura. Witnessing the spoils being dragged back by Renjian, wore a puzzled expression. Enel, disregarding the tension between herself and Sakura, hid behind her, crying out, I don't want to become a hairless monster. I don't want to. Sakura immediately understood, suppressing a laugh. Don't worry, Renjian is just trying to scare you. He would never harm his comrades from the village. Sakura firmly believed in Renjian's intentions. Enel peeked out from behind her. She noticed that Renjian had released Shikamaru and Dingji and was now seated by the campfire, his gentle smile contrasting sharply with his demeanor during battle. This guy. Shikamaru felt a peculiar sensation, yet he certainly did not sense any impending threat. Despite their fear and cries, it seemed they were all assured that he would not harm them. How strange. Here, Dingji offered his bag of chips to Renjian. Renjian accepted the offering without hesitation, extending his hand toward the two. Shikamaru turned his face away, pretending not to understand the hint. Dingji blinked. Do you want the scroll? Renjian nodded. Since Sasuke and Naruto are still unconscious, I can only acquire the scrolls from those who come to me. Shikamaru gritted his teeth. This guy. They had initially intended to help, only to find themselves in this predicament. Instead of assisting, they were threatened by those they sought to save. Renjian continued. Your teamwork is commendable. Passing this exam should pose no challenge for you. Shikamaru relaxed, acknowledging that while it was bothersome, he was indeed correct. This guy is quite the smooth talker. Enel nodded enthusiastically. Absolutely. Shikamaru handed over the scroll. This is the Book of Heaven. We still need the Book of Earth. Let us hurry. Dingji, we must find the scrolls quickly. It's time to get serious, Shikamaru declared. Dingji, rarely seeing him so motivated, remarked, This is the first time I've seen you so spirited. Shikamaru shrugged. What choice do I have? Enel, filled with determination, exclaimed, All right, let us go. The three of them leaped onto the branches and swiftly vanished from Sakura and Renjian's sight. Renjian stood up and said to Sakura, Sakura, I'm going to find lunch. Please take care of Naruto and Sasuke. Sakura nodded. Leave it to me. She watched as Renjian's figure disappeared. After a few jumps, he distanced himself from the hollow tree where Sakura and the others were. Not long after he stood still, a masked figure quietly appeared before him. What scrolls do you still lack? Inquired the root ninja, holding both the Book of Heaven and the Book of Earth. One Book of Earth, Renjian replied. The root ninja handed him the Book of Earth, while he destroyed the remaining Book of Heaven. Yesterday, I fought with Orochimaru. He bit Uchiha Sasuke, leaving a curse mark on his neck, but I am unaware of its specific effects. The expression of the root ninja shifted. Orochimaru, you say? Furthermore, Renjian added. Orochimaru also tampered with the seal of the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, but I am not familiar with sealing techniques, so I cannot ascertain what he did. The root ninja nodded. Understood. I will report to Danzo immediately. You continue your surveillance. Renjian nodded. By the way, do you have any wild rabbits or chickens? Upon seeing the root ninja glance over, Renjian shrugged. After all, I left under the pretense of searching for lunch. I can't return empty-handed. The root ninja paused. I will help you catch some. Renjian sat back and enjoyed the benefits. Upon returning with a clucking chicken, he found both Naruto and Sasuke awake. Renjian. Sakura spotted him at once. She stood up, seeing the chicken in his hands, and eagerly offered, Let me handle it. I've seen my mom prepare chicken before. Oh no, Sakura. Renjian had expected her to exclaim about how cute the chicken was and question why it should be eaten. It seemed his thoughts had taken a rather twisted turn. The clucking chicken soon fell silent. As for the reason, Renjian hardly needed to look to know it was due to Sakura's intervention. He sat down before the campfire, arranging the 4 scrolls sequentially upon the grass. Naruto's eyes widened, his jaw dropping in astonishment. Renjian, did you gather all of these? Renjian nodded. Indeed, 1 scroll was acquired from the Sound Ninja, another from Shikamaru and the others. And the last one was taken from a team I encountered while searching for lunch. Naruto, that's impressive, Renjian. He lunged forward. Sasuke observed the scrolls on the ground. Thank you. Renjian shook his head. Yesterday, I arrived late. Mentioning yesterday, Sasuke instinctively raised a hand to cover the curse mark on his neck. No, it was my weakness. Naruto propped his chin on his hands. Who was that person yesterday? How could they be so strong? They can't possibly be a genin. He had been knocked unconscious too early to know what had transpired afterward. Asking Sasuke and Sakura would be futile, as they had also passed out. Thus, he could only hope that Renjian might provide some answers. It must have been Orochimaru. Renjian stated. Chapter 10. Preparation for Kai's special training. Orochimaru. Indeed, Naruto had never heard that name before. One of the legendary Sannin, renowned throughout the ninja world. He was a disciple of the third Hokage and had defected from the village several years ago. Certainly not a genin, but an S-rank rogue ninja. I couldn't defeat him yesterday. His objective wasn't to kill us. After injuring me, he simply left, Rinjian explained. Although Naruto understood little about the Sannin, he grasped the significance of being a Hokage's disciple. Rinjian withheld the information about Sasuke being bitten, which visibly relieved Sasuke. He too did not wish for Naruto and Sakura to know. Damn it. Naruto recalled his impotence in the face of such overwhelming power yesterday, unable to do anything. And he couldn't help but feel anger. By the way, Rinjian, let me see your injuries. As Naruto reached to pull at Rinjian's clothing, he was stopped. Rinjian said, I believe I mentioned that my bloodline limit allows me to alter my body through my soul. Likewise, I can protect my body through my soul, granting it formidable self-healing abilities, so there is no need for concern. Rinjian did not reveal all of his trump cards, as he feared that should they become adversaries in the future, the trio could precisely target his soul. All right, once the chicken is roasted, let us fill our stomachs and set off toward the central tower. Sakura skewered the cleaned chicken onto a wooden rack and placed it over the fire. One day later, the four of them arrived beneath the central tower. Along the way, they encountered traps and ambushes, but as long as their foes were not of Orochimaru's caliber, they could effortlessly dispatch them through their collaboration. Naruto pushed open the scarlet door before them, and the four of them stepped inside. Within lay an expansive arena, with a staircase leading to the second level, resembling a viewing platform. Before them was an immense calligraphic inscription. Sakura read aloud the contents and boldly unfurled the scroll. Observing Sakura's figure, Lianjian noted the evident transformation within her. She was becoming increasingly decisive and resilient. Now a capable ninja who no longer resembled the love-struck girl who could only think of Sasuke upon their first meeting. Suddenly, thick smoke billowed from the open scroll, summoning jutsu. Sasuke hurled 2 scrolls into the air, and as the white mist enveloped the area, a familiar figure emerged, Iruka-sensei. Naruto leaped forward and embraced Iruka around the neck, who chuckled helplessly before setting him down. It seems you all have endured quite a bit. Iruka surveyed his 3 students, his gaze falling on Lianjian. Though he had not taught this child, it was clear he was a good-hearted individual. Iruka-sensei, what are you doing here? Naruto inquired. Because at the conclusion of the second exam, it is our Chunin who welcome the candidates, and I happen to be the important messenger for you. Congratulations on passing the second exam. Iruka continued. While I would love to treat you to some Ichiraku ramen, I must escort you to the location of the third exam. Naruto and the others were momentarily taken aback. The third exam? Is there no time for a break? Sakura frowned. Iruka sighed, indeed. Under Iruka's guidance, they arrived at a larger, more spacious chamber where the Hokage, numerous Jonin, and other passing genin had already gathered. Familiar faces greeted them. As Lianjian walked by, he raised his hand enthusiastically to greet those he recognized, such as Li and Shikamaru. Li, even more exuberant than Lianjian, exclaimed, I knew it. You all would pass the exam. Shikamaru commented with a dismissive click of his tongue, not at all doubting their success. I'm so hungry, Chaochu lamented, patting his flat stomach. Now, the Hokage will introduce the third exam, so please listen attentively, came the voice of Akamichi Karui. Lianjian could almost hear the school host dramatically announcing, Next, let's welcome the principal to speak. Typically, the principal's speeches were excruciatingly lengthy. Lianjian gazed at the ceiling, his mind wandering as he was already aware of the rules. Before we proceed with the introduction of the third exam, I must clarify something important. The true purpose of this exam, in conjunction with our allied nations, is to foster friendly coexistence and enhance the level of our ninjas. This is its genuine significance. This exam serves as a microcosm of the battles between allied nations. The current alliances are formed from countries that have historically fought against each other. To prevent mutual destruction and further casualties, the Chunin exams were established, thus giving rise to this event, which simultaneously serves to select Chunin. Therefore, all genin must fight bearing the weight of their nation's honor. The third exam will witness the attendance of various lords and notable figures who will commission tasks to us, and they, along with the ninja leaders, will observe your battles. If there is a significant disparity in strength, the powerful nations will receive numerous commissions, while the weaker nations will receive fewer. The strength of a nation equates to the strength of its ninja village, and the true prowess of a ninja is only revealed in the heat of battle. This exam is a stage for showcasing your nation's ninja capabilities to others. After such lengthy discourse, everyone remained oblivious to the rules of the third exam. Lianjian could no longer contain himself, nor could Tsukikid Shikaz. I apologize, Hokage-sama, but I shall now clarify as the referee, Sasuke Shikaze declared. Lianjian silently commended this colleague for his workplace reform. Before the third exam, there will be a preliminary round, which involves one-on-one combat. The losers will not qualify for the third exam. The preliminaries will commence shortly, and you will have no time for rest or meals. So those who are unwell may choose to withdraw voluntarily. With the exception of Kabuto, no one opted to forfeit. Lianjian glanced at Sasuke, who was also watching him. Lianjian smiled and lowered his voice. Sasuke, even while enduring pain beyond common understanding, you can surely triumph in this battle, right? Sasuke covered the cursed seal, a genuine smile emerging on his pale face. It seemed he was still just a child, not much more difficult to handle than Naruto. With one voluntary withdrawal, the remaining number diminished to 19 participants, with one individual receiving a bye into the third round. The one-on-one combat had no other rules. It would continue until one party was dead, incapacitated, or conceded. So, if one wished to avoid death, it would be wise to surrender early. However, should I deem the outcome evident, I will intervene to prevent unnecessary casualties, Sasuke Shikaze announced, gazing at the electronic board on the wall behind the Hokage. This electronic bulletin board will randomly display the names of the two combatants for each match. Now, let us reveal the first two competitors. The names on the electronic board flickered rapidly. As Lianjian had anticipated, it was indeed Uchiha Sasuke against Akatsuki's Chidu. To be honest, upon hearing the news of the lucky draw, Lianjian could not help but think of Danzo. Yet, he doubted Danzo would be so brazen. Please, the two competitors step forward. And the rest may proceed above. Everyone dispersed towards the stands. Lianjian remained still. Lianjian? Sasuke looked at him, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Kakashi approached as well. What's wrong? Lianjian glanced at his hands. The transformation of Wu-Wei could alter the physical form through the touch of the soul. So, could he temporarily separate the cursed seal from Sasuke's body by touching his soul? If he could create a thick layer of skin between the seal and the blood, it might help. Sasuke, do you trust me? Lianjian extended his hand. Sasuke regarded him and smirked. With a clap, his palm met Lianjian's. In that instant, Lianjian felt Sasuke's soul. He swiftly inserted a thick layer of skin beneath the cursed seal, causing a noticeable bulge to form on Sasuke's neck. The rate at which the seal integrated into his body slowed. Although the lingering pain persisted, it would not significantly hinder Sasuke in battle. Thank you. Sasuke had already expressed his gratitude to Lianjian many times over. Kakashi observed the scene before him, a gentle smile gracing his features as he said, "Let us proceed, Rinjian. We have just ascended." This time, Rinjian obediently followed Kakashi to the viewing platform. Naruto rushed over, his curiosity piqued. Rinjian, what whispered secrets did you share with Sasuke? It seems you have a clandestine bond that Sakura and I are oblivious to. Kakashi remained silent. Rinjian, too, was at a loss for words. In a situation where pain was barely perceptible, Sasuke's battle against the Crimson Armor was devoid of any suspenseful outcome. The swift proclamation of victory came from the Moonlight Gale. The winner of the first round is Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke staggered a couple of steps. Rinjian noticed the cursed seal continuing its relentless encroachment. Indeed, it was inescapable. It could only be momentarily alleviated. Just as Kakashi intended to make a move, he noticed a figure appearing with remarkable speed below. He halted. Rinjian supported Sasuke as two medical ninjas approached. Leave the rest to us. His cursed seal requires sealing, they asserted. Rinjian nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your assistance. The medical ninjas exchanged smiles. It is our pleasure. Such a well-behaved child. Fear not, Rinjian. Your teacher will remain with Sasuke, Kakashi reassured, patting Rinjian's head before departing with the medical ninjas. What on earth happened to Sasuke? Naruto pondered, confusion etched across his face. Given Sasuke's strength, such an outcome was inconceivable. Ever since his encounter with that individual named Orochimaru, Sasuke had exhibited peculiar behavior. The only one who seemed to possess insight. Rinjian remained tight-lipped. Humph. Naruto pouted. Now, let us proceed to the second match. The subsequent battles unfolded just as Rinjian had previously witnessed, with outcomes that were not significantly different. Naruto clumsily triumphed over Inuzuka Kiba, while Sakura and Ino fought to a draw. Although Sakura had shown rapid growth, Ino's heart-turning technique proved adept at resulting in a stalemate. The most thrilling match was undoubtedly that between Gaara and Rock Lee. Rinjian's resolve to train under Might Guy solidified further. Naturally, he became the fortunate one who advanced to the finals by virtue of a bye. Rinjian sensed the gazes of numerous elite ninjas directed towards him. Was this the privilege of being a favored child? Lord Hokage. Elder Danzo's interference in the Chunin exams is rather unjust to the other Genin, a member of the Umbu, remarked. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, taking a puff from his pipe. In any case, it is not a matter of grave concern, let it be. However, he shall no longer be permitted to act with impunity. The Umbu ninja inquired. Does this mean we should disqualify Rinjin from participating in the third match? Sarutobi shook his head, though this child is under Danzo's wing. His recent performance suggests he values his comrades and has earned their trust. Moreover, I am curious to see how strong a child nurtured by Danzo truly is. The Umbu nodded in agreement. Understood. The names of those who officially advanced to the third match were announced. Gaara, Sasuke, Naruto, Hyuga, Shikamaru, Temari, Yamanaka Ino, Kanjuro, and Rinjin. The formal competition would commence in 1 month. This duration would not only serve as preparation time for you all, but also as an opportunity to notify the daimyos and the heads of various ninja clans of the conclusion of the preliminaries and invite them to witness the events. Subsequently, you will draw lots to determine your opponents for the third match, allowing you to train strategically based on the gathered intelligence. Remember, you may only draw 1 lot. The box containing the lots was presented before Rinjin, and Akamichi had a suspicious blush on her cheeks as she reminded him in a remarkably gentle voice. Very well. Rinjin withdrew a slip, expressing his gratitude politely. How adorable. Akamichi paused for a moment before shifting her attention to Naruto, her expression remaining impassive as she urged him. Hurry up, Naruto thought. This old woman must be harboring ulterior motives towards Rinjin. I must keep a vigilant watch over him. I will not allow her any opportunity. Now, based on the numbers you have drawn, the matchups for the third exam are as follows. First match, Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga. Naruto gritted his teeth, for he had been eager to face Niji. The memory of Niji severely injuring Hinata replayed in his mind, along with the image of her being carried away. Coughing up blood. This guy? How could he strike so ruthlessly against his own kin during the match? Regardless of the reasons, I will never forgive such a person. The second match, Nara Shikamaru versus Kanjuro. Shikamaru groaned, sighing deeply as he lamented his unfortunate luck. Due to the number of participants, he had to fight twice. Once against Temari and once against Kanjuro. Why me? He pondered, especially since all 3 of the Sand Village's genin were formidable opponents. The third match, Gaara versus Uchiha Sasuke. With Sasuke absent, the remaining number in the box represented him. The fourth match, Rinjin versus Yamanaka Ino. Rinjin glanced at Ino, whose face was partially obscured by a pair of sunglasses and a collar that shielded the lower half of her face. He smiled warmly, saying, I look forward to our match. Ino's cheeks flushed a soft hue. As it was the first time someone unknown had shown interest in her, she nodded appreciatively. Notably, this battle would not be evaluated solely on victory or defeat to determine whether a participant qualifies as a chunin. Rather, it would be assessed by a panel of judges, including myself, who would observe the contestants and decide their eligibility. This means that even if one were to lose, there remains a possibility of being promoted to chunin. Thank you all for your efforts. We shall reconvene in 1 month. Dismissed. Rinjin returned to the route headquarters, where Danzo awaited him. The cat-faced figure approached, handing him a document. Upon opening it, Rinjin found the name Yamanaka Ino inscribed upon it, with details so meticulous that even the moment she stumbled at a young age was noted. While you are bound to become a chunin, should you lose to Ino, your strength would be indistinguishable from that of an ordinary genin, Danzo remarked, his words laced with the arrogance of privilege. Rinjin nodded in understanding. Upon returning to his quarters, the cat-faced figure followed closely, inquiring, Do you have any pocket money left? Surprised, Rinjin replied, I do. I haven't spent the last allowance you gave me. The cat-faced figure nodded but still offered him a bulging pouch of coins. You performed admirably in the second exam, displaying the courage to face a ninja like Orochimaru. Furthermore, the intelligence you relayed was invaluable. Rinjin smiled, I appreciate it. As he made his way towards the entrance of the route headquarters, the cat-faced figure called out, Good luck in the third match. Yes, Rinjin affirmed, nodding earnestly as he watched her figure fade from view. A smile crept upon the face concealed beneath the mask of the owl. Regardless of what transpired, Lord Danzo would undoubtedly advocate for Rinjin's promotion to chunin. Yet, she did not wish to witness Rinjin's defeat. After all, he was a ninja whose growth she had witnessed firsthand. Rinjin ventured to a flower shop, purchasing 2 bouquets of lilies as he made his way towards the hospital. Upon inquiring at the reception about the hospital rooms of Sasuke and Lianjian made her way towards Sasuke's ward. Inside, Kakashi stood vigil by Sasuke's bedside, who remained deep in slumber. Ah, it's you, Lianjian, Kakashi said, turning to see her as he heard the commotion at the door. Lianjian placed a bouquet on the nightstand beside Sasuke and asked, Kakashi-sensei, when will Sasuke awaken? Kakashi ruffled his hair and replied, "It should be soon. For the next month, I will be conducting special training with Sasuke. So I must ask you to look after Naruto, Lianjian." Nodding in understanding, Lianjian assured him, "Rest assured, Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi sighed, touched by Lianjian's maturity, and winked at her, adding, "Oh, by the way, for the upcoming month, I've arranged for Might Guy to teach you taijutsu." Lianjian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That's wonderful. Thank you, sensei." Kakashi had recognized Lianjian's unique talent during their first battle, and entrusting her to Might Guy for special training might yield unexpected advancements. "Well then, I shall take care of Sasuke," Kakashi stated. After bidding farewell to Kakashi and Sasuke, Lianjian proceeded to Lee's ward, where he too lay in a deep sleep. Inside, Might Guy, Tintin, and Niji were present. Lianjian knocked on the door, and when the three turned to look, she announced, "I am here to visit Lee." Might Guy, his expression gentle, beckoned, "Come in." Lianjian placed her bouquet on the bedside. Observing Lee's pale face in slumber, she felt a pang of regret for him. A powerful jutsu used once, a title earned for a lifetime. Such is the disparity between a protagonist and a supporting character. "All right, Lianjian. Your Kakashi-sensei has entrusted you to me," Might Guy declared, placing his large hand atop her head. "Yes, I shall rely on you, teacher Guy." Lianjian bowed respectfully. Might Guy gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Leave it to me. I will not let your youth go to waste." After agreeing to commence training the following day and bidding farewell to Guy's team, Lianjian set out to find Naruto. Passing by an izakaya, the sound of sharp slaps caught her attention. She glanced over, her gaze freezing as she saw a tall man with a bright red handprint on his face chasing a woman, shouting, "Don't do this. With such impressive assets. Pervert. Go away." Another slap echoed as the woman fled. Lianjian witnessed the entire scene, exchanging glances with a white-haired man beside her. "What are you staring at?" The white-haired man, perhaps taken aback by Lianjian's gaze, shouted, "You little brat, don't you know not to stare at inappropriate behavior? It's that woman with the impressive assets who left. Watch as I give you a good beating." Lianjian stared at him, succinctly uttering, "Pervert. Jiraiya what?" Infuriated, he strode towards Lianjian, his imposing figure radiating menace. "You lecherous sage. Do not bully Lianjian." A yellow figure dashed toward Jiraiya, but was swiftly grabbed by the ankles and flung away. As he flew through the air, Lianjian caught him. Dazed, Naruto clung to Lianjian, asking, "Lianjian, where did Kakashi-sensei go? I want to train but can't find him." Lianjian explained, "Sasuke's condition is quite serious. So Kakashi-sensei must stay close to him. He may not have time to train with you, but he has entrusted you to me. I will teach you the Rasengan." Last time, Naruto had only grasped half of the technique. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over Lianjian. Jiraiya bent down, his intense gaze fixed on her. "You can perform the Rasengan?" Lianjian replied, "Yes, Kakashi-sensei taught me." Jiraiya stroked his chin, realizing that Konoha was indeed experiencing some new developments. Naruto hesitated. "Will this affect your training, Lianjian? After all, you have a competition to prepare for in a month." Lianjian shook her head, reassuring him, "Do not worry, it won't." "Oh, quite the bold little brat," Jiraiya exclaimed, hands on his hips. "Lianjian, that is slander. I am not bold at all." She looked at Jiraiya, hoping to entrust Naruto to him. After all, she wanted to focus on her training with Might Guy. "Can I leave Naruto in your care?" Lianjian donned a cheerful smile. "No." Jiraiya decisively refused. Naruto, puzzled, asked, "Huh? Why does Lianjian want me to follow the lecherous sage?" Lianjian responded, "Though the old man may be lecherous, his strength is quite formidable." "Is that so?" Naruto expressed doubt. Jiraiya, fuming, thought to himself about how Naruto dared to question the power of the Toad Sage. "I don't have time to guide him. I have research to conduct. Do you understand?" Jiraiya yelled, gripping Lianjian's shoulders. Lianjian covered her ears, nearly deafened by Jiraiya's shouting, and turned to Naruto, enticingly saying, "But Naruto has a very impressive jutsu that allows him to transform into a super cute and sexy girl." Jiraiya paused. Chapter 11, The 8 Gates. Naruto scratched his head, a mix of shyness and pride washing over his face. "Ha, Lianjian, it's not as impressive as you say. I didn't realize you thought that about me. Ha, how embarrassing. So, let me see it," Lianjian said, placing her hands over her chest, looking at him expectantly. Under Lianjian's admiring gaze, Naruto's confidence surged, and he nodded eagerly. "No problem." He clasped his hands together in front of him. Harem jutsu. As the smoke dissipated, golden hair floated in the air. The girl's figure was exquisite, with a doll-like face framed by sparkling blue eyes. Jiraiya's nosebleed gushed uncontrollably. "Lianjian, I no longer need to stay here." She swiftly departed, leaving Jiraiya to be toyed with by the harem version of Naruto. Once Naruto dispelled the harem jutsu, He realized that Lianjian had vanished. His blue eyes dimmed slightly, pondering if he had indeed caused trouble for Lianjian. All right. Sensing Naruto's despondent mood, Jiraiya squatted beside him and said deliberately, if you can maintain that form from before, I wouldn't mind guiding you in your training. Naruto huffed defiantly, pervert. Jiraiya. Gazing into Naruto's blue eyes, he seemed to recall something and inquired, I can perform the Rasengan too. Moreover, the Rasengan is a technique I created with someone else. Naruto looked at him in astonishment. You're lying, right? Jiraiya extended his hand, conjuring a Rasengan in his palm. Ah, lecherous sage. Quickly teach me how to train. Naruto's eyes sparkled, eagerly grabbing Jiraiya's arm, bouncing with excitement. All right, but you must obediently answer my questions. No problem. Naruto trailed closely behind Jiraiya, waiting expectantly. First, who was that child just now? Lianjian. Jiraiya responded, exasperated. Full name, age, family background, and identity. Do you even know how to answer questions properly? Naruto eyed him suspiciously. Why do you want to know that? What if you bully Lianjian? He muttered under his breath. After all, you are a lecherous old man. Jiraiya paused, discerning that the child shared a profound bond with Naruto. Otherwise, Naruto, with his somewhat absent-minded nature, would not instinctively worry about the child's safety. I only fancy beautiful girls. Besides, I am a ninja of Konoha. How could I possibly wish harm upon a fellow villager? Fool. Jiraiya couldn't help but berate him. Hey, I'm not foolish at all. Renji says I'm quite clever. Naruto protested. Renji believes he is a smart child. It's just that he never had anyone to teach him. Jiraiya scoffed, unwilling to engage in a childish debate about intelligence. Now, answer my question. When Renji was mentioned, Naruto could speak for days and nights, unable to restrain himself from lavishing praise in front of the lecherous sage. Renji's full name is Renji Masaru. And like Sasuke and Sakura, he is a member of our Team 7. He is an extraordinarily talented genius. Even Kakashi-sensei says Renji is incredibly impressive. Is that so? Jiraiya concealed his doubts. Typically, teams comprise 3 members. Why does Kakashi's team have 4? Moreover, both Naruto and Sasuke possess unique identities. You don't believe me? How infuriating. Renji has mastered both the Rasengan and the Chidori simultaneously. Even Sasuke hasn't fully mastered the Chidori. Naruto felt a surge of indignation, convinced that the lecherous sage doubted the veracity of his words. Jiraiya shook his head, conceding, well, he does indeed sound like a genius. Instantly, Naruto's anger dissipated, and he puffed with pride. Right. You admit it. Jiraiya feigned ignorance, but I haven't heard of anyone named Renji Masaru in the Ninja Academy. Fool. Renji underwent training at a place called the Root from a very young age. It's far superior to the Ninja Academy. Moreover, Renji is the child of an elder. Oh, so remarkable. What was that elder's name again? Something like Danzo? None of that is important. Just know that Renji is extraordinarily capable and has saved us numerous times. As Naruto rambled on, he realized the lecherous sage had somehow fallen behind him. He turned around, observing the sage's somewhat grave expression. What's wrong, Jiraiya-sensei? You look quite alarming. Jiraiya forced a smile, expertly shifting the topic. I have even more impressive jutsu to teach. Before he could finish, Naruto eagerly interrupted. Teach me, Jiraiya-sensei. The following day, in the forests of Konoha, gentle sunlight cascaded like a waterfall through the lush canopy, illuminating Renji. He had tied his long blue hair into a neat, high ponytail to facilitate today's training. For convenience, he wore a form-fitting black short-sleeve shirt, protective wristbands, gloves, and simple shorts with knee and ankle guards. These were prepared by Catface, ensuring maximum protection for Renji's joints, while the snug attire was specifically designed for taijutsu training. Yash, Renji. A robust voice resonated from a distance. Renji turned to see Might Guy approaching. Good morning, sensei. Renji beamed with a radiant smile. Seeing Renji arrive earlier than himself, Guy gave him a thumbs up. Good morning, Renji. Let us ignite our youth together today. Guy flashed his signature dazzling grin. Absolutely. Renji echoed enthusiastically. The thought of being able to repeatedly utilize the near-miss technique from last night filled him with fervor. Although Guy might seem as whimsical and unreliable as Kakashi, he was equally trustworthy when it mattered. Truly, an everlasting comrade. Guy assessed Renji, noting the perfect definition of his muscles, sleek and athletic, lacking the exaggerated bulk of mere showmanship. The most effective way to gauge a person's potential and strength is through combat, especially in the ninja world, much like the survival exercise of grabbing bells. The aim is not only to instill the importance of teamwork in freshly graduated genin, but also to provide jonin with the most efficient means to assess their subordinates' abilities. Renji, Let us understand each other through battle, Guy proclaimed passionately, striking a combat stance as the birds in the trees scattered in fright. Renji, inspired by his enthusiasm, smiled broadly. He adored combat, especially against a master like Might Guy. As Renji sized up Guy's stance, his eyes gleamed with determination. Guy stood 3 meters away, balancing on one foot, his other knee drawn to his abdomen, arms raised like an eagle's wings, exuding a formidable presence. This stance, seemingly simple, demanded exceptional physical control. Any moment could lead to a wobble or a fall, yet Guy emanated an aura of unwavering stability. An overwhelming force radiated from him. Facing the pressure of Guy's stance, Renji's heart raced, his blood boiling with excitement. Indeed, taijutsu was the romantic ideal of a man. Sensei, please guide me. In an instant, Renji transformed into a blur, charging toward Guy. Spotting Renji's rapid approach, a flicker of admiration crossed Guy's eyes. Such speed. For a ninja who did not specialize in taijutsu, Renji was already exceptional among the swift. He moved like a crane, aiming a hand strike toward Guy's neck. The air seemed to part as the wind whipped against his skin. Just as his hand neared Guy by a mere centimeter, Guy tilted his head slightly, a smile gracing his lips. Renji's intuition, often eerily accurate, prompted him to pivot 180 degrees, abruptly retracting his attack to create distance between himself and Guy. He was quick, but Guy was swifter still. With an expertly angled fist, he struck toward Renji's chest with the force of a thunderclap. Renji's eyes widened, pupils dilating. As Guy's fist approached, in the split second before impact, Renji's hand grasped Guy's iron-like forearm, leveraging it as a springboard to propel himself upward, unleashing a kick toward Guy. Guy's eyes sparkled. The counter was brilliantly executed. Transforming defense into offense, Renji excelled in reaction speed, judgment, and physical prowess. Suddenly, Guy vanished from Renji's sight. Watch your back. Guy's voice echoed from behind. Renji's muscles tensed as if electrified, and instinctively, he swung his arm toward the approaching Guy. Do not strike recklessly. It will only expose more vulnerabilities. Guy yanked hard, and had he not tempered his strength, Renji's arm would have surely been severed from his body. A muffled thud resonated. Guy was taken aback. Renji had actively maneuvered out of his grasp, slipping away like an elusive eel. Immediately afterward, he swiftly realigned his bones. A fist as large as a sandbag collided with Might Guy's cheek, generating a fierce gust of wind. Guy's sturdy physique suddenly leaped into the air as if weightless, his toes delivering a kick imbued with immense force aimed at Renjian. To Guy's astonishment, he missed. Renjian's figure appeared behind him, gripping his wrist firmly. Guy had never witnessed anyone embody the phrase applying what one has learned so vividly. The speed of his learning was astonishing. Suddenly, a sound akin to a muffled drum emanated from Guy, distinctly audible. With tremendous strength, he broke free from Renjian's grasp. In the next instant, a fist appeared before Renjian without warning. The surrounding air trembled violently, producing a thunderous explosion. It was too swift. Renjian could neither evade nor even discern it clearly. The force of the punch sent his figure flying. Thud! Renjian crashed onto the grass, sprawled on the ground. The bruises inflicted upon him fading rapidly like paint washed away by water. Footsteps approached. Guy sat beside him, stroking his chin, his right fist striking his left palm. I understand now. He had already witnessed Renjian's terrifying rate of growth in combat. While ordinary combat skills and experience could be mastered through battle, the 8 Gates technique was a secret martial art that could not be easily mastered solely through fighting. Renjian's aptitude would allow him to traverse far along any path, yet the key to mastering the 8 Gates lay not in understanding, but in willpower. Renjian, run 500 laps around Konoha, and let me witness your physical limits, Guy proclaimed, presenting what seemed an impossible task. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he watched Renjian. All right. To be honest, Renjian was also eager to discover the limits of his body. Until now, he had faced numerous battles. Some enemies could be easily defeated, while others proved challenging. Yet, regardless of the injuries sustained, he had never felt fatigued. Only the dizziness from chakra depletion was evident. He truly did not know his physical limits. However, this body, being a humanized cursed spirit, could it even feel fatigue? That was an intriguing question. Practice is the sole standard for testing truth. Let's give it a try. Huff, huff. Renjian maintained a steady breathing rhythm, running in the most standard posture. His chest and abdomen rising and falling in a slow, regular cadence. The air swirled, caressing his form. Sweat trickled from his brow, cascading down his chin. Guy stood at the entrance, counting Renjian's laps. Yash. Renjian, keep it up. Ayumi, stationed at the Konoha gate, observed Renjian sprinting past, her eyes twitching in disbelief. Could this truly be human stamina? Once Renjian's figure vanished from sight, Guy's expression turned solemn. This child was indeed a rare talent. On the very first day of physical training, he had already surpassed Li's highest record. Thoughts of the bedridden Li filled Guy with concern. After completing 500 laps, Renjian was drenched in sweat, his black shirt glistening with moisture. "How are you feeling, Renjian?" Guy inquired. Renjian glanced at the sky. The sun had set. He replied candidly, "I've sweat a lot, but I don't feel tired. In fact, I feel quite invigorated. I could do another 500 laps." This time, it was Guy who broke into a sweat. Renjian was truly a natural talent for martial arts. "Then let's do another 500 laps, Renjian. Ignite your youth." Renjian ran until dusk turned to dawn. Guy remained by his side. After another 500 laps, Guy asked, "Renjian, can you keep going?" Renjian nodded affirmatively. "Yes. I'm sweating but not exhausted." Gazing into Renjian's sparkling eyes, Guy was moved to tears. "All right, let us begin practicing martial arts." Taking a deep breath, Guy abruptly opened his eyes, like a hawk locking onto its prey. His arms spread rapidly, muscles tensed, his body brimming with power. In the next moment, an array of punches, surpassing the limits of a normal person's retina, enveloped every corner around Guy. The formidable strength and speed tore through the forest's air, producing a sharp sound reminiscent of birdsong. The sound alone could send shivers down one's spine. The thought of it striking a human body was unfathomable in terms of devastation. After unleashing the 100th punch, Guy's movements came to an abrupt halt, standing still. The strikes were unexpected, cleanly retracted. The myriad of punch shadows dissipated, and the turbulent air surrounding Renjian and Guy quickly calmed. Huff! Guy slowly exhaled. As he breathed, the pores that had remained tightly shut during exertion opened, releasing a potent aura and warmth mixed with sweat, creating a fleeting mist around him in that hazy morning. The intense body temperature plummeted rapidly after ceasing movement, and the mist vanished. Guy's continuous punches and precise movements, seemingly simple, required an extraordinary lung capacity, a robust heart, resilient blood vessels, unimaginable muscle strength, and refined techniques in force application. Any shortfall in these areas rendered success utterly impossible. Guy's mastery of martial arts allowed him to attain the rank of Jonin and carve a niche amidst the formidable talents in Konoha. Mastery in any discipline to the pinnacle could yield unfathomable strength. "Renjian, now watch closely. This is my unique skill, the 8 gates." Guy's voice resonated heavily, akin to a bell tolling, each word imbued with profound meaning, possessing the power to penetrate stone and resonate with impact. His expression was grave, eyes wide, teeth clenched, hair bristling with intensity. "Open the first gate. Open." The first gate of the 8 gates. Guy launched a kick that produced a series of crisp sonic booms, his entire being vibrating with a deep, resonant sound. The massive tree before him toppled with a thunderous crash, sending plumes of dust into the air. "Open the second gate. Open." "Open the third gate. Open." The inner lotus. The supersonic attacks accelerated beyond the speed of the first lotus. Bang, 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 bang. A flurry of kicks reverberated through the air, akin to a barrage of gunfire on the battlefield. The thick tree trunks sent airborne were reduced to splinters. While Renjian could still perceive the motions of the first lotus, the actions of the inner lotus became indistinct to him. Guy refrained from demonstrating techniques beyond the 4th gate. For now, Renjian could only focus on unlocking the first 3. The 8 gates is a formidable martial art that took my father 20 years to master. He passed it on to me, and I in turn imparted it to Li. You've witnessed the battles between Li and Gaara. Li is an exceptionally diligent child. No wonder you two became such good friends. Mike Guy, as he spoke, was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. You and Li will undoubtedly become lifelong rivals, just as Kakashi and I have. When discussing the cultivation of the 8 gates, Mike Guy's demeanor turned serious. The 8 gates is a technique that temporarily grants immense power by unlocking the channels that bind chakra within the human body. When all 8 gates are opened, it is referred to as the 8 gates of death formation, allowing the user to gain strength exponentially, depending on their inherent capabilities. However, the power of the 8 gates is contingent upon the user's own strength. Thus, different individuals will experience varying levels of power upon unlocking them. It is crucial to note that upon opening the 8th gate, the user will inevitably perish due to the complete depletion of their life force. Mike Guy solemnly placed his warm hand on Li's shoulder. "Li, your talent in martial arts is the most exceptional I have ever encountered. I am but a shadow of your prowess. I have unwavering faith that you will soon surpass me in this discipline. But you must promise me this. Do not open the 8th gate unless your life is at stake." Lee looked up at Might Guy and nodded affirmatively. Hearing Lee's resolute response, Might Guy smiled. Very well, let us continue. Within the chakra flow system, there are 8 gates: the opening gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate, death gate, view gate, shock gate, and the final gate, each serving to regulate and control the chakra within one's body. Every individual possesses these 8 gates. With sufficient training to endure the strain of opening them, anyone can unlock the gates. Yet, very few truly comprehend the utilization of the 8 gates. Do you know why? Might Guy inquired. Lee shook his head. Might Guy elaborated. The key reason lies in the fact that the use of the 8 gates necessitates extraordinary overloading and extreme training over an extended period. Only through rigorous conditioning can one's body and organs adapt to the tremendous strain inflicted upon opening them, thereby minimizing the destructive energy released. It is not feasible to forcefully open them. Moreover, through years of dedicated training, one may bypass the initial gates that restrict chakra and directly open the subsequent gates. Not every ninja can endure a decade of such intense training. Might Guy regarded Lee with earnest gravity. Lee, can you achieve this? Lee nodded emphatically. I can. He had witnessed Might Guy unleash the 8 gates from a divine perspective, and the overwhelming force was unmistakable. Might Guy's characteristic attributes during the activation of the 8 gates are speed and strength. The importance of speed in combat is self-evident. For a taijutsu ninja, preempting the enemy is particularly vital. The 8 gates enable the unrestrained release of internal energy, significantly enhancing speed. Just as Lee had witnessed during the Chunin exam preliminaries, Lee's speed was so astonishing that it eluded the naked eye, effortlessly incapacitating Gaara. Strength plays a pivotal role in taijutsu combat. When employing the 8 gates, energy is unleashed without restraint, concurrently amplifying one's power. The opening gate allows the user to break free from cerebral limitations, achieving 100 of their physical capabilities, thus expending energy to boost both attack and speed. For you, Lee, opening the first gate is within your reach. Might Guy prompted. Do you recall my earlier demonstration? Lee nodded. I do. Let me give it a try, Guy-sensei. Very well. Might Guy stepped back, his anticipation palpable. Chapter 12, The Battle of Nightfall. Lee's spirit effortlessly stood in a higher dimension, gazing down upon his physical form. He easily perceived the gates within himself, with the opening gate located in the right hemisphere of his brain. Upon unlocking it, chakra surged within him. His entire being was infused with vigor. Lotus Blossom. He effortlessly struck a tree. Without needing Might Guy's encouragement, Lee surrendered to the exquisite sensation. His body felt weightless, brimming with vitality and energy. Lee then discerned the rest gate, situated in the left hemisphere of his brain. Rest gate. Open. Unlocking the rest gate alleviated physical fatigue, allowing him to extract energy beyond its limits, counteracting the energy depletion from opening the gates. Lee was unstoppable. He yearned to ascertain how many gates his current physical condition could support. Life gate. Open. The life gate, located in the windpipe, further enhanced his attack and speed. Simultaneously, Lee's body began to flush red with blood. The life gate served as the last bastion of safety within the 8 gates, and Lee's body radiated a verdant energy. Lotus Blossom. Lee, halt. If you proceed, you will sustain injuries. Might Guy's voice faintly reached Lee's ears. The energy within him subsided, and he collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. Lee, to have reached the life gate for the first time is truly remarkable, far surpassing my and Lee's initial attempts. However, the subsequent injury, death, and view gates should not be opened recklessly. Although they can further enhance attack and speed, they will inflict harm on the body, leading one into the perilous territory of the 8 gates. The 8 gates represent an explosive release of one's physical limits, and the magnitude of power unleashed directly correlates with the degree of bodily harm inflicted. Regardless of how robust one's physique may be, one can only strive to mitigate such damage, not entirely eliminate it. Might Guy spoke with earnest intent. Gazing at Lee, he couldn't help but recall the still unconscious Lee. It was because Lee had forcibly opened the death gate during the Chunin exam that he now found himself in this predicament. Despite having reached the 5th gate, Lee had suffered grave injuries due to insufficient training, with muscles and tendons torn asunder. Medical ninjas had warned that even if he regained consciousness, he would be rendered incapacitated. Might Guy wished to prevent Lee from meeting a similar fate. It is already noon. He suppressed his heavy heart and, with a smile, addressed Lee. Lee, today's training concludes here. Next, allow me to treat you to some barbecue. All right. Lee rose from the ground, drenched in sweat, yet his face radiated exuberance. His body seemed an abyss, and Might Guy could not discern his limits. The burden of the 8 gates on the body is tremendous. However, Lee, having opened the life gate on his first attempt, recovered completely within a minute, showing no signs of fatigue. Truly astonishing. Guy-sensei, once we finish our barbecue, let us visit Lee at the hospital, Lee suggested. After their meal, Lee purchased a bouquet of flowers, and together with Mike Guy, they entered the hospital. As they approached, they overheard commotion from the patient room. Upon opening the door, the nurse guiding them changed her expression. Lee, you cannot train in your current condition. You must stop immediately. Unfazed, Lee was doing one-handed push-ups. Upon seeing Mike Guy and Lee, he forced a smile onto his sweat-soaked face, which looked more pained than joyful. Guy-sensei, Lee, you've arrived. I apologize for not being able to entertain you right now. I must achieve my training goals. Even in the hospital, I cannot allow myself to slack off. His body was completely wrapped in bandages, save for the right hand supporting him. Little Lee collapsed onto the floor, losing consciousness entirely. Lee, the nurse hurriedly lifted him back onto the hospital bed. Mike Guy's expression was grave. The nurse, with a tone of resignation, remarked, Lee's body is no longer suitable for the rigors of being a ninja. When he awakens next, you should encourage him to reconsider. Continuing down this reckless path will only harm his health. Mike Guy nodded solemnly. I understand. The nurse shook her head and exited the ward. Before long, Niji and Tenten arrived. Upon seeing Mike Guy and Lianjian, they greeted them politely. Mike Guy inquired, Niji, Tenten, is Lee aware of his condition? Niji and Tenten understood what Mike Guy meant. Tenten nodded. Although little Lee was reluctant to accept the truth, they were certain he had heard the nurse's words. Mike Guy was pained at the thought of little Lee's unwavering spirit since childhood. Teacher Guy, what is wrong with little Lee? Lianjian asked. His left hand and foot, injured by Gaara, cannot be restored to their former state. Medical ninjas have diagnosed that he can no longer be a ninja, Mike Guy replied heavily. Lianjian, grasping the gravity of Mike Guy's words, realized that at this moment, no one had yet thought of Tsunade, who was wandering outside and had not returned home. Since no one mentioned her, he decided to speak up. This is all part of my future Malice value. The more I plant now, the greater my harvest will be. Lianjian suddenly declared, perhaps little Lee can recover. The three of them were momentarily taken aback. On the bed, little Lee's eyes fluttered beneath his eyelids. What? Mike Guy exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Niji and Tenten's eyes sparkled with surprise and hope. Lianjian continued under their eager gazes. The most formidable medical ninja in the ninja world is none other than our own Lady Tsunade from Konoha. She might be able to heal little Lee. But Lady Tsunade has been missing for quite some time, Mike Guy pondered, yet a flicker of hope ignited in his heart, accompanied by another dilemma. I know where Jiraiya-sama is. Once the final round of the Chunin exams concludes, I will ask him to take me to find Lady Tsunade. He looked at his companions with unwavering determination. Teacher Guy, little Lee is my dear friend. I will do everything in my power to persuade Lady Tsunade to heal him. Please trust me. Mike Guy gazed at him, his expression softening gradually. How could he not trust him? This child valued friendship above all, placing his friend's welfare before his own. Lianjian, I believe in you. I believe that Lee will trust you too. They departed the hospital room. On the bed, little Lee did not open his eyes. Yet a tear trickled down the corner of his eye. Outside the ward, Tenten and Niji expressed their gratitude to Lianjian. Thank you for caring about little Lee, Tenten said. Lianjian smiled at her. Little Lee is my friend as well. Niji remarked, let us train together sometime. Lianjian nodded, sounds good. After parting ways with Niji and the others, Lianjian sought out Naruto and Jiraiya. Ultimately, he found them by a low waterfall and a cool stream. As Lianjian gazed at the eyes peeking from the bushes, he looked over at the beautiful young ladies in bikinis by the stream. There was no mistaking the owner of those eyes, Konoha's notorious womanizer, Jiraiya. Wow. What a cute little ninja. Why aren't you on a mission? What brings you here? Are you perhaps a little pervert? Suddenly, a hand grabbed Lianjian's arm, and before he could resist, he was engulfed in a warm embrace. The young ladies surrounded him in the center of the stream, playfully teasing his face and physique. Wow. Those little tiger teeth are sharp. Do you want to bite the sister? They exclaimed, marveling at his physique, which was indeed the result of rigorous training. As he was not on a mission, they decided to play with him. A sweet kiss was planted on Lianjian's cheek. He covered his face, feeling like a lamb lost among wolves. The young ladies grew increasingly excited. Lianjian. Suddenly, a figure strode out from the bushes, proclaiming with great authority, Lianjian, as your father. I can no longer stand by. Go train now. I will handle things here. Lianjian, surrounded by the young ladies, thought. Does Jiraiya not even take a glance at his reflection in the stream while he speaks? One young lady questioned, You're his father? Indeed, Jiraiya replied with utmost seriousness. You could produce such a handsome son. You must be lying. The young ladies debated openly in front of Lianjian and Jiraiya. Lianjian was amused. Jiraiya, feeling a rush of anger and embarrassment, seized Lianjian by the collar and tossed him behind the bushes. Get out of the way. Do you understand how to play with beautiful young ladies? Calmly landing and facing Naruto, Lianjian greeted, Hi Naruto. He looked down at the stone slab where a colorful tadpole was energetically wriggling. Wow, summoning technique. Is that a tadpole? Naruto exclaimed in a flurry. Oh, in a panic. Naruto attempted to shield Lianjian's eyes while simultaneously covering the tadpole. In his flustered state, he broke into a cold sweat and finally dispelled the summoning technique, making the tadpole vanish from Lianjian's sight. That was just an accident, Naruto shouted defensively. After Lianjian's unwavering gaze made him increasingly uneasy, he calmly reiterated, Oh, an accident. No way, I need to change the subject quickly, Naruto blurted out, noticing Lianjian's damp shirt. Lianjian, you must be worn out from training these past few days. Let us go soak in a hot spring. He then focused his energy, pervy sage. As his voice faded, Jiraiya appeared, hand on his cheek where he had been slapped. Jiraiya cast a jealous glance at Lianjian. This little brat certainly had a way with the ladies. Just because he had tossed Lianjian aside, he had received at least 2 resounding slaps. Pervy sage, let us go soak in a hot spring. No way. Pervy sage. Pervy sage. Pervy sage. Pervy sage. Pervy sage. Pervy sage. Lianjian covered his ears. Jiraiya, overwhelmed, covered his ears and exclaimed, Fine, fine, let us go. The hot spring was blissfully warm. Lianjian laid back with a towel draped over his head, with only his chin above the surface of the water. Soaking in a hot spring after training feels absolutely heavenly. I don't want to get up. His pores were fully open. Lianjian swam silently like a fish to Jiraiya's side. What is up? Jiraiya glanced at him sideways, clearly in a foul mood. This was due to an encounter before entering the hot spring, where a group of young ladies had invited Lianjian but completely ignored Jiraiya. At this moment, Jiraiya's least favorite person was Lianjian. Lianjian, do you know where Lady Tsunade is? Lianjian inquired. Jiraiya paused, his expression shifting. I don't know. What do you need her for? It is Lee, and Lianjian explains. During the Chunin exams, Lee was interrupted by Gaara, resulting in injuries to his left hand and foot. The medical ninja stated that Lee would never be able to become a ninja again. I believe that as the most formidable medical ninja in the ninja world, Lady Tsunade must have a solution. Jiraiya observed him for a moment, stroking his chin in acknowledgement. Tsunade is indeed the most skilled medical ninja in the ninja realm. Yet I am unaware of her whereabouts. Lianjian, skeptical, thought to himself that Jiraiya had previously found Tsunade with Naruto, and now his reluctance to search seemed evident. After all, once the 3rd Hokage passes, Jiraiya will have no choice but to seek her out. Lianjian strolled, resting his shoulder on the bank. Noticing this, Jiraiya inquired, Have you given up? Lianjian turned back with a smile, denying, No, I will seek out Lady Tsunade once the Chunin exams conclude. Jiraiya said nothing further. A large splash of water suddenly drenched them both. Jiraiya and Lianjian were caught off guard. Ha! Foolish Lianjian. Silly perverted sage. Naruto laughed heartily as he swam away after his prank. Lianjian smiled. You're in trouble, Naruto. The two engaged in a water fight in the hot spring. Jiraiya exclaimed, 2 immature brats. Even in a water fight, I, the sage of toads, am unparalleled. Late at night, Jiraiya leaned against the edge of the rooftop. He turned his gaze downward and glimpsed Naruto's small apartment, where Naruto, donned in a nightcap, lay cozily wrapped in his blanket, sound asleep. Footsteps approached, and Kakashi stood beside Jiraiya, his gaze drifting from Naruto's face to Jiraiya. It seems Naruto had a rather pleasant day. Jiraiya smirked. This kid possesses great perseverance, even if he can be a bit dim-witted at times. Jiraiya crossed his arms and asked, What is the true identity of Lianjian? Kakashi chuckled, clearly unfazed by Jiraiya's inquiry. He is the child of Elder Danzo, who placed him in Team 7 upon their graduation. Jiraiya responded, Is that so? Kakashi's expression grew slightly serious. He is a good kid. Jiraiya remained silent, noting that it was getting late, before departing. His figure gradually vanished with the evening breeze. The bright moon hung high in the sky. The streets were deserted, and the entire Konoha was enveloped in sweet dreams. After soaking in the hot spring, Lianjian felt utterly relaxed. He ambled slowly through the streets, heading towards the route's direction. The route was quite distant from the center of Konoha. Indeed, he would have to purchase a house. He would seek out Danzo upon returning tonight. Gradually, Lianjian's shadow was eclipsed by a larger silhouette. He looked up to see Gaara standing atop a rooftop. What a peculiar sight, a specter haunting the streets of Konoha at this hour. Lianjian took a few steps forward, and in a flash, the narrative of their encounters replayed in his mind. The moonlight was fleeting, and he dismissed it. What did it matter to him? Death was death. Wearing a facade of a good person did not equate to being one in reality. The night breeze rustled through the treetops, leaves whispering softly. Suddenly, Gaara moved. His figure appeared behind Lianjian. He raised his arm, sand swirling around him, eager to strike. The serene atmosphere of the night was shattered in an instant. What was this? A provocation? Lianjian turned. What do you want? A creature pretending to be profound in the dead of night? His words were blunt, and his malicious intent surged immediately. Ding. Detected human malice value, 1000. Curse power converted to chakra amount, 1000. Chakra, 401301000000000. Seeking death. Gaara, indeed, was thrown off guard by Lianjian's candid words. The sand surged violently towards Lianjian. Since Gaara had come to him at this late hour, it would be a waste not to engage in a spar. Boom. Lianjian threw a punch, the doors of opening and resting swinging wide, and he vanished, appearing behind Gaara. His fists seemed to crackle with thunder, breaking through Gaara's absolute defense. Creating a fissure. Ding. Detected human malice value, 1000. Curse power converted to chakra amount, 1000. Chakra, 411301000000000. The voice in his mind did not hinder Lianjian's speed. He granted Gaara no time to react, launching a barrage of punches and kicks, opening the door of life. A tempestuous wind swirled around him, the force of his blows enveloping Gaara, causing Gaara's absolute defense to fracture. As his body crashed heavily into the wall, Gaara's mind conjured the visage of Rock Lee. Emerging from the rubble, despite the shattering of his absolute defense, he remained unscathed. His eyes were filled with a sinister glare, and the air around him was thick with the scent of blood. Ding. Detected human malice value, 2000. Curse power converted to chakra amount, 2000. Chakra, 4313010000000. He began to stir restlessly. No matter, Lianjian would ensure he regained his composure. The fourth gate, the injury gate. Open. Unlike the fourth gate he had failed to open before Might Guy, Lianjian unleashed it on this night. He felt every inch of his muscles and bones brimming with explosive power, his chakra doubling, speed and strength reaching an unparalleled level. His body was like a taut bowstring. And in a flash, he surged towards Gaara like an arrow released from its bow. This time, Gaara did not even catch a glimpse of his afterimage. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted as Lianjian's punch, akin to a lightning strike, pierced through Gaara's absolute defense. Blood dripped from Gaara's lips. The sand, unable to keep pace with Lianjian's speed, became frenzied. Upon closer inspection, Lianjian noticed Gaara's arm beginning to mutate. The transformation into a tailed beast was too pronounced. Lianjian had no intention of granting him the time to complete this transformation. The fifth gate, the closing gate. Open. Lianjian withdrew his right foot, his power surging layer upon layer, converging into one. He was like a bow ready to snap, his hair akin to thunder, and the strength of his strikes unleashed a powerful wind. Gaara's pupils shifted, and in the next moment, his body soared into the air as Lianjian's leg whirled towards him. Boom. Gaara spat out a mouthful of blood. There was no time to react. The ground beneath him shattered like a spider's web. He sank into the crevice, his ribs fracturing. It was the first time he had been gravely injured since his birth. Gaara gazed at the profound night sky, though his body had risen. His will drifted further away. The ferocious consciousness of the tailed beast overwhelmed his own, turning his body into a vessel for the beast's wrath. Half of Gaara's face morphed into a fearsome beast, his eyes a fierce crimson. Lowering his shoulder, he launched forward like a cannonball, his colossal hand reaching for Lianjian. As his massive claw extended, the air was rent asunder, producing a shrill sound of rushing wind. Boom. The clash of fists resonated. Lianjian remained as immovable as a mountain, despite the stinging pain coursing through his arms, which soon dissipated. With a swift turn of his body, he evaded to Gaara's rear and delivered a powerful kick to his neck. Bang! Gaara's body slumped, and he staggered, letting out a sharp hiss from his toothy maw. Lianjian took a deep breath, steady and resolute. The sixth gate of the 8 gates, open, he declared. Boom. A tremendous force erupted from beneath his feet, causing the ground to crack silently like a tortoise shell. Simultaneously, the sinews and bones within him resonated. A symphony of power ascending from his feet through to his shoulders and elbows. In the next moment, his fist curled, and with a swift elbow strike, he aimed directly at Gaara's midsection. Gaara was propelled back several meters, yet Lianjian appeared behind him. With a flick of his arm, his steel-like limb unleashed a terrifying force, penetrating the gap in Gaara's giant claws and crashing down upon his neck. Thud! Gaara collapsed to the ground. Lianjian gasped for breath, his muscles taut and strained. However, In no time, his injuries healed, returning to their former state. He approached the unconscious Gaara and remarked, "Truly useless. Little one, you shouldn't wander the night. Staying in your mother's embrace would be the wisest choice." "Ah, my apologies." Lianjian felt no remorse, having forgotten he had no mother. Ding. Detected human malice value, 5,000. Curse energy converted into chakra amount, 5,000. Chakra, 461301000000000. Lianjian strolled away calmly, hoping Gaara's severely injured body would not be taken as a meal by ants. 100 meters away, Sukiyakari lay on the roof tiles, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, fingers twitching, unable to grip his long sword once more. In his pupils reflected two figures, Kabuto and Maki, standing on either side, their cold gazes fixed upon him. Sukiyakari understood he was fated not to survive this night. His only regret was that he could not inform the Hokage about the conspiracy between the Sound and Sand villages. Suddenly, Kabuto's expression shifted, sharply glancing in a particular direction. "It seems you have company," he remarked cryptically. A flicker of urgency ignited in Sukiyakari's eyes, yet his voice remained silenced, crushed by the Sand village's leading jonin, Maki. Kabuto moved behind a pillar, and a figure stepped forward. Kabuto, somewhat surprised, called out the newcomer's name. "Lianjian?" Chapter 13, Removing the Mask. Lianjian raised an eyebrow, shifting his gaze from Sukiyakari to Kabuto and Maki. A faint smile graced his lips, though his eyes held no mirth, their sharpness seeming capable of piercing through one's soul. His tone was casual, as if merely chatting with friends. "Let me guess, what are you up to?" Murdering and silencing witnesses, perhaps?" As these words escaped his lips, a sinister smile crept onto Kabuto's face, while Maki's brow furrowed, a flicker of ferocity crossing his gaze. They did not answer Lianjian's question, yet their expressions conveyed everything. Their reactions did not faze Lianjian. Instead, he chuckled lightly and continued. "It is quite a rare sight to witness ninjas from the Sound and Sand villages collaborating to eliminate ninjas from the Leaf village." Each of his speculations struck a nerve with Maki. Could it be that the Sound and Sand villages had conspired to attack the Leaf on the day of the Chunin exams? Though he spoke lightly, the implication sent a tremor through Kabuto and Maki. The murderous intent in Maki's eyes spilled over. Kabuto observed Lianjian beneath the moonlight, his expression inscrutable. Sukiyakari lay on the ground, wide-eyed, his throat producing broken sounds. He recognized that voice. It was Lianjian. Fear and despair surged within Sukiyakari. Run. Lianjian should be fleeing at this moment, then reporting this news to the Hokage. Maki's figure flickered, his iron palm striking like lightning toward Lianjian's neck. Yet, just as he was about to make contact, Lianjian, like a specter, materialized behind him. Maki froze, astonished. What speed was this? Could this truly be a mere genin? Lianjian turned his head, a slight smile playing on his lips as he addressed Kabuto and Maki. "No need to rush. I never claimed to be your enemy." "Ha ha." In the dead of night, a light laugh inadvertently escaped Kabuto's lips. He scrutinized Lianjian with a piercing gaze, as though attempting to see through him. "To be honest, from our first encounter, I sensed we were of the same ilk," Kabuto suddenly declared, a hint of barely detectable excitement lacing his voice. Maki furrowed his brow at Kabuto, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes, but Kabuto shot him a silent look, urging him to refrain from questioning further. "Is that so?" Lianjian raised an eyebrow, a hint of skepticism gracing his features. "I do not perceive us as kindred spirits." He crossed his arms, maintaining a calm gaze locked with Kabuto. Kabuto smiled faintly, his expression brightening as he continued to fixate on Lianjian, choosing not to elaborate further. Those who wear masks can effortlessly see through the facades of others. "Since you claim you are not our adversary, then prove it to us." Kabuto offered a kunai, his smile unwavering. Lianjian accepted the kunai, but did not act immediately, instead spinning it on his finger, negotiating with Kabuto. "If you intend to attack the Leaf, you surely mean to eliminate the Hokage, yes?" Kabuto remained silent. Lianjian, undeterred, continued. "I have but one request. Before the Hokage meets his demise, I wish to speak with him. Once our conversation concludes, I shall aid you in eliminating him." Sukiyakari's eyes widened. Kabuto regarded him quizzically, a strange smile gracing his lips. "Then I shall consult with the Kazekage." Maki, however, readily agreed. "I will convey your request to the Kazekage." Lianjian approached Sukiyakari, crouching down, as Sukiyakari's gaze remained fixed upon his face. "Since death is inevitable, let us accomplish a good deed in the meantime. Allow me to contribute a wave of malice. I eagerly anticipate the day of Konoha's destruction." Ding. Detected human malice value, 1,000. Curse energy converted into chakra amount, 1,000. Chakra, 471301000000000. The thought of countless Leaf ninjas and civilians perishing on that day fills me with uncontainable joy. What a pity you will not witness such an entertaining scene. Ding. Detected human malice value, 2000. Curse energy converted into chakra amount, 2000. Chakra, 491301000000000. Ah, by the way, even a formidable ninja like Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot escape death. Ah, just thinking about it is immensely thrilling. If only I could humiliate him before his demise. How delightful that would be. Ding. Detected human malice value, 3000. Curse power converted to chakra amount, 3000. Chakra, 5213010000000. Rinjian let out a deep sigh, unleashing his lethal strike. Your girlfriend must be named Yuzuki Yugao, am I correct? Gazing into the scarlet eyes of Tsukiyakari and observing her trembling form, Rinjian smiled gently. You have been sent away by my own hands. To reunite you both, let me take her life myself. Ding. Detected human malice value, 5000. Curse power converted to chakra amount, 5000. Chakra, 5713010000000. What a splendid night it is. The moonlight intertwines with the chilling gleam of kunai. Blood stains mar the once pristine kunai, carelessly discarded to the side. Rinjian deftly evaded Maki's sneak attack, grasping his wrist with a firm grip. Wishing for death. Are we? As Rinjian's words fell, Maki's face began to swell with lumps. Kabuto's eyes sparkled with delight as he observed the unfolding scene. Rinjian turned to him and inquired, if this fellow perishes, it wouldn't pose much of a problem, would it? After all, the wind shadow is merely a guise for Orochimaru. Maki serves no purpose. Before Kabuto could respond, Maki underwent a dramatic transformation. The modified Maki was reduced to the size of a fingertip by Rinjian and stowed away in a ninja tool pouch. Thriftiness is a cherished virtue of the Chinese people. Modified weapon 4. As Rinjian approached him, Kabuto took a step back. Though uncertain of what Rinjian had done, he found the ability intriguing. A frenzied fervor danced in Kabuto's eyes. Were it not for the limitations of his strength, he might have been unable to resist the urge to dissect Rinjian on the spot, unearthing the secrets of his body. Rinjian whispered, inform the wind shadow. Oh no. It should be Orochimaru. Kabuto's pupils constricted, and a subtle change flickered across his expression. It must be noted that aside from himself and a select few sound shinobi, no one was aware that Lord Orochimaru was indeed the wind shadow. I shall not disclose your plans to anyone. In fact, I will assist you in executing them. My desires are quite simple. When Orochimaru eliminates the Hokage, I wish to be by the side of the third Hokage. Rinjian recalled the battle. Orochimaru had summoned the souls of the first and second Hokages using Edo Tensei. Subsequently, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sealed the first and second along with Orochimaru's hands with Shiki Fujin before his demise. Rinjian did not want to miss such a golden opportunity. Firstly, he could amass a substantial amount of malice points before the Hokage's death. Secondly, the souls of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama might harbor innumerable ninjutsu and secrets. Rinjian was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Otherwise, the next chance to encounter their souls would not arise until the Fourth Shinobi World War. Rinjian had no time to wait that long. Kabuto chuckled, I shall consult with Lord Orochimaru. Rinjian denied him this opportunity. Is such a simple matter even up for discussion? I am not here to save the Hokage. I merely wish to deliver a finishing blow before his demise. However, should you refuse, I can assure you that tomorrow, you shall find yourselves besieged by Konoha ninjas. You see, they had their chance, yet did not cherish it. Now they wish to negotiate? Impossible. Kabuto smiled. It appears we have no power to refuse. Rinjian nodded. It is good that you understand. He leapt down from the eaves, striding away with an air of confidence. Chapter 14. The Training of Life and Death. The Roots. Rinjian stealthily entered Shimura Danzo's chamber. As expected, Danzo was indeed awake. Sitting upon a stool, Danzo observed as the door creaked open, revealing a blue-haired figure peering in. Shimura Danzo, with those shifty eyes. Who would dare disturb him at such an hour but Rinjian? What is it? Danzo inquired. Rinjian swiftly approached him. I have just uncovered a staggering secret. Danzo's interest piqued. Speak. He caught a faint whiff of blood lingering around Rinjian. Danzo's gaze darkened as he scrutinized Rinjian from head to toe, not detecting any wounds. He surmised that the blood scent emanated from another source. The wind shadow, poised to arrive in Konoha, is in fact Orochimaru, Rinjian proclaimed, yet Danzo remained skeptical. Danzo's eyes brimmed with doubt. Where did this information come from? Rinjian recounted his encounter with Gaara and Kabuto, skillfully omitting the fact that it was Maki who had slain Tsukiakari. In truth, it was Maki who dealt the fatal blow. He merely fumbled, causing the kunai to drop. Tsukiakari's death bore no connection to Rinjian. He also concealed the collaboration with Kabuto, knowing that the only individual privy to the truth, Kabuto, would remain silent. After all, the intelligence Rinjian possessed posed a significant threat to them. After such extensive plotting, neither Orochimaru nor Kabuto would wish to see their plans foiled at the last moment. Rinjian had the audacity to inform Shimura Danzo, because he wagered that Danzo would not act at all. The death of Sarutobi Hiruzen would yield Danzo more benefits than harms. Danzo was quite satisfied, not only because Rinjian had promptly relayed the news to him, but also due to the imminent demise of Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had already begun his premature celebrations. Sarutobi, it was you who allowed Orochimaru to escape. Now, you shall perish by his hand. And you rightfully deserve to swallow the bitter fruits of your earlier decisions. Return to sleep. I will handle this, Danzo stated, as Rinjian departed. He understood well that Danzo would do nothing. It was quite likely that he would tarnish Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation within the village, and to minimize casualties within the route. He might even withdraw all route ninjas engaged in missions that day. Such actions were well within Danzo's capabilities and customary practices. Rinjian proceeded as though nothing had occurred, indulging in a restful slumber. At dawn, he ventured into the forest to train with Might Guy. He set himself a modest goal. Today he must master the morning peacock. Teacher Guy? Yoshi. Rinjian, you're still up so early. Let us ignite our youth. The sky transitioned from dawn to full brightness. Rinjian was drenched in sweat, his mind diligently recalling the techniques for the morning peacock as explained by Might Guy. In front of Guy, he opened the first gate all the way to the sixth gate, and Guy's expression was even tenser than his own. The morning peacock is an advanced taijutsu performed after opening the sixth gate of the 8 gates, unleashing rapid punches that generate flames through friction with the air, utilizing the resulting shockwaves and flames to deliver a barrage of strikes to the opponent. The flames produced by the high-speed attacks create a spectacle akin to a peacock spreading its feathers, hence the name. The heat can evaporate the very waters of a lake. As Rinjian opened the sixth gate, a vibrant blue aura enveloped him, the surge of chakra reaching a level of visibility. The cells within his body seemed to awaken completely with the opening of the sixth gate. His already formidable physical prowess soared to new heights. The aura surrounding him expanded to a terrifying degree, chakra flowing and emanating blue steam all around him. The monstrous sense of dread loomed ominously, sending shivers down one's spine. Observing Rinjian successfully unlocking the sixth gate, Might Guy could not help but acknowledge the significance of innate talent. In less than a month, Rinjian had surpassed the decade-long dedication of Lee. However, Rinjian's triumph was not solely attributed to his gifts. It was inextricably linked to his relentless efforts. Guy noted Rinjian's slight crouch, signaling the commencement of the peacock technique. Aware of the formidable power of the peacock, he stepped back, ensuring a safe distance from Rinjian. As he retreated, an overwhelming force emanated from Rinjian's hands, enveloping him in a searing blaze that extended several meters around him. Guy distinctly witnessed the crimson light surrounding Rinjian morphing continually, ultimately taking the form of a vividly lifelike giant peacock. With a resounding cry, the shockwave and flames surged outward. Within a 20-meter radius of Rinjian, the moisture in the forest evaporated under the intense heat of the flames. Trees were severed mid-trunk, igniting a vast expanse of woodland. An unintentional ecological disaster unfolded as Rinjian quickly formed hand seals, water release, great waterfall technique. A colossal sphere of water burst forth, extinguishing the raging inferno in the forest. Rinjian exhaled in relief. Guy observed the evident signs of severe burns upon Rinjian's attire, and his skin bore the marks of scalds, with visible bruises suggesting ruptured capillaries. The aftermath of opening the sixth gate, coupled with the lack of mastery over the peacock technique, indeed resulted in such consequences. Yet, in the blink of an eye, all traces of injury vanished, his skin restoring to its smooth, unblemished state as if he had never been harmed. Guy was momentarily taken aback, noticing Guy's astonished gaze. Rinjian smiled and explained, "Teacher Guy, this is related to my bloodline limit. As long as the injuries are not fatal, I can heal rapidly." Guy beamed, "Excellent. This means I can confidently intensify the training. Prepare yourself, Rinjian. Starting tomorrow, the training intensity will be significantly increased." Rinjian eagerly acquiesced, "Yes? Today's training ends here." His garments were singed and tattered, and he dashed back to the base like the wind, anxious to avoid being seen in his half-naked state. After all, he had already been in considerable danger while clothed. The consequences of being caught bare-chested by the ladies would be unfathomable. Rinjian was determined to preserve his innocence. After a refreshing shower and a change of clothes, he stretched lazily and set out for ramen. By serendipity, he encountered Naruto and Jiraiya at the ramen shop. Naruto, brimming with excitement, settled beside Rinjian. Observing Naruto's generous ordering, Rinjian inquired, "No training today, Naruto?" Naruto chuckled, rubbing his hands together. "The pervy sage says this is part of training too." Jiraiya observed the two with an inscrutable expression. Rinjian felt a sudden, uneasy premonition. Naruto devoured 10 bowls of ramen before finally pausing. When he turned to Jiraiya to settle the bill, Jiraiya had vanished without a trace. "Ah, my wallet is empty," Naruto lamented, watching helplessly as not a single coin emerged from his frog wallet. "Quite pitiful." Naruto turned to Rinjian. "Did you complete today's training?" Rinjian nodded. "Indeed." Naruto's eyes sparkled. "Rinjian is amazing. No matter how difficult the jutsu, he learns it instantly." Rinjian could not refute this and merely reassured, "You can do it too, Naruto." With renewed confidence, Naruto declared, "Although I find the pervy sage's training methods rather peculiar today, I will strive to do my best." In the next moment, both he and Rinjian were hoisted by Jiraiya. Jiraiya carried them over his shoulders as he walked toward the edge of a cliff. Unbeknownst to him, Rinjian's perceptiveness took him by surprise. Jiraiya nodded, "Yes." Naruto laughed joyously, "Awesome." Then, he soared into the abyss. As Rinjian was set down, he witnessed Naruto plummeting. Jiraiya remarked beside him, "Naruto must activate his powers in a life-or-death situation. If he fails again, I can only say I'm sorry." No sooner had he spoken than Rinjian too was sent flying. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Chapter 15, The Eve of the Exam. Naruto plummeted rapidly, unable to control his descent. His pupils dilated, filled with despair and terror. The roar of the wind drowned out all other sounds, plunging him into an abyss of silence. "I'm going to die." This thought reverberated through his mind, completely consuming his thoughts, pushing everything else far away. Suddenly, a flash of blue caught his eye, and it grew closer. Focusing intently, he realized it was Rinjian. "No, I can't die. Not with Rinjian here. I cannot let him perish." A fierce will to survive surged within Naruto. He refused to surrender. He had promised Rinjian to protect him, and now was the time to fulfill that vow. Naruto struggled to adjust his posture, attempting to slow his descent. Everything around him faded to darkness, and the environment transformed. When Naruto regained his sight, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm. Darkness enveloped him, illuminated only by a faint glow ahead. Following the light, he beheld a massive door. Within, a pair of blood-red slit pupils suddenly emerged. A colossal fox gradually revealed itself from the shadows. Naruto's eyes widened. It was the nine-tails fox that the pervy sage had once spoken of. "Hey, you. After residing within me for so long, it's time to pay rent." With a resounding bang, he invoked the summoning technique. An immense surge of crimson chakra radiated from Naruto's hands. In the next instant, both Naruto and Rinjian landed atop something soft yet resilient, akin to a trampoline. Rinjian steadied Naruto as they both gazed down at the massive red creature beneath them. From their vantage point, they could not fully discern what had suddenly appeared, but Rinjian had already deduced its identity. Frog Bunta from Mount Mayaboku. "Huh, what in the world is this place? What is that guy Jiraiya up to? Why summon me at this moment?" Bunta's voice echoed through the canyon. Naruto's eyes lit up. He slid down to the side of Bunta's face and exclaimed, "It's not the pervy sage. It's me. I summoned you." Naruto had not anticipated being able to summon such a formidable creature. "Humph." Bunta scoffed. "All right. Tell me where Jiraiya is?" He was entirely skeptical of Naruto's claim. Frustrated, Naruto shouted, "Believe it or not, but you are the spirit I summoned. It was the lecherous sage who cast both me and Rinjian down, wishing for me to master the art of summoning." Winta, the toad, fell silent for several seconds, as the spectacle before him indeed validated the truthfulness of the boy's words. However, Winta, the great toad, would never be commanded by such a mere child. With a powerful push from his hands, the toad leaped high into the air. Rinjian and Naruto were immediately propelled upwards, an unconventional amusement ride. How exhilarating! Excitement sparkled in Rinjian's eyes as he and Naruto landed once more upon Winta's back. "Humph, great toad. If I remain upon your back until the sun sets without being thrown off, then I shall be your master." Naruto boldly issued a challenge to Winta. Seizing the moment, Rinjian slid down from Winta's body, retreated to a distance, and leaped onto a sturdy tree branch, calling out to Naruto, "Go for it, Naruto." A fierce determination ignited in Naruto's eyes. "Don't worry, Rinjian. Rinjian distanced himself from the scene to avoid being entangled in the agreement between Wenta and Naruto. He settled on a rocky cliffside, when suddenly, a figure appeared behind him. It was Jiraiya, leaning against a tree trunk. He inquired, "Why did you jump down with Naruto?" Rinjian smiled, "Because I believe in Naruto. Though he may lag behind, he has always been diligent and resilient. I trust he can succeed, and even if he does not, I will be there to rescue him." As Naruto's teacher, Jiraiya could inspire Naruto in this manner, coaxing out his potential. Yet, as Naruto's companion, Rinjian merely wished to be his supporter and ally. Jiraiya regarded him thoughtfully. Unbeknownst to them, the sun began to set. Rinjian's face was bathed in golden light, radiating warmth. Jiraiya averted his gaze, his thoughts drifting to someone else. Rinjian bore a striking resemblance to that individual, in both character and talent. Moreover, he had become a friend to Naruto, as if fate had intertwined their destinies. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Naruto's voice echoed in the distance. He bounced atop Wenta's head like a jubilant child, exclaiming, "Ha! I did it! Ha ha! Rinjian, I did it!" In his merriment, he slipped from Wenta's head, utterly exhausted. Wenta's tongue swiftly ensnared him. Jiraiya chuckled, realizing that Wenta had accepted Naruto. He handed Rinjian the large scroll he carried, saying, "Present this to Wenta." Embracing the scroll, Rinjian quickly approached Wenta. He assisted in unfurling the scroll, and upon seeing Naruto's name inscribed upon it, Wenta scoffed. He had not anticipated that this little rascal was the one who summoned him. Gently placing the slumbering Naruto beside Rinjian, a puff of smoke enveloped them, and Wenta vanished. Jiraiya departed with the scroll in hand. Rinjian, now bearing Naruto, made his way to Naruto's home. According to the information provided by Danzo, Naruto resided in a modest single-occupancy apartment. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of scattered instant noodles and milk cartons in the living room, along with an array of clothing and hats strewn about. Rinjian laid Naruto upon the small sofa, covering him with a blanket before leaving. In the morning, upon awakening, Naruto immediately sought out the lecherous sage. "Jiraiya, were you the one who brought me home yesterday?" he inquired. Jiraiya shook his head. "No?" "Huh." Naruto pondered. Could it have been Rinjian? Recalling Rinjian, Naruto's anger flared. "Jiraiya, I haven't settled the score with you yet. You threw me off a cliff, and now you've tossed Rinjian down too." Jiraiya paused, fixing his gaze upon Naruto. "Are you really that foolish?" Naruto instinctively retorted, "You're the fool." "I'm not foolish at all." Rinjian said so. "I'm not foolish." Jiraiya sighed, exasperated. "That kid jumped down of his own accord. He wanted to save you and believed in your ability to succeed." Naruto stood there, momentarily stunned. Rinjian, today, did not train, as it was the final day of the month-long deadline, with the Chunin exams commencing the following day. Might Guy had intended to invite Rinjian, Tintin, and Niji for a barbecue, but Niji was preoccupied with training. Tintin had to accompany him, and Rinjian had declined. Rinjian needed to return to the route. Catface had contacted him, perhaps with another task from Danzo. Upon returning to route, Rinjian did not encounter the masked Catface, but rather a stranger, a woman with long black hair. Her pallid complexion a testament to years spent underground, crimson lips and dark eyes, an appearance quite typical within the world of Naruto. Rinjian felt an uncanny familiarity emanating from her. "Let us go?" The moment she spoke, Rinjian instantly recognized her. She was Catface Owl. He stood still, perplexed. "Where are we going?" "Don't you wear a mask for missions?" Catface grasped her own arm with one hand and calmly replied, "Tonight, I shall treat you to barbecue." Chapter 16. The finals officially commence. Only then did Rinjian notice that Catface was not donned in the standard uniform, but rather a simple long dress. Were it not for her unnaturally calm demeanor, which concealed an air of menace, she could almost pass for an ordinary woman. She extended her hand toward Rinjian. Bewildered, he took her hand, unable to discern her true intentions, until they truly arrived at the barbecue restaurant. The establishment was bustling with patrons that evening. Rinjian spotted several jonin present. Catface led him to a relatively quiet corner. Throughout the meal, Catface diligently grilled meat for Rinjian, consuming very little herself. Once Rinjian had eaten his fill, she paid the bill and escorted him back to route. Rinjian was utterly bewildered. He vaguely sensed an impossible possibility. It wasn't he until Catface returned him to his room and said, "Good luck in tomorrow's competition," that the door closed behind her. Rinjian's expression was inscrutable. Just as Catface covered her face with her mask, Dogface notified her of Danzo's summons. Leading the way, Dogface queried in the suffocating silence, "Why engage in unnecessary actions?" Catface, following behind, responded with her customary coldness, "If I want to do it, I'll do it." Dogface fell silent, until Danzo's figure materialized before them. Both knelt on one knee simultaneously. Lord Danzo. Danzo did not bid them rise, but rather asked, "Owl, how old are you this year?" Catface respectfully replied, 30 years old. "You are of the age to marry and bear children, as is Nightingale." In unison, Catface and Dogface declared, "We vow to serve Lord Danzo for life." Danzo remained silent. Dogface felt a surge of anxiety, while Catface remained remarkably composed. She had anticipated all possible outcomes while undertaking today's actions. Regardless of the outcome, she would accept it. Danzo inquired, "What prompted you to take Rinjian to a barbecue?" "This is not a mission." The feline visage replied, "It is imperative to celebrate during significant festivals. After all, Lotus is merely a child, and I wish to take him to partake in the festivities." The canine visage cast a glance toward the feline, fully aware of how composed Owl had been throughout their 5 years of partnership. Yet now, even Owl appeared to be acting impulsively. "Danzo, you may leave now." Nightingale was taken aback. This was uncharacteristic of Lord Danzo's usual demeanor. Nevertheless, he departed alongside Owl. Once outside the residence of Lord Danzo, the canine visage pondered deeply. What has transpired with Lord Danzo? The feline visage silently passed him by, offering no words in response. The canine visage hurried to catch up with her. "Do you know something?" The feline visage retorted, "How old are you this year?" The canine visage, bewildered by the relevance of her question, replied honestly, 20. The feline visage responded, "One day, when you marry and have children, or when you grow old, you will understand." The canine visage was left in shock. What did marriage and parenthood have to do with anything? Moreover, he had no intention of marrying and having children. He intended to dedicate his life to the root, just as Lord Danzo had. Lotus encountered Lord Danzo for the first time that morning. He had always believed Danzo to be a creature of the night. Danzo sat upright in his chair, his posture impeccably maintained. Lotus had never witnessed him relax his demeanor. Danzo was a man who took great pride in his appearance. "Are you nervous?" Lotus anticipated a more profound inquiry from Danzo, yet he was surprised when the question pertained to the Chunin exam taking place that day. Even more astonishing was the fact that Danzo was asking whether he felt anxious. Today, Danzo seemed almost as if he had been possessed. Regardless, Lotus provided a perfect answer, "Not at all." Before Danzo could pose any further bothersome questions, Lotus preemptively silenced him. "I am a ninja, trained by my father. A member of Root. I will never bring shame to Root or my father." Upon uttering the word father, he shyly lowered his gaze, though internally, he had already retched numerous times. Danzo reflected that Lotus was indeed correct. He could not tarnish the reputation of Root or Danzo himself. Watching Lotus depart, the furrowed lines of Danzo's brow softened. Lotus made his way to the venue of the Chunin exam. Along the route, he encountered several nobles and feudal lords arriving in grand carriages. Midway, he came across the lethargic Shikamaru, and the two decided to proceed to the venue together. "Oh, I truly do not comprehend why I was roped into this competition," Shikamaru lamented, his expression replete with exasperation. "Of course, it is because you are exceptional," Lotus remarked. Shikamaru's brand of nonchalance was a sophisticated facade. Compared to Sasuke and Gaara, he was undoubtedly in a league of his own, embodying an effortless charm that exuded confidence. Hearing Lotus's response, Shikamaru scoffed, "You say that to everyone, don't you?" Lotus denied, "Not at all. Only those lacking motivation, such as you, receive such praise." Shikamaru, upon their arrival at the venue, they were met with a throng of spectators. The cacophony of cheers and noise was deafening. To be candid, Lotus was not particularly fond of such scenes. They felt uncomfortably reminiscent of the Roman Colosseum. When Lotus and Shikamaru arrived, Neji, Gaara, and Shino were already present. With the exception of Naruto and Sasuke, Gaara's gaze had been fixated on Lotus since his entrance. Beep. Detected malicious intent value, 1000. Curse power converted to chakra amount, 1000. Chakra, 58130100000000. "Hey," Shikamaru nudged Lotus with his elbow. "Did you offend that Sand Village genin?" The murderous intent emanating from Gaara was palpable. Even a fool could sense it. Lotus nodded. "I gave him a good beating before the competition." Shikamaru was momentarily at a loss for words. He had intended to caution Lotus to be wary of Gaara, but given the circumstances, such a warning seemed unnecessary. He decided to worry about Gaara instead. The referee of the match, Iraka Yumino, with a cigarette in his mouth, glanced at the time and inquired of Lotus, "When will Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha arrive?" Lotus shook his head, "I do not know. However, if they are late, could I request you to postpone their match?" Iraka sighed in annoyance, and in response to Lotus's earnest gaze, he explained with resignation, "That is not within my purview." In the next moment, Naruto stumbled into the venue, landing face first on the ground. "Lotus, Naruto quickly scrambled to his feet and rushed to Lotus's side, exclaiming, "Lotus, there's a cow. A cow has broken in." Shikamaru retorted, "Idiot, how could a cow possibly enter the venue? Have you seen how many Chunin are guarding outside?" Upon checking the entrance and seeing that the cows had indeed been stopped, Naruto sighed in relief. He squeezed past Shikamaru and stood beside Lotus, nearly stumbling in the process. "Idiot Naruto." Lotus gazed at the uproarious crowd, contemplating what might happen if all those souls were intertwined. His thoughts drifted. Where was Sasuke? The time for the match had commenced, yet there was no sign of him. Iruka furrowed his brow. Lotus spoke up. "The reason many spectators have purchased tickets to watch the match featuring the last scion of the Uchiha clan is because of Sasuke. Therefore, if he fails to arrive in time for his match, it would be prudent to postpone it, allowing it to serve as the grand finale, thus preserving the audience's excitement." Iruka nodded, acknowledging that this was the only course of action available. He looked towards the high platform to the north, where the Hokage and Kazekage were seated. Noticing Naruto whispering to Lotus, Iruka reminded, "You are the main characters of this competition, so conduct yourselves accordingly." Naruto ceased his murmurs about Sasuke in deference to Iruka's admonition. The voice of the Hokage resonated throughout the Chunin exam venue. "Thank you to all esteemed guests for your presence. I am Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konohagakure. I hereby declare the third round of the Chunin exam officially commenced." The applause was thunderous, causing the ground to tremble beneath the fervent cheers. Chapter 17, Provocation. Iruka turned to Lotus and the others, announcing, "The first match, Naruto Uzumaki versus Neji Hyuga. The two combatants, please step forward. All others, proceed to the waiting area." With Iruka's announcement, Lotus and the others made their way to the side stairway. In the arena, Naruto and Neji stood facing one another. Lotus ascended the platform and immediately spotted the ANBU scattered throughout the crowd. It seemed that the body of Moonlight Gale had indeed raised the village's alarm. "Lotus, come here." Lotus spotted Sakura, who was seated with Ino, beckoning to him. Ino was engaging Shikamaru, while Hinata was present as well, choosing to sit with Ino and Sakura rather than with her father and sister. Despite her injuries, she had come to witness the battle between Naruto and Neji. Lotus and Shikamaru took their seats beside Sakura and Ino, while Shino settled next to Hinata. Today, Rinjin was not entirely devoid of tasks. Shimura Danzo had assigned him a singular mission. Regardless of the events that transpired, he was to ascertain the demise of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Rinjin comprehended Danzo's veiled implications. Should Hiruzen still draw breath, he would personally ensure his departure from this world. Such malice. How he relished it. The clash between Naruto and Neji held no intrigue for Rinjin. After Naruto was once again bested by Neji, Rinjin rose from his seat. Sakura, who was anxiously watching Naruto, lifted her gaze to Rinjin and inquired, "Where are you going, Rinjin?" With a gentle smile, he replied, "I am off to find Sasuke." In an instant, Sakura felt the urge to rise and accompany him. However, Rinjin placed a hand on her shoulder, explaining with a touch of exasperation, "Sakura, Naruto is currently engaged in battle. At least one of us must remain to cheer him on. Leave Sasuke to me. I trust he will not forfeit this match." Sakura gazed at Rinjin, the owner of those unique eyes, and as always, felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance. Complying, she sat back down and smiled softly at him. "I understand." She watched as Rinjin's figure faded into the staircase. In a light-hearted tone, Ino remarked, "Although Sakura's affections lie with Sasuke, it is Rinjin who provides her with the utmost sense of security." Taken aback, Sakura realized Ino was teasing her, her cheeks warming slightly. "Don't be ridiculous. Sasuke is suited for romance, while Rinjin is more fitting for marriage." Ino rested her chin on her hand, winking at Sakura. Shikamaru interjected nonchalantly. "Rinjin not only brings Sakura a sense of safety, but also offers that same comfort to Naruto. Now, that is a true gentleman." Ino, still propping her chin, disdainfully chimed in, "Unlike you and Choji, one only knows how to slack off, and the other only knows how to eat." Shikamaru sighed. Women are indeed difficult to please. Following her line of thought would be unwise, and opposing it would be even worse. As Rinjin departed from the venue, he fortuitously encountered Kabuto, who was ambushing a member of the Umbu. Upon recognizing him, Kabuto lowered his chakra-infused hand. "I didn't expect to see so many Umbu here today," he remarked enigmatically. Leaning against a tree trunk, Rinjin retorted, "Surely, you are aware of the reason for their presence? The corpse of the Moonlight Gale lies exposed. Do you take the ninjas of Konoha for fools?" With a smile, Rinjin added, "Rest assured, if I were to inform the Hokage, you would not be present at today's gathering." Kabuto, smiling, sought to diffuse Rinjin's hostility. "I am aware, I harbor no doubts about you. Merely reflecting on the keen instincts of Konoha's ninjas, Rinjin scrutinized him. Today, Orochimaru will establish a barrier to ensnare the third Hokage, will he not? Kabuto fell silent, intrigued by how Rinjin had deduced such information. It was astonishing enough that he had grasped their intentions and plans. To predict the intricate details of their operations was nothing short of miraculous. To assassinate the Hokage within the village, one must set a barrier to exclude others. There is no alternative, Rinjin stated. Kabuto's wariness escalated. A ninja gifted in both strength and intellect required cautious handling. So, enlighten me on how to breach the barrier. This is our condition for cooperation, is it not? Rinjin fixed his gaze on him. Kabuto replied with a smile. There are two ways to enter the formation. The first is to launch a powerful attack to destroy it. However, the consequence of such an action is clear. Hiruzen would not survive. The second method involves utilizing specialized ninja tools that can absorb chakra, creating an opening for you to pass through. Both methods pose significant challenges. Rinjin's eyes grew cold, his dissatisfaction palpable. Kabuto, still smiling, attempted to reassure him. Do not fret. You can also enter before the barrier descends. Entering before the barrier's establishment would entail considerable risk. After all, Rinjin found it hard to believe that a nefarious character like Orochimaru would not seize the opportunity to deal with him. One cannot catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den. Despite the peril, the allure of the souls of the first, second, and third Hokages was too great to resist. Notably, throughout their lengthy planning, Rinjin had yet to incur a single point of malevolence from Kabuto, regardless of what he said or did. Cheers erupted from within the venue, leading Rinjin to surmise that the match was nearing its conclusion. He had matters to attend to. In a few deft movements, he found himself in the medical room inside the venue. Pushing the door open, he beheld Niji sitting on the bed. His gaze lowered in contemplation. A bruise marred Niji's chin, a remnant of Naruto's earlier blow. The once bustling medical room was now empty, save for him. Rinjin closed the door and approached Niji, who acknowledged his presence with silence, devoid of the strength to speak. Niji, you are formidable. But do you understand why you were defeated by Naruto? Rinjin inquired softly. He recognized the profound impact Naruto's words about defying destiny had on Niji. Yet, was it truly possible to escape the influence of fate? Niji stared at his hands, hands that had triumphed over countless foes, the same hands that had endured relentless training. Yet now, they had led him to failure against a rival he once deemed inferior. Was fate truly non-existent? Could one resist fate through sheer will? Naruto is indeed strong, Niji admitted, his conviction wavering under the weight of Naruto's words and demeanor. Rinjin smiled gently. I anticipated that he would defeat you. Niji was taken aback, turning his gaze towards Rinjin. Few had wagered on Naruto's victory in this match. Rinjin continued. Your Byakugan must have seen the red chakra enveloping Naruto. Within him lies the sealed beast from his birth. Naruto can now draw upon the beast's chakra to fight. Today is merely the beginning. In the future, he will surpass you, surpass Sasuke, surpass even me. Niji, that is destiny. Rinjin's smile remained unwavering. He observed Niji, who was rendered motionless by shock, and continued. Naruto often declares his ambition to become Hokage. No one truly believes, do they? Rinjin did not expect Niji, stunned into silence, to respond. He went on. I believe in him, for his father is the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. The son of the Hokage, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Naruto's fate is predetermined. Rinjin reflected. And what about you? Niji suddenly interjected, his fists clenched, fury igniting the crimson in his eyes. How ironic that one standing atop fate would instruct him to learn to resist it. Rinjin replied, my fate is also predetermined, Niji. He sighed, a heavy, resigned breath. Niji observed his profile and noticed a tear slipping from the corner of Rinjin's eye. That solitary, crystalline droplet struck Niji's heart. For the first time, he felt as though he had glimpsed the fragile core beneath Rinjin's warm exterior. Rest well, Niji. Rinjin bid him farewell, opening the door to the medical room and stepping out. Inside, Niji's mind replayed the image of Rinjin's solitary tear. Indeed, fate is merciless and unyielding. Both he and Hinata are mere victims of destiny. But why should this be so? Is Hinata not talented enough? Is he not strong and diligent enough? Why must they be subjected to the whims of fate? Why? Hinata brushed away the tears at the corners of his eyes and greeted the approaching figure with a worried smile. Good day, clan leader Hyuga. He addressed Hyuga Hizashi politely, his gaze lingering on the tightly shut door of the infirmary. With a heavy heart, Hinata cast a forlorn glance at the door and sighed, offering a reassuring smile. Clan leader, I am Niji's friend. Doesn't he wish to see anyone right now? but I've spoken to him. He should be able to come to terms with this. Recalling the pained look in Niji's eyes during the match, Hisashi felt a pang of discomfort himself. If Niji wished to be left alone to reflect, then he would respect that. However, there was one item that needed to be entrusted to Niji personally. Hisashi handed a scroll to Hinata. This scroll was left by Niji's father. Please give it to him. After speaking, he cast a final glance at the iron door of the infirmary, as if trying to glimpse Niji's figure through it. Rest assured, Hinata replied, accepting the scroll with both hands, his face adorned with a trust-inspiring smile. Hisashi's figure receded into the distance. A barely audible chuckle escaped Hinata's lips as he walked away with the scroll. Upon reaching a deserted staircase, Hinata unfurled the scroll and swiftly read its contents. The message conveyed by Hisashi was straightforward. It was undoubtedly an urging for Niji to accept the fate of the clan, attempting to brainwash him into believing that what he protected were not clan interests, but individuals of personal significance. Hinata even harbored doubts about the authenticity of the scroll, suspecting it might have been fabricated by Hisashi. Yet, without evidence, he could not act on such suspicions. The scroll was reduced to a pile of ashes before him, a testament to the finest application of the fire release technique. Hinata smirked coldly. Was this action intended to alter Niji's fate? Was it an endeavor to rewrite Niji's conclusion? No, it was neither. Hinata's true ambition was to await the moment someone would unearth the truth before Niji. He would seize any opportunity that could yield Malice points. Chapter 17. A Battle Without Suspense. As Hinata made his way to the lounge, he caught sight of Naruto, exuberantly sprinting across the arena, showering kisses towards the audience. He could overhear several spectators discussing Naruto. That ninja is quite adorable. Indeed, he is nothing like the ninja I envisioned. I believe his name is Uzumaki Naruto. Returning to Sakura and the others, Sakura inquired, Sasuke? Hinata flashed her a reassuring smile. Fear not, Sakura, Sasuke will appear. She nodded. Yes, that Naruto guy is truly a surprise. Ino exclaimed. Who would have thought he could defeat last year's rookie champion? Hyuga? Shikamaru nodded, but soon his expression soured. As Naruto exited the arena, Nara Shikaku announced the next match, Nara Shikamaru vs. Kanjiro. Just as Shikamaru lazily rose to his feet, Kanjiro unexpectedly forfeited. Shikaku was taken aback and promptly declared, Kanjiro forfeits. Nara Shikamaru wins. Shikaku scanned the venue, still failing to spot Uchiha Sasuke, and continued, the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara is postponed. Next up is Hinata Masahiro vs. Aburame Shino. Hinata, you can do it. Sakura urged, clenching her fists earnestly. Hinata smiled and nodded, glancing at Shino, who stood up beside Hinata. Shino, shall we? Hinata invited. Blushing slightly, Shino nodded and walked alongside Hinata into the arena. They stood face to face, a distance of 3 meters separating them. Once Shikaku announced the start, the arena was theirs. I know I am not your match, but giving my all is the utmost respect. As he approached Hinata, Shino's insects within him sent out an alert. Aware of Hinata's formidable strength, Shino understood that forfeiting in such a setting would be disrespectful to his opponent. Hinata interjected, do not misinterpret respect. Forfeiting is the true mark of respect. Who would want to be treated like a spectacle in front of so many? Sighing, he thought, let us end this match swiftly. In the next moment, Hinata took the initiative. His arms slightly outstretched, slicing through the air, his steps light as a hawk soaring towards the heavens. He reached Shino in an instant, landing a punch squarely on Shino's chest. The force of his punch compressed the air, creating a thunderous blast as it struck Shino, sending him hurtling through the air. Yet, mid-flight, Shino's body transformed into a swarm of insects, executing the Aburame clan's secret technique, the insect clone. Hinata pressed the advantage, charging towards Shino's reappearing figure. Boom! The arena shook violently. Beneath the might of Hinata's dark flash, the ground cracked like a spider's web. Even with Shino's preemptive defenses, the insect wall formed by his bugs was effortlessly shattered. Shino was sent crashing against the wall, blood seeping from his lips. Hinata transitioned from palm to blade, his figure slicing through the sunlight, leaving an afterimage in his wake. Swish, swish, swish. The bothersome insects surrounding Hinata were all struck down. He stood beside Shino. As expected of Hinata. So impressive. Naruto exclaimed from the stands, his eyes sparkling. Shikamaru rested his head on his hand, half-heartedly remarking, this is what I call a battle without suspense. They should have given Hinata a more formidable opponent than that Sand Village genin. Sakura, watching the unfolding scene, smiled. It seems Hinata's taijutsu has grown considerably stronger. Suddenly, a flash of green appeared in her line of sight. Turning around, she was surprised to see Lee and Might Guy. Soon, Naruto and the others took notice as well. Lee, what are you doing here? Aren't you still recovering? They bombarded him with questions. I wanted to see Hinata fight. And I also want to witness Gaara and Sasuke's battle, Lee explained, leaning on his cane. Sakura immediately stood up, offering her seat to Lee. However, Lee declined. It's fine. I'll just stand for a while. His attention was focused on the arena. Just as everyone expected Shino to concede, a sudden third figure appeared on the battlefield. Everyone instinctively held their breath, fixated on the unfolding scene. Boom! A colossal fist, formed from countless insects, descended from above with overwhelming force. Shino wavered slightly, but managed to remain upright, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Hinata watched as the massive fist barreled towards him, and in an instant, his body vanished from sight, leaving only a flash of silver slicing through the void. Swift as lightning. As the silhouette was once again captured by the gazes of the crowd, Rinjian appeared behind Shino, his fingers poised on Shino's vital point. Shino silently curled his lips into a smirk. The parasitic insect returned to his body. He raised his hand. I concede. This was the outcome he had long anticipated, albeit arriving swifter than he had envisioned. He had considered utilizing the parasitic insect to siphon Rinjian's chakra, yet Rinjian's speed was simply too formidable. The disparity in their taijutsu was staggering. Losing to Rinjian was entirely expected. Shino was escorted by medical ninjas for treatment, while Rinjian returned to the stands amidst cheers. Just in time, Shikamaru descended to compete, his face betraying reluctance. His opponent was none other than his future bride, Temari. The match between Shikamaru and Temari was captivating, though Rinjian paid it little mind. He needed to remain vigilant, attuned to the commotion in the stands and the movements of the Hokage. Should Orochimaru launch an attack, he must ensure he could swiftly enter the formation. Otherwise, he would miss this rare opportunity. What a fool. Shikamaru foolishly conceded. The complaints of Naruto echoed in his ears, prompting Rinjian to glance at the arena, realizing the match had concluded. Next up was the battle between Gaara and Sasuke. Although he had broken several of Gaara's ribs, Gaara, being host to a tailed beast, should possess remarkable regenerative abilities. Leaves fluttered down. Sasuke and Kakashi made a grand entrance. Naruto's eye twitched. The flamboyance of their arrival was simply over the top, exuding an air of pretentiousness. Sasuke remained in the arena while Kakashi ascended to the stands. Yo! Long time no see, Rinjian, Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi greeted them. Kakashi-sensei, where have you and Sasuke been all month? Naruto asked, brimming with resentment. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of them. Oh, it was just a training location, a bit far off. If I told you, you wouldn't understand. So I won't bother, Kakashi responded dismissively. He then looked at Naruto. Did you win? Naruto's expression instantly transformed, radiating pride. I won. Kakashi's eyes crinkled in delight. Well done. Naruto glanced at Rinjian beside him, dissatisfied as he directed his gaze at Kakashi. Why didn't Kakashi-sensei ask about Rinjian? That is so biased. Kakashi struggled to comprehend Naruto's thought process, but he recognized that Naruto's concern for his companions stemmed from good intentions. He explained, there's no need to ask Rinjian. He would undoubtedly win. Naruto replied, so that is why. I guess the one to pity is me, since Kakashi-sensei has no faith in my strength. Chapter 18. The chaos begins, the eve of the plan. But can Sasuke truly win? Naruto was filled with worry. He was not one to fear competition, yet Gaara instilled a sense of dread within him. That guy was capable of mercilessly eliminating his opponents. Have faith in Sasuke. Rinjian encouraged, patting Naruto on the shoulder. Though he himself held doubts, it sufficed that Naruto believed. After all, it was destined for Sasuke to be his rival and companion in love and conflict. As for him, he was merely a passerby seeking to accumulate malicious points. Kakashi chuckled. Speaking with confidence, Naruto, trust your teacher a bit more. This past month, Sasuke and I haven't just been showing off. This hit the nail on the head. Rinjian mused. Their entrances undeniably reflected the essence of both Kakashi and Sasuke, both fond of posturing. Kakashi had been far more flamboyant than Sasuke during his youth, but life's experiences had led him to conceal his true nature. Sasuke's training with Kakashi over the past month had indeed borne fruit. Not only had his taijutsu reached new heights, but he had also mastered Chidori. Suddenly, Rinjian felt a weight on his shoulder. Naruto's head had drooped onto him. Rinjian, of course, did not assume Naruto was merely tired. Such a blatant effect could only be attributed to Jinjutsu. Rinjian pondered idly. How wonderful it would be to apply this Jinjutsu to resolve insomnia, completely devoid of side effects, falling asleep in an instant. Ding. Detected human malice value, 500. Curse power converted to chakra, 500. Chakra, 586301000000000. With the malice value accounted for, Rinjian lifted his gaze to survey the surroundings. Aside from a few ninjas, the entire audience had collapsed. Naturally, elite jonin like Kakashi and Might Guy were susceptible to such a simple jinjutsu, while Sakura, with her exceptional jinjutsu talent, remained alert. Rinjian, who effortlessly converted the jinjutsu into chakra flowing into his body, was in a prime state. He hoped for even more to come. Suddenly, numerous sound ninjas concealed among the audience erupted forth, sowing chaos. Konoha's Anbu and sound ninjas clashed violently. Above, the Kazekage had seized the Hokage, and the situation was dire. The sound ninjas appeared before Kakashi and Might Guy, blocking their path. Ninja from the sound village? Kakashi recognized their forehead protectors. His gaze turning icy. Why are you attacking Konoha? No one among the sound ninjas answered. Instead, they tightened their grips on their weapons and charged at Kakashi and Might Guy. Might Guy grinned, launching a kick that sent one sound ninja flying, his spirit high. All right, Kakashi, let us have a competition. Now is not the time for a match, Kakashi replied sternly, though his seriousness faltered as he shrugged. Well then, let us compete. Sakura quickly reacted, steering clear of the Jonin's battle, dispelling the jinjutsu on Naruto, Shikamaru, and the others. While Kakashi dealt with the sound ninjas, he issued urgent commands to Sakura and the others. No longer were they performing mundane D-rank tasks, but rather a high-stakes A-rank mission. Retrieve Sasuke and Gaara. Just as the sound ninjas erupted, the completely unhinged Gaara was whisked away by Temari and Kankuro, with Sasuke hot on their heels. Kakashi could already deduce that Gaara housed a tailed beast within him, making Sasuke's solo pursuit exceedingly perilous. And Rinjian? Sakura glanced at Rinjian, instinctively voicing her concern. The sound ninjas at the stands had been mostly dealt with by Kakashi and Might Guy, yet a multitude of sound ninjas still plagued the village. Protecting the villagers was of utmost importance. Before departing, Kakashi looked earnestly at Rinjian. Rinjian, can you stay here and fight alongside the Chunin and Jonin? Absolutely. Rinjian nodded eagerly. He had no desire to engage in any dull sub-Jonin redemption games with Naruto and the others. With Rinjian's affirmative response, Kakashi and Might Guy swiftly headed toward the source of the anguished cries. Sakura shot Rinjian another glance. Rinjian, stay safe. With that, she, Naruto, Shikamaru, and the others pursued the direction Sasuke and Gaara had taken. Lien Jin gazed at the sound ninja blocking his path, his impatience evident as he hurled 4 modified beings from his ninja tool pouch. Accompanied by piercing cries, the 4 terrifying figures scattered like phantoms, akin to wild beasts charging into the ranks of the sound ninjas. A flash of red caught Lien Jin's peripheral vision. He beheld the formation of the 4 red suns. In an instant, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, surging towards the elevated platform. Bang! A ninja, intent on breaching the 4 red suns, was engulfed in searing flames, rendered unrecognizable. Lien Jin's gaze darkened as he surveyed the now completed formation, suddenly spotting a concealed gap. It appeared that Orochimaru and Kabuto had not forgotten their pact. Before the other ninjas, Lien Jin recklessly dove into the array. Who was that lower ninja? The battle between shadows. He would perish. But we cannot enter. How did he manage to get in? It seems he forced his way through. Now they have reinforced the array. We cannot break in again. The formation radiated a crimson glow, completely obstructing the Umbu's attempts to assist the Hokage. Orochimaru observed the arrival of Lien Jin with a glint of intrigue in his eyes. The reason for allowing Lien Jin to enter was simple. He was curious to discover what Lien Jin intended to do. This excursion to Konoha proved to be more intriguing than he had anticipated. Lien Jin. Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded the audacious boy who had intruded, concern etched across his features, yet he couldn't help but think of someone else. Shimura Danzo. Could this sudden assault be connected to Danzo? Especially with Lien Jin being the one to enter. Regardless, he was merely a child. Sarutobi Hiruzen urged, Lien Jin. Hide, and take care of yourself. Once the battle with Orochimaru commenced, he would have no time or energy to look after Lien Jin. Whether he would survive the day rested solely on Lien Jin's shoulders. Impure World Reincarnation. 2 coffins arose from the ground. Upon hearing this name, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly halted the ascent of a 3rd coffin. His expression grew grave as he beheld the 2 familiar figures emerging from the coffins. Orochimaru, how dare you mock the souls of the deceased? Sarutobi Hiruzen scolded as he observed the bodies becoming increasingly corporeal, fully aware of the implications of the impure world reincarnation. A peculiar smile crept across Orochimaru's face as he plunged 2 kunai into the nape of the 1st and 2nd Hokage, completely taking control of their bodies. Though their souls remained intact, their wills were utterly suppressed. This meant that the first and second Hokage were now mere weapons of war under his command. What was that? The first and second Hokage resurrected? The Umbu waiting outside the formation were stunned, gazing at the two figures that had once graced the pages of history. No, they are not truly resurrected. An Umbu ninja, well-versed from years spent beside the Hokage, swiftly refuted. Orochimaru must have employed the impure world reincarnation. Impure world reincarnation? Another Umbu ninja, unfamiliar with the technique, was taken aback. Regarded as a forbidden jutsu of the highest order, only a select few in the village were aware of it. The impure world reincarnation, developed by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, is a technique that summons the spirits of the deceased by extracting a certain amount of their physical remains and using a living person's body as a vessel, allowing the deceased soul to attach to the vessel while covering the living body with dust to transform it into the likeness of the deceased in life, explained the knowledgeable Umbu ninja. As they spoke, the figures of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju suddenly flickered within the array, lunging towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Bang! Tobirama's footfalls were swift, his form like an arrow. His eyes were devoid of life, completely stripped of their will. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock. His body instinctively moved to confront Tobirama, while Hashirama, having approached unbeknownst to him, struck fiercely towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. Bang! He evaded Hashirama's blow but could not escape Tobirama's punch. Struck upon the cheek, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as though everything around him had frozen, his bodily functions plummeted. His reflexes dulled, and his cognitive faculties slowed. In the presence of the first and second Hokage, whom he had once revered, he felt like a bug ensnared within a thick cocoon. Bang! The controlled Hashirama and Tobirama exhibited none of the hesitations they would have as living beings. Tobirama's palm struck Hiruzen's back, the tremendous force reverberating through his body, shattering bones and injuring organs. Puffed, blood spewed forth from his mouth, and his body was violently hurled to the ground. Witnessing this, the helpless Umbu ninjas outside could only shout, "Hokage-sama," no matter how similar or real they may seem. They are not the true first and second Hokage. Please fight earnestly for Konoha. Otherwise, Konoha will be annihilated. Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze fell. Yes. As one knowledgeable of the impure world reincarnation, he understood that the beings before him were not the true first and second Hokage. However, seeing them in this state still stirred feelings of nostalgia within him. Of course, the Umbu ninja's voice had reminded him. There were matters more pressing than nostalgia. That was to fight. He must safeguard Konoha. He must protect those who are dear to him. He would never disappoint the teacher who entrusted Konoha to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's repressed spirit, the stillness of his heartbeat, and the seemingly stagnant flow of his blood underwent a profound transformation in an instant. The eyes, deeply set within their wrinkles, ignited with fierce brilliance. When one is defending what they hold most dear, they often exhibit their greatest strength. In this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's most cherished treasure was none other than Konoha itself. A surge of boundless power radiated from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru smirked. Now, this was more like it. Sensei. Just then, Tobirama lunged down, his leg aimed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. The roof exploded, creating a massive indentation, dust swirling in the air. As the dust settled, Sarutobi Hiruzen re-emerged before everyone. He had evaded the attack, and moreover, he had forced Tobirama back. Though it was but a fleeting moment, it provided a glimmer of hope to the Umbu ninjas outside. Would release, the birth of the tree world. Hashirama extended his hands and swung them forcefully. Buzz. The ground trembled as though some monstrous entity were about to break through the earth. Countless fearsome roots burst forth, rapidly filling the four red suns with visible speed. A wave of repelling force swept away the surrounding dust in an instant. At this moment, the Umbu ninjas outside could see nothing. The figures of the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and Orochimaru were utterly lost within the forest that emerged from the four red suns formation. What is happening? What is this? The Umbu ninja stared dumbfounded at the astonishing scene before them. This is the wood release of the first Hokage. It was precisely due to his formidable wood release that the first Hokage led his predecessors to establish Konoha. How remarkable! Standing amidst the forest conjured by the wood release, Orochimaru gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was cornered by Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama, and sighed softly. Teacher, once revered as the professor of the ninja world, you have ultimately succumbed to time. Sarutobi Hiruzen had grown old. His chakra and physical strength were waning. He could no longer match the combat prowess of his prime. Hiruzen gasped for breath, his chakra and stamina nearly depleted. He was acutely aware that he was no match for the first and second Hokage. The only way to defeat Orochimaru here was to employ the Reaper Death Seal, the jutsu used by the fourth Hokage to seal the Nine Tails. Hiruzen began forming hand seals. Si, Hai, Wei Mao, Su, Zi, Yu Wu Si. His hands came together in prayer. Having witnessed numerous jutsu from Konoha, Orochimaru momentarily found himself perplexed by the sequence of hand seals. Truly, he was deserving of the title of Professor of the Ninja World. Two shadow clones emerged from Hiruzen's body. Orochimaru furrowed his brow. The use of shadow clones at this moment was highly imprudent, given Hiruzen's limited chakra. Utilizing clones would only squander his remaining reserves. Though Orochimaru was unaware of Hiruzen's intentions, he prepared himself. Darkness Technique. The figures of Orochimaru, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobarama faded into the shadows. The Darkness Technique, a genjutsu employed by Senju Tobarama, created an environment of darkness that obscured the opponent's vision. In this darkened realm, only the user and their allies could perceive the surroundings and launch attacks, inducing visual illusions that robbed all light. In this world enveloped by darkness, akin to descending black satin, even the mightiest were compelled to reveal their positions. Thus, Hiruzen summoned his ally, the Monkey King Enma. United with his true form and guided by the Reaper, Enma grasped Orochimaru's shoulder. Orochimaru's expression shifted. Hiruzen's body trembled violently, and a chilling power surged from within him, manifesting as a colossal phantom that soared into the sky. What jutsu is this? Orochimaru roared, feeling an invisible force invade his chest, with his soul experiencing excruciating pain. Orochimaru. This is the ultimate jutsu used by the fourth Hokage to seal the Nine Tails. The Reaper Death Seal can summon the Reaper, and your soul shall be consumed, destined for eternal suffering. The Reaper's massive claws penetrated Hiruzen's chest and delved into Orochimaru's body. Hiruzen spat blood. Even in death, I shall take you with me. Orochimaru, fueled by an indomitable will, suppressed the paralyzing agony. His trembling fingers reached for the grass-cutting sword, which emitted a blue glow as it lunged toward Hiruzen. Though Enma managed to grasp the blade in time, the sword still pierced deeply into Hiruzen's body. Suddenly, the previously unnoticed Akatsuki appeared before Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama, placing his palms upon their shoulders. Chapter 19. He will certainly strive. Hiruzen and Orochimaru were Akatsuki's finest allies. Orochimaru ensnared Hiruzen, while Hiruzen reciprocated, ensnaring Orochimaru, all the while binding the motionless Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. The Reaper's hand was also tearing at the souls of Hashirama and Tobarama. Even these two titans of the ninja world were powerless against the Reaper. This fortuitously allowed Akatsuki to reach out to their souls. The souls of Hashirama and Tobarama were black, perhaps a reflection of their corporeal demise. Though their physical forms had perished, their souls remained extraordinarily potent, vastly surpassing those of ordinary ninjas. Akatsuki could already envision the magnitude of his forthcoming gains. Indeed, a gamble could yield a motorcycle from a bicycle. Eagerly, Akatsuki delved into their souls. The overwhelming power of their souls and a vast array of memories surged forth. Akatsuki even felt as if his head might explode. Would release. Sage Mode, Sage Techniques, Flying Thunder God Technique, Water Release, Impure World Reincarnation, the Warring States, the Uchiha Clan, the Senju Clan, Uchiha Izuna, Wars, Treaties, Konoha. Akatsuki's eyes were vacant, yet his mind was ablaze with vivid imagery. The lives of Hashirama and Tobarama played out like an accelerated old film, racing through Akatsuki's consciousness. He stumbled back 2 steps, and as he released his grip, the 2 uncontrolled black spiritual entities were instantaneously consumed by the Reaper. Oof, old man. You too are nearing your limit. You wish to drag me down with you into death. That is impossible. Orochimaru had long since lost his earlier calmness. He was in disarray, never anticipating that Hiruzen had concealed the Reaper Death Seal. Blood flowed continuously from his chest, completely soaking Hiruzen's attire. The color drained rapidly from Hiruzen's face. His vitality dwindled, and the grip on Orochimaru's shoulder gradually weakened. Hiruzen understood that he could not delay any longer. Even if I cannot take your soul, I shall ensure your hands are taken from you. I shall end the source of your malevolence. Hiruzen's resolute words echoed. Orochimaru's hands rapidly withered, turning an inky black and hanging limply. Orochimaru's pupils constricted, and he emitted a pained howl. The Reaper, having consumed the 2 souls and Orochimaru's hands, began to dissipate. Hiruzen's vision darkened, and he fell backward. The injured Enma reached out to catch him. But Hiruzen's inability to sustain the chakra required for summoning forced Enma to vanish. The azure sky reflected in Hiruzen's eyes. All sounds faded from his ears. He envisioned a younger Orochimaru sitting beside him, innocently inquiring about the meaning of life. Suddenly, Orochimaru's figure began to fade, replaced by Akatsuki. Ah, and this child. At that moment, Hiruzen recalled the child who had witnessed the entirety of his battle with Orochimaru. Akatsuki was holding his hand. Hiruzen wished to muster a smile, but lacked the strength. He yearned to reassure the child before him. Even in his death, the future of Konoha would be guided by an even stronger Hokage. Though his physical form may perish, the spirit of sacrifice that each Hokage made for Konoha would endure eternally. The will of fire endures eternally. Rinjin was attuned to the soul of Sarutobi Hiruzen, able to discern his thoughts from the vitality radiating from his spirit, even in silence. He gazed deeply into Hiruzen's eyes, his voice heavy with sorrow as he spoke. Lord Hokage, knowing your demise is imminent brings me a strange sense of relief. If you were to survive, you might find yourself in a position to strike back. The more one acts, the more likely they are to expose their vulnerabilities. Rinjin favored the notion that Hiruzen should meet his end at the hands of Orochimaru. Hiruzen's pupils flickered with rigidity as he fixated on Rinjin. The latter waited patiently, but received no indication. Upon hearing Rinjin's words, Hiruzen did not harbor malice. Instead, his eyes reflected regret and pity. This child, destined to be good, had been nurtured by Danzo. Hiruzen lamented and wished for someone to save this child in the future. Rinjin mused. Ah, it appears that with death looming, Sarutobi Hiruzen has grown remarkably forgiving. It seems he requires a precise strike. The Hokage must surely cherish Konoha above all else. What a pity it is that he will not witness the day of its destruction. With a smile laced with insincerity, Rinjin leaned closer to Hiruzen and whispered in his ear, Konoha is destined for ruin. He observed Hiruzen's expression, noting his disbelief. Rinjin pressed on. Did you think I was allied with Shimura Danzo? You are mistaken. My objectives align with those of the Akatsuki in obliterating Konoha. They are my true allies. I neglected to mention that we were already aware of Uchiha Itachi being a mole planted within the Akatsuki by Konoha. Go on, rest easy, soon, the villagers will join you. Especially that Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Uzumaki Naruto. Ding. Detected human malice value. 50,000. Curse power converted to chakra amount. 50,000. Chakra. 108, 630, 100. 000,000. At last, it had reached 100,000. Hiruzen's chakra surged. Upon hearing the names of the Akatsuki, Uchiha Itachi, and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock before he succumbed to exhaustion. He had no time to utter a word before his breath ceased. Rinjin watched as life completely faded from within him, bidding farewell in silence. Farewell, I shall see you again in the Fourth War. I hope to contribute a modicum of malice then. As footsteps approached, Rinjin's gaze seemed to pierce through the forest crafted by Senju Hashirama, spotting the Konoha ninjas rushing toward him. In the next moment, puff, 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 Rinjin's body erupted with numerous grotesque, fatal wounds. It was effortless for him to alter his form, inflicting countless injuries upon himself. He would not perish. He halted his body's self-healing. The climax of this silent performance had only just begun. Root ninjas cloaked in masks were scattered throughout the forest of wood release. When Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma Sarutobi, and other jonin hastily arrived, they beheld Rinjin, drenched in blood, his wounds grotesque. Tears of blood streaming down his pale face as he clutched the hand of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen's body had already turned cold. He raised his head, his face devoid of color, his eyes hollow and lost. Rinjin. Kakashi's heart ached, and he hurriedly lifted Rinjin, racing toward the hospital. Lord Hokage. Before a pristine hospital bed, the narcissus flowers in a transparent glass vase swayed gently with the breeze from the window. The blue-haired boy, wrapped in bandages, suddenly opened his eyes and struggled to sit up. Rinjin. Kakashi's throat tightened, and he stepped forward to gently push him back onto the bed. Rinjin seemed to come to his senses at that moment, his gaze wandering around the room in confusion, a faint smile gracing his lips as he looked at Kakashi, Kakashi-sensei. Which room is Lord Hokage in? Kakashi averted his gaze, lowering his eyes. Might Guy, standing beside Kakashi, felt a pang in his heart, clenching his fists, his taut facial muscles striving to form a smile, yet it proved impossible. Sakura's green eyes brimmed with tears, her hands clasping Rinjin's, as her tears fell uncontrollably. Though selfish, she still wished to say, I'm so glad Rinjin is okay. If I had seen Rinjin's lifeless body, I truly cannot imagine how I would endure. Thus, Rinjin being safe was indeed a relief. Rinjin, Lord Hokage has passed away. Naruto, standing beside Sakura, was the most honest among them all. He could not hide the truth from Rinjian. Naruto. Sakura cried, her voice sharp as she turned anxiously to Rinjian. Yet, Rinjian smiled at them. You're lying. You must be tricking me since I just woke up, he stated with conviction, but tears cascaded down his cheeks. It's all my fault. Rinjian desperately wiped his tears, scrubbing so hard that his eyes turned red with blood vessels. It's because I am too weak. Otherwise, Lord Hokage wouldn't he have. If only I were a bit stronger. Then I could protect Lord Hokage, protect everyone, protect the village. It is all my fault. Kakashi stepped forward, firmly grasping Rinjian's hands. Noticing the bandages on his arms were already soaked with pink, he strove to soothe Rinjian's overwhelming emotions. Rinjian, it is not your fault, nor any of ours. It is Orochimaru's doing, and the Sound Ninjas have nothing to do with you. Hurting yourself does not honor Lord Hokage's sacrifice. His voice remained calm, imbued with a soothing magic. Rinjian nestled into his embrace, drifting into a deep slumber. Kakashi carefully placed him back under the covers, exhaling a silent sigh of relief. Might Guy approached to comfort him with a pat on the shoulder. Rinjian had witnessed the death of the Hokage and had been tormented in battle. Surviving such an ordeal was a testament to his resilience. The scene they discovered was enough to break even the stoic hearts of the Yambu ninjas. Especially when they found the third Hokage's lifeless hand still clutching Rinjian's collar. The ninjas tasked with preparing the Hokage's remains could not help but shed tears. The Hokage must have felt profound sorrow for failing to protect the seedlings of the village. Yet, he had done remarkably well. Rinjian, please drink some soup. As dusk approached, Rinjian, having slept through the day in exhaustion, awoke once more. Sakura, her eyes swollen, smiled at him as she served the fish soup she had simmered for over 3 hours. Thank you, Sakura, Rinjian said, looking at her. The forced smile on his face almost caused Sakura to lose control of her emotions once again. What was this? Sakura turned around, using her fingers to wipe away the tears that had escaped from the corners of her eyes. Tomorrow marks the funeral of the Hokage, a fact they had collectively chosen to conceal from Rinjian. This was primarily due to Rinjian's fragile physical state, compounded by his mental resilience, which could scarcely withstand such a profound shock. After ensuring Rinjian finished his fish soup, a genuine smile finally graced Sakura's face. Splendid. It seems Rinjian truly relishes fish soup. Perhaps I shall prepare some for him again tomorrow. As she departed the hospital, these thoughts lingered in her mind. In the hospital room, Rinjian stretched languorously, his legs crossed comfortably beneath the covers. The fish soup was exceptionally fresh. The treatment for patients here is quite splendid. He contemplated lying in bed for a lifetime. However, tomorrow is the funeral of that old coot, Sarutobi Hiruzen, I assent it? I must maintain my facade. Thus, Rinjian drifted sweetly into slumber. The treasure he had unearthed from the legacies of Hashirama and Tobirama could wait for a more opportune moment to be unveiled. Even if the moment was not ideal, it certainly was not now. The following day, when Rinjian awoke, he found the room dim. The clock read 8 in the morning. He threw off the covers and approached the window, where dark clouds loomed ominously, seemingly pressing down upon him, accompanied by an unending drizzle. Shadows of black figures flitted through the dreary rain, resembling the spirits of the underworld. After a brief session of stretching, he hurried to the mirror to scrutinize his appearance. His brows were slightly furrowed, his eyelids drooped, and his once bright heterochromatic eyes now appeared dim, akin to a wandering specter. Rinjian felt a sense of satisfaction with his performance. He donned his ninja sandals and stepped outside, effortlessly evading the nurses on their rounds. The black and white photograph captured the smile of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The life of this legendary figure in the ninja world had finally drawn to a close. Surrounded by white chrysanthemums, the memorial photo depicted him with a bright smile. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke approached one after another to lay flowers. A profound silence enveloped the gathering, rendering Konohamaru's sobs particularly piercing. Sakura noticed Kakashi-sensei beside her suddenly move. She looked up in the direction he was gazing, her pupils widening in surprise. A figure they had presumed would not appear here quietly emerged through the curtain of rain, walking toward the image of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Rinjian. Sakura's voice was barely above a whisper. Concern flickered in Naruto and Sasuke's eyes. Rinjian halted before the memorial, inevitably recalling the wide-eyed expression of Sarutobi Hiruzen in his final moments. I truly am remarkable. Rinjian reveled inwardly, maintaining an impassive facade. He bowed before Sarutobi Hiruzen, a gesture of humility befitting a victor. Yet, others interpreted it differently. He could distinctly sense countless gazes directed at him. Rinjian, I know you are grieving. But your health. Asuma Sarutobi stepped forward, knowing he could easily persuade Rinjian at this moment. His large, warm hand ruffled Rinjian's hair. Promise me, take care of your health. Strive to grow stronger, and protect Konohagakure, for which the Hokage laid down his life. Thus, the crowd finally witnessed a smile on Rinjian, who had always warmed others. The light reignited in his heterochromatic eyes as he resolutely declared, I shall strive to earn the goodwill. Chapter 20. The Ultimate Brother Complex. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing Rinjian in warmth. The attendees at the funeral looked upward, squinting against the golden rays. That child evoked an instinctive sense of trust and emotion from deep within their hearts. They seemed to witness tender buds sprouting from the great tree of Konohagakure. Following the funeral, the village commenced reconstruction efforts. The colossal serpent summoned by Orochimaru had inflicted considerable damage on the village. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, Jiraiya stood, feeling the breeze. The Hokage building, centrally located, afforded a magnificent view of the entire village. Though Jiraiya had not attended the funeral, he had heard of the events that transpired there. Rinjian, both in talent and character, as well as the trust he garnered among his peers, reminded Jiraiya of Minato Namikaze. Frankly, he believed Rinjian to be an excellent candidate for Hokage. Jiraiya, Mahito Kazemaru and Torian Koharu stood behind him. Jiraiya glanced back slightly, a casual smile playing at his lips. Ah, it's the two elders. Mahito Kazemaru spoke earnestly. Jiraiya, with the third departure. Konohagakure is in need of a new Hokage. Torian Koharu exchanged a glance with Mahito. We propose you as the new Hokage. Understanding Jiraiya's character well, Torian swiftly added, there is no better choice in the village than you. As the disciple of the third Hokage and the teacher of the fourth, one of the legendary three, you should shoulder this responsibility for the village. Jiraiya chuckled, his mind racing. Isn't there someone more suitable than me? Without hesitation, he offered the position to another individual. Even without naming them, Mahito Kazemaru and Torian Koharu knew precisely to whom he referred. Torian hesitated. The granddaughter of the first Hokage, one of the legendary three, she would indeed be well suited for the role. However, Mahito pointed out the critical issue, but we currently have no idea of her whereabouts. As Mahito uttered this, Jiraiya involuntarily thought of someone. It seemed Rinjian was also searching for Tsunade. He took it upon himself to seek out Tsunade, stating to the two elders, I will handle finding Tsunade, but I need to take 2 genin from the village. Mahito Kazemaru replied, very well. As for the fate of the village's genin, these elders still held the authority to decide. Jiraiya announced the names, Naruto Uzumaki and Rinjian. Torian Koharu remained silent for a moment, then looked at Jiraiya. Naruto can go with you, but for Rinjian, you need to visit the route first. Mahito Kazemaru also expressed his exasperation regarding Jiraiya's choice. After all, Rinjian is Danzo's son, and that old man's temperament silence spoke volumes. Jiraiya was reluctant to confront Elder Danzo. He rubbed his head in frustration. After Mahito Kazemaru and Torian Koharu departed, Jiraiya paced the rooftop. A minute later, he made a momentous decision. He would secretly abduct Rinjian. By the time Shimura Danzo discovered it, it would be too late. They would have already escaped Konohagakure. Jiraiya let out a devilish, sinister laugh. At the ramen shop, Rinjian sat between Naruto and Sasuke, slurping his noodles. Sakura, seated beside Sasuke, was not eating. She glanced at Rinjian, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing him regain his vitality genuinely brought her joy. A glimmer of crystalline light sparkled in her emerald eyes. Suddenly, as Rinjian and Naruto were engrossed in their noodles, a shadow loomed over them. They slowly looked up. Jiraiya grinned widely, extending his hands toward them. Jiraiya, akin to a whirlwind, whisked away Naruto and Rinjian, vanishing into the ramen shop. Sakura stood frozen for a few seconds, then suddenly sprang to her feet. Rinjian, Naruto, they've been abducted. She glanced at Sasuke, who remained composed while continuing to eat his noodles. Sasuke calmly set down his chopsticks, paid the uncle for the 3 of them, and strode towards the door. That was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. They will be fine. After uttering this, he showed no intention of waiting for Sakura and departed without a backward glance. Sakura remained in the ramen shop, feeling a pang of discomfort as she watched Sasuke's retreating figure. She sensed a change in him, one that had been evident since the Forest of Death. After his battle with Gaara, this feeling had intensified. Uncertain of what to do in the face of Sasuke's indifference, she felt as though her only option was to stand still, watching him fade into the distance. If only Rinjian were here, he would surely know what to do. Sakura lowered her gaze, contemplating discussing Sasuke with Rinjian upon his return. Sasuke emerged onto the bustling street. Despite Orochimaru's assault having inflicted damage upon Konoha, the village thrived with an air of resilience. As he stood amongst the crowd, A fleeting moment of confusion and discomfort washed over him. Had he truly been left behind by his comrades, burdened with vengeance? The prodigious Rinjian and the recently triumphant Naruto over Gaara only served to amplify Sasuke's torment, making him feel like a mere weakling. Yet he was determined to seek revenge. If he continued in this aimless manner, how could he ever hope to defeat that person? Kakashi. Sasuke spotted Kakashi near a food stall. He approached with a puzzled inquiry. Kakashi, what are you doing here? Leaning against the stall without entering seemed rather suspicious. Kakashi cast a casual glance inside the shop, casually deflecting. Oh, just planning to buy some food. Sasuke noticed Kakashi's gaze and turned to look inside. The place was empty, yet a teacup on the table still emitted steam. Upon seeing half-eaten food in a takeout box, Sasuke frowned in distaste. I absolutely detest natto. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. Straightening slightly, Sasuke, I can't train with you today. I have some matters to attend to. With that, he vanished before Sasuke could respond. Sasuke furrowed his brows, sensing something amiss in Kakashi's demeanor. His gaze uncontrollably returned to the half-box of natto, feeling a sense of unease in his chest. Wow, it's so vibrant, Naruto exclaimed, marveling at the unfamiliar street before him. Clutching Rinjian's wrist, he dashed about, stopping at each stall for an extended gaze. Look at the goldfish. They're so beautiful. Naruto's eyes widened as he leaned over the water tank, nearly pressing his face against the surface. He excitedly shook Rinjian's hand. Rinjian, do you want to play? Rinjian, however, was not inclined to partake. Yet Naruto's face radiated unmistakable eagerness. Sighing, Rinjian nodded. Sure, go ahead. Ecstatic, Naruto retrieved coins from his little frog wallet and exchanged them with the vendor for 2 paper-wrapped nets. He gingerly dipped the net into the water, inching closer to the little goldfish. The fish was caught in the delicate net, flicking its tail in a splash. Water sprayed onto Naruto's cheek as the goldfish slipped back into the tank. His net was torn. Looking woefully at Rinjian, he felt disheartened. Rinjian crouched down, submerging his own net into the water, successfully capturing a red and gold fish. The vendor placed the little fish into a transparent bag and even gifted them a bit of fish food, which Rinjian promptly handed to Naruto, beaming with delight. Naruto grinned foolishly at the little goldfish all the way back. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, having little interest in childish games, left Rinjian and Naruto to enjoy the pleasures of adulthood after securing their lodging. As soon as Rinjian sat cross-legged on the bed, he recalled an important matter. Itachi Uchiha. If his memory served him right, Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki were supposed to pay a visit today. Lying back on the bed, he crossed his legs and began to ponder. A minute later, he rose and opened the door. Naruto, I'm going out to buy something. Stay put in the room, Rinjian instructed. Naruto, engrossed in watching the goldfish, turned to glance at Rinjian just as he was about to close the door, instinctively nodding. As the door shut, Naruto suddenly jumped up. Wait, Rinjian, don't leave without me. I want to come too. However, when he flung open the door, Rinjian's figure had already vanished from sight. Reluctantly, Naruto returned to the room to continue watching the goldfish. As Rinjian stepped outside and walked about 100 meters, he soon spotted 2 exceedingly conspicuous figures. The Akatsuki's uniform was easily recognizable, and Kisame's appearance was hardly one that could go unnoticed. Deliberately, Rinjian sauntered in front of them. Itachi Uchiha, Kisame Hashigaki. The little rascal, wearing the forehead protector of Konoha, was too obvious. Kisame crouched down, grinning widely to reveal his shark-like teeth. Are you a ninja from Konoha? Itachi stood behind Kisame, observing him as he attempted to deceive the child. Rinjian took a moment to appraise Kisame and retorted defiantly. Who are you? Kisame replied. My companion is also a ninja from Konoha. We're looking for someone. Rinjian cast another glance at Itachi, who, like a machine, bore an indifferent expression in his crimson eyes. He certainly did not appear to be a Konoha ninja. Rinjian, nonchalantly tossing darts at a nearby stall, hit all his targets, causing the vendor's expression to darken. Ha ha ha. Kisame emitted a grating laugh. Rinjian shot him an odd look. Shut up, that's unpleasant. Ding. Detected human malice value. 500. Curse power converted to chakra amount. 500. Chakra. 109130100000000. Rinjian stared at Kisame, astonished. It seemed Kisame was rather sensitive to such matters. A mere taunt could yield a malice value of 500. You're looking for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, aren't you? A thought suddenly struck Rinjian. He asked directly. Kisame's pupils widened slightly. A faint ripple appeared in Itachi's calmly composed eyes. It wouldn't be impossible to lead you there, Rinjian mused, stroking his chin, his gaze shifting between Kisame and Itachi. Are you from the Akatsuki? Kisame's eyes gleamed with excitement, clearly taken aback. Itachi's expression darkened. I wouldn't advise you to target the Nine Tails at this moment. The success rate is rather low, Rinjian suggested earnestly. Ding. Detected human malice value 5,000. Curse power converted to chakra amount 5,000. Chakra 1141301000000000. Oh, Uchiha Itachi has already broken through so quickly? Rinjian remarked. Well, since you're all here, let us see if we can succeed. He strode forward. Noticing that Kisame and Uchiha Itachi had not followed, he turned back and urged, What are you dawdling for? Catch up. Kisame. Uchiha Itachi. There is something off about this. My mind seems unable to keep pace. Kisame trailed behind Rinjian and inquired, Who are you? Rinjian glanced back slightly and smiled at him. I thought you might be able to guess. He formed a shape with his lips. It was unmistakably Madara. Kisame was taken aback, a grin unconsciously spreading across his face. There are indeed spies within Konoha. Truly it's him. Rinjian's scheme was one devoid of a plan, earnestly chaotic. As for how others perceive it, what does it matter to him? He is merely a diligent worker in the ninja world, accumulating malice points. Oh, by the way, Sasuke is your brother, right? Rinjian began to toy with Uchiha Itachi again. This person is sincere. He truly contributes to the malice points. Ding. Detected human malice value 5,000. Curse power converted to chakra amount 5,000. Chakra 11913010000000. If only everyone were as understanding as Uchiha Itachi. Indeed, the attachment to one's brother is formidable. Rest assured, I will help you incapacitate him. After all, we are in this together, right? Rinjian said with a crescent-eyed smile. Displaying his understanding, Rinjian did not hear the sound of malice points. He suppressed his inner confusion. As far as I know, isn't he your friend? Uchiha Itachi finally spoke, his demeanor as frigid as ice, exuding an aura of chill as he spoke. Like an air conditioner. What friend? I never acknowledged that. And it is precisely because he trusts me that it becomes easier for me to act. He suffers more, doesn't he? Just like when you slaughtered the Uchiha clan. Rinjian relentlessly plunged daggers into Uchiha Itachi's heart. The little villain within him was wickedly brandishing a tiny knife, piercing Uchiha Itachi's heart like a sieve. Ding. Detected human malice value 100,000. Curse power converted to chakra amount 100,000. Chakra 219130100000000. Rinjian struck it rich. 100,000. A full 100,000. He hadn't even made a move yet. He was merely speaking. Uchiha Itachi is far too generous. When he threatened to annihilate Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen only contributed 50,000 in chakra. This indicates that, in Uchiha Itachi's heart, indeed his brother surpasses all else. Even the village he holds dear. With this information, he could effectively wage psychological warfare between the Uchiha brothers. Though the risks are high, the rewards are equally substantial. This is a jackpot. Rinjian lightly struck his palm with his fist. Chapter 21, Rinjian Makoto. This is the place. Rinjian halted, leaning against the doorframe like a limp noodle. He glanced at Kisame. Then at Uchiha Itachi. Kisame gazed at the establishment adorned with a sake house sign, and slowly lowered his gaze to Rinjian. Are you sure Naruto Uzumaki is here? Alcohol is one of the 3 forbidden substances for ninjas. There is no way Naruto could be here. Uchiha Itachi's killing intent was well concealed. Even Kisame beside him failed to detect it. However, as the person involved, Rinjian felt quite clear. Naruto would never come here himself. But surely you all know who accompanied Naruto this time, right? Rinjian shook his head, a smile laced with mockery. Think about it. One of the legendary 3, Jiraiya. Can't possibly restrain his nature. Rinjian's disdain was palpably genuine. Kisame reached out, yet had not lifted the sake house's curtain when a large hand beat him to it, revealing Jiraiya, who exchanged glances with Kisame. Kisame. Jiraiya stepped out, his gaze shifting from the shark-like face to Uchiha Itachi's visage. A rogue ninja. Upon seeing the forehead protector on Uchiha Itachi's head, Jiraiya sighed. Rinjian raised his hand, resembling an elementary student reporting. Their objective is to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, coming after Naruto. I lured them here. Jiraiya nodded, a smile breaking forth. Not bad. Very clever. He gave Rinjian a thumbs up. After all, he's far more reliable than Naruto. Jiraiya could not help but ruffle Rinjian's hair. Seizing the opportunity, Rinjian darted behind Jiraiya and winked at Kisame. Kisame. He was genuinely perplexed by the true identity of this blue-haired boy. Since he could mention Uchiha Madara, his identity was indisputable. But now, was this a deliberate attempt to gain Konoha's trust? To infiltrate deeper into Konoha? This was the only explanation Kisame could conceive at the moment. It seemed after this mission concluded, he would need to seek that person for clarification. Uchiha Itachi was quite polite, greeting Jiraiya before anything else. To an outsider, it might appear as though they shared a typical senpai-kohai relationship within the village. What Rinjin admired most about Uchiha Itachi was this aspect. Despite the animosity the villagers harbored towards him as a rogue ninja, feeling deep shame at his existence, he still managed to maintain his demeanor upon meeting. Kisame unsheathed the sword he carried on his back, slicing through the air and stirring up a cloud of dust. Witnessing this, the people on the street hurriedly closed their doors and windows, escaping through the back entrance. Short Street, one of the most prosperous roads, was a melting pot of various characters. Wandering warriors and ninjas mingled, occasionally erupting into conflict over trivial matters. The vendors here had grown accustomed to it. You must be the legendary Jiraiya of the legendary three. Kisame's eyes glimmered with burgeoning battle intent. Oh, it seems you know my esteemed name, the Sage of the Toads. Jiraiya tousled his hair, hands on his hips, legs firmly planted, shamelessly striking a pose. Rinjin peeked out from behind him and earnestly cautioned, "Don't show off." Jiraiya. Ding. Detected human malice value 10. Curse power converted to chakra amount 10. Chakra 219140100000000. Rinjin speculated that Jiraiya was currently cursing him internally. Capturing Naruto is the highest command our organization, Akatsuki, has issued to us. Today, we must take Naruto Uzumaki with us. Uchiha Itachi stated this casually. A flicker of unease crossed Kisame's mind as he glanced at Mr. Itachi beside him, but chose to remain silent. Jiraiya's expression turned unusually serious. It is impossible to take Naruto from here. However, you arrived at the perfect time. I intend to resolve this with you here. The matter of the tailed beasts is of utmost significance, intertwined with the very survival of a village. Moreover, it concerns the most formidable of them all, the Nine Tails. Jiraiya would undoubtedly not allow the Akatsuki organization to succeed. Do not interfere. A voice resonated from the direction of the street. Observing the hurried approach of Sasuke, Rin fell into a contemplative silence. Soon after, his heart began to race with exhilaration. How splendid! Sasuke's arrival was nothing short of a stroke of genius. The plan that had been forming in his mind was now solidified. The one who would end this man's life would be none other than myself. Sasuke stood behind Itachi Uchiha, his eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance. His slender, agile frame trembled slightly, whether from fear or excitement was uncertain. Itachi's breath faltered imperceptibly as his gaze shifted to Sasuke. Jiraiya had heard whispers about the Uchiha clan, and thus, he was not the least bit surprised by Sasuke's current demeanor. I have no interest in you at present. Itachi's nonchalant words effortlessly ignited Sasuke's emotions. What a jest! Sasuke clenched his fists and charged at Itachi. However, before he could draw near, he was easily kicked away, his body crashing against the wall. He collapsed amidst the ruins, coughing from the dust that filled the air. Sasuke. Rin's figure flashed and swiftly appeared by Sasuke's side. With an expression of deep concern, he helped Sasuke to his feet, but, upon sensing Itachi's gaze upon them, allowed a hint of a smile to escape. Ding. Detected human malice value, 2000. Cursed energy converted to chakra, 2000. Chakra, 221140100000000. Sasuke rose again, gently pushing Rin's supportive hand aside. Rin, this is my battle. You understand, do you not? I live for this day. Sasuke did not glance at Rin. Instead, his unwavering gaze remained fixed on Itachi. His mind was a void, occupied solely by the image of Itachi's Sharingan spinning in his thoughts. The words spoken on that fateful night of the massacre echoed like a dark incantation in his mind. I understand you perfectly. Rin took a step back but continued to observe Sasuke's profile, resolutely stating, Yet as a comrade, I cannot remain indifferent to your suffering. You live for this day, and I live to protect my companions. Sasuke, you must understand me as well. He tilted his head slightly, his blue hair cascading over his cheek, the distinct warmth shimmering in his differently colored eyes. As was customary, he approached his friends with this demeanor, and as always, none could reject Rin's earnestness with a cold heart. Sasuke pressed his lips tightly together, but uttered no further words. Rin understood him, and he too comprehended Rin. Moreover, the sensation of having Rin by his side was profoundly comforting, a source of reassurance. Sasuke would no longer be suspended in the air, torn and bloodied by a thread of hatred. His feet found solid ground, cradled by a reassuring foundation. Ding. Detected human malice value, 10,000. Cursed energy converted to chakra, 10,000. Chakra, 231140100000000. It seems your hatred lacks depth, Itachi suddenly remarked, his gaze now fixed on Sasuke. In a flash, he appeared behind Rin. Sasuke's pupils dilated, a fierce light igniting within them as he sprinted towards Rin. A sickening sound echoed as a kunai pierced through Rin's back. Blood erupting from his chest, saturating half of his body. Ding. Detected human malice value, 2000. Cursed energy converted to chakra, 2000. Chakra, 233140100000000. Within Sasuke's eyes, 3 tomo began to rotate slowly. The wounds on Rin's body vanished instantaneously. He surged with vigor, a powerful current enveloping him as the 8th gate of opening was unleashed, propelling his speed, chakra, and strength to new heights. Bang! His fist struck Itachi's face with tremendous force. The air itself seemed to react to the powerful gust, the temperature rising. With the 5th gate of opening unleashed, his fist was met with Itachi's calm demeanor as he effortlessly intercepted the blow. Indeed, Itachi's existence served to exemplify what it meant to be a genius. However, unluckily for him, Rin was also a prodigy. In an instant, the force that had previously eluded him erupted from his fist in a cataclysmic surge. A black light emanated from his fist, distorting the surrounding space as it collided with Itachi's shoulder. Ren landed with poise, his mismatched eyes glimmering with light and a hint of a smirk gracing his lips, a rebellious, primal expression. Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly, a tickling sensation rising in his throat. He coughed, covering his lips to swallow the blood that threatened to escape. Meanwhile, Kisame, who had been struggling against Jiraiya, retreated to Itachi's side, knowing well the state of Itachi's body. "Are you alright, Itachi?" Kisame inquired. Itachi shook his head, stifling a cough. A fleeting glance at Sasuke caused him to momentarily pause. Ding. Detected human malice value, 5000. Cursed energy converted to chakra, 5000. Chakra, 238140100000000. Hearing the familiar chime, Ren's lips curled into a smile. Roar. Did Sasuke's Sharingan evolve due to his actions, igniting his anger? Had Itachi realized the significance of Sasuke's regard for him? The weight of betrayal loomed heavily. Any act of treachery would shatter Sasuke's psyche irreparably. Thus, Itachi's murderous intent was palpable. After all, even now, Itachi remained oblivious to Ren's true nature. The safest course of action was to eliminate all potential threats in their infancy. Killing Ren would be the most efficient solution. With a swift step forward, Itachi's figure shot forth like an arrow, but this time, his target was not Ren, but Sasuke. He effortlessly grasped Sasuke's neck, his Mangekyo Sharingan flaring. Sasuke's body stiffened, plunging him into the nightmare he wished to forget. Taking advantage of his vulnerability, Ren appeared behind Itachi, striking with his palm as if it were a blade toward Itachi's neck. The air split apart under the force of his strike, creating 2 distinct waves of pressure. A flash of crimson flitted through Itachi's eyes. Yet, in that fleeting moment, blue hair danced through the air, only to be followed by Ren being brutally kicked away. Naruto, who rushed over in haste, changed his expression drastically and quickly advanced. Lacking sufficient speed, he opted to serve as a cushion for Rinjian. As Rinjian fell onto Naruto, the two of them slid across the ground for at least 5 meters. Bang! Kisame was similarly sent flying by a kick from Jiraiya. Adjusting his posture mid-air, Kisame landed steadily beside Itachi. Sasuke's body gradually slid down the wall, his eyes devoid of life as he succumbed completely to the illusion. Kisame cast a glance at the fallen Uchiha Sasuke and scoffed, truly worthy of Mr. Itachi. Yet Itachi's gaze shifted to the unfamiliar figure that had suddenly appeared beside him, someone entirely unheard of in the ninja world. Long blue hair transformed into lengthy braids that cascaded down to his chest, the tips brushing just above his knees. Aside from the length of his hair and his height, the individual bore an uncanny resemblance to the real Rinjian, a veritable enlarged version of him. "Real man, it's been a while. Have you missed me?" Rinjian Masaki, crafted by the real Rinjian, waved at him. Jiraiya observed the apparition with furrowed brows, glancing at the real Rinjian who was rising from the ground. "He looks exactly like the real one." Naruto lifted his head, momentarily stunned, as his gaze flitted between the real Rinjian and Rinjian Masaki. The real man's technique allowed him to split into individual entities while simultaneously altering their shape and appearance, a feat not hard to accomplish. This was the real man's plan, to accrue malevolent energy together, far more efficient than working alone. The real man remained silent, his knees slightly bending as the intertwining black and red lightning coiled around his fists once more. In a flash, he lunged toward Rinjian Masaki with a powerful punch. Fighting oneself, how the battle unfolded was entirely at Rinjian's discretion, was it not? A radiant smile graced Rinjian Masaki's face, his attacks mirroring those of the real Rinjian. Yet their potency differed greatly. The real Rinjian collided violently with the wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as his internal wounds rapidly began to heal. Ding. Detected human malevolence value, 5,000. Cursed energy converted to chakra, 5,000. Chakra, 2431401000000000. Rinjian wiped the blood from his mouth, finding it rather amusing. The source of this malevolence was none other than Uzumaki Naruto. At that moment, Naruto glared at Rinjian Masaki, his teeth clenched, a crimson aura enveloping him. Were the circumstances different, Rinjian would have burst into laughter. What was happening? Kisame gazed at the suddenly materialized Rinjian Masaki, his expression brimming with intrigue. Itachi's attention was similarly drawn to Rinjian Masaki. Sensing their gazes, Rinjian Masaki playfully covered his lips with his fingers and chuckled, "Pardon my intrusion. I'm merely handling some family matters. I hope it's not too bothersome." Despite the striking resemblance, their auras were worlds apart. This individual before him was evidently unhinged. Chapter 22, Flying Thunder God. You shall not harm Rinjian. Naruto's eyes lowered, wildness evident within them. A circle of red light began to emanate from his body as the chakra of the Nine Tails overflowed. That chilling malevolence and primal ferocity surged forth. Rinjian pressed a hand to his chest, a flicker of amusement passing behind his lowered eyelids. Yet, when he fully opened his eyes, only concern for Naruto remained in his crystal-clear heterochromatic gaze. Naruto. Jiraiya's expression turned grave as he bit into his fingertip. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Bang. A cloud of white smoke enveloped the surroundings. A frog clad in armor looked up, catching the samahata that Kisame swung at Jiraiya, producing a sharp, resonant clash. Jiraiya formed hand signs rapidly. Ninjutsu, frog stomach binding technique. The pink walls of the stomach instantly enveloped them, sealing everyone within a completely enclosed space. It seemed this was to prevent Uchiha Sasuke from sustaining further injuries, as the walls completely swallowed him. Gathering chakra into a Rasengan, Naruto instantly appeared before Rinjian Masaki. Rasengan. Naruto thrust the swirling sphere of chakra forcefully toward Rinjian Masaki's chest. The crimson light radiating from him continued to expand, saturating the confines of the stomach. His blood-red vertical pupils fixated on Rinjian Masaki. The Rasengan generated a powerful, spiraling gust that erupted against Rinjian Masaki's chest. Did he hit? A flicker of doubt crossed Jiraiya's mind. He was acutely aware of the disparity in strength between the real man and Naruto. Logically, a ninja capable of easily injuring the real man should not be so weak. Ding. Detected human malevolence value, 2,000. Cursed energy converted to chakra, 2,000. Chakra, 24514010000000. Naruto's intense murderous intent invisibly contributed to a substantial amount of malevolence for Rinjian. Naruto. Suddenly, Jiraiya shouted, rushing toward Naruto. In his pupils, the unfolding scene was vividly reflected. Beneath the powerful gust generated by the Rasengan, the space surrounding Rinjian Masaki began to warp slightly, hinting at distorted traces. Jiraiya had no doubt this was the power of the Rasengan. His immediate reaction was to suspect the use of a space-time ninjutsu by the opponent. Whoosh. A shadow flickered before Naruto. The figure that had been no more than a centimeter away from him vanished into thin air. Naruto's pupils trembled faintly, his gaze rigidly turning backward. Rinjian Masaki had materialized behind him, casually brushing back his blue locks. What business do you have interrupting the cordial exchange between my brother and me? He toyed with a kunai affixed with a special seal between his slender fingers. Rinjian Masaki raised an eyebrow slightly, directing the kunai toward Naruto's carotid artery. No one could withstand his speed. Just then, the real man sprang into action. He shot toward the direction of Rinjian Masaki and Naruto. Rinjian Masaki appeared pleased with the real man's response, allowing him to approach while maintaining his motion to sever Naruto's artery. Jiraiya found himself confronted by Kisame and Itachi, who simultaneously obstructed his path. Gritting his teeth, Jiraiya's expression was one of unprecedented seriousness. Two S-rank rogue ninjas were already formidable enough, yet now a ninja capable of employing the Flying Thunder God technique had emerged. No one understood better than Jiraiya, the teacher of the fourth Hokage, just how terrifying the Flying Thunder God technique could be. Stab. The kunai plunged deep into the real man's palm, his grip tightening around it, completely enveloping the blade with flesh. Naruto, run. The real man shouted to Naruto, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Humph, you're too busy to care for yourself, brother. Rinjian Masaki chuckled at the scene, a radiant smile spreading across his face. With his other hand transformed into a great blade, he pierced through Rinjin's neck. Blood gushed forth instantaneously. The entirety of Rinjin's being was drenched in blood. Rinjin Makoto chuckled softly, his voice whispering gently in Naruto's ear. I am aware that you can heal the wounds of the flesh, yet the pain remains, does it not? The mere thought of tormenting you to the brink of mental collapse exhilarates me. He drew forth a colossal blade, exposing the gaping wound in Rinjin's neck before Naruto's eyes. Naruto's pupils contracted to pinpricks, his mind flooded with visions of Rinjin being mercilessly tortured. Rinjin. The thought of him enduring such agony ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within Naruto. He yearned to kill. A roar erupted. A brilliant crimson light flickered. The entire wall of his stomach was ravaged by a tempestuous chakra, leaving behind grotesque gashes. Jiraiya distanced himself from Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki in midair. Fire style, Toad Oil Flame Bullet. Amidst the violent blaze rushing toward Kisame and Itachi, Jiraiya spotted Naruto, partially transformed into a tailed beast. The dark crimson cloak of the beast enveloped him. He crouched like a feral creature, devoid of any humanity in his eyes. Two tails, formed from tailed beast chakra, lashed wildly behind him. In an instant, he lunged at Rinjin Makoto. Ding! Detected human malevolence value. 10,000. Curse power converted to chakra. 10,000. Chakra, 255, 140, 100, 000. Rinjin was discarded like refuse by Rinjin Makoto. His body crashed against the wall, rolling onto the ground. The soft inner wall cushioned his fall, sparing him from pain. That fiend was utterly despicable, resorting to such venomous measures. The toad witnessed the scene, positioning itself in front of Rinjin, awaiting his recovery. Thank you, but he is formidable. I cannot allow Naruto and the others to be harmed for my sake. Rinjin stood, instinctively touching his neck. Though it pained him, the thrill of accruing 10,000 malevolence points was intoxicating. This truly forced Naruto into a corner. The transformation into a tailed beast had manifested. The toad, unwilling to let the child take unnecessary risks, placed its claws on Rinjin's shoulder, its eyes gleaming with determination. Shouting toward Jiraiya, "It's time to get serious, Jiraiya? Humph. I have long anticipated this." A slight smirk graced Jiraiya's lips as he opened his eyes, revealing crimson markings that momentarily appeared beneath them. Two small toads manifested on his shoulders. "Little Jiraiya, what transpired?" Sage Shima inquired. "The situation is dire. I will explain later." Jiraiya clasped his hands together, and Sage Shima and Fukasaku immediately joined him. Sage Art, 5 right guards. Oil, wind, and fire converged, generating an intense heat that seemed poised to evaporate the very air. Itachi and Kisame sensed the potency of this technique and swiftly retreated. The surroundings became engulfed in a thick white mist, swallowing their figures entirely. In this visual void, Rinjin observed as Makoto struck toward Naruto with a swift palm. The speed was staggering, slicing through the air and the tailed beast cloak. The swirling mist obscured everyone's line of sight, rendering the impending attack elusive. Yet, the instinct of the tailed beast was terrifyingly acute. Even when visibility was hindered, its instinct for danger proved more accurate than sight. Naruto dodged nimbly, baring his sharp teeth and growling menacingly at Rinjin Makoto. The white mist gradually dissipated. Blood trickled from the corner of Itachi's mouth. Encased by the rapidly healing wall of his stomach, he failed to evade the ninjutsu entirely, forcing him to rely on the skeletal defense of Susanoo. The repercussions of overusing his Mangekyo Sharingan soon became evident, tears of blood sliding down his face. The faint outline of Susanoo's red skeletal frame swiftly receded. Kisame glanced at Itachi beside him. "Itachi-san." Itachi shook his head, suppressing a cough lodged in his throat. Kisame cast a glance at Jiraiya before both figures hastily retreated toward the far end of the stomach wall. However, the seemingly infinite expanse of the wall appeared boundless. Amaterasu. Black flames seared a massive hole into the wall. Jiraiya had no time to pursue. Another enemy remained. With a crackle, Naruto's tailed beast cloak erupted violently. Makoto's figure became utterly elusive. His speed was such that even Naruto, partially transformed, could not perceive him. Jiraiya noticed the flying thunder god seal appearing beneath Naruto's tailed beast cloak. It was precisely because of this seal that he remained untouchable. Instead, he was forced to endure Makoto's onslaught. Ding! Detected human malevolence value. 2,000. Curse power converted to chakra. 2,000. Chakra, 257, 140, 100, 000. The source of this wave of malevolence was unmistakable. It was Jiraiya. Rinjian had made the most advantageous trade in history, one with Orochimaru, and now this. During Orochimaru's assault on Konoha, he had touched the souls of Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, acquiring an immeasurable wealth of treasures. With so many artifacts, Rinjian opted to first exploit the Flying Thunder God technique. In Tobirama's memories lay the complete development of the Flying Thunder God. For someone already endowed with extraordinary comprehension, it was as if divine assistance had arrived. Within mere hours, he had mastered the Flying Thunder God based on Tobirama's meticulous recollections. Now, the technique was perfectly timed for use. In a brief moment, the tailed beast cloak had become tattered. Its healing speed could not keep pace with the slashing speed of the Flying Thunder God. The once robust defense now lay riddled with holes. Kia. A tempest of razor-sharp needles erupted from around Jiraiya. Sage art, needle jutsu. His form shot forth like a released arrow, concealed within the barrage of needles. His fists surged with tremendous force, striking directly at Rinjian Makoto's chest. Whoosh! Realizing that his attack had missed, Jiraiya's expression turned grave as he beheld Rinjian Makoto materializing 3 meters away in an instant. This was the troublesome aspect of the Flying Thunder God. As long as the battlefield was saturated with its seals, he was practically invincible. The chakra of the Nine Tails surged intensely in the air once more. Jiraiya's gaze sharpened as he noticed Naruto's tails rapidly multiplying to 4. The gravity of the situation struck him. Naruto's body could not withstand the half-tailed beast transformation. His physique would be torn apart by the Nine Tails chakra, shredding muscle and rendering him incapacitated. Ding! Detected human malevolence value. 2,000. Curse power converted to chakra. 2,000. Chakra, 259, 140, 100, 000. Jiraiya fixed his gaze on Rinjian Makoto. The Flying Thunder God was a formidable adversary. With Naruto in imminent peril, should another tail sprout, Naruto's existence would be at grave risk. With 4 tails sprouting from him, Naruto's speed surged, resembling a beast as he lunged with claw-like hands towards Makoto Kiyomi's chest. His razor-sharp nails could effortlessly pierce through an enemy's ribcage, ripping the very heart from its confines. Yet, against the onslaught of the half-tailed beastified Naruto, Makoto Kiyomi exhibited no inclination to evade. Ding! Human malice value detected, 2,000. Curse energy converted to chakra, 2,000. Chakra, 261140100000000. With a swift swipe of his claws, 3 deep, bone-revealing gashes marred Kiyomi's chest. In an instant, he appeared behind Naruto, the gashes seemingly non-existent, revealing instead a smooth, unblemished chest. A hint of a smile graced his face as a powerful gust of wind swept through. Senjutsu, supersized Rasengan. The howling winds tousled Kiyomi's blue hair, illuminating his visage with a radiant blue glow. Simultaneously, Naruto closed in beside him, tails and claws poised to strike. Ding! Human malice value detected, 2,000. Curse energy converted to chakra, 2,000. Chakra, 263140100000000. Ding! Human malice value detected, 2,000. Curse energy converted to chakra, 2,000. Chakra, 265144010000000. A surge of power flooded into Kiyomi's body, amplifying the smile upon his face. With a swift motion, his figure vanished from sight. The colossal Rasengan collided with Naruto, who narrowly evaded the attack, yet 3 bloody gashes still appeared across his chest. Simultaneously, he was brutally flung away by Naruto's tail. Little Jiraiya, Sage Shima, and Sage Fukasaku were taken aback by the formidable resilience of their adversary. Perched casually on a windowsill, Kiyomi crossed his legs and propped up his chin, addressing the real Jiraiya. Did you see that? They are no match for me. A toad stood guard before Kiyomi, eyeing him warily. Kiyomi's voice resonated softly. Are you truly indifferent to witnessing your comrades suffer injuries, or even perish in their efforts to protect you? Jiraiya stood frozen, as if plunged into a chasm, a chill enveloping him. His gaze swept over Naruto, now bereft of reason. Kiyomi stretched languidly. How about this? If you take your own life, I will spare them. Our bloodline limit can heal most wounds, but if the heart is compromised, death is inevitable. Kiyomi's words dripped with deception. So, if you act now, I promise to let you all go, deal? His face lit up with an innocent smile as he tilted his head towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya, do not believe him. He is deceiving you. Jiraiya's pupils constricted. Long-held tranquility erupted into an uncontrollable, frenzied hatred. Jiraiya plunged a short blade into his own chest. withdrawing it as blood streamed from his lips. The one you truly wish to kill has always been me. Is that acceptable? Haha, how adorable. Kiyomi's smile stretched to an exaggerated degree, his laughter echoing throughout the confined space. Ding. Human malice value detected, 50,000. Curse energy converted to chakra, 50,000. Chakra, 3151401000000000. Jiraiya's eyes turned crimson. Ding. Human malice value detected, 10 million. Curse energy converted to chakra, 10 million. Kiyomi had lost his sanity. Naruto spiraled into a rage, his tails multiplying to 9. The walls of the stomach began to crack, entirely losing their restorative capacity. Chapter 23 entrusted to Makoto Kiyomi, guaranteed. Chakra, 103151401000000000. Kiyomi felt tears welling up. This was the first time Naruto had genuinely moved him. After such a lengthy period, he finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope for the future of his acting career. His dream was to become the greatest actor in the entire ninja world. He had already received a portion of his payment. So this is what it feels like to become wealthy overnight. He felt as though he had transcended. Clearly, sending out clones to act was a brilliant decision. The melodrama was indeed timeless. While Kiyomi reveled in the lightness brought by his newfound wealth, the overwhelming force of the Nine Tails threatened to obliterate the entire street. The air was torn apart by the 9 flailing tails, producing a deafening roar. In an instant, space warped, and Naruto surged before Kiyomi. Ding. Human malice value detected, 2,000. Curse energy converted to chakra, 2,000. Chakra, 103171401000000000. With a sweep of his 9 tails, a massive crater formed in the ground. Kiyomi was sent hurtling backwards, and just as he regained his balance in midair, the 9 tails charged at him once more. The surrounding space had been thoroughly distorted by the chakra emanating from the swirling Naruto. One must always leave a thread for retreat. For future encounters, Kiyomi realized it was time to withdraw. Continuing this battle held little significance. Brother, until we meet again, he smiled, bidding farewell to the real Jiraiya as his figure vanished in an instant. With the Flying Thunder God technique, he had inscribed numerous marks. Naruto, deprived of a target, redirected his fury towards Jiraiya. The remnants of humanity's reasoning were completely engulfed in chaos, driven solely by the instinct to attack and kill. Already wounded, Jiraiya was brutally struck by a tail, his body crashing through several walls. Jiraiya, the toad, supporting Kiyomi's body, called out anxiously. What now? This child is in dire need of healing. The 9 tails Jinchuriki has gone haywire. Kiyomi maintained control over his own wounds. His performance was far from over. How could he allow his injuries to heal just yet? As he opened his mouth, blood flowed incessantly. The heart, responsible for the circulation and regulation of blood throughout his body, had been pierced, severing its ability to supply blood entirely. His complexion turned as pale as snow. Naruto. His voice grew louder. The dark crimson 9 tails paused momentarily. The fox-like head turned slightly, its cold, slit pupils emotionlessly fixated on Kiyomi. Staggering forward, Kiyomi took 2 shaky steps, as if struggling to maintain his balance. Yet he resolutely positioned himself between Jiraiya and Naruto. Kiyomi. Jiraiya, equally bloodied and disheveled, called out. Kiyomi extended his bloodied hand, yearning to touch Naruto, who was enveloped in the cloak of tailed beast chakra. The chakra seared his hand painfully. He continued to plunge deeper, as if devoid of any sense of pain. Yet, his body could not endure the strain. Darkness enveloped his mind. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he embraced the beast-like Naruto before him, his skin seared by the black and crimson chakra of the 9 tails, emitting a charred scent. As Rinne could no longer withstand it, his body began to slide down helplessly. Naruto, awaken. Do not succumb. The dark red chakra gradually faded. Ultimately, the scarlet slit pupils were replaced by sapphiric orbs, as the black-crimson chakra silently dissipated into the air. Naruto caught Rinne, who was slipping away. He trembled all over, uncertain whether it was the pain inflicted by the 9 tails chakra or the impending despair that he could not bear. Tears streamed down like a broken string of pearls. Naruto implored Jiraiya, perverted sage, you must have a way, right? Rinne cannot die, can he? Rinne's hand slipped weakly from his grasp. No, Rinne, do not sleep. Did you not promise to support me in becoming Hokage? Fear gripped Naruto as he repeated his plea, trembling hands attempting to prop open Rinne's increasingly heavy eyelids. Do not sleep, Rinne. Rinne felt the warm droplets fall upon his face, akin to a gentle rain, almost washing away the bloodstains. At that moment, all he could feel was regret. Regret that Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura were not present to witness this. He had lost at least 20 million chakra. It is all right. There will be more opportunities, Rinne reassured himself. Regardless of his thoughts, his performance remained unaffected. In Naruto's eyes, he slowly closed his eyes. No, Rinne. Naruto lost the warmth of Rinne, the brightness of his smile, the sound of his voice. He had lost so much. One could say he had lost everything. Rinne had taught him many things, but had yet to teach him about farewell. It felt as if he had been struck, cradling Rinne as he collapsed to the ground. He clung desperately to Rinne's arm as if he would be tethered to him for eternity. Little Jiraiya, are you all right? Come and see these two children. Sage Shima and Sage Fukasaku leaped to Naruto and Rinne's side. The boy named Rinne no longer had breath or heartbeat. Sage Shima's eyes brimmed with sorrow. Such a fine child. Hearing this, Rinne almost chuckled, yet he possessed a strong sense of professionalism as an actor. He seldom smiled unless faced with an utterly uncontrollable joy. He controlled his body as effortlessly as one would drink or eat. Naruto's body had sustained significant damage, and it was uncertain whether that girl could save him. Otherwise, it would be challenging for him to become a ninja. Sage Fukasaku crouched beside Naruto, speaking to Jiraiya. The power of the Nine Tails is too formidable. Especially with its transformation having reached 9 tails, Naruto's bones and muscles are nearly shattered. The only reason he endured thus far was his willpower. Therefore, once that blue-haired boy named Rinne perished, Naruto could no longer hold on. Jiraiya, gazing at the entranced Sasuke, the lifeless Rinne, and the unconscious Naruto, closed his eyes, overwhelmed by boundless guilt. Little Jiraiya, now is not the time for self-reproach. Finding that girl is paramount. Otherwise, both Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are in peril. Sage Fukasaku reminded him. Sage Shima gently caressed Rinne's cheek. This child, let us bury him. Not yet, Rinne thought within his mind. Jiraiya observed Rinne's lifeless visage. Had this child perished because of him? He was only 13, a rare talent. He could achieve greater heights than Minato in the future. Perhaps he could be the Hokage of Konoha. Yet now, he quietly faded away, extinguishing his young life. In Konoha, countless companions and friends awaited his safe return. Jiraiya's hands trembling against the floor, he stifled a few sobs. Little Jiraiya, Sage Shima, witnessing Jiraiya's tears, felt her own eyes welling with moisture. No. Sage Fukasaku's expression suddenly shifted. He lay quietly on Rinne's chest, raising his head in disbelief. His heart is slowly beating? Sage Shima immediately followed suit, joyously looking at Jiraiya. Little Jiraiya, it is true. This child's heartbeat is gradually returning. Not only that, Sage Fukasaku saw the wounds on Rinne's body healing at a visible rate. The body they had deemed lifeless was now emanating new vitality. Jiraiya recalled Naruto mentioning that Rinne's bloodline limit was related to the soul. Rinne's injuries were almost instantly restored. His skin was smooth and fair, devoid of even a scar, as if nothing had transpired. Under the expectant gazes of Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima, Rinne opened his eyes. A layer of brilliance flickered within his yellow-blue and gray-blue heterochromatic irises. He gasped deeply, slowly turning his head to see Sage Shima and Sage Fukasaku beside him. And then he noticed Jiraiya, whose eyes were reddened. I thought I was dead. His peripheral vision caught sight of Naruto, and his expression changed as he immediately felt for Naruto's pulse, relieved to find it beating. Thankfully, Naruto was safe. Sage Shima regarded him with deep emotion. You have already died once. Perhaps a miracle has occurred. The other side did not wish for such a pure soul to depart this world, granting you another chance. Rinne touched his heart, bewildered. Then how did I come back to life? Sage Shima and Sage Fukasaku shook their heads. We are uncertain. This is our first encounter with such a situation. The heart had been pierced yet managed to heal. Perhaps it is related to your bloodline limit, Jiraiya speculated. Weariness evident upon his face. Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima, having endured a battle, were likewise fatigued and, after speaking with Jiraiya, vanished. Rinne carried the unconscious Naruto and Sasuke back to the inn. What happened to Naruto? Jiraiya explained Naruto's current condition to Rinne and emphasized that finding Tsunade was of utmost importance. In the stillness of night, Rinne lay on a small bed, gazing at the comatose Naruto and Sasuke, feeling a turmoil within. Noticing Rinne's concern for Naruto and Sasuke preventing him from sleeping, Jiraiya inquired about the unfamiliar ninja who had appeared earlier. He is my brother, Rinne Makoto. Jiraiya harbored no doubts whatsoever. The striking resemblance between the two individuals could only be explained by their fraternal bond. I thought he had perished, said Rinji. In our village, identical brothers are considered a harbinger of misfortune. Thus, he has always deemed me superfluous, believing himself to be the sole true existence in this world. After our parents' demise, he no longer concealed his intentions and turned against me. During my flight from him, I encountered Lord Danzo, who took me under his wing. It has been ages since I last saw him. I assumed he would quietly succumb in a place hidden from my view. I believe my bloodline limit was an accidental manifestation, as neither of my parents possessed the qualifications of a ninja. Yet I was taken aback to discover he too possessed the same bloodline limit. Moreover, he relentlessly pursued me as he did before. Jiraiya understood. He mused. How could such a child possibly have been nurtured by Elder Danzo? It became apparent that this child's inherent nature was good, even after a sojourn in the root. His essence remained unchanged. Yet, how did Renji learn the Flying Thunder God technique? This forbidden art has always been under the vigilant guard of the Leaf Village ninjas. How could a foreign villager have mastered it? Could it be linked to Orochimaru? Jiraiya recalled that Orochimaru had thoroughly perused all forbidden texts. This meant that if he discovered you were still alive, he would continue his attempts to eliminate you. After Jiraiya articulated his thoughts, he noticed the child beside him had fallen into silence. It was all my fault. The room remained quiet for approximately 3 minutes before Jiraiya finally heard the child's voice. He initially only intended to kill me. If it weren't for me, Naruto would not have been injured, and Lord Jiraiya would not have suffered either. In the darkness, Jiraiya caught a glimpse of the glistening tears in Renji's eyes. Silently, he sighed. I still prefer you calling me the perverted sage alongside Naruto. Renji sniffled. Perverted sage, I will surely find Lady Tsunade and implore her to heal Naruto. Indeed, I believe in you. After many years, Jiraiya entrusted such faith once more to a child of the leaf. Much like he had once believed in Minato's capability to bear the mantle of Hokage. On another front, during the witching hour, a figure suddenly appeared before the fleeing Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. What a coincidence. You are here too. Renji Makigami emerged cheerfully from a shop, savoring a skewer of teriyaki meatballs. Ding. Detected human malevolence value. 2000. Curse power converted to chakra amount. 2000. Chakra. 103191401000000000. Renji Makigami. What did he do? It seems he hasn't provoked anyone. So whose malevolence value is this? Itachi Uchiha's or Kisame Hashigaki's? What a pity. You are deliberately following us, Kisame said, gripping Samahata tightly, revealing his jagged teeth. Why are you following us? Renji, munching on his teriyaki, casually twirled his braid and inquired. Are you part of the Akatsuki organization? Kisame smiled in silence. Itachi maintained a stern expression. Don't be like that. Renji patted Kisame and Itachi on the shoulders, stealthily leaving the Flying Thunder God mark to divert their attention, saying, to be honest, I am currently seeking employment. What are your salary and benefits like? If it's good, count me in. Ding. Detected human malevolence value. 2000. Curse power converted to chakra amount. 2000. Chakra. 10321140100000000. No. These two are pure evil. The malevolence they exuded was almost playful. Let us see if you can survive long enough to join, Kisame said with a grin. Ignoring his humorous demeanor, the statement carried an undeniable weight. Renji nodded, speaking for himself. If you two are qualified, I should be no problem. After uttering this, realizing he might have misspoken, he offered an apologetic expression to both. I tend to be rather direct. Please don't take offense. Ding. Detected human malevolence value. 2000. Curse power converted to chakra amount. 2000. Chakra. 103231401000000000. You see, they VE broken character. Renji scrutinized Itachi and then Kisame. The system had this flaw. Unable to discern from whom the malevolence originated. Who exactly had been affected? Renji speculated it was likely Kisame. He tried again, leaning closer to the pale-faced Itachi. Hey, buddy. Do you have a grudge against your brother too? Ding. Detected human malevolence value. 500. Curse power converted to chakra amount. 500. Chakra. 103236401000000000. There we go. This time it must be from Itachi. Surprisingly, Itachi was rather amicable, with a lower malevolence value than Kisame. Indeed, the difference between those who played the role of a spy and those like Kisame, who embodied pure evil, was stark. I believe your approach to dealing with your brother is misguided. You should learn from me. First, shatter his mental world, then let him bring about his own demise. How sophisticated. Renji couldn't help but share his fraternal murder expertise with Itachi. Let me tell you, once I'm in the Akatsuki, we will be colleagues. The brother you wish to kill is the same one I want to eliminate, and I assure you, it will be a resounding success. Delivering him an unparalleled psychological and physical blow. I'm not some feeble wretch like you. I possess both strength and means. Renji winking at Itachi with an air of mischief seemed to imply, leave this to me, and I will handle it splendidly. Ding. Detected human malevolence value, 10,000. Curse power converted to chakra amount, 10,000. Chakra, 103336401000000000. Look, he's getting agitated. We've only exchanged a few words. Renji clicked his tongue, then turned to Kisame. If you have anyone you wish to eliminate, just let me know. I guarantee success. My efficiency is unmatched. Those who have employed my services have never left negative feedback. I typically eliminate both the employer and the target simultaneously, thus earning more money. Quite a bargain. Wouldn't you agree? Renji raised an eyebrow, genuinely proud of himself. Kisame suddenly felt that bringing this ninja back could be considered a form of compliance. Although he hadn't captured the Nine Tails, he had returned with a pure harbinger of death. Chapter 24. The Severed and the Bound. I have seen them. Renji looked up at the izakaya before him, glanced at Jiraiya beside him, cleared his throat, and symbolically declined. Alcohol is one of the 3 forbidden things for ninjas. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to enter, would it? It wasn't that he genuinely believed it was inappropriate. Rather, he feared it would be too pleasurable, leading him to abandon his facade. Jiraiya paid no heed to the so-called 3 forbidden things for ninjas. The legendary 3 ninjas each represented a facet of that triangle. He had long disregarded the concept of ninja prohibitions. He only knew that the heavens were above. Jiraiya hoisted Renjin onto his shoulder and swaggered into the izakaya, his eyes scanning the room like a searchlight, assessing the crowd. Small, 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 medium, small, medium, large, large, small, extra large. Locking in, Jiraiya swept through like a tempest. The slightly inebriated maidens within the establishment twirled in their skirts, erupting in a cacophony of shrieks. Oh, my skirt. Which pervert did this? In a corner, Tsunade's hand trembled around the bottle. What's wrong, Lady Tsunade? Ino, cradling a small piglet, inquired. Tsunade rubbed her temples. This commotion reminds me of someone. Only that shameless, lecherous fool would cause such a ruckus, leaving a trail of screaming beauties in his wake. The next instant, a figure appeared before Tsunade. One so familiar it was almost surreal. Ino, seated beside Tsunade, widened her eyes in astonishment. Lord Jiraiya. Tsunade, without lifting her gaze, continued to sip her drink. Renjin obediently sat beside Jiraiya, his eyes fixated on Tsunade. Where did this little brat come from? What are you staring at? Tsunade propped her head on her hand, her intoxicated gaze landing on Renjin, leaving her completely stunned. With blue hair, fair skin, and a strikingly handsome face, his smile radiated warmth. In that fleeting moment, Tsunade nearly believed she was dreaming. Yet, the boy's heterochromatic eyes quickly jolted her back to reality. Hello, Lady Tsunade, I am Renjin. You are so beautiful that I lost my focus for a moment. Though his voice was soft, it was crystal clear. He shyly lowered his head, the blush on his ears and cheeks becoming more pronounced against his pale complexion. Ino's eyes softened instantly. So adorable. I just want to hug him. How could such a charming boy exist? She had always thought men were like Lord Jiraiya or the burly debt collectors around him. Today, however, she had discovered a new world. A boy whose smile brightened the night, and his words were so sweet. Tsunade beamed, her joy evident. No woman would be displeased by such flattery. She extended her hand to gently lift Renjin's chin, teasing, such a smooth talker. She beckoned to him like a playful child. Renjin, with his innocent, sparkling apricot eyes, stepped closer to Ino and Tsunade. Tsunade cradled him between herself and Ino. Ino secretly pinched Renjin's cheeks, her eyes sparkling, nearly overwhelmed with delight. So incredibly cute. The little piglet in her arms squirmed, desperate to escape, as if it were about to be turned into roast pork belly. Jiraiya twisted in frustration. Why did this kid have such an affinity for women? What was the reason? Jealousy twisted his features. Tsunade, have you heard about the situation in Konoha? The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, has died at the hands of his former student, Orochimaru. This news had rippled through the ninja world. Even if Tsunade had not been paying attention, such a monumental event would have reached her ears. Tsunade, without sparing Jiraiya a glance, stared into her drink, reflecting on Orochimaru's words from earlier that day. She thought of Dan and Shinjiro. Jiraiya anticipated Tsunade's reaction, continuing. Only you can shoulder Konoha's current burdens. The granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, the foremost medical ninja in the ninja world. Only you can earn the people's respect. Becoming Hokage is of no interest to me, Tsunade mused, toying with her glass. Her gaze fell upon Renjin's blue hair, and she muttered. Only a fool would aspire to be Hokage. Jiraiya regarded her knowingly, understanding her reasons. That's not true. Renjin's voice was soft yet resolute. Tsunade scoffed lightly, pinching Renjin's cheek, mocking, you're so young, what do you know? I bet in the eyes of children like you, being Hokage seems like a glorious endeavor. Tsunade took a hearty gulp of her drink. Lady Tsunade, please do not underestimate me. Rinjian looked earnestly into Tsunade's eyes, his stubbornness reminiscent of someone from long ago. Sister, do not underestimate me. It was as if he were echoing a voice from the past. A wave of sorrow washed over Tsunade, bringing with it a sharp, stinging pain. The title of Hokage was not merely an emblem of honor. It bore the weight of Konoha's entire responsibility and demanded a readiness to sacrifice for the village. In truth, every ninja who sacrifices for the village deserves the title of Hokage. Aspiring to be Hokage is not foolish. They understand the responsibilities that come with the title and are prepared to be heroes for their village. Rinjian's words, though quiet, resonated with remarkable strength. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Ino fell into a contemplative silence. I've never heard such a perspective before, Tsunade remarked, devoid of emotion. Every ninja who sacrifices for the village deserves the title of Hokage. Isn't that so? What good are heroes if they cannot even survive? Tsunade's gaze fell. Her nostrils flared with a bittersweet scent. A hero who cannot live is a tragedy. This was Tsunade's sentiment, yet the heroes themselves would not share such a thought. In life, some things hold greater significance than mere existence, such as faith and ideals. I feel the same. The village and my comrades hold more value than my own life. When the time comes for my sacrifice, I will only feel grateful that it is me and not Lady Tsunade, or Lord Jiraiya, or my comrades from the village. The thought of my comrades living happily and safely in the future brings me more joy than anything else. Rinjian's face brightened with a warm, tear-inducing smile as if he had just realized something. Why? How can a child possess such wisdom? Tsunade was perplexed. Perhaps it was the alcohol, but she felt an overwhelming urge to vent her inner turmoil. Rinjian approached Tsunade gently, saying, when the Hokage passed away, I was by his side. I could feel his happiness because he believed he had protected the village and me. After I woke, I felt deep pain, thinking it was my inadequacy that led to the Hokage's demise. If I had been stronger, perhaps he would still be alive. But standing before the Hokage's spirit, I suddenly understood. The look in the Hokage's eyes before he departed told me that witnessing our happiness was his ultimate resolution in sacrificing his life. Rinjian continued to bring up Hiruzen Sarutobi's legacy. After all, he was long gone. What harm was there in using his name? Satisfied, Rinjian noted the redness in Tsunade's eyes. He stoked the fire further. Lady Tsunade, if someone dear to you sacrificed for the village, have you considered that their life continues to exist within yours? With the innocence of a child, Rinjian expressed his naive dreams. I can always feel the Hokage standing behind me. I will carry on his will and strive to protect Konoha. Tsunade lowered her head, as Rinjian felt tears cascade down her cheeks, pooling at the tip of her chin before incessantly dripping to the ground. She pondered, is the essence of Duan and Shuji now intertwined with her very being? Indeed. The only one who would forever remember them was herself. A wave of sorrow engulfed her. Suddenly, Tsunade enveloped Rinjian tightly in her embrace, her sobs unrestrained and echoing through the silence. Rinjian struggled to breathe, nearly gasping for air as Tsunade's tears soaked through the fabric of her shirt. So, is it you who have come to remind me? Tsunade's mind conjured the images of Duan and Shuji, their forms gradually merging into the present incarnation of Rinjian. Lady Tsunade, I understand that becoming Hokage is an arduous task, yet I selfishly implore you to return with us. Rinjian gently patted Tsunade's back, as if soothing a child. Who else would consider Tsunade a child if not him? Konoha and my injured comrades need you, Lady Tsunade. Rinjian had not forgotten Naruto and Sasuke, who lay in the inn, nor Lee, who was unable to become a ninja in the Konoha hospital. Tsunade lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Rinjian. Wiping her tears away, she resolutely stated, I'm sorry, I cannot heal others at this moment. Rinjian was taken aback, the memories in her mind gradually resurfacing. That's right. It seemed that Tsunade was currently afflicted by a fear of blood? Such a trivial matter. Rinjian was confident he could help her overcome it. One Orochimaru was more than enough to contend with. Jiraiya placed a hand atop his head, seemingly concerned that Rinjian's emotional turmoil might provoke Tsunade. However, without Tsunade's healing, they could not become ninjas. Rinjian murmured in a daze, once again gazing into Tsunade's tear-filled eyes. Tsunade averted her gaze. Throughout the night, Rinjian regarded Tsunade with a pitiful expression, while she clutched her head in anguish. It wasn't until Jiraiya insisted that Rinjian retire for the night that the two fell silent. Only Jiraiya and Tsunade remained in the izakaya. Perhaps you'd be interested to hear about that child, Jiraiya suggested. Indeed, Tsunade was intrigued by Rinjian. Do tell. She even sensed her own stance beginning to soften. She fiddled with the dice atop the table. Lianjian possesses a bloodline limit connected to the soul. Jiraiya noticed Tsunade's hand tremble. After all, Kato Duan's spirit transformation technique was also related to the soul. Truth be told, Jiraiya found the coincidence rather striking. Raised by Elder Danzo in the roots, he was remarkably kind-hearted and resilient. Both Kakashi and the ninjas of the village spoke highly of him. He was a person willing to sacrifice himself without hesitation for the sake of his comrades. Tsunade stared at the table, lost in thought. The similarities were uncanny. The ninjutsu, appearance, and character were all remarkably aligned. Jiraiya recounted the battles that had transpired prior to their arrival. Upon hearing that the child had unhesitatingly plunged a weapon into his own heart, Tsunade felt a pang in her own heart. Yet, curiously, that heart, which had ceased to beat, miraculously resumed its rhythm, as if destiny had intervened. Jiraiya shrugged, attempting to appear nonchalant, but in his heart, the prophecy of the great sage of the toads lingered. He looked at Tsunade, then rose to leave. Back at the inn, Lianjian was still awake. Sitting on the floor while watching Naruto and Sasuke sleep, Jiraiya tapped his head gently. Get some rest. Lianjian forced a smile and nodded. The next morning, Jiraiya returned with Lianjian to confront Tsunade once more. Tsunade ran her fingers through her hair and presented Lianjian with a challenge. If you can master Senjutsu in a short time, I will reconsider this matter. Jiraiya sensed that they had already succeeded halfway. Even if Lianjian could not master Senjutsu in time, Tsunade would still agree to become Hokage. What she needed now was a catalyst to solidify her resolve. Shizun bought a live fish on the street to demonstrate Senjutsu to Lianjian. Shizun was a responsible teacher, thoroughly explaining the principles of Senjutsu. In less than 2 hours, Lianjian had completely mastered it. He pulled Shizun, who was in a state of shock, and swiftly appeared before Tsunade. Then, he found himself face-to-face with Orochimaru and Kabuto. Lady Tsunade. Lianjian's playful spirit surged once more. He dashed in front of Tsunade, placing himself between her and Orochimaru. Kabuto. Ding. Detected human malice value 100. Curse energy converted to chakra amount 100. Chakra 103337401000000000. Lady Tsunade. Orochimaru is the murderer of the Hokage. You must not trust a word he says. Despite knowing that he was facing one of the legendary Sannin, Lianjian showed no fear or hesitation, resolutely standing before Tsunade. Orochimaru, you weren't saying that back in Konoha. Ding. Detected human malice value 1000. Curse energy converted to chakra amount 1000. Chakra 103347401000000000. Ding. Detected human malice value 1000. Curse energy converted to chakra amount 1000. Chakra 103357401000000000. Orochimaru and Kabuto conspicuously concealed their cooperation with Lianjian. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. After all, perhaps there would be opportunities for further collaboration in the future. Orochimaru, Tsunade said firmly, gazing at him, I will not assist you in healing your hands. Orochimaru's expression darkened. Tsunade turned to Lianjian, a faint smile gracing her lips. In a sense, I have already seen Duan and Shuji. With her back to Tsunade, Lianjian winked at Orochimaru. Don't worry, I can heal your hands. Lianjian had suddenly realized this while learning Senjutsu. Since his ability to transform the formless could kill, it could equally save lives. The living examples of Lianjian and Yukichi were proof of that. Orochimaru, unable to decipher the meaning in Lianjian's gaze, sensed that a second opportunity for collaboration was about to present itself. Chapter 25, True Reconciliation. Why would you respond in such a manner, Princess Tsunade? Orochimaru cast a glance at Lianjian. Could it be because of him? Yet Lianjian bore no resemblance to Kato Duan or Shuji in any way. Do you wish to kill me? Tsunade's eyes glinted with murderous intent, and Orochimaru, baffled, replied, I had mentioned before, I could have brought them both back to life. Is there anything more significant than witnessing the resurrection of one's beloved and kin? I wish I could, Tsunade interrupted him suddenly, her voice laden with profound sorrow and resignation. Tears cascaded down her beautiful yet resolute face, akin to a flood breaching its dam, seemingly endless. I yearn to see them once more. Tsunade's voice was imbued with anguish and longing. Even a fleeting glimpse of Shotree or Dan would suffice. Yet, I find myself powerless. Her tone grew resolute, as if she were imparting this truth to Orochimaru, but also to herself. In meeting them in such a manner, they would never forgive me. Nor would I ever forgive myself. She inhaled deeply, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, What they sacrificed their lives to protect must not be destroyed by you. In that moment, Tsunade was transported back to a time long past. In her memories, the ever-gentle Dan smiled at her. Because I cherish the village and my comrades within it, I will give everything for the village. She would forever remember that twilight. The moment her heart first fluttered for Dan. Konoha is a treasure left by my grandfather. As the grandson of the first Hokage, I must safeguard it. Even if it costs me my life. Shotri's vibrant voice echoed in her memory. How could Tsunade betray their wishes? Tears fell upon the crystal necklace resting against her neck. The visages of Shotri and Dan began to blur, replaced by the clearer image of Renji. After all these years, she had failed to grasp such a simple truth. More transparent than that understood by a child. She glanced up at Orochimaru. You once said that all tangible things will eventually perish, didn't you? However, the will remains eternal. Tsunade's gaze gradually settled on Renji's silhouette before her. Though Dan and Shotri had perished, Renji, who had never met them or even knew of their existence, had completely inherited their ideals. The negotiations had collapsed. There was no turning back. Orochimaru was utterly indifferent to Tsunade's words. Had he been swayed by them, he would not have dealt a lethal blow to his own teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi. In matters of moral discourse, Hiruzen surpassed anyone else. Orochimaru's sole purpose in seeking Tsunade was to heal his hands. Everything else mattered not to him. As events unfolded, she had no choice but to resort to her fists. The air crackled with the imminent signal of battle. Tsunade pulled Renji behind her. In an instant, the walls of the entire street crumbled before her. Come forth, Orochimaru. Orochimaru and Kabuto evaded her onslaught. He appeared 10 meters away, a smirk playing on his lips, his gaze unsettlingly damp and cold, reminiscent of a serpent. Indeed. We have yet to engage in combat. Quite so. Tsunade shed her obstructive outer garment and surged toward Orochimaru. I shall end your wretched lives here. With a powerful punch, she shattered the ground beneath her feet. Cracks rapidly spread towards Orochimaru and Kabuto. Both retreated, gracefully leaping onto the branches of a nearby tree. Fighting in such a confined space seems rather impractical. Orochimaru remarked to Kabuto at his side. Kabuto's glasses glinted in the sunlight as he nodded at Tsunade below. Let's relocate the battlefield. In the next instant, Tsunade's figure vanished. Her fist, imbued with terrifying force, struck towards Orochimaru and Kabuto. Both understood the gravity of such a blow. It could very well cost them their lives. They hastily darted toward a more open area. You shall not escape. Tsunade crushed the stone in her hand and pursued them relentlessly. Meanwhile, Renji leisurely braided his azure hair, ambling in their direction. By the time Renji arrived, the ground bore witness to numerous deep craters wrought by Tsunade's wrath, an ecological disaster. Tsunade panted slightly, as did Kabuto, both standing in a silent standoff. I am not particularly skilled in taijutsu. Kabuto retrieved a soldier pill from his ninja pouch and swallowed it, feeling his strength rejuvenate. Within mere seconds, his hands glowed with a blue light. Tsunade leaped into the air, only to find the ground beneath her shattered by Kabuto's swift action. As her fist descended towards Kabuto, he evaded while simultaneously grazing her arm and thigh. Upon landing, Tsunade quickly sensed something amiss. Gritting her teeth, she gazed intently at Kabuto. I have severed your biceps and thigh muscles. Thus, you should be incapable of utilizing your brutish strength. Kabuto's lips curled into a slight smile. He preferred to employ his intellect in battle. The results were significantly more favorable than relying solely on brute force. Stripped of her strength, Tsunade was compelled to endure Kabuto's nimble assaults. His chakra scalpel targeted her intercostal muscles. Ha ha ha. With her intercostal muscles severed, her breathing became erratic. Tsunade half-kneeled on the ground, gazing solemnly at Kabuto before her. His aptitude for medical ninjutsu surpassed even her younger self. However, a shadow swiftly darted past Kabuto. Despite his timely reaction, he was struck at the nape of his neck. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat, though he had suffered a severed intercostal muscle, which typically incapacitated a person. He was indeed the most exceptional medical ninja in the ninja world. As Kabuto attempted to rise, his limbs suddenly became uncontrollable, forcing him to crawl on the ground. His eyes widened in realization. It was his nerves. Tsunade had struck the back of his neck, attacking his nerves. Now, his neural control was disrupted. If his brain commanded his left hand to move, his right foot would involuntarily respond, and vice versa. Yet, this predicament was not entirely insurmountable. It may be challenging, but he would not be underestimated. In an instant, Kabuto regained his footing. The glint of a kunai flashed before Tsunade's eyes as Kabuto raised the weapon, lunging towards her. You fear blood, do you not? Allow me to remedy that. With a swift motion, the kunai tore through the air, producing a piercing crack. Renji's hand was pierced by the kunai as he retaliated with a kick towards Kabuto. Kabuto relinquished his grip on the kunai and retreated rapidly. Renji extracted the kunai lodged in his palm, discarding it on the grass. The wound healed instantaneously. Tsun's arm was splattered with Renji's warm blood. She trembled, staring at the bright crimson stain on her arm. That most helpless rainy night seemed to resurface before her eyes. Dan, drenched in blood, lay before her. Despite her fervent efforts, the flow would not cease. She, the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, found herself utterly incapable of healing her beloved. She watched helplessly as the severed body drained of blood, his azure hair stained crimson. Lady Tsunade, I shall not perish. My comrades await me in Konoha, so please have faith in me. Renjien turned back, his gaze penetrating deeply into Tsunade's eyes. His resolute expression served as a potent tonic, invigorating her spirit. Renjien then directed his attention towards Kabuto. You are unskilled in taijutsu, and unfortunately for you, I excel in it. A swirling vortex of fiery black and red energy enveloped his fist. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right before Kabuto. Kabuto's pupils constricted as the very fabric of space seemed to warp, propelling his body uncontrollably towards Renjien's fist. More precisely, it was the immense force generated by the punch that distorted the space, creating a powerful gravitational pull on the surrounding objects. Kabuto understood all too well that evasion was futile. However, he resolved to minimize the damage. Boom. Kabuto's body was sent flying, carving a long trail across the grass. He spat out blood and quickly assessed his injuries. Fractured ribs, ruptured liver. Continuing the fight was impossible. The broken ribs could easily puncture other organs and blood vessels. The risk was too great. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto glanced at Orochimaru, who approached him slowly. You are incapacitated, Kabuto. Kabuto wiped the blood from his mouth and forced a smile, saying, just in time to bleed. Struggling, he extended his hand, smearing his blood onto Orochimaru's dark, violet arm. Utilizing Kabuto's hand and blood, Orochimaru initiated a jutsu, summoning technique. Boom. A thick cloud of white smoke erupted. Orochimaru and Kabuto now stood atop the colossal serpent, towering into the clouds. Renjien faced them, appearing as insignificant as an ant. Seizing the opportunity, Kabuto spread a piece of parchment on the serpent's head. Orochimaru's gaze swept across the contents. Your hand, I can heal. Having just engaged in battle with Renjien, it was evident from whom this note originated. A smirk crept across Orochimaru's lips, his eyes glinting with curiosity. He was genuinely intrigued by Renjien's intentions. He sensed that Renjien would one day bring an astounding surprise to Konoha. Lord Orochimaru, shall we proceed now? Kabuto inquired tentatively. Suddenly, the massive serpent stirred. It opened its gaping maw and lunged toward Renjien on the ground. They were merely testing his strength, after all. One must choose their partners wisely, wouldn't you agree? Orochimaru's sinister voice resonated in Kabuto's ears. Kabuto scoffed, as expected of Lord Orochimaru. Ding. Detected human malevolence value, 2,000. Curse energy converted to chakra amount, 2,000. Chakra, 10337740100000000. Ice release, ice mirror. The mirror of ice that by once used to ensnare Renjien could now be manipulated by Renjien to slice through the serpent. Slicing, slicing, slicing. The sound of flesh being severed echoed repeatedly. Suddenly, 7 ice mirrors crystallized from the ground, cleaving the giant serpent into 8 segments, which writhed helplessly on the ground. A flicker of astonishment flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Was this truly the ice release bloodline limit? Suddenly, a bright light refracted before him. Renjien emerged from the undissipated mirror behind Orochimaru. In an instant, Orochimaru activated the summoning technique once more. Boom. Renjien's black flash smashed through the serpent's body that was shielding Orochimaru. The serpent emitted a piercing shriek, writhing as it lunged at Renjien. Renjien's figure vanished swiftly, reappearing within the last ice mirror. The serpent's desperate strike missed, and its massive body collapsed to the ground, dissipating into white smoke. The ice mirrors melted back into the earth. At that moment, Orochimaru's neck elongated infinitely, directed towards Tsunade, who was gripped by fear. Tsunade stood frozen, raising her hands as Orochimaru's visage enlarged within her pupils. His elongated fangs glimmered with a sharp, chilling light as he lunged at her. Ding. Detected human malevolence value, 10,000. Curse energy converted to chakra amount, 10,000. Chakra, 10347740100000000. Orochimaru's sharp fangs sunk deep into Renjien's artery. Once again, Rinjian silently expressed gratitude for the reward bestowed by Orochimaru. Rinjian, Jiraiya, and Shizun appeared not far off. Orochimaru swiftly retracted his neck, exchanging a glance with Kabuto before vanishing in a puff of white smoke. One Rinjian was troublesome enough, and now Jiraiya had arrived. If he were in optimal condition, Orochimaru would not mind engaging them in a game. However, in his current state, unable to perform ninjutsu with both hands, he had no desire to court disaster. Rinjian clutched his neck, blood gushing from his severed artery, soaking half of his body. He had promised to assist Tsunade with her desensitization treatment. Blood. Tsunade's hand found Rinjian's neck, glowing green of its own accord. Do not die, please. She exerted every ounce of strength, the seal on her forehead unraveling as black markings spread across her body. Stop the bleeding, she cried out in anguish. Was she saving Rinjian? Not only him, but also the irretrievable Dan and Shoto. Most importantly, she was saving herself. Rinjian focused on healing the wound, kneeling beside Tsunade, resting his cheek against her hand. Lady Tsunade. Thank you. Awa. Tsunade suddenly erupted into a torrent of tears, embracing Rinjian tightly as her face became drenched. Having once followed Dan and Shoto to their demise on a stormy night of war, Tsunade felt she had finally come alive in this moment. Jiraiya watched Tsunade sobbing uncontrollably, his heart heavy with sorrow. Shizun wiped her tears, gazing at Tsunade with deep concern. Chapter 26, Slime Rinjian Makiki. Shortbook Street. Inside the tavern, Rinjian sat between Tsunade and Shizun, just as he had on their first meeting. Jiraiya sat alone across from them. Lady Tsunade, I have mastered sage arts, Rinjian exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Tsunade paused, glancing at Shizun, who smiled and nodded. With a resigned smile, she ruffled Rinjian's hair. Had it not been for Rinjian's own declaration, Tsunade would have completely forgotten about this matter. Initially, she had posed this challenge merely to test Rinjian and to buy herself some time. She never expected he would actually succeed. Truly remarkable. He was indeed the prodigy she had chosen. As Jiraiya began to speak, Tsunade pinched Rinjian's cheek and said to him, From this day forth, do not refer to me as Tsunade. Jiraiya gazed at Tsunade in astonishment. Rinjian exclaimed joyfully, Hokage-sama. Tsunade embraced him warmly, playfully ruffling his hair. How are you so clever? Jiraiya, witnessing the preferential treatment Rinjian received from Tsunade and Shizun, felt a pang of envy that made him forget what he had intended to say. Hokage-sama, what about my companions? Rinjian inquired eagerly, looking up at Tsunade. Having overcome her hemophobia, she gazed at her hands. She was no longer the powerless Tsunade. She needed to rise to the occasion. Upon returning to Konoha, I will heal them, but... She fixed her gaze on Rinjian. I require you and Shizun to assist me. Rinjian's face momentarily registered confusion at Tsunade's request. Me? He glanced at Shizun beside him. I can understand Shizun assisting with the surgery, but I possess no medical ninjutsu. Shizun, cradling Tun-Tun, earnestly replied, Rinjian, your aptitude for medical ninjutsu far surpasses mine. Hokage-sama intends for you to diligently study medical ninjutsu alongside her during this time. Rinjian looked at Tsunade and nodded earnestly. I will strive to do my best. Suddenly, a chilling sensation enveloped Rinjian's neck. He looked down to discover a crystal pendant necklace strung on a black cord. His pupils contracted. If he recalled correctly, this crystal pendant sealed the wood-release powers of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, did it not? Rinjian had always prioritized researching wood-release techniques. Although he possessed chakra of all attributes and the memories of Hashirama awakening wood-release, the development of wood-release was far from easy compared to other ninjutsu. Even now, he remained utterly perplexed. Undoubtedly, this pendant would provide him significant assistance. This is a gift for you. There was no room for refusal. Tsunade placed a finger gently against Rinjian's forehead. Grasping the pendant around his neck, Rinjian vowed, I shall not betray Hokage-sama's trust. Tsunade had faith in him. It was precisely because of that faith that she entrusted him with such a vital object. That night, in the inn, after concluding his afternoon of medical ninjutsu training with Tsunade, Rinjian washed up and promptly fell asleep. In the adjacent room, however, Tsunade and Shizun found themselves unable to slumber. Rinjian's talent is astonishing, Shizun mused. She had expressed her admiration more than 10 times that day. No matter how intricate the medical ninjutsu, as long as the principles and processes were clearly explained, Rinjian could master them in a single attempt. By the second attempt, he demonstrated a level of proficiency as if he had practiced extensively. With both soul ninjutsu and such remarkable talent in medical ninjutsu, he truly resembled. Shizun suddenly realized her next words might evoke painful memories for Tsunade and halted, casting a cautious glance at her. Tsunade's expression revealed no sorrow, only nostalgia. As she smiled and continued, "You aren't suggesting he resembles my child with Dan, are you?" Shizune chuckled, her heart swelling with emotion at the sight of Tsunade emerging. Happier than anyone. "Yes, he truly does resemble him." Shizune nodded. "His personality, talent, appearance, and bloodline limit. Lianjian is like a fusion of Uncle Dan and Hokage-sama. Haha. No wonder I felt such joy upon meeting him for the first time. Perhaps we truly share some kind of fate," Tsunade jested. In the desert, 3 figures flickered amidst the sandstorm. "Hey, I ask you, is your headquarters really that far?" Lianjian Makoto lay sprawled in the sand, playing the part of a mummy. Utterly motionless. "I'm exhausted. I can't move," he declared. Kisame Hashigaki and Itachi Uchiha stood on either side of Lianjian Makoto, staring at the prone figure on the ground. Ding. Detected human malice value 100. Cursed energy converted to chakra amount 100. Chakra 10347840100000000. "Didn't you want to join the Akatsuki?" Kisame said, feeling a headache coming on. His partner, Itachi, was silent yet communicative. This was the first time he encountered such an animated yet utterly uncommunicative ninja. "I might." Kisame regretted picking up Lianjian Makoto. Yet now, he found it impossible to get rid of him. Killing him was not an option. The boy was like an obstinate piece of gum. Lianjian Makoto lay peacefully with his eyes closed, hands folded over his abdomen. "I'm just tired," he said. Kisame replied, "You're too weak to join the Akatsuki." Hearing this, Lianjian Makoto opened his eyes, his expression serene as he gazed at Kisame. "How about you carry me?" Ding. Detected human malice value 500. Cursed energy converted to chakra amount 500. Chakra 10348340100000000. Kisame gripped Samahata tightly, his stance clear. Lianjian Makoto then turned his attention to the ever-silent Itachi Uchiha. "Itachi, could you do me a favor?" Itachi's dark pupils locked onto him, a fleeting crimson glimmer in his gaze. Lianjian Makoto thought to himself, "These two truly cannot handle this." He got to his feet, shook off the sand, and followed the duo as they continued their trek through the desert. Along the way, a band of wandering warriors, unable to assess the situation, attempted to rob them. The outcome was that Lianjian Makoto effortlessly conjured a camel with his bare hands. Kisame and Itachi led the way, while Lianjian Makoto rode on the back of the camel, racing across the desert. "Haha, this is so much fun." The modified camel, typically known for its irritable temperament, sprinted through the sands like a perpetual motion machine without showing signs of fatigue. Ding. Detected human malice value 500. Cursed energy converted to chakra amount 500. Chakra 1034884010000. Ding. Detected human malice value 500. Cursed energy converted to chakra amount 500. Chakra 10349340100000000. Kisame and Itachi were nearly driven to the brink of insanity by Lianjian Makoto's unpredictable antics. As they traversed the desert and crossed rivers, the Rain Ninja village finally appeared before Lianjian Makoto. The camel, now exhausted, lost all signs of life. Lianjian Makoto extended his hand, and with a sudden explosion, the camel's head burst open, splattering blood all over the unsuspecting Kisame and Itachi. Lianjian Makoto, however, had kept his distance, remaining entirely unscathed. Ding. Detected human malice value 60. Cursed energy converted to chakra amount 60. Chakra 10349400100000000. Ding. Detected human malice value 100. Cursed energy converted to chakra amount 100. Chakra 10349500100000000. Maki Renjime galloped into the curtain of rain. Kakashi Kisame and Itachi Uchiha glanced at the bloodstains on their garments, swallowed hard, and proceeded toward the towering iron spire that loomed over the hidden rain village. Maki Renjime tilted his head upwards to gaze at the approximately 100-meter-high structure and earnestly inquired, "Do you two usually ascend by the stairs?" Was this truly the Akatsuki's method of conditioning its members' physical endurance? Kisame was perplexed by the question. Were there alternatives to climbing stairs? "You may go ahead," he said, waving them off with an encouraging smile gracing his face. To express his sincerity, he even made a gesture of encouragement. "Go for it. Brother Kisame. Go for it. Brother Itachi." Ding. Detected human malice value 50. Cursed energy converted to chakra 50. Chakra 1-034-955-010-000-000. Ding. Detected human malice value 50. Cursed energy converted to chakra 50. Chakra 1, 034, 960, 010, 000. The figures of Kakashi Kisame and Itachi Uchiha vanished into the abyss of the stairwell. Meanwhile, Maki Renjime sat in a small shop across from the Iron Tower, savoring Odin. Could they be trusted? In the silence of the tower's interior, Itachi Uchiha suddenly spoke as they ascended the stairs. Kisame shrugged. Isn't that a matter for the leader to ponder? His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Mr. Itachi's unreadable expression shrouded in darkness. How many members within the Akatsuki were genuinely trustworthy? After their brief exchange, a heavy silence enveloped them until they reached the summit of the tower, where they beheld their leader standing amidst the rain. Mission failed. Jiraiya, one of the legendary three, is beside the Nine Tails. Kisame reported. In the next moment, a figure materialized beside him. The aroma of Odin wafted through the confined space. Maki Renjime scolded himself for being clever. He had relinquished the opportunity to train by climbing the stairs to Kisame and Itachi, opting instead to utilize their flying thunder god markings to ascend. With a swift motion, he soared upward, faster than a rocket. Ding! Detected human malice value, 50. Cursed energy converted to chakra, 50. Chakra, 1, 034, 965, 010, 000. Ding! Detected human malice value, 50. Cursed energy converted to chakra, 50. Chakra, 1, 034, 970, 010, 000. It appeared that Kisame and Itachi had discerned the reason for his decision to let them ascend first. Wow. Maki Renjime's eyes sparkled as he approached Pain. You must be the leader of the Akatsuki, right? I'm not here to dismantle your organization. I'm here to join your family. Maki Renjime gazed at Pain with utmost sincerity, continuously munching on his Odin. This Odin is simply delightful. Ding. Detected human malice value, 2000. Cursed energy converted to chakra, 2000. Chakra, 1, 034, 975, 010. 000. What was this? A welcoming gift? Maki Renjime blinked. Intense flames reflected in his eyes. Wow, the youth today lack martial ethics. Ding. Detected human malice value, 2000. Cursed energy converted to chakra, 2000. Chakra, 1, 034, 995, 010, 000. Boom. A fierce red light expanded violently. An overwhelming aura rippled outward. Once the explosion subsided, Maki Renjime's figure was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, Konan glanced back, with his fingers twirling a shuriken. Maki Renjime flashed her a radiant smile. To start a fight right away is truly to my liking. Let us indulge in a fierce battle. Upon uttering these words, he was instantaneously encircled by a multitude of explosive tags. The tags detonated across his body, unleashing tremendous destructive power that shattered the top of the tower. Countless shards of steel soared toward Maki Renjime like bullets. Ding. Detected human malice value, 2000. Cursed energy converted to chakra, 2000. Chakra, 1, 035, 015, 010. 000. Tiny punctures appeared across his surface, and blood gushed forth. In Konan's line of sight, Maki Renjime was riddled with wounds from the detonating tags. Yet, in an instant, his injuries healed. The speed of recovery was so swift that they could scarcely comprehend it. Now it is my turn to counterattack. An eerie excitement flickered in Maki Renjime's pupils. As he spoke, his form abruptly vanished from sight. His explosive speed was such that even his afterimage faded. The air shattered, producing a spine-tingling crackle. His fist, enveloped in black-red lightning, struck mercilessly at Konan's chest. Puff! The speed was so rapid that Konan could hardly react. She plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string. Ding! Detected human malice value, 2000. Cursed energy converted to chakra, 2000. Chakra, 1, 035. 035, 010, 000. The sky around Maki Renjime was now filled with explosive tags. The air was rife with violent detonations. A mushroom cloud continuously blossomed above the hidden rain village. The powerful shockwaves battered Maki Renjime's body. A spherical barrier enveloped him like an infant, absorbing much of the attack's force. Wings formed of white paper unfurled behind Konan, abruptly halting her descent and gradually lifting her upwards. Suddenly, her pupils dilated as a chill ran down her spine. Maki Renjime reappeared behind her, a delightful grin stretching across his face. Boom. Under the immense force of the black flash, Konan's body flew backward like a cannonball. This time, she could no longer conjure her paper clones. Her form crashed through the buildings lining the streets of the Hidden Rain village. Her body rolled across the ground, unable to come to a halt. Ding. Detected human malice value. 10,000. Cursed energy converted to chakra. 10,000. Chakra. 1,035, 075, 010, 000, 000. Maki Renjime smirked, tilting his head as a provocative gaze fell upon Pain. A malice value of 10,000. Nagato's concern for Konan seemed merely trivial. Shinra Tensei. Boom. Maki Renjime's body was uncontrollably propelled toward Pain, his shoulder pierced by a black rod. Ding. Detected human malice value. 2,000. Chakra conversion amount. 2,000. Chakra. 10, 369, 700, 100, 000, 000. Maki Renjime clasped the black rod in Nagato's hand while transforming his other hand into a longsword, unexpectedly piercing through Nagato's shoulder. Shinra Tensei. Maki Renjime's body was once again repelled by the force. In the next moment, he vanished from his original position at an astonishing speed, inexplicably appearing beside Nagato, with barely a centimeter separating their shoulders. Who could blame Nagato for holding the black rod? The Flying Thunder God technique is notoriously difficult to detect, especially when the rod is enveloped in darkness. Who could possibly discern it? Maki Renjime suddenly morphed into a sea urchin, its 2-meter-long spines effortlessly transforming Nagato into a sieve. This was Maki's first attempt at employing a reckless strategy through transformation. Although it was a significant loss of dignity, the thrill of the battle was undeniably exhilarating, possessing a certain aesthetic that disregarded the life of both the opponent and the spectators. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The observing Kisame Hashigaki gazed at the sea urchin that had skewered their leader from afar, genuinely seeking answers. In his understanding, Itachi Uchiha was profoundly knowledgeable and should have insights. All Kisame received in response was a profound silence. A flurry of thoughts flashed through Itachi Uchiha's mind. He had indeed never encountered a ninjutsu that allowed one to transform their body into weapons at will. Yet he had heard of the technique Maki had previously employed, Konoha's fourth Hokage, Minato Namake's earth-shattering forbidden technique, the Flying Thunder God. Ding. Detected human malice value. 2,000. Chakra conversion amount. 2,000. Chakra. 10, 371, 700, 100, 000, 000. A massive shadow rapidly expanded in Maki Renjime's vision. A colossal splitting dog lunged towards him. The air erupted with a sharp crack. Maki's hands transformed into 2 long blade whips, cleaving the splitting dog into segments. Boom. A missile followed closely from behind Maki Renjime. The air shattered once more. Maki's body swiftly shrank, resembling a puddle of viscous slime clinging to the wall. The missile missed its target, striking the vast ocean in the distance, sending waves surging. Ding. Detected human malice value. 2,000. Chakra conversion amount. 2,000. Chakra. 10, 373, 700, 100, 000, 000. The slime-like Maki Renjime reverted to his original form. He performed a brief stretching exercise before observing the entirety of the 6 paths of pain. Ah, wait. 5 paths of pain. Nagato had been rendered incapacitated. Only upon becoming human did he realize the exhilaration of real combat. You have passed the trial, declared the Azura path. Maki Renjime fixated on his bald head, eager to engage further. Can we continue fighting? This is so much fun. Ding. Detected human malice value. 1,000. Chakra conversion amount. 1,000. Chakra. 10, 374, 700, 100, 000, 000. Maki Renjime approached the injured Konan. Konan appeared pale, beads of sweat adorning her forehead, currently being supported by the animal path. As Maki approached, Pain fixed a stern gaze upon him. Remember to raise my salary. Maki placed his hand on Konan's face, and her entire body was suddenly enveloped in azure flames. When the flames extinguished, all of Konan's wounds had healed. She looked at Maki in astonishment. Huh? Are you captivated by me? Maki leaned against her shoulder, playfully lifting a strand of her hair and winking at her flirtatiously. Ding. Detected human malice value. 100. Chakra conversion amount. 100. Chakra. 10, 374, 800, 100, 000, 000. Maki Renjime felt exhilarated. Chapter 27. The Trusted Successor. In the operating room, cold white lights illuminated the space. Tsunade, donned in a mask and medical ninja attire, remained calm and composed, her hands steady and unwavering. Shizune and Maki stood beside Tsunade, assisting her as instructed. Normally, Injuries like those sustained by Naruto and Lee could be healed with a simple application of the transformation technique. However, such an approach would be too astonishing, and most importantly, it rendered injuries without consequence. He had no intention of becoming a mere beast of burden. There was only one person in this world capable of instant recovery, and that was sufficient. Maki would adhere to using medical ninjutsu for others. Naruto's surgery lasted a grueling 8 hours. Just as Naruto's operation concluded, Tsunade began the procedure on Lee with Maki and Shizune. Another 5 hours passed. Upon exiting, Maki encountered a throng of people awaiting news outside the operating room. Might Guy immediately approached, inquiring, "Lady Hokage, was Lee's surgery successful?" Before entering the operating room, Tsunade had informed them of the risks and success rates. The success rate for Lee's surgery was slightly higher than Naruto's, at 60%. Tsunade nodded. Removing her mask, it was very successful. His body will fully recover to its previous state, but he must ensure complete healing first. Might Guy bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Lady Hokage." Tsunade shook her head. "If you wish to thank someone, thank Maki. This surgery was on the verge of failure, and it was his talent as a medical ninja that salvaged it." Lee's condition had lingered longer than Naruto's, and during the surgical process, Maki discovered that Lee's bones had begun to atrophy, resulting in connection issues. He applied a few adjustments, and as the foremost medical ninja in the shinobi world, Tsunade naturally noticed the subtle differences. Maki explained that he had stimulated Lee's cellular vitality with chakra. There are too many secrets within the human body, and even Tsunade faced numerous unsolved mysteries. She reluctantly accepted Maki's explanation. Unlike Maki, who felt no fatigue, Tsunade and Shizune hurried to rest as soon as they exited the operating room. Maki still had time to address the concerned ninjas gathered for Naruto and Lee. "Guy-sensei, let me explain the precautions for Lee's recovery, starting with dietary considerations." Might Guy was completely lost in his emotions, tears of gratitude shimmering in his eyes. Maki had succeeded. He had truly brought Lady Tsunade back and helped Lee achieve complete healing. "Guy-sensei," Maki noted that Might Guy was entirely oblivious to his words, and he shook his head in resignation. "Never mind, I'll keep an eye on Lee. Also, Naruto has even more precautions. Leave him to me." Maki found himself doubting the reliability of Kakashi, who seemed lost in thought. Sakura, who is solely fixated on Sasuke, proves to be rather unreliable. With Jiraiya's recent return to the village, he has already vanished, leaving no hope for assistance. Thus, the burden falls squarely upon Rinjin's shoulders. However, that is of little concern, as long as Naruto ultimately provides a satisfactory return. From previous observations, Naruto is indeed a promising candidate, with an astonishing level of malice contribution. Sakura, ensnared by the special illusion of the Uchiha clan, receives an explanation from Rinjin, whose face is etched with worry. This illusion is beyond our interference, and we can only await Sasuke's emergence or rely on the time limit of the jutsu. Rinjin remains unaware of Itachi Uchiha. He could merely provoke Sasuke. But if it came to the point of causing his brother's demise, wouldn't he go mad and create a world containing Sasuke instead? Noticing that Sakura's expression has grown even more anxious after his explanation, Rinjin sighs. "Sakura, do you believe in Sasuke? He is far stronger than you can imagine." Although Sasuke appears physically fragile, his mental fortitude is truly formidable. Sakura reluctantly nods, suddenly halting her steps. "Rinjin, this journey must have been arduous." Rinjin does not deny it, but responds, "No matter how challenging it is, the moment we see everyone smiles, all that remains is happiness." Sakura bites her lip, lowering her gaze, her eyes glistening with tears. Taking a deep breath, she feigns composure and turns away. "I'll head back now. Tomorrow, I'll prepare soup for you, Rinjin." With that, she hastily strides forward, unable to restrain the tears that stream down her cheeks. She feels pain for Rinjin's struggles, while he finds joy in their smiles. Indeed, Rinjin has endured hardships. He must now confront Danzo, whose dreams of becoming Hokage have been shattered. The atmosphere in the route is heavier than ever. As Rinjin enters the room, Danzo's gaze, fixed upon him from the highest seat, is piercing. Catface and Dogface stand flanking him, and 2 lines of root ninjas stand in neat rows below. To Rinjin's surprise, he spots a familiar face. Ding! Detected human malice value, 5,000. Curse power converted to chakra, 5,000. Chakra, 10379800100000000. Sai is unmasked. Upon seeing Rinjin, a slight smile graces his lips, with an eerie glint flickering in his eyes. "Jiraiya and Tsunade place great trust in you," Danzo states abruptly, skipping any pleasantries and diving straight into the matter at hand. Rinjian nods in acknowledgement. I earned their trust proactively, rather than them simply granting it. Danzo cannot erase his contributions and efforts with a few words. His work has been laborious as well. You have done exceptionally well, Danzo remarks, leaving it unclear whether his praise is sincere or laced with sarcasm. Rinjian chooses to interpret it as genuine, nodding appreciatively, unabashedly accepting Danzo's commendation, while subtly flattering Danzo. It is your exemplary guidance. Hence, regardless of what transpires, the blame does not rest solely on Rinjian. It is Danzo, his compass, who bears the true culpability. Rinjian is merely an unwitting youth, misled by Danzo's schemes. Danzo finds it exceedingly hard to maintain his composure over the fact that he was nearly appointed Hokage only to be thwarted. He fixates on Rinjian. Being Hokage is no simple task. Rinjian nods. While this statement is accurate, what relevance does it hold for him? He is not the Hokage. Danzo continues. Tsunade is too young and prone to impulsive decisions. She is bound to make mistakes in managing Konoha's internal affairs. However, as these errors accumulate, they will inevitably reflect her dereliction of duty as Hokage. Rinjian successfully grasps Danzo's implications. He understands that it is finally time for him, as a root ninja, to take action. If he can contribute to his future plans, what harm could come from it? He is willing. With Naruto, the Nine Tails, temporarily incapacitated, he shall begin with Sasuke Uchiha. As a former partner of Orochimaru in Konoha, Danzo is intimately familiar with some of Orochimaru's methods. Does Orochimaru not desire Sasuke Uchiha's body? Then, let him lend a hand. Danzo's voice turns cold, his eyes glimmering with dark intent. With Sasuke Uchiha, the last scion of his clan, having defected to follow Orochimaru, the rogue ninja responsible for slaying the third Hokage, it is indeed difficult to overlook the implications. Especially as this event transpires just as the fifth Hokage returns to the village. Of course, this incident does not shake Tsunade's position as the granddaughter of the first Hokage in the hearts of the people, but as time passes, accumulating errors may lead to public discontent. The citizens of Konoha are notoriously susceptible to incitement. Danzo is well versed in the art of public manipulation. Very well. I will ensure that Sasuke Uchiha quickly harbors thoughts of defection and acts upon them. Rinjian also requires the opportunity to meet with Orochimaru. At that time, he can gain further advantage. Rinjian's plans begin to take shape once more. Do not reveal your identity, Danzo warns. Rinjian's current status as an important figure in Tsunade and Team 7 cannot be compromised. For many years, Rinjian has been the finest piece on the chessboard that Danzo has meticulously placed. Now is the moment for this piece to finally shine. Indeed, it is not yet time for self-detonation. Rinjian values the facade he wears more than anyone. Also, you are now a Chunin, Danzo adds. Rinjian replies, yes. Although he remains unaware of the circumstances, who could ever complain about good fortune? Just as Rinjian emerges from the shadows, he is called by a voice. Sai stands in the dim light, his unwavering gaze fixed upon him. Do you remember me, Rinjian? Rinjian, it hasn't been 2 years. I'm not suffering from amnesia. He finds it tedious to engage with Sai's erratic behavior. Rinjian, you remain as hypocritical as ever, Sai softly chastises, his smile resembling a mask. His voice like a serpent's whisper, but that's all right. We are equally hypocritical. Only we are true companions. Insane. Rinjian turns to leave. Ding. Detected human malice value, 1000. Curse power converted to chakra, 1000. Chakra, 10380800100000000. Rinjian. Just as Rinjian exits the route, he is intercepted by Tsunade. Hokage-sama. Rinjian smiles warmly at Tsunade. She hooks her arm around his neck, leading him toward the barbecue restaurant. Where have you been? I turned the Hokage building and hospital upside down searching for you. Rinjian candidly responds. I returned to the route. Tsunade nearly forgets that Rinjian is still Danzo's son. Is it truly impossible to wrest him from Danzo's grasp? Moreover, considering Danzo's ambitions. Do not worry, Hokage-sama. I am aware that my father is unfit to be Hokage. I only returned to placate him. Rinjian's honesty unnerves Tsunade. She quickly covers his mouth. Threatening, do not utter such words in front of Danzo. Lianjian nodded obediently, hom. Tsunade wrapped her arms around Lianjian as they settled down in the barbecue restaurant. Observing the child engrossed in devouring meat, a wave of concern washed over Tsunade's heart. This child was far too trusting, rendering herself vulnerable to exploitation. No. Lianjian was her chosen successor for the next Hokage. She needed to commence training Lianjian immediately. The following day, freshly adorned in her Chunin uniform, Lianjian was assigned to the Umbu by Tsunade, embarking on missions of B rank and above. Logically, It seemed somewhat hasty for a newly promoted Chunin, yet to everyone's astonishment, Lianjian excelled in her first solo B-rank mission. Tsunade beamed with pride at the prospect of promoting Lianjian to higher-level tasks. On the day Lianjian submitted her mission report, Sakura rushed to the Hokage building to convey the news that Naruto and Sasuke had both awakened. As for Lee, he had regained consciousness the day after his surgery, but remained immobile, dutifully consuming his nutritional meals in bed. Lianjian had to visit Naruto and Sasuke. It was puzzling who had arranged for the severely injured Naruto and the mentally distressed Sasuke to share a hospital room. Just as Lianjian was about to push open the door, she heard Naruto's boisterous voice. Lianjian. The moment she opened the door, darkness enveloped her as Naruto clung to her like an octopus. Truly, the host of the Nine Tails possessed remarkable physical healing abilities. Naruto, get off me. Sakura, nearly driven to distraction by Naruto's incessant energy, glanced at him only to find his face streaked with tears. What happened? Sakura observed Lianjian's ever-gentle smile and sensed that something dreadful had transpired unbeknownst to her. Wah! Naruto cried, still sobbing as Lianjian cradled him like a statue on the hospital bed, his weeping relentless. I knew it. Lianjian, you would be fine. Naruto sniffled, if you had died. No. You won't die. You'll stay by my side forever. Sakura felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss upon hearing Naruto's words. Had Lianjian faced a life-threatening situation? What had occurred? Sasuke, who had been uncharacteristically silent, suddenly fixed his gaze on Lianjian, his voice as assertive as ever. Is everything all right? Nothing's wrong. Lianjian skillfully diverted the topic, exclaiming with a hint of pride, by the way, I've become a Chunin. Nanny? It was remarkably easy to redirect Naruto's attention. He pointed at himself, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. What about me? What about me, Lianjian? Ah. Lianjian's gaze faltered momentarily as she congratulated Naruto for remaining a genin. Naruto's expression fell. What is there to celebrate? I can't go on missions with Lianjian anymore. Lianjian's advancement meant a change in his mission rank as well. Over the past 2 years since graduating from the Ninja Academy, Naruto had learned a great deal. That's all right. Lianjian reassured him, looking earnestly at Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. We are all progressing, aren't we? We will all become stronger. Take it slow. There's no need to rush. In an effort to avoid triggering Sasuke's sensitive nerves, Lianjian deliberately added that last phrase. Having been thoroughly defeated by Itachi once again, Sasuke was in no mood to take things slowly. He had but one goal now, to become stronger, to grow stronger, faster. Yet, performing mundane genin tasks in the village left him unable to swiftly enhance his abilities. Lianjian noticed Sasuke's clenched fists and felt reassured. Meanwhile, in a tavern, Tsunade and Jiraiya were enjoying drinks. Recently, Jiraiya had picked up on Tsunade's intentions. Are you aiming to cultivate Lianjian as your successor? Tsunade raised an eyebrow affirmatively. He is quite suitable, is he not? He possesses the capability. Jiraiya, of course, was aware, but he was concerned about Lianjian's own desires. I heard from Kakashi that he doesn't seem keen on becoming Hokage. After Tsunade returned to the village, Jiraiya had encountered Kakashi at the memorial stone, where they discussed Lianjian at length, leading Jiraiya to learn that Lianjian had no particular obsession with the Hokage title. I don't want to be Hokage either, Tsunade shrugged, her expression becoming more serious. Entrusting Konoha to Lianjian would grant me peace of mind. Lianjian was an exceptional successor she had witnessed firsthand. With Tsunade's assertion, Jiraiya chose not to press the topic further. Chapter 28, I am the elder brother. The night was shrouded in darkness, the moon hidden behind ominous clouds. Outside the land of rain, amidst the low mountains, Kisame arrived alone at a cliff. Carrying the Samahata on his back, he ascended the winding mountain path. A pitch-black cave entrance appeared halfway up the mountain, marking his destination, and he halted. As the clouds dispersed, the moon emerged, standing in the moonlight. The cave remained cloaked in darkness, and suddenly, a blood-red Sharingan gleamed amidst the enveloping shadows. Do you know Lianjian? Kisame's voice shattered the stillness of the night as he scrutinized the figure within the cave. Lianjian? The voice from the cave was hoarse, yet slightly elevated. Unsure of the other's meaning, Kisame patiently awaited a response. Then, silence enveloped them. Unable to contain himself, Kisame pressed on. You don't recognize him? But he knows you. He uttered a name, Uchiha Madara. The masked man emerged from the cave, bathed in moonlight, clad in an Akatsuki robe identical to Kisame's. His face obscured by a yellow whirlpool mask, revealing only one crimson Sharingan. The masked figure fixed his gaze on Kisame. Is that so? Kisame nodded, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. I assumed he was your mole infiltrating Konoha. The masked man snorted. Perhaps he is not the mole in Konoha. Rather, it is the real Uchiha Madara that serves as the true spy. Aside from Kaguya, the other party had additional hidden pieces in play. Lianjian has an older brother named Lianjian Makoto, who has joined the Akatsuki and is quite the. Kisame recalled the other's dreadful personality and the recent chaos he had caused within the Akatsuki, striving to articulate his description of Lianjian Makoto, a complete oddity. Though the Akatsuki housed many strange figures, their eccentricities paled in comparison to Lianjian Makoto's. He was utterly unpredictable, making it impossible to foresee his next move. Despite his abhorrent disposition, his strength was terrifying. Currently, Lianjian Makoto had become a dominant force within the Akatsuki, due to his unique healing abilities and formidable combat prowess. The leader was exceptionally lenient with him. In summary, Lianjian Makoto had become quite the pariah within the organization. However, due to an inability to prevail, he was reluctantly compelled to endure his humiliation. The masked figure remained silent, lost in contemplation. The sudden appearance of these two individuals undoubtedly concealed complexities. A ripple traversed the air before Kisame, as Uchiha Obito vanished from his sight. Kisame raised an eyebrow, hoping that next time they crossed paths, he would glean more valuable information regarding Renmitsu Makoto and Renmitsu Jin. On a moonless, windy night, Renmitsu sat by the window, reflecting on his malevolent value-harvesting endeavors. There was no alternative. His cursed spirit constitution rendered sleep unnecessary. The most substantial wave of malevolence he had amassed thus far was the 10 million contributed by Naruto. Yet, employing this tactic before Naruto again wouldn't yield results as favorable as this instance. However, it could be effectively utilized in the presence of Sakura, Sasuke, Kakashi, and Tsunade. The malevolence generated by protagonists Sakura and Sasuke should be on par with Naruto's. Once this method was exhausted, he had several more strategies lined up to reap a significant harvest. While Renmitsu was deep in thought, a figure materialized behind him. Renmitsu quipped, "Has anyone informed Uchiha Obito that appearing suddenly behind others is exceedingly impolite? Such behavior warrants condemnation." Uchiha Obito fixed his gaze upon the crown of Renmitsu's head. Given Obito's lack of decorum, he felt no obligation to extend courtesy in return. As for how a mere name can unnerve the emotional brother, he mused. The emotional brother navigated the world relying on Uchiha Madara's illustrious name to deceive and manipulate. When his true identity as a mere aged child was exposed, could he refrain from feeling a mix of embarrassment and ire? Obito's hand sliced toward Renmitsu's neck, mercilessly and without leaving a path for retreat. Yet, Renmitsu had devised a rather distasteful countermeasure. Thus, as Obito's palm descended, a row of 10-centimeter spikes sprouted from Renmitsu's neck. If he dared to strike downward, he would find his hand riddled with bloodied holes, or else he would not be called Renmitsu. "Why the rush to slay me?" Renmitsu inquired unhurriedly, as he retracted the spikes from his neck, observing Obito withdraw his hand. "We are not adversaries, unless you intend to betray Madara." The expertise of Renmitsu lay in resurrecting the deceased to weave tales filled with nonsense. After all, they were already dead. Why not extract a bit of their essence? Madara rising from the coffin was a matter of the Fourth Great Ninja War. At that point, the hierarchy of who was the grandson and who was the grandfather would still remain undetermined. He feared nothing. Should he be questioned about Kaguya, he would simply wait until she came knocking and continue to deceive. He possessed knowledge of the narrative line. He was akin to a deity, with his true body. What was there to fear? He could indulge in chaos without restraint. He was confident that by this moment, Obito's heart was already 60% convinced that he was a pawn left behind by Madara, hidden within Konoha to monitor him. Beep. Detected human malevolence, 5,000. Cursed energy converted to chakra, 5,000. Chakra, 103858000100000000. At the time of Madara's death, you were likely not even born yet. Obito was not one to hastily place his trust based solely on the words of a mere child before him. Trust? He and Madara were merely collaborators. What semblance of trust existed? What the eyes perceive is not necessarily the truth. Renmitsu's form instantaneously elongated, transforming into a youth of 16 or 17. Under Obito's solitary gaze, his body swiftly shrank down to that of a 3-year-old child. The diminutive Renmitsu climbed onto the table, swinging his legs, and made a face at Obito. Beep. Detected human malevolence, 100. Cursed energy converted to chakra, 100. Chakra, 103859000100000000. It was evident that Uchiha Obito was disgusted by his transformation. The Moon Eye plan carries immense significance. Do you not find it burdensome to undertake alone? Renmitsu restored his original form, gazing at Obito with a look filled with concern and compassion. It is precisely because Madara understands you that he sent me to assist. Beep. Detected human malevolence. 500. Cursed energy converted to chakra. 500. Chakra 10386400100000000. Understanding? Assisting? More like monitoring. Obito coldly retorted, his gaze fixed on the smiling Renmitsu, whose demeanor evoked deep-seated discomfort. I have heard snippets of your story from Madara. I know you were raised by your grandmother, an orphan without parents, struggling academically. And the girl you secretly adored was slain by your closest friend. Renmitsu sighed, rambling on. Beep. Detected human malevolence. 100. Cursed energy converted to chakra. 100. Chakra 10386500100000000. Beep. Detected human malevolence. 500. Cursed energy converted to chakra. 500. Chakra 10387000100000000. Beep. Detected human malevolence. 3000. Cursed energy converted to chakra. 3000. Chakra 10390000010000000. Silence. Listen to the sound of the emotional brother being provoked. Rest assured, our objectives align. We are both striving for the successful execution of the Moon Eye Plan. Renmitsu regarded Obito with the pitying gaze reserved for neglected children, the intellectually disadvantaged, and the foolish. While observing Obito, Renmitsu's mind conjured a wildly imaginative thought. The emergence of Uchiha Obito had indeed sparked his creative inspiration. How could he incite Uchiha Obito's ire? By donning Nagisa Lin's visage and causing a ruckus in the ninja world. How could he provoke Uchiha Madara during the Fourth Great Ninja War? By assuming the likeness of Uchiha Azuna and causing chaos. How could he ruffle Kakashi's feathers? By wandering about in the guise of Uchiha Obito. Upon further reflection, the number of individuals from whom he could extract malevolence was indeed vast. Renmitsu could easily establish a resurrection alliance, dedicated to amassing malevolent value for him. How astute he was. However, before the formation of this alliance, he needed to enhance his strength. Otherwise, he risked being hunted down at his very base. After all, this resurrection alliance would undoubtedly attract considerable animosity. Renmitsu lamented that he had previously played too conservatively. As he pondered, Uchiha Obito abruptly vanished from view. Renmitsu attributed Obito's disappearance to the emotional brother's fragile heart and sensitive nerves being pricked, in urgent need of a sanctuary for healing. Today's unexpected appearance of Uchiha Obito indeed provided an excellent notion, for which we must commend the heartfelt contributions of the insightful Shinjin. After finishing his ablutions, Shinjin intended to retire for the night when he suddenly discovered an enormous verdant plant had mysteriously manifested in his modest apartment. He yanked the plant out, only to come face to face with the most illustrious carnivorous plant in the ninja world, the eminent Black Zetsu, the ultimate filial son of the realm. Shinjin blinked in surprise, momentarily taken aback. Yet, in the next heartbeat, he tenderly caressed the head of the pitcher plant. Brother, I have finally found you. The pitcher plant split open, revealing Black Zetsu's bewildered countenance. Ding. Detected non-human malicious value, 1000. Cursed energy converted to chakra, 1000. Chakra, 10391000010000000. Where have you been all these years? Do you still remember our promise to save Mother? Shinjin, caught off guard, launched a series of rapid exchanges, leaving Black Zetsu utterly flabbergasted and speechless. Who are you? After a prolonged silence, Black Zetsu finally snapped back to reality, stammering his inquiry. Shinjin, with tears welling in his eyes, extended his hand to cradle Black Zetsu's plant-like visage. I am your brother. Shinjin. Ah, no, that is not correct. My true name is Akatsuki Shinjin. Have you forgotten your brother? Shinjin sniffled, tears and mucus cascading onto Black Zetsu's foliage. As if recalling a distant memory, he suddenly continued, No, I was born before you. It is natural that you do not recognize me. Yet for all this time, I have been searching for you. I thought you. He left the thought unvoiced. Yet it lingered in the air. Mother, brother, Akatsuki. Black Zetsu gazed at Shinjin with uncertainty, pondering the identity of the figure before him. How did he know about Mother? And Akatsuki? Black Zetsu's mind was a tumultuous whirlpool. Shinjin, with a warm demeanor, guided Black Zetsu to sit before his writing desk, exuding an air of someone eager for a long and heartfelt conversation. In that moment, Black Zetsu completely forgot the purpose of his visit. The concept of a familial brother had invaded his scheming mind, igniting a feverish confusion that turned his thoughts to mush. Shinjin sat across from Black Zetsu, weaving lies as effortlessly as breathing. You arrived in the ninja world when Mother was sealed. and I was born a year earlier than you. When Mother was sealed, I was no match for Yuhi and Yuzin, and had no choice but to hide. Yet I witnessed Mother giving birth to you, but before I could find you, you vanished. I feared being discovered by Yuhi and Yuzin, constantly hiding without a chance to seek you. I have been searching for a method to break the seal. Now I have devised a plan to utilize Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito to gather the tailed beasts and the Rinnegan, thus initiating the infinite Tsukuyomi. Shinjigen's eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. Black Zetsu. The life experiences of Otsutsuki Shinjigen mirrored his own so closely. Shinjigen cast a sidelong glance at Black Zetsu. As his form began to transform, his blue hair transitioned to a lustrous silver, cascading down to his ankles. Two familiar horns sprouted from his head. And while his pupils remained heterochromatic, his visage bore an uncanny resemblance to Otsutsuki Kagaya. Though our appearance may resemble that of humans, we both know that we are not of their kind. Shinjigen declared to the pitcher plant, we possess no gender, no physiological desires, like our mother. We are superior beings transcending humanity. Black Zetsu found himself devoid of reasons to distrust the brother before him. Apart from this brother, no one else in the world could possibly know of the sealed mother and the stories of a millennium past. Moreover, as his brother had asserted, they were indeed not human, and they lacked gender. The plan was steadily unfolding, and soon, Mother would be reunited with us. Shinjigen gazed at the moon in the sky, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. When he turned to face Black Zetsu again, he was profoundly moved. How wonderful it is to see you, brother. Black Zetsu stared deeply into the eyes of his brother. Suddenly, alarm struck him as Shinjigen embraced his plant head. A serious expression flitted across Black Zetsu's face. Instinctively, he inquired, what is it? Shinjigen, in a fit of anxiety, clutched Black Zetsu's head tightly. Shinjigen Makoto. And Shinjigen Makoto. No, wait. He shook his head, his fingers almost penetrating Black Zetsu's mind. The malicious value remained unchanged. Evidently, Black Zetsu exhibited remarkable patience with his brother. He is not Shinjigen Makoto. He is Otsutsuki Makoto. No, wait. He is not Otsutsuki Makoto. He is Otsutsuki Shinjigen. At last, Black Zetsu recalled his purpose for coming. The sudden involvement of Shinjigen Makoto with the Akatsuki organization piqued his curiosity. Additionally, he had overheard the conversation between Kisame and Obito. Realizing something was amiss, he had followed Obito here, only to find the situation utterly divergent from his expectations. Brother, Shinjigen Makoto is a split manifestation of my consciousness. Over the millennia, my will has divided, giving rise to Shinjigen Makoto. He exists to eliminate me and thwart the Moon SI plan. We must eliminate Shinjigen Makoto. Shinjigen's pupils dilated, blood vessels bursting in his eyes, gripping Black Zetsu's head as if he could crush it at a moment's refusal. I will, brother. Ding. Detected semi-human malicious value, 1 million. Cursed energy converted to chakra, 1 million. Chakra, 113910001000000000. Shinjigen received the malicious intent Black Zetsu harbored towards Shinjigen Makoto. He released his grip on Black Zetsu's head, a faint smile curving his lips. His whisper was laden with fervent obsession. Remember, brother, anyone who obstructs our endeavor to unseal Mother must perish. Chapter 29, Sasuke's Defection. The following day, in the early morning, Shinjigen arrived at the Hokage's office, invigorated and ready for duty. With no external missions assigned, his primary task was to remain by Tsunade's side, prepared to heed her commands at any moment. Tsunade worked quietly on paperwork, typically offering little in the way of additional directives. Seizing the opportunity during her moments of distraction, Shinjigen began to mentally organize his current assignments. One of his recent tasks involved assisting Sasuke in his defection, while simultaneously collaborating with Orochimaru to heal his hands. As for the remuneration for aiding Orochimaru, he sought the cells of Senju Hashirama. Orochimaru had previously conducted human experiments in Konoha, implanting Hashirama cells into Danzo and Yamato's bodies. Shinjigen doubted Orochimaru would leave behind the invaluable experimental material of Hashirama cells after his defection from Konoha. With his formidable ability to alter both his own and others' bodies at will, Shinjigen would swiftly adapt to any rejection response from Hashirama cells upon their introduction into his own body. Moreover, when the cells of Senju Hashirama enter his body, he will modify his own cells in accordance with the characteristics of Hashirama's cells. In such circumstances, the wood release technique becomes readily accessible. However, despite both wielding wood release, the potency exhibited by Hashirama and Yamato is vastly different, fundamentally tied to their physical constitution and chakra reserves. In terms of physical prowess, even Hashirama cannot rival Rinjian. Yet, when it comes to chakra, Rinjian is still woefully insufficient. Thus, acquiring chakra remains the foremost priority. Establishing the alliance of resurrectors must occur only after awakening would release. By harnessing the malevolence absorbed by the alliance, he aims to enhance his chakra and elevate the limits of his would release. Rinjian Makoto is chiefly responsible for overtly absorbing malevolence, while simultaneously taking the opportunity to heal members of the Akatsuki, thereby touching their souls and scavenging powerful ninjutsu for development. Everything unfolds in a methodical manner, precisely as Rinjian envisioned. What he must do now is to proceed steadily along his planned course. Rinjian, Tsunade said, handing a scroll from the Hokage's desk to him. This ninjutsu suits you well, perhaps you might master it. Rinjian snapped back to attention, somewhat perplexed. As he accepted the scroll from Tsunade and, upon opening it, the words Spirit Transformation Technique leapt out at him. His pupils widened in astonishment. Was this not the famed ninjutsu of Kato Dan? Moreover, it was a forbidden technique sealed by Konoha. Hokage-sama, Rinjian began, but Tsunade, as if anticipating his words, promptly interrupted him, her expression serious. The last user of the Spirit Transformation Technique safeguarded Konoha and garnered renown throughout the ninja world. I believe you can achieve the same greatness. Tsunade was convinced that had Dan still lived, Rinjian might have become his disciple. Dan would surely have appreciated him, allowing the Spirit Transformation Technique to once again flourish in capable hands. Rinjian tightened his grip on the scroll, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. I will. He had not expected such a delightful surprise from Tsunade. A smile broke across his face. Tsunade truly was a gem. Upon hearing Rinjian's words, Tsunade smirked slightly. Of all in Konoha, none were more suited to mastering the Spirit Transformation Technique than he. Rinjian had long contemplated the Spirit Transformation Technique. Regrettably, Kato Dan had perished too soon. The Edo Tensei was a matter of the Fourth Great Ninja War, and Rinjian had never had the opportunity to touch Dan's soul. The Spirit Transformation Technique allows the user's soul to leave their body, effectively transforming them into a living spirit. It enables traversing distances to slay enemies, as well as controlling others' bodies and entering their spiritual realms. It could be likened to a broken technique akin to the Flying Thunder God. Not only can the Spirit Transformation Technique separate the user's spirit from their physical form, transforming them into a spirit that can possess enemies, causing their minds to crumble from within, but the spirit can also sense other souls regardless of distance or prior knowledge of their location. Once transformed, one can reach another's body. Depending on the circumstances and the user's intent, it can accomplish many tasks, such as relaying information or confirming the life or death of others, as well as providing chakra to them. Thanks to the Spirit Transformation Technique, Kato Dan rose to prominence in the ninja world during the war, making immense contributions to Konoha. The fusion of Rinjian's physical constitution and techniques with the Spirit Transformation Technique renders him virtually flawless, with an undying body and a formidable soul. Once he masters the technique, his spirit can hide within others' bodies, thus altering them at will. This means that after mastering the Spirit Transformation Technique, the bodies of all in the ninja world could become Rinjian's. As long as his soul enters another's body, his techniques can transform that body into his own. After work, Rinjian strolled through the streets of Konoha, humming a cheerful tune, feeling that life was becoming increasingly promising. Rinjian, a familiar voice called from behind, and he turned to see Sasuke. After recovering from their injuries, Sasuke and Naruto resumed their duties as genin. Rinjian had his own tasks, and their time together was limited. Most often, it was Naruto dragging Rinjian out for ramen, while Sakura occasionally brought him meals she had prepared herself. Sasuke's reserved nature meant that time alone with him could be counted on one hand. Sasuke, have you completed your mission? Since he had encountered Sasuke, Rinjian decided to nudge the conversation along. Upon Sasuke's nod, he raised the scroll in his hand. I've learned a powerful new ninjutsu. Let me treat you to barbecue. Sasuke paused, his fists tightening at his sides as he met Rinjian's eager gaze, suppressing his own urgency and nodding slightly. All right. The two entered the Akimichi family's barbecue restaurant. Sasuke, are you feeling down lately? As the meat sizzled on the grill, the savory aroma wafted towards Rinjian. He focused intently on grilling the meat, casually inquiring. Sasuke lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Rinjian. Rinjian caught the flicker of his glance, his eyes sparkling as he smiled gently at Sasuke. Since waking up from the hospital, Sasuke had keenly sensed from Naruto's reactions to Rinjian that significant events had transpired during his coma. Thus, he had pressed Naruto for information in the absence of Sakura and Rinjian. Initially reluctant, Naruto found it too easy to be coaxed into revealing the truth. Through his inquiries, Sasuke uncovered a shocking revelation. Rinjian had nearly been killed by his own brother, Rinjian Makoto. Upon receiving this answer, a despicable flicker of joy surfaced within Sasuke. It turned out he and Rinjian were alike. In Team 7, and indeed throughout all of Konoha, only the two of them could truly understand one another. Their lives and destinies resonated in unison from the very beginning. From Kakashi, Sasuke gleaned a more precise account of the entire ordeal. Rinjian's brother had sought to kill him. How absurd. How tragic. The deepest wounds are often inflicted by those closest to us. After learning the truth from Kakashi, an overwhelming sorrow washed over Sasuke as he contemplated Rinjian's plight. Rinjian, do you hate him? Sasuke retorted with a question of his own. His gaze fixed intently on Rinjian to catch any subtle shift in his expression. Upon hearing the query, Rinjian's hand froze momentarily in its task of picking up food. He blinked, offering a weary smile. At the moment he harmed Naruto, I did hate him. Sasuke observed Rinjian's growing vulnerability, a near cruel impulse swelling within him. He constantly wished to kill him, to make him suffer. Don't you want revenge? Kill him. Witnessing the pain and struggle etched on Rinjian's face twisted Sasuke's own heart, yet he masochistically sought to prolong this emotional slaughter. Rinjian found himself at a loss for words. Yet, Sasuke was determined to extract an answer from him. He firmly grasped Rinjian's hand, which instinctively sought to retreat. I will not allow him to harm those I hold dear. To Sasuke, Rinjian's silence appeared as a feeble capitulation and retreat. However, when he ultimately took the life of someone you cherish, it would be too late. Sasuke withdrew his hand, his gaze icy as it bore into Rinjian. In him, he perceived a reflection of his former self. Yet, unlike Sasuke, Rinjian had yet to fully experience the bitter pangs of total loss. Thus, he still harbored illusions about his so-called brother. I longed to slay him, now more than ever, but I am not yet strong enough. Sasuke clenched his fist, veins protruding from the back of his hand, as the flames of hatred blazed fiercely in his dark eyes. Rinjian was growing stronger, Naruto was growing stronger. Even Sakura was making strides, while he remained stagnant. Tasks resembling childish games were ill-suited for him. How much longer must he wait for this pace of growth? Perhaps he would never be able to exact revenge. Just as before, when he faced Itachi Uchiha, he lacked the strength to protect those significant to him. Rinjian, whether you or I, we must become stronger, strong enough to eliminate them first. Sasuke was engulfed in the nightmare of vengeance. Little did he know, Rinjian, as he savored grilled meat, wore a satisfied smile while observing him. Sasuke's cognitive awareness was exceedingly high. Rinjian need not exert much effort to make him understand. Sasuke would come to his own conclusions. It was time for Sasuke to depart from Konoha. After finishing their meal, Rinjian and Sasuke bid each other farewell at the crossroads. However, Rinjian did not return home directly. Instead, he silently trailed behind Sasuke. He watched as Sasuke returned alone to the Uchiha compound, quietly preparing his belongings and hefting a heavy backpack onto his shoulders. As night fell, shadows lengthened on the ground. The Sound Force stealthily appeared beside Sasuke. Without hesitation, he glanced back at the Uchiha clan and resolutely followed them, making his way toward the gates of Konoha. Sasuke's lack of surprise at the Sound Force's appearance indicated they had likely sought him out prior. The moon tonight was particularly round and bright. Rinjian stood in the path leading to the gates of Konoha. The sound of footsteps gradually approached. Sasuke's figure slowly emerged from the distance. Spotting Rinjian not far ahead, Sasuke halted in his tracks. The Sound Force exchanged glances, seemingly displeased at the unexpected obstruction. Are you leaving, Sasuke? Rinjian gazed at him, sorrow evident in his eyes beneath the moonlight. Yes, our paths are destined to diverge. I once believed I could walk alongside you, but I remain resolute in my quest for vengeance. Sasuke spoke with chilling calmness, his words lingering in his heart for some time, now released with an eerie serenity. It was Itachi's appearance that had solidified his resolve. Itachi once again forced him to confront just how weak he truly was. Once more, he felt the agonizing helplessness of watching someone dear suffer before his eyes. Sasuke was prepared for Rinjian to obstruct him. Yet, to his surprise, Rinjian did not impede him. He smiled at Sasuke, his eyes brimming with understanding. Sasuke, I fully respect your decision. As you said, everyone has their own path to tread and must make choices that suit them. You are simply steadfastly walking the road you have chosen. And this does not mean we are no longer comrades, correct? We remain the united Team 7. Rinjian's words seemed to possess a certain magic, rendering Sasuke's departure akin to a temporary journey. Sasuke, no matter the time or place, Naruto, Sakura, Kakashi, and I will await your return in Konoha. Rinjian waved him farewell. Ah, Of course, it also does not rule out the possibility that Sasuke may return, he pondered. After all, Lianjian was busy in the shinobi world, and would only grow busier in the future. The future remained uncertain, yet Lianjian would express his heartfelt words to Sasuke. What Sasuke found most difficult to accept, aside from his weakness before Itachi, was that he would always remain the one in need of protection in Lianjian's presence. He too wished to use his strength to safeguard Lianjian. Sasuke clenched his fist and stepped into the illuminated gates of Konoha. Lianjian watched his retreating figure, arms crossed, lips pursed. Root ninjas appeared beside Lianjian, who yawned and informed them, confirmed that Uchiha Sasuke has defected to Orochimaru. Witnesses reported that Lianjian of Team 7 was ambushed by Uchiha Sasuke and fell unconscious, discovered on a bench 23 meters from the gates of Konoha. The discovery time was set for 9 o'clock the following morning. Lianjian turned to the Root ninjas. Spread this news after 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. The Root ninja nodded before vanishing into the night. Lianjian stretched, sat down on the bench, and crossed his legs. Once news of Sasuke's defection spread, Naruto would undoubtedly seek out Tsunade, insisting on retrieving Sasuke. Tsunade was well aware of the importance of the last Uchiha heir to Konoha and would certainly agree to Naruto's plan to reclaim him at the earliest opportunity. Lianjian could also participate in the recovery plan, subtly maneuvering his own strategy within it. Chapter 30. Do not harm Lianjian. Oh. The morning mist bore a refreshing chill that awakened the senses. Gangsatetsu yawned while clutching a hefty stack of documents. Blinking his eyes to dispel sleepiness, it's already 8 in the morning. Kamizuki Izumo walked beside Gangsatetsu, similarly burdened with a towering pile of files. Peering from behind the documents, he caught sight of the rising sun. Out of the corner of his eye, Kamizuki Izumo suddenly spotted a familiar figure. What is going on? Noticing Kamizuki Izumo halt, Gangsatetsu inquired. Recognizing Lianjian sprawled on the stone bench, Kamizuki Izumo freed a hand to shake Lianjian's shoulder. Hey, Lianjian, wake up. You'll catch a cold sleeping here. Lianjian abruptly opened his eyes, instinctively gripping Kamizuki Izumo's arm. Sasuke. Seeing this, Gangsatetsu's expression grew slightly grave. Lianjian, what happened? Lianjian's unfocused gaze gradually regained clarity, settling on the Konoha gatekeeper before him, lips pressed tightly together. Last night, Sasuke left Konoha with the ninja from the Sound Village. His head hung low, conveying his deep sense of loss and sorrow. Gangsatetsu and Kamizuki Izumo exchanged solemn glances, their expressions turning serious. In the Hokage's office, the wall clock's hands pointed to 9 o'clock. The atmosphere in the office was notably oppressive. Tsunade rested her forehead in her hand, her brow furrowed deeply. The words spoken by Orochimaru during their private meeting echoed incessantly in her mind. I will take what I desire, and in doing so, I will utterly destroy Konoha next time. These were Orochimaru's exact words. It was abundantly clear what Orochimaru desired. Uchiha Sasuke. Tsunade bit her lip tightly, unable to restrain herself as she slammed her palm down, shattering the surface of the desk. That scoundrel Orochimaru. The only two Chunin present in the office, Shikamaru trembled. Taking a step back, he had an inherent fear of irritable women. After all, his mother was just like that. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Ino, who was hanging her head, looking particularly despondent. Shikamaru furrowed his brow. This is bad. Lady Tsunade. The door to the Hokage's office was suddenly flung open by Shizune. She exclaimed anxiously, the news that Uchiha Sasuke has defected to Orochimaru is already spreading throughout Konoha. What? Tsunade struck her fist against the adjacent wall. Fortunately, this time she tempered her strength. The wall only bore a web of cracks. Fury filled her eyes. How could this happen? Ino looked up in shock. Chuji and Shikamaru quickly interjected, Lady Hokage, when we found Ino, there was no one else around, and she was still unconscious. Upon learning the truth, we immediately reported to the Hokage's office. There's no way a fourth party could have known. Baka. Tsunade glared at Chuji, who was hastily explaining, I'm not doubting Ino or you two. I suspect that this entire scheme was premeditated. What troubled Tsunade even more was the possibility that someone in Konoha was in league with Orochimaru. How could that be? Chuji murmured. How could it not be? Tsunade swept her gaze over him and resumed her seat. Those familiar with Uchiha Sasuke could exploit his thirst for vengeance to lure him into defecting from Konoha. It would be quite effortless. Lady Hokage, what should we do now? Shizune inquired with concern. The village was abuzz with discussions about the sole heir of the Uchiha clan betraying Konoha, and the fact that Tsunade, a descendant of the Senju clan, was in power was particularly detrimental to her reputation. Shikamaru, I hereby assign you your first mission as a Chunin, Tsunade declared formally. Shikamaru glanced at Ino beside him. Everyone in the village was aware of Tsunade's trust and favoritism toward Ino. Yet, she had bypassed Ino to assign him the task. Retrieve Uchiha Sasuke. This mission was not only urgent, but could also become exceedingly complicated. Tsunade warned, Orochimaru's subordinates may very well lead Sasuke astray, and combat might be unavoidable along the way. Shikamaru felt overwhelmed. Such a mission seemed more suited for a jonin. What could he, a mere chunin, accomplish? His face displayed his helplessness, and Tsunade explained. The situation arose abruptly, and all the jonin in the village have already departed Konoha with missions between 7 and 8 o'clock, leaving no one available to dispatch. That is why I called you. Shikamaru looked at Ino, who had remained unusually silent throughout, and said to the Hokage, but in terms of strength, Ino would be more suited to lead this mission, wouldn't she? Tsunade wearily pinched the bridge of her nose, her tone laden with frustration. Just look at her current state. She is someone who would be completely soft-hearted towards her comrades. If Uchiha Sasuke manages to sway her with a few words, how will the mission be accomplished? Tsunade was thoroughly dissatisfied with Ino. Ino possessed numerous strengths, yet her one fatal flaw was her overwhelming compassion. How could she possibly defend against a surprise attack from Uchiha Sasuke? There was only one possibility. Ino had never considered the need to guard against Sasuke. In fact, she might have thought they were merely training together when he attacked. The mere thought of it made Tsunade furious. How could the child raised by Danzo be so soft and pliable? Shikamaru, Lady Hokage's concerns are not unfounded. He had personally witnessed how Ino tended to the remaining members of Team 7 as if they were children. Shikamaru, from this moment on, you have 30 minutes to gather all the capable genin you deem fit, and prepare to leave the village. Ino and Shikamaru exited the Hokage's office together. Ino gazed at Shikamaru with great anticipation, her watery apricot eyes filled with pleading. Her entire face resembled a kitten begging, silently urging him to take her along. Shikamaru forced himself to turn away, resolutely ignoring Ino's request. After all, Uchiha Sasuke's allure was undeniably potent. If he were to let Ino accompany them, and she were to be taken away by Sasuke, how could he explain that to the Hokage? No way. Shikamaru closed his eyes, resolutely refusing. Ino, disheartened, walked beside him, assuring, "You're the leader. I'll listen to you. I promise nothing will happen that you're worried about." Though she was unaware of Shikamaru's concerns, guaranteeing that in advance couldn't possibly go wrong. Shikamaru lifted his chin, shaking his head firmly. No. Ino suddenly moved in front of Shikamaru, blocking his path. "I promise I'll listen to you. Whatever you say, I will do." Shikamaru narrowed his eyes. Really? Ino nodded eagerly. "Lying to you." Shikamaru truly found it difficult to part with Ino as an ally. With her presence, the likelihood of success for this mission would increase significantly, but that was contingent upon Ino being able to set aside her personal feelings and obey orders. Fine. Shikamaru reluctantly acquiesced. He turned to glance at the Hokage building behind him, silently praying that Ino would not falter at a critical moment. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble. The remaining 3 members were quickly gathered: Naruto, Choji, and Kiba. Upon hearing the news of Sasuke's defection, Naruto could hardly contain his fury, exclaiming, "That bastard! What is he thinking?" Knowing that Ino had failed to stop him and had been knocked out by Sasuke, Naruto cast a forlorn gaze at Ino. Ino is such an idiot. Ino pretended not to hear, resolving in her heart to switch her persona and give Naruto a sound thrashing later. "Now, I will devise a battle plan," Shikamaru said earnestly, his gaze sweeping over the discontented Kiba and Naruto, reminding them, "If you don't pay attention, we might die." Kiba's and Naruto's expressions shifted. Since this was a rescue operation, they would be the pursuers, meaning they could easily fall victim to the enemy's ambush. Therefore, the first and foremost task of leading the reconnaissance would be entrusted to Kiba. You are familiar with the terrain alongside Akamaru, and you can track Sasuke's scent. To mitigate the vulnerability of our line formation to frontal attacks, I will follow closely behind you, allowing me to issue commands promptly based on the situation and signal the team members behind you. Next would be Naruto, followed by Choji. The strong Choji can gather his strength to deliver a devastating blow should any unexpected events arise ahead. As for the crucial rearguard, it must be entrusted to the strongest, Ino. In other words, the safety of the entire team lies in your hands, Ino. Shikamaru addressed her directly. Ino nodded earnestly. "Don't worry, I will ensure nothing happens to you," she pledged solemnly. Shikamaru's lips twitched, correcting her. "It's that none of us will come to harm. Don't always neglect your own safety. It truly makes us uneasy." Naruto, Shikamaru, and Kiba exchanged glances of mutual agreement as they fixed their gaze upon Renji. "I understand," Renji declared. Upon his words, the 4 of them nodded and shifted their attention away from him. Their figures swiftly ascended to the branches, racing forward under Kiba's guidance. Renji observed the four ahead, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Let him etch an indelible memory into the minds of these freshly minted genin. A scent of blood wafted through the air. There's a presence ahead. Kiba's voice rang out. Instantly, they heightened their vigilance, noticeably slowing their pace. Boom, 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 boom. 5 explosive tags detonated simultaneously around Renji and the others. Be careful. Dodge. Shikamaru shouted. Within the dense forest, blinding flames flickered violently, and countless fragments of debris were hurled into the air by the shockwave. 5 figures descended abruptly from the clouds of smoke, encircling Renji and his companions. Ding. Detected human malice value, 2000. Curse energy converted into chakra, 2000. Chakra, 1139300010000000. A fist, the size of a sandbag, hurtled through the air, aimed directly at Renji's face. He slightly tilted his head to evade it, grasping the assailant's arm and yanking it forcefully. Enveloped in crimson-black lightning, the fist pierced through the body of the sound ninja before him. Cough. The nearby ninja spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with flesh, his expression one of bewilderment and disbelief. How could his heart be shattered so effortlessly? Even as he collapsed, breath slipping away, he could not fathom it. Ding. Detected human malice value, 2000. Curse energy converted into chakra, 2000. Chakra, 1139500010000000. An eerie flute melody echoed through the air. 3 gigantic summoning beasts materialized behind Doyu, her eyes fixed menacingly on Renji. In an instant, Renji vanished, his palm striking her face with astonishing speed. Doyu was momentarily taken aback. So swift. Suddenly, her cheeks swelled grotesquely, her form visibly contorting. The 3 summoning beasts lost their chakra support, dissipating into white smoke. Transformed into a colossal lizard, Doyu lost her sanity, morphing entirely into a feral beast intent on attacking her comrades, lunging at the nearest Jiraiya. Doyu, you crazy woman! Jiraiya shouted as the massive lizard clamped down on his arm. With a powerful punch, he sent the lizard flying, but it quickly recovered and pounced again. Earth style, Earth resurgence. A towering stone slab rose to block the lizard's assault. Jiraiya exhaled in relief, only to feel a hand settle on his shoulder. A chill ran down Jiraiya's spine as he caught sight of Renji's smiling face. In the next instant, his entire form morphed into that of a great bear. The bear and lizard charged at Gaitomaru, who was momentarily caught off guard, tumbling to the ground beneath their combined weight. The lizard and bear's sharp teeth tore into Gaitomaru's flesh. What are you doing? Gaitomaru screamed as webbing shot from his hands, briefly ensnaring the lizard and the bear. He glared warily at Renji, aware that this was the doing of the Konoha ninja. Suddenly, a flash of light blinded him. In the next moment, Gaitomaru transformed into a python. The lizard, bear, and giant snake rapidly shrank in Renji's grasp, becoming mere finger-sized toys, which he stowed away in his ninja tool pouch. Renji looked up to find Shikamaru and the others staring at him in astonishment. Would you like them? I can give them to you, he offered generously, retrieving miniature versions of the creatures from his pouch to present to them. The 4 recoiled simultaneously, their heads shaking in terror. Renji, if someone annoys you in the future, will you just turn them into beasts? Kiba mused, realizing that Renji was far more formidable than he had initially perceived. Though Renji provided a sense of security as a companion, what if one day he became an enemy? Kiba pondered, sensing the peculiarity of his thoughts. After all, Renji was not Sasuke. How could he possibly become an enemy? Kiba dismissed the notion, tapping the ground with Shamaru's head. No more wild thoughts. Shamaru barked twice in response. This was unexpectedly easy. Shikamaru wiped the cold sweat from his brow and glanced at Renji. It was indeed wise to bring him along. Otherwise, given their strength, we would have emerged from that encounter with the sound ninjas barely alive. Yet, where was Sasuke? Naruto searched frantically. Shikamaru's gaze fell upon a peculiar wooden barrel. Could it be? Noticing Shikamaru's focus, Naruto knocked on the barrel. Naruto. It seemed he heard Renji's voice. Suddenly, his vision was engulfed in crimson. A knife sliced through his chest, blood splattering into his eyes. The shocking turn of events left everyone frozen in place. Renji's form flickered as he swiftly seized Naruto. Naruto. Renji's hands trembled, glowing with vibrant green chakra. The wound on Naruto's chest was too deep, the healing process excruciatingly slow, barely stemming the flow of blood. Boom. Kiba, charging ahead, was kicked away by an incoming assailant, his body hurtling backwards at an astonishing speed, crashing through dozens of trees. Kiba lay on the ground, his ribs seemingly shattered, unable to utter a word. Blood and bits of flesh poured from his mouth uncontrollably. Shikamaru fixed a piercing gaze upon the figure before them. Clad in a familiar green vest, with silvery hair tied back in a ponytail, adorned with a red triangular white armband on his left shoulder. Wielding a unique chakra short blade, this was unmistakably a Konoha ninja. Why, aren't you a Konoha ninja? We are Konoha ninjas too, Shikamaru exclaimed, trying to buy time and assess the situation for any potential escape. I'm well aware that you are Konoha ninjas, the silver-haired ninja replied with a smile. Disarmingly friendly, a stark contrast to his lethal demeanor. But regrettably, my mission is to eliminate you. A genuine look of remorse flickered in the silver-haired ninja's eyes. Noticing this, Shikamaru felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, a flash of white light sliced through the air. The chest of the Shikamaru standing in front of him was left with 2 deep gashes, exposing bone. Ding! Detected human malice value, 5,000. Curse energy converted into chakra, 5,000. Chakra, 114000001000000000. Choji. Shikamaru gazed at the fallen Choji before him, as his shadow swiftly spread towards his comrade. However, the opponent's speed was simply too formidable. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling white light had already reached him. Crack! A silver-purple lightning bolt surged toward the back of the silver-haired ninja. Forced to sheath his blade, the silver-haired ninja turned, and in that very moment, the chakra blade in his hand cleaved through the raikiri held by the opponent, precisely piercing into their chest. Rinjian. Ding. Detected human malice value, 10,000. Curse power converted chakra amount, 10,000. Chakra, 1141000010000000. The shimmering silver blade radiated fiercely. An overwhelming intent coalesced in the air, forming an impenetrable net that ensnared Rinjian. Shikamaru's eyes almost completely transformed into a blood-red hue. Blood splattered around Rinjian, who was riddled with wounds, not a single inch of skin unmarred. Ding! Detected human malice value, 1,000,000. Curse power converted chakra amount, 1,000,000. Chakra, 12410000100000000. Shikamaru trembled uncontrollably. Do not harm Rinjian. Do not treat him this way. Chapter 31. Kakashi Hatake? Impossible. Rinjian was gentle. He treated everyone in Konoha with kindness. Rinjian was patient. He would answer questions that others deemed trivial with utmost seriousness. Rinjian was meticulous, often remembering details that many would overlook. Being in his presence, everyone felt a sense of care, concern, and love. Thus, he should not be treated this way. Not like this. The most composed Shikamaru lost his reason. His shadow surged uncontrollably like a frenzied demon towards the silver-haired ninja. The silver-haired ninja retreated, creating distance from Shikamaru. However, the black shadow quickly closed in, wrapping tightly around the ninja's ankles. Seemingly weary of such interference, the silver-haired ninja abruptly raised his hand. Bang! The silver blade erupted around Shikamaru. He heard the thunderous beating of his own heart. The sound of blood bursting forth from his body became excruciatingly clear. It felt as though every conduit of blood within him had detonated in an instant. Shikamaru felt no pain. Yet, this was dire. It signified that death was approaching with alarming speed. His mind had completely lost its ability to react. Was he to perish? Was this fleeting life to end here? He had merely wished to lead a simple, ordinary existence, yet it seemed an arduous endeavor. For there were too many things in life that were hard to relinquish. And thus he was willing to sacrifice his life for them. Green chakra enveloped Shikamaru completely. The intense pain from countless wounds surged towards him. His complexion paled, yet he could feel the wounds slowly beginning to mend. In his eyes reflected the blood-soaked visage of Rinjian. Rinjian stared intently at him, lowering his voice. Take them away. A myriad of thoughts flashed through Shikamaru's mind in an instant. Ultimately, only one remained. Rinjian intended to sacrifice himself to hold off the ninja before them. From a standpoint of absolute rationality, this seemed the only hopeful course of action. But how could Shikamaru accept that? How could he endure stepping over the corpses of his comrades to survive? The silver blade exploded, akin to a ferocious beast, seizing Rinjian by the throat. Rinjian gritted his teeth, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and landing on Shikamaru's cheek. One hand firmly restrained the silver-haired ninja's arm that plunged the short blade into his neck, while the other transformed into a 1-meter-long blade, instantly piercing through the opponent's shoulder. Go! Rinjian cast one last glance at Shikamaru. At the very least, he could not let his sacrifice be in vain. That gaze sent a chill down Shikamaru's spine. Was this what his father had once spoken of? As the brain, one sometimes faces choices more daunting than life and death. On one side lies correctness, on the other, emotion. The scales teeter, and one cannot afford a moment's hesitation. Otherwise, one risks losing everything. His mind blank, Shikamaru felt as though his soul had been stripped away. He could only act mechanically. Rising, he gathered Naruto, Choji, and Inuzuka Kiba, moving relentlessly toward Konoha. He dared not look back, tears of blood streaming down his face. It felt as though he had been cleaved in twain. One half bore the weight of his comrades toward Konoha, while the other had already followed Rinjin into death. Ding. Detected human malice value, 5,000,000. Curse power converted chakra amount, 5,000,000. Chakra, 1741000010000000000. The figures of Shikamaru and the others vanished from sight. Rinjin casually discarded the blade embedded in his neck onto the ground, his injuries healing instantaneously, as he complimented himself. Not bad at acting. The silver-haired ninja smiled faintly. A gentle, affable demeanor spilling forth. Not at all. Rinjin looked at him with disdain. Shut up. The silver-haired ninja. Rinjin approached a wooden tub, lamenting how the poor Sasuke, with such a large frame, managed to curl up in such a small container. Orochimaru was quite stingy, not even providing a larger tub for Sasuke. Rinjin tossed the tub to the silver-haired ninja. Let us go deliver a gift to Orochimaru. Wait a minute. Rinjin took a few steps forward and then halted, gazing at the dense thicket ahead. I've killed all the sound ninjas, so how will I find Orochimaru? The silver-haired ninja widened his eyes slightly, maintaining his smile. Indeed. Catch. The air was sliced, producing a sharp, explosive sound. A gray-white bone spike hurtled toward Rinjin with ferocity. Rinjin flicked his wrist, the air swirling like a tempest. In that instant, Kagaya Kimimaro felt the force of the opponent's fist, directly tearing a scar into the fabric of space. The suddenly surging power bore down upon him, and Kimimaro experienced a slight sensation of suffocation. However, just a centimeter from Kimimaro's chest, the black-red light extinguished. Rinjin fixed his gaze on Kimimaro, explaining, "We are here to deliver Sasuke to Orochimaru, and also to treat his hands." He pointed to the tub in the silver-haired ninja's grasp. Kimimaro took the tub containing Sasuke from the silver-haired ninja. "You lead the way," Rinjin commanded. Kimimaro glanced at the Konoha headbands atop Rinjin and the silver-haired ninja, the chill in his eyes unwavering. TSK, demonstrating a keen sense of caution. Rinjin swiftly placed his hand on Kimimaro's shoulder. A fierce blue blaze enveloped Kimimaro entirely, as if he were ablaze. After a brief moment, once the blue flames extinguished, Junmaru stood frozen in place. His ailment, had it truly been cured? Junmaru gazed at Rinjin in disbelief. Let us not waste any time. Soon. Reinforcements from Konoha may arrive, Rinjin remarked, casting a quick glance at Junmaru. Having undergone such an invigorating treatment, Junmaru was utterly convinced of Rinjin's ability to heal Orochimaru. And with the wooden tub on his back, he swiftly led the way. In the land of rice, within the Sound Ninja village, a cloud of dust swirled as the figures of Rinjin and his companions emerged at an underground entrance. This is the place, Junmaru announced, descending the staircase, his silhouette vanishing into the shadows. Rinjin and the silver-haired ninja followed closely behind. Orochimaru's underground facility was vast, with each room bearing an uncanny resemblance to the last, easily inducing visual fatigue. After an indeterminate time of winding through the labyrinthine corridors, Junmaru halted before a door. Suddenly, it swung open from within, revealing the face of Kabuto. A smile broke upon Kabuto's features at the sight of Rinjin. You've arrived. His tone suggested an intimacy, as if Rinjin were a long-time acquaintance. Ignoring him entirely, Rinjin brushed past, entering the room with Kabuto's grin growing in intensity as he was disregarded. Inside, Rinjin's gaze fell upon Orochimaru, who lay upon the bed, appearing to be on the brink of death. His already pale visage was now a ghastly white. One might mistakenly believe he had been deceased for quite some time. The previously smiling countenance of Orochimaru faded upon noticing the silver-haired ninja who followed Rinjin into the room. His slit pupils constricted as he meticulously scrutinized the ninja from head to toe. It was not a result of Edo Tensei, Orochimaru quickly deduced. Could it be that Tsukumo Hatake had been resurrected? Such a notion seemed impossible. Junmaru presented the wooden tub to Kabuto, who took it and exited the room. Junmaru then approached Orochimaru, kneeling on one knee. Lord Orochimaru, my ailment has been cured. Orochimaru was momentarily stunned by the news, before a raspy chuckle escaped his lips. reminiscent of a saw cutting wood. Ha! It seems your proficiency in medical ninjutsu surpasses even Tsunade's. Orochimaru had previously studied Junmaru's condition in depth. His malady was a rare bloodline disease, with no prospect of being healed. According to Junmaru, the members of the Kagaya clan had suffered from this affliction for centuries, leading to their premature demise. Orochimaru was certain that Tsunade was equally powerless against the bloodline disease. Yet now, Junmaru claimed that someone had cured it? This meant there was hope for his own hands. Orochimaru's gaze burned intensely as he fixed it upon Rinjian. I require the cells of Hashirama Senju. Rinjian wasted no time, articulating his demand directly. Orochimaru smirked coldly. You certainly have high expectations. Rinjian retorted with a sardonic smile. You may decline. However, Orochimaru had no intention of refusing. For the sake of his hands, he was willing to offer anything in exchange. He cautioned, not everyone can withstand the cells of Hashirama Senju. Most perish from the strain. Yet, that was of no concern to him. As long as Rinjian could first heal his hands, it mattered not if Rinjian were to die afterward. That is not your concern. Rinjian understood the urgency of the situation. Reinforcements from Konoha would surely arrive shortly. The real spectacle would soon commence. His hands enveloped Orochimaru's, reigniting the blue flames. The lifeless muscles and veins of Orochimaru were swiftly reactivated, with a powerful vitality surging through his hands. In mere moments, his dark purple, atrophied hands regained their former hue. As the blue flames extinguished, Orochimaru gazed at his hands, breathing heavily. He rolled off the bed and followed Rinjian into his laboratory. There was no turning back. Rinjian had revealed the value of their collaboration. Why not continue such a partnership? A vial containing a crystalline green solution swayed within its syringe as Rinjian extended his arm, the silver-haired ninja guarding him closely. The needle pierced Rinjian's skin, and the green liquid gradually vanished into the syringe, fully assimilating into his body. Simultaneously, Rinjian could distinctly sense the unique properties of the Hashirama cells. Their vitality was overwhelming. Upon entering his body, they rampaged through, shattering other cells. In an instant, Rinjian discerned the characteristics of the Hashirama cells. Their activity was 1,000-fold greater than that of ordinary human cells, with a self-renewal rate also 1,000 times faster. Moreover, their multidirectional differentiation potential was exceptionally strong. This potential referred to the cell's capacity to differentiate into various cell types, holding immense promise in cell replacement therapy. Under specific inductive conditions, stem cells could transform into cardiomyocytes, neurons, hepatocytes, and other cell types, aimed at treating diseases caused by cell damage or death. The formidable multidirectional differentiation potential was a significant reason behind the impressive self-healing capabilities of Hashirama's body. The stability and plasticity of the cells ensured they could maintain stability under certain conditions, resisting malignant transformation while also being capable of phenotypic and functional changes in response to external stimuli, adapting to environmental changes. Rinjian swiftly regulated the cells within his body, effortlessly deciphering the wood-release chakra contained within the Hashirama cells. Concurrently, his cells were regenerating at an exponential rate, birthing wood-release chakra. This entire process, though seemingly prolonged, took less than 10 minutes. Rinjian accelerated the renewal of every cell in his body, and now, each of his cells harbored wood-release chakra. The source of chakra was derived from the capabilities of bodily cells combined with mental prowess. If Rinjian's chakra reserves were sufficiently vast, he could wield wood-release techniques as potent as those of Hashirama Senju, perhaps even develop even more formidable wood-release abilities. Orochimaru observed Rinjian's tranquil visage. The Hashirama cells appeared to have no effect on him whatsoever. At least, from an external perspective, nothing seemed amiss. Throughout the ordeal, Rinjian's expression remained unchanged, as did his physical form. Orochimaru recalled having previously implanted a curse mark on Rinjian, yet it had proven ineffective. Rinjian's body concealed far too many secrets. Seizing the opportunity, Orochimaru suggested, I wish to study your body. Rinjian was not surprised by Orochimaru's curiosity. He politely declined. That is not permissible. Ding. Detected human malice value, 1,000. Cursed energy conversion chakra amount, 1,000. Chakra, 17411000010000000. With regret, Orochimaru set down the now empty syringe. Rinjian and the silver-haired ninja departed from Orochimaru's secret base. Shikamaru. Naruto. What has happened to you? At the entrance, the vigilant Izumo and Kotetsu beheld the blood-soaked form of Shikamaru, who, with sheer determination, dragged his gravely injured comrade. Barely conscious, Shikamaru's pupils appeared to be steeped in blood, his scara tainted crimson. As he released his grip, Naruto and the others tumbled to the ground. Yet Shikamaru was devoid of strength, sustained only by a singular conviction: save Rin. Save Rin. His voice, hoarse and strained, was laced with the metallic tang of blood. Izumo and Kotetsu immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Izumo hoisted Shikamaru onto his back and hurried towards the Hokage's office, while Kotetsu took the remaining gravely injured trio to Konoha Hospital. In the Hokage's office, Might Guy and Kakashi had just completed their mission briefing when the door was forcefully flung open. Kakashi raised an eyebrow, pondering who could arrive at the Hokage's office with such tumult. Izumo entered, carrying the blood-drenched Shikamaru, prompting Tsunade's pupils to constrict as she sprang to her feet. Shikamaru, he managed to utter, his voice steady yet chillingly calm. We encountered a silver-haired Konoha ninja who severely injured us. Rin held him off while I returned to seek assistance. Tsunade's heart plummeted into despair. Kakashi frowned. A Konoha ninja? How could one possibly harm Rin and the others? The description of silver hair, intricately braided, alongside exceptional swordsmanship, confirmed that even Rin was no match. Almost immediately after Shikamaru's words, a name surfaced in Tsunade's mind. Kakashi, it can't be. Kakashi interjected, no. He has been dead for over 20 years. It is impossible for him to return. Kakashi, Guy, you must depart immediately to rescue Rin, Tsunade commanded. Once the voices of Guy and Kakashi faded, Tsunade realized her hands were trembling. She understood better than anyone that if it truly was Tsukumo Hatake, Rin would not survive. It can't be, Tsunade murmured, cradling her head in disbelief. Chapter 32, The Mysterious Resurrection? The Hidden Enemy. Kakashi and Might Guy halted, concern etching their features as they exchanged glances. A familiar silhouette stood a mere 10 meters ahead, one that even Might Guy recognized. Kakashi's expression remained impassive. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the tremors in his fingertips and the quiver in his gaze. Sensing their presence, the figure turned, revealing a visage long buried in Kakashi's memories, his father's face. Beep. Detected human malice value. 10,000. Curse energy converted to chakra. 10,000. Chakra. 17421000100. Tsukumo Hatake smiled gently at Kakashi. It's been a long time, Kakashi. You've grown. The warmth of the smile mirrored that of Kakashi's father in his memories. Beep. Detected human malice value. 10,000. Curse energy converted to chakra. 10,000. Chakra. 17431000100. No one understood better than Kakashi the undeniable truth of his father's demise. Therefore, regardless of how similar this figure appeared, he could never accept it. Stop the charade. You are not him, Kakashi replied coldly. Might Guy scanned the surroundings, noting the absence of Rin. His heart sank, brows furrowing as he demanded. Where's Rin? Where is she? Beep. Detected human malice value. 10,000. Curse energy converted to chakra. 10,000. Chakra. 17441000100000000. How dare you impersonate a deceased individual in battle? Might Guy could not bear the sacrilege before him. And Rin? Where is she? Tsukumo contemplated for a moment. Is Rin the child with blue hair? Kakashi and Might Guy's hearts tightened in unison. She's above you. Did you not notice? Tsukumo's smile deepened, gesturing towards the skies above Kakashi and Might Guy. Suddenly, rain began to fall. No. Kakashi caught a whiff of the pungent scent of blood. An inexplicable fear gripped him, rendering him unable to look up. Beep. Detected human malice value. 1,000,000. Curse energy converted to chakra. 1,000,000. Chakra. 1,844,100,000,100. Might Guy surged towards Tsukumo, his form enveloped in a blue steam that coalesced into a whirlwind, resembling a comet streaking across the sky. His eyes blazed crimson with fury. How dare this being treat Rin, his diligent and earnest disciple, with such contempt? He could not, would not tolerate it. Beep. Detected human malice value. 2,000. Curse energy converted to chakra. 2,000. Chakra. 1,844,300,000,100. Tsukumo's figure flickered, and Might Guy crashed violently into the ground. The earth was left with a massive crater as he sprang back from the impact. Gritting his teeth, he felt rage coursing through him. His body, seemingly forged from steel, remained unscathed and entirely unaffected by the tremendous force of the assault. Tsukumo had not anticipated that the recent encounter would provoke Might Guy into unleashing his full potential. Had he not set up a flying thunder god seal in this forest beforehand, he he would have certainly been unable to evade Might Guy's spatial distortion speed. Kakashi glanced upwards. Blood continued to drip incessantly. Above him lay a scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Rin's body hung from the highest branches, riddled with innumerable cuts. Beneath her, countless leaves pooled with crimson, tilting slightly under the weight of the blood. The weight of the green foliage could no longer bear the burden. The droplets fell onto Kakashi, staining him. Rin appeared as pale as a ghost, her eyes tightly shut. Even in unconsciousness, her body trembled slightly from the agonizing pain. Kakashi loathed the fact that the Sharingan allowed him to observe every detail so vividly. Each wound felt as though it had been inflicted upon him. His spirit endured relentless torment, as if subjected to 1,000 tortures. The heat of the Sharingan burned fiercely, akin to a molten iron sphere lodged in his eye socket. His mind throbbed in agony, scorched by unbearable heat. Beep. Detected human malice value. 5,000,000. Curse energy converted to chakra. 5,000,000. Chakra. 2344300010000000. In the fleeting moment when Kakashi Hatake evaded Might Guy's strike, a peculiar sound emanated from behind him. Guy's figure surged forth with astonishing speed, launching an assault from behind. His fist had yet to fully reach Kakashi when a sudden explosion of white energy erupted around it, forming a colossal tiger's head. The Day Tiger. A series of ferocious roars echoed as the white tiger lunged towards Kakashi. Ding. Detected human malice value. 2,000. Jutsu power converted to chakra amount. 2,000. Chakra. 2344500010000000. Kakashi swiftly extended his hand, the short blade slicing through the air, leaving a trail of dazzling light. He recoiled sharply. Simultaneously, the might of the Day Tiger was significantly diminished. A crackling sound of intertwining lightning filled the air behind Kakashi. He turned slightly to find that Kakashi's eyes were filled with hatred, his electrified right hand swinging violently towards Kakashi. Ding. Detected human malice value. 2,000. Jutsu power converted to chakra amount. 2,000. Chakra. 23447000100000000. Thud. Kakashi reacted, yet did not defend or evade. His head was effortlessly severed by Kakashi's lightning. A torrent of blood gushed forth, revealing the crimson muscle beneath. Kakashi was drenched in the blood, blinking as it trickled into his eyes. In that moment of severance, he distinctly heard Kakashi's voice, a familiar intonation imbued with comfort and emotion resonating in his ears. Kakashi, you have truly matured. To die by your hand, and thus break free from his control, is a blessing indeed. Kakashi's form dissolved rapidly, seeping into the ground like water, leaving no trace behind. Ding. Detected human malice value. 5 million. Jutsu power converted to chakra amount. 5 million. Chakra. 28447000100000000. Kakashi collapsed to his knees, utterly exhausted. Control? Who could it be? Who orchestrated this entire affair, mocking the dead in such a manner? His fingers dug deeply into the earth, blood seeping from his fingertips. Might Guy carried Renji on his back, witnessing the wounds on Renji's body slowly healing. Ding. Detected human malice value. 10,000. Jutsu power converted to chakra amount. 10,000. Chakra. 28457000100000000. Guy was aware of Renji's formidable healing abilities, yet upon their arrival, Renji still bore injuries. This indicated that Renji had been subjected to relentless torment. Each time a wound healed, new ones were inflicted upon him. Warm tears fell upon Renji's eyelids, and with a sudden stumble, Guy stood up. Overwhelming pain coursing through his body, an after-effect of opening the 8th gate. Kai-sensei, Renji's faint voice reached him. Guy inhaled deeply, forcing a smile. Fear not, Renji. I shall take you back to Konoha at once. Renji lay against his back, hot tears streaming down onto Guy's shoulders. Kai-sensei, you are injured. Tears cascaded down Guy's face like a torrential flood, and he struggled to maintain his composure. This minor injury is nothing to me. Renji instinctively murmured Shikamaru's name. Guy quickly reassured him. Do not worry, Renji, they are all safe. A sigh of relief escaped Renji, his consciousness slipping into darkness as he continued to murmur. I'm sorry, Kai-sensei. Compared to the anguish of his mind, the pain of his body seemed trivial. Guy had never yearned so deeply for time to rewind. To prevent this mission from unfolding, Kakashi was utterly spent, both physically and mentally. Gently, he caressed Renji's forehead and turned to Guy, saying, Allow me to take over. Your body needs rest. Guy shook his head. The will is always stronger than the body. Both he and Renji steadfastly believed in this truth. If Renji could endure until he and Kakashi arrived, then Guy too could persevere until he brought Renji back to Konoha. As Renji's teacher, he could not afford to show weakness or surrender. At the Konoha hospital, Tsunade sat beside Renji's bed, gently stroking his pale cheek. Tears suddenly fell, and she quickly blinked them away. Guy went to tend to his injuries, while Kakashi, having sustained lighter wounds, soon entered the ward. Tsunade sniffed, forcing her tears back. Was it Kakashi Hitaki? She inquired, her voice trembling with barely restrained emotion. Kakashi yearned to deny it in every possible way. Yet he understood all too well that the transformation jutsu had not been employed. Yes, but he was controlled, he replied, recalling Kakashi's final words before vanishing. Tsunade's expression turned grave. Who is behind the resurrection and control of the dead? Kakashi shook his head, contemplating another critical point. The method of resurrection was not the reanimation jutsu. It seemed to be true physical revival. Tsunade pressed her lips together. True physical revival? How is that even possible? This matter was of utmost importance. If they could resurrect Kakashi, they could resurrect other ninja as well. They were oblivious to the enemy lurking in the shadows, yet they were compelled to face the possibility of battling against formidable foes who were once their loved ones. Tsunade took a deep breath. I will have Jiraiya investigate this matter, and should any intelligence arise, I will inform you at once. After all, Kakashi is the first victim of this incident, and the resurrected individual is his own father. Indeed, Kakashi agreed, gazing at Renji, who lay unconscious on the bed. Lady Hokage, let Renji rest for a while. Tsunade offered a bittersweet smile. I understand. She had been so eager to help Renji grow that she had forgotten everyone has their own fixed path of development. As Kakashi and Tsunade exited the ward, they encountered Shikamaru waiting outside. Go on in and see him, Tsunade encouraged. Shikamaru's expression was tense. He felt anxious. After making his decision, facing Renji again filled his mind with memories of Renji's final gaze. Did he truly have the right to visit Renji after abandoning him? Kakashi placed a reassuring hand on Shikamaru's shoulder. Do not overthink it. Renji will be happy to know you came to see him. Alone at the door, Shikamaru stood still. Kakashi and the Hokage had been gone for quite some time, yet he still lacked the courage to push open that door. He knew that Renji would not hold it against him. However, he cannot overcome his own inner turmoil. He fears the gaze of Renjian. Shikamaru, carrying 2 thermos containers, caught sight of Sakura lingering at the doorway of Renjian's hospital room. Why don't you go in? Sakura was unaware of the events that had transpired, only knowing that Renjian had sustained grave injuries during the recent mission. Observing Sakura's reddened eyes, clearly indicative of tears, Shikamaru averted his gaze. You go in first. Sakura found Shikamaru's demeanor peculiar, yet she refrained from probing further and pushed open the door to the ward. With practiced ease, Sakura placed the thermos on the table in the room, replaced the flowers in the vase with fresh lilies, and slightly opened a window to let in a gentle breeze that fluttered the curtains. She tenderly adjusted the blankets covering Renjian, and upon sensing a distinct gaze upon her, she looked up to find Renjian awake. Sakura, Renjian said, a smile gracing his lips. What a bountiful harvest. He struggled to suppress the upward curve of his mouth. Sakura couldn't help but smile in return, raising the bedside table and opening the thermos. Inside was papaya and cuttlefish soup, nourishing for the blood and spirit. Alongside the soup were salmon soba, shrimp cakes, soy sauce dumplings, and pickled cherry tomatoes. Watching Renjian eat heartily filled Sakura with a profound sense of contentment and joy. The sight of Renjian, safe and healthy, enjoying the food she had prepared was enough to satisfy her. I'm sorry, I couldn't bring Sasuke back, Renjian said suddenly. His head bowed midway through his meal. Sakura chuckled, her eyes glistening as she shook her head. It's all right, as long as you and Naruto return safely. That's what matters most. The thought of losing Renjian and Naruto during this mission would haunt Sakura for the rest of her life. Sasuke. Sakura blinked, tears silently cascading down her cheeks as she spoke with a sense of relief. Sasuke has his own path to follow, I understand that. Holding Renjian's hand, she smiled and asked, as long as we all remain safe, Team 7 will never be disbanded, right? Renjian, tears brimming in his eyes, nodded fervently. Yes. After Renjian finished his meal, Sakura tidied up the room and, before departing, conveyed Shikamaru's presence outside to him. Renjian paused for a moment, quickly grasping what Shikamaru was afraid of. After Sakura left, Renjian performed a series of stretches on his hospital bed. Energized, he rose and approached the door, flinging it open. Shikamaru, standing outside, nearly jumped out of his skin, his eyes wide as saucers. Renjian. Shikamaru's muscles tensed, his gaze darting elsewhere, refusing to meet Renjian's. You don't Feel guilty towards me, do you? Rinjian guessed correctly, causing Shikamaru to stiffen further. Pondering for a moment, Rinjian proposed, how about this? To make amends, you can treat me to 3 years of barbecue. 3 years? Shikamaru echoed, bewildered. Is that too much? Rinjian inquired. No, it's not too much. Guilt and self-reproach dissipated in a peculiar manner. Was it due to Rinjian's forgiveness? No, it was not forgiveness. Shikamaru understood that Rinjian was not angry at all. Rinjian merely recognized Shikamaru's inner turmoil and suggested the barbecue to ease his discomfort. Chapter 33, The Resurrected Alliance. No way. Hokage-sama. I will definitely bring Sasuke back. Naruto protested for the 23rd time as Tsunade tossed him out of the Hokage's office. He plopped down outside, arms crossed, fuming. How could he abandon the mission to retrieve Sasuke? No matter what happened, he was determined to bring Sasuke back. Naruto? Rinjian ascended the stairs and immediately spotted Naruto outside the Hokage's office. Ah, Rinjian. Naruto rushed over and clung to him. Rinjian, are you feeling better? What happened while I was unconscious? Why is everyone so reluctant to talk about it? The mere thought of the situation ignited Naruto's frustration. The mission to retrieve Sasuke had inexplicably ended, and upon awakening, he found himself in the hospital, with everyone else also injured. When he attempted to seek out Rinjian, Kakashi had intervened, and even he couldn't articulate the reason clearly. When he tried to ask Shikamaru had deftly changed the subject. It was infuriating. I'm fine. It's nothing. Just a failed mission, and we all got hurt, so we had to abort, Rinjian replied, addressing Naruto's inquiries one by one. Rinjian, are we really just going to forget that bastard Sasuke? Naruto pouted. Despite his words, it was evident that he deeply cared for Sasuke. Rinjian sighed. Naruto, this is the path Sasuke has chosen for himself. Even if we find him, he won't return with us. Naruto paused. Never having considered whether Sasuke would want to come back with them, he had always believed that as long as they could bring Sasuke back, everything would be fine. Unconsciously ignoring Sasuke's own wishes. Naruto began, but before he could finish, the office door swung open, and Tsunade yanked him by the collar. Tossing him aside as if he were a shot put, dusting off her hands, she ushered Rinjian into the office. A stack of documents was placed on Rinjian's desk. Help lighten the load for your teacher, Tsunade instructed, handing him a pen. Rinjian appeared reluctant. Tsunade smiled at him, her grip on the pen tightening. I'll do it. Rinjian conceded, and Tsunade nodded in satisfaction. The documents she handed him had been carefully selected. They were simple tasks requiring minimal skill, such as assigning D-rank missions to ninjas in the village. Rinjian promptly delegated these tasks to freshly graduated genin. Naruto, who had been flung outside, nearly crashed into Jiraiya. Jiraiya distanced himself, disdainful, as Naruto landed face first into the ground. Extracting himself from the dirt, Naruto shook off the grass and debris, glaring at Jiraiya. Recognizing the force and speed of Naruto's fall, Jiraiya knew exactly who had thrown him. Didn't I say not to interfere with the Hokage's work? He remarked, scratching his foot. Naruto, arms akimbo and fuming, retorted, are we really just going to abandon Sasuke? Jiraiya sighed, seeing through Naruto's frustration. It's not like you can just dictate what happens. Can you really bring Sasuke back from Orochimaru? Even if you do, can you ensure he won't run away again? Naruto fell silent, his blue eyes dimming. But we can't just give up like this. Observing Naruto's crestfallen expression, Jiraiya's heart softened, and he ruffled his spiky hair. Not going after Sasuke right now doesn't mean we're giving up. Even if you find Orochimaru, your current strength isn't enough to bring Sasuke back. The most important thing is whether Sasuke is willing to come with you. Naruto, you must possess the power to persuade others, rather than perpetually relying on Sai. Jiraiya may not fully comprehend the complexities of Uchiha Sasuke, but he is somewhat aware of the events that transpired concerning the Uchiha clan in years past. Convincing Sasuke to relinquish his hatred is an utterly impossible task. Furthermore, as long as Sai remains by your side, true growth for you will remain unattainable. The notion of dependence on Sai echoed in Naruto's mind as he vacantly repeated Jiraiya's words. It appeared that throughout his journey, he had indeed been shielded by Sai. It was precisely because of Sai's unwavering tolerance and protection that he felt emboldened to act with such reckless abandon. Perverted sage. What truly transpired during this mission after I fell unconscious? Naruto inquired earnestly. He sensed that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared. The attitude of concealment from everyone had already spoken volumes. Jiraiya fell silent for a moment. Upon his return to Konoha, he had heard from Kakashi about the dire circumstances that unfolded. With Kakashi's mental state severely affected, his emotions still raw as he recounted the events. Jiraiya felt a chill course through him at the time, let alone for Naruto. Naruto, What you need most right now is to enhance your strength. The Nine Tails resides within you, and the dangers you will face will only escalate. Thus, if you wish to no longer rely on Sai, you must dedicate yourself to rigorous training, Jiraiya gravely advised, shifting the conversation. Naruto clenched his fists, declaring, I will. Jiraiya intended to take Naruto under his tutelage while also gathering intelligence on the Akatsuki organization and the puppeteer behind the events involving Kakashi. Tsunade supported his decision, as it served two purposes. It would remove the incessant nuisance that was Naruto from her side, and Konoha genuinely required information regarding the Akatsuki and the individual controlling the deceased. Naruto initially assumed that training would occur within the village, only to discover that they would be leaving it behind, potentially for years. Reluctantly, he expressed, perverted sage, let's bring Sai along too. Inside the ramen shop, Naruto proposed to Jiraiya. Jiraiya shook his head. No, that's out of the question. Tsunade would kill him. Naruto's face scrunched up in disappointment as he muttered. The perverted sage can't even manage that. Jiraiya's forehead pulsed with veins. If you bring Sai along, your training will devolve into mere play. Naruto. That night, Naruto, clutching his small pillow, knocked on Sai's door. Upon opening, Sai's face betrayed his unfiltered astonishment. Naruto, what brings you here? Holding his pillow, Naruto replied heavily, Sai? I'll be leaving with the perverted sage for training first thing in the morning. The reluctance in his eyes was palpable. To his surprise, Sai reacted entirely differently than Naruto had anticipated, expressing genuine happiness for him. That's wonderful. When you return, you will undoubtedly be much stronger. This was not the response Naruto sought, his face falling as he lamented, aren't you going to miss me? Sai, if you're truly reluctant, I can send my clones to hunt you down every day. He would miss Naruto. But the thought of seeing a transformed Naruto during their next meeting turned that sentiment into eager anticipation. Who is Sai? The premier performer in the shinobi world. There is no question he cannot answer. His perfect responses managed to soothe Naruto and inject him with a dose of excitement. When we meet again, I will definitely be super cool. Naruto exclaimed joyfully as he entered Sai's room, placing his pillow beside Sai's before lying down as if it were his own home. Patting the empty space beside him. Sai, come join me. Naruto lay there, wide-eyed and expectantly gazing at Sai. A reluctant Sai awkwardly lay down. It was Naruto's first time sharing a bed with someone, and he struggled to contain his excitement. He sniffed the air. Sai, you smell wonderful. Sai delivered a light punch to Naruto's head. Naruto closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Sai exhaled in relief, shutting his eyes as well. In the morning, Naruto awoke with a throbbing headache, clutching his head in confusion. When had he fallen asleep? Why couldn't he remember? And why did his head ache so much? Glancing at the peacefully sleeping Sai beside him, he tiptoed out of bed, casting one last glance at Sai before exiting the room. Wah! Tears of reluctance streamed down Naruto's face as he departed Konoha alongside Jiraiya. 3 years later, deep within the forest, a blue figure suddenly shot forth. A fist entwined in black and red lightning struck with a force akin to that of a cannon. Boom! The air shattered beneath the weight of the massive fist. The attack reached the ninja in an instant, effortlessly penetrating the proud defenses, crashing into his chest. The terrifying force unleashed itself mercilessly. The ninja's chest was obliterated by the blow, blood erupting from his mouth and nose. Life extinguished in an instant from his eyes. His body fell rigidly to the ground. Having completed his task, Sai sealed the ninja's corpse within a scroll. He swiftly leaped onto the branches, making his way back to Konoha. Meanwhile, in Konoha, within the Hokage's office, Naruto was bombarding Tsunade with a barrage of questions, causing her temples to throb. Hokage-sama, where's Sai? Where did he go? Oh, you must have sent him on another mission, right? Always exploiting Sai. Sakura, do you think I've gotten more handsome? Still as ugly as ever. What? Impossible. Absolutely not. I need to ask Sai. Hokage-sama, when will Sai return? Can he come back soon? He must not know I returned to Konoha today. Otherwise, he would definitely come to greet me. Sai treats me the best, doesn't he? Don't you think so? Sakura? I don't know, but for the past 3 years, Sai has been eating barbecue with Shikamaru every day, rain or shine. What? No way. That is absolutely impossible. Naruto collapsed, cradling his head, unwilling to accept this reality. For 3 years, Sai has been eating barbecue with Shikamaru every day, rain or shine. Eating barbecue together. Rain or shine. Rain or shine. Sakura's words echoed ceaselessly in Naruto's mind. Until, Hokage-sama, a figure appeared at the window, elegantly flipping into the office and presenting a scroll to Tsunade. The blue-haired ninja, clad in umbu attire and wearing a fox mask, with flame-like tattoos adorning his right arm, stood tall and athletic, his muscular form encased in black spandex. Tsunade nodded. No need to verify the results of Sai's mission. Over the past 3 years, Sai had completed every task without fail, advancing from a chunin to a jonin. Sakura glanced at Naruto, who had inexplicably fallen silent since Sai's arrival, raising an eyebrow. Just moments ago, he had been animatedly chattering away. Now that we meet in person, why have you fallen silent? Lianjian naturally spotted Naruto in the office. He turned, removed the mask from his face, and smiled warmly at Naruto. Welcome back, Naruto. The awkward shyness that had initially gripped him vanished instantly upon witnessing that familiar, gentle smile. Naruto's eyes sparkled with delight, and he dashed forward, clinging to Lianjian with both hands and feet. Lianjian, did you miss me? Were you absolutely longing for me? But I bet you didn't miss me as much as I missed you. This was utterly nonsensical, and Lianjian felt a vein throbbing on his forehead. And you must treat me to barbecue. I want to eat barbecue. Naruto shouted exuberantly. No problem, Lianjian replied, having amassed a considerable fortune during his 3 years of missions. Moreover, with Shikamaru covering all his meal expenses during this time, his earnings from missions amounted to pure income without any expenditures. Just as Naruto was about to pull Lianjian out of the office, Lianjian suddenly remembered something and turned to report solemnly to Tsunade, Lady Hokage, during my mission, I encountered a ninja. Tsunade, aware that Lianjian would not speak of trivial matters, straightened her expression. This ninja bears a striking resemblance to the first Hokage and possesses would release as well. Concern etched on Lianjian's face, he continued. I can't help but wonder if it is connected to the leaf ninja we encountered 3 years ago during that mission. Naruto's expression darkened. During his 3 years of training, the perverse sage had already informed him of the events that transpired 3 years prior. Clenching his fists, Naruto vowed he would never forgive those responsible. The table splintered in two. Tsunade's forehead throbbed with veins, her expression darkening. The enemy, lurking in the shadows, had dared to reach out for her grandfather. Ding. Detected human malice value, 50,000. Curse power converted into chakra amount, 50,000. Chakra, 28550001000000000. Merely hearing about this had already contributed a malice value of 50,000. Witnessing it firsthand would likely yield an even greater score. Controlling the original Hokage, Hashirama Senju. To obliterate Konoha would surely garner a substantial amount of malice value. Speaking of which, I have gathered some intelligence regarding the resurrection of ninjas over the past 3 years. At the window, Jiraiya's figure appeared. This organization is a mercenary group established in the black market, seemingly comprised of resurrected ninjas, and has only recently begun its activities. Among them, Kakashi Hitaki should be the first member to commence operations. The leader and the exact number of members within the organization remain unknown, but they are currently promoting themselves in the black market under the banner of the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. Jiraiya glanced at Tsunade's expression before continuing. It appears that the members of this organization act solely for monetary gain. Tsunade gritted her teeth. Bastards. Chapter 34. The Caged Bird, Garaboom. The floor beneath them exploded. Debris and dust scattered everywhere. Lianjian gracefully evaded Sakura's powerful strike in midair, a smile adorning his face. In the distance, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Kakashi observed intently the battle unfolding among Lianjian, Naruto, and Sakura. To assess the progress that Naruto and Sakura had made over the past 3 years, Kakashi proposed a combat test among the trio. Naturally, given the disparity in strength and the pressure Lianjian consistently exerted on Naruto and Sakura, the two had devised a plan to ally against him as soon as the fight commenced. Both Lianjian and Sakura had been learning ninjutsu under Tsunade's tutelage. Yet Lianjian's offensive techniques extended far beyond mere brute strength. From the outset of the battle until now, Lianjian had yet to launch an official counterattack, effortlessly dodging the relentless onslaught of Naruto and Sakura. Lianjian had not yet revealed his true capabilities. Jiraiya, observing the situation, stroked his chin and mused, Tsunade, with a hint of pride, stated, just how strong has Lianjian become that even I cannot discern his true power. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lianjian is a ninja who has grown through battle. His innate talent is extraordinary, allowing him to progress at nearly 10 times the rate of others. Suddenly, from the ruins shattered by Sakura's punch, Naruto emerged from beneath the ground, his fist rising to strike Lianjian from below. A smirk of mockery appeared on Lianjian's lips as he effortlessly dodged, gripping Naruto's wrist with one hand while the other aimed for Naruto's chest. Naruto felt no pain. It was as if Lianjian's hand merely rested on his chest. In the next instant, Naruto suddenly felt his body freezing up. He was immobilized. Looking down, He saw thick layers of ice rapidly spreading from his chest, encasing him entirely except for his neck. He had become an ice sculpture, with only his head able to move. His eyes gleamed with admiration as he exclaimed, "So amazing! Lianjian, this is incredible." Jiraiya covered his face. "Come on. At least you're in a fight. Don't get completely lost in praising the enemy." Sakura, as Naruto's combat partner, felt a vein throbbing in her forehead. This guy is utterly unreliable. Unbeknownst to them, Sakura stealthily maneuvered behind Lianjian, her fist radiating an ominous power. The air crackled with explosive sounds as her fist surged forward. Boom. Her fist struck Lianjian's palm with tremendous force. Sakura's pupils dilated. Wow, Sakura. That was too harsh. Naruto's heart sank at the sight. Is Lianjian going to be okay? Kakashi tensed, placing a hand on his shoulder. Tsunade wore a faint smile, confidence sparkling in her eyes. Kakashi, don't underestimate Lianjian. Kakashi focused intently, noticing that Lianjian's palm was covered in a thin layer of frost. However, the tremendous force that had pulverized the ground did not leave a scratch on the seemingly fragile ice. Conversely, Sakura's arm was rapidly enveloped in ice. The frost silently invaded her body, unlike Naruto, who was being encased from the outside in. The human body contains about 60 to 70 water. By controlling the water content within a person, one could easily manipulate their life and death. Lianjian's formless transformation had provided him with significant advantages in developing ninjutsu and bloodline techniques. Over these 3 years, he had elevated his mastery of ice release to new heights. Initially, he had relied on direct contact to manipulate the water molecules within an opponent's body, freezing them from the inside out. Eventually, he progressed to a stage where he could freeze anyone merely by coming into contact with the ice formed from his chakra. It seems the outcome has been determined. Jiraiya crossed his arms, finding no surprise in this conclusion. If Naruto and Sakura had emerged victorious, that would have truly astonished him. Tsunade's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's only just begun, and the victor has already been decided. I can't wait to see just how much Lianjian has grown. Upon uttering these words, Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged a glance, their eyes sparkling with an unmistakable intensity. Subsequently, both turned their attention towards Kakashi, who felt a sudden surge of ominous premonition rising within him. Could it possibly be as he feared? In the next instant, Kakashi found himself hoisted aloft, his arms lifted by the Hokage and Jiraiya. The trio stood in opposition to Rinjian. All right, Rinjian, let us engage in a friendly dialogue. Jiraiya winked playfully at Rinjian. Only Naruto, whose head was the only part of him capable of agile movement, exclaimed, "Hey, with all 3 of you teaming up, aren't you just bullying him?" Jiraiya affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair, and alongside Tsunade, they moved Naruto and Sakura's frozen forms to a location that would not interfere with the battle. Kakashi, devoid of any fighting spirit, had no desire to partake in this confrontation, while Jiraiya and the Hokage might be brimming with curiosity regarding the outcome. He was not at all. After all, when Rinjian had first joined Team 7, he had been able to draw blood from Kakashi with his move known as the Black Flash. Surely he had grown even more formidable since then. Rinjian, unleash your full power, Tsunade declared with fervor, her gaze fixed on him. Full power? The Flying Thunder God technique. Rinjian feared that the battle would end in mere seconds. Tsunade and Jiraiya seemed to lack any sense of participation. A straight punch. Tsunade's fist sliced through the air. Though Sakura was Tsunade's apprentice and their techniques were identical, the effects they produced were worlds apart. Not to mention, Tsunade's combat experience and finesse, honed through the trials of wartime, rendered her far more formidable than Sakura. Rinjian evaded her strike, but Tsunade's next move came swiftly. Hook punch, whip kick, side kick. The ground around Rinjian was nearly devoid of intact earth. Tsunade's assaults dazzled the eyes. Rinjian's already terrifying speed surged once more. A green mist emanated from his form, as if the air itself had been ruptured by his presence. A ring of supersonic, fearsome white shockwaves flickered around his body. The distance of several meters was traversed in a heartbeat. His fist collided directly with Tsunade's. His Black Flash was no ordinary technique. It was the 20th iteration, developed after merging Tsunade's incredible strength with his own. The space between Rinjian and Tsunade seemed to warp, akin to a crumpled sheet of paper. Tsunade sensed the tremendous force behind the blow and hastily bit her finger, summoning technique. A towering slug appeared before her, poised to absorb the impact of the formidable strike. The slug, having withstood the blow, quickly dispersed like water, grunting and evading Rinjian. In the next moment, Tsunade's elbow, imbued with colossal force, aimed for Rinjian's head. Bang! To Tsunade's astonishment, Rinjian did not dodge. Instead, he swiftly conjured an ice mirror to shield his side. Tsunade's eyes widened in disbelief. The ice mirror, which should have shattered under her lethal strike, instead began to consume her arm. An overwhelming gravitational force emanated from within the mirror, relentlessly drawing Tsunade inward. Having mastered the ice release secret technique of the mirror, Rinjian now comprehended the wastage of such an ability. Since he could traverse within the ice mirror, it could also serve as a prison, ensnaring his foes completely. Fire release, Toad oil flame bullet. The air instantaneously heated up. A tremendous force burst forth with the fire release, amplified by the wind element within it. The range of the ninjutsu attack was vast, encompassing not only Rinjian, but also his ice mirror and Tsunade. Although the ice mirror was a secret technique of ice release, its surface was still composed of ice, which was inherently vulnerable to fire. Despite the ice mirror's resistance to powerful assaults, it would inevitably struggle against the searing flames. Melting uncontrollably. Water release, water formation wall. A torrent of rapidly spinning water encircled Rinjian. The two forces negated each other, releasing a dense cloud of white smoke that obscured visibility. Amidst this thick haze, Rinjian heard the familiar crackle of lightning. It was Kakashi's Raikiri. In an instant, Rinjian deduced the situation. Wind release counters lightning release. Supersized Rasengan. The colossal Rasengan erupted with a fierce whirlwind. Rinjian's Rasengan required no preparation, allowing him to unleash it in an unending succession. This was a point where Kakashi could not keep pace with him. Kakashi sensed impending doom, and the next moment, he felt as if he were a leaf caught in the wind, thrust violently backward as the air currents expanded. The standoff resumed. Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade surrounded Rinjian from three distinct directions. Even from a distance, Naruto's voice echoed, "Rinjian, defeat them. You can do it." Jiraiya grumbled, "I should have thought to seal Naruto's mouth." Tsunade gazed at Rinjian, her eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. At just 16 years of age, he was able to hold his own against the combined might of her, Jiraiya, and Kakashi. Rinjian would undoubtedly become even stronger in the future. In Sunagakure, the vast desert echoed with the fierce howls of the wind under the starry night sky, which felt almost within reach, as if one could pluck the stars from the heavens. A little girl by the window pointed excitedly at the stars above, when suddenly a shadow flitted across her vision. "Mama, there's a big bird," she exclaimed, turning to her weary mother. Her mother, wiping away the drowsiness-induced tears from her eyes, dismissed her daughter's words. "All right, it's late. Time for bed." The girl was lifted into bed, yet her thoughts lingered on the fleeting image of the great bird. It seemed there was someone on its back. With such musings, she slipped into slumber. Rinjian Maki stood atop the back of a colossal bird fashioned from white clay, affording him a panoramic view of all of Sunagakure. He gazed at Deidara, who stood ahead, and leaned in, extending his hand. "Let me mold one. I want to experience the thrill of tossing bombs." Ding. Detected human malice value, 1000. Curse power conversion to chakra amount, 1000. Chakra, 28551000100000000. Deidara shot a discontented glance at the persistent Rinjian Maki trailing behind him, his heart brimming with irritation. This was supposed to be his and Sasori's mission. What was the meaning of this intruder? Was the leader too lenient with him? Little D? Little D? What's wrong? Can't understand human speech? Rinjian Maki worriedly tugged at Deidara's hair. Ding. Detected human malice value, 2000. Curse power conversion to chakra amount, 2000. Chakra, 285530001000000000. Deidara gritted his teeth, veins throbbing on his forehead. Maki Kazami, observing Deidara's miserly demeanor, boldly reached out to rummage through his bag of explosive clay. If he refused to share, then she would take matters into her own hands, ensuring her own abundance. Ding. Detected human malice value, 2000. Curse power converted to chakra amount, 2000. Chakra, 2855500010000000. Deidara glared fiercely at Maki Kazami. "Could you possibly refrain from bothering me?" Maki Kazami, with an exaggerated blink, replied, "I merely find your explosions to be quite magnificent. I simply wish to have a go at it myself." Strangely, Deidara found himself somewhat appeased by her words. Generously, he handed over his bag filled with clay. "Take it." It seemed he had misjudged Maki Kazami. He had not anticipated her insightful appreciation for the art of explosion. With the explosive clay in hand, Maki Kazami commenced her indiscriminate bombardment across the horizons of Sunagakure. Boom. A fierce blaze erupted. Enormous mushroom clouds blossomed in the skies above Sunagakure, leaving the villagers in utter disbelief. Ding. Detected human malice value, 2000. Curse power converted to chakra amount, 2000. Chakra, 2855700010000000. Ding. Detected human malice value, 500. Curse power converted to chakra amount, 500. Chakra, 2855750010000000. Ding. Detected human malice value, 200. Curse power converted to chakra amount, 200. Chakra, 2855770010000000. The once tranquil Sasuke was instantly thrown into disarray. Fragments of malice values ascended towards the sky, surrounding Maki Kazami. Amidst the chaos in the heart of the village, a crimson figure suddenly soared from the rooftops. Countless grains of sand swirled around him. The bombs haphazardly tossed by Maki Kazami were engulfed in a tempest of yellow sands. Kazekage-sama. Kazekage-sama has arrived. We are saved. Gaara, once reviled and feared by the village, had now become its guardian deity. His gaze swept over the trio before finally resting on Maki Kazami, whose visage mirrored that of her brother, Maki Kazan. Who are you? Gaara inquired coldly. Who would dare respond honestly? Countless small birds burst forth from Deidara's hands. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions echoed incessantly. The ferocious flames spread, engulfing the entirety of Sasuke. Gaara understood that protecting such an expansive area alone was an insurmountable challenge. The villagers were far too few. Cover Kazekage-sama. Kankuro was the only ninja to react, immediately commanding the surrounding shinobi. Weapons were swiftly hoisted into position. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A torrential rain of arrows was unleashed towards Maki Kazami and her companions above. Simultaneously, Gaara's sands rapidly surged to encircle them. Do not engage. Deidara shouted. Let me handle this. A thrill danced upon his lips. In the next instant, the sky became a tapestry of his densely packed explosive clay. Boom. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted across the desert. To the astonishment of all, Sasuke, seemingly destined for annihilation beneath such overwhelming power, remained unscathed. Maki Kazami observed Gaara on the ground. His absolute defense had shattered. Blood trickled from his lips as he knelt, having shielded the entire village with his own being. In that moment, Gaara resembled a caged bird, forever unable to unleash his true potential within these confines. A spark of inspiration ignited within Maki Kazami. Eureka! Chapter 35. The culprit? The twin brothers? Hey! A furious roar shattered the air. Deidara widened his eyes, gripping Maki Kazami's hand tightly. His gaze aflame with anger and discontent. Maki Kazami, did I not expressly forbid anyone from interfering? The one tail is mine. In her grasp, Maki Kazami held several shurikens engraved with the Flying Thunder God seal. Despite being chastised and having her wrists seized, her expression remained as tranquil as still water, devoid of any turbulence. In response to Deidara's accusation, she merely smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, "Oh?" And, noticing the implications in her words, Deidara's countenance darkened further, his teeth gritting as he glared at her, enunciating each word with venom. "I told you, the one tail is my prey, and no one shall steal it from me." With that, he forcefully flung Maki Kazami's hand away. Her hand lingered momentarily in the air before descending slowly. She tilted her head slightly, maintaining that faint smile. Yet her gaze betrayed an indescribable coldness. Her eyes were like a sharp blade, piercing directly into Deidara, who suddenly felt a chill crawl up his spine. Slap! In an unexpected burst of speed, Maki Kazami's hand struck Deidara's face with a resounding impact. This seemingly light blow concealed immense power, causing Deidara's head to jerk violently to the side. His cheek instantly swelled, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Deidara stared in disbelief, utterly taken aback by Maki Kazami's sudden aggression. He clasped his face, an overwhelming sense of humiliation surging within him. This lunatic! How dare he strike him? How dare he? Deidara was seething with rage. Maki Kazami stood motionless, her expression impassive as she regarded Deidara. Wiping the blood from his lips, a glint of ferocity flickered in his eyes. "I do not favor disobedient children," Maki Kazami uttered, her hand gently caressing the side of Deidara's injured face, her touch tender, as if she felt pity. Yet, in the next moment, boom, Deidara's entire right arm erupted, flesh and blood scattering. Within a minute, however, his exploded arm began to heal at an astonishing rate, returning to its former state. Ding! Detected human malice value, 10,000. Curse power converted to chakra amount, 10,000. Chakra, 2856770010000000. A broad smile spread across Maki Kazami's lips as she patted Deidara's resilient cheek. Such a good boy. Madman. Deidara's pupils constricted to pinpricks. His body rendered nearly immobile by a force beyond his control. Ding. Detected human malice value, 10,000. Curse power converted to chakra amount, 10,000. Chakra, 28577700100000000. Countless shuriken, emblazoned with the emblem of the flying thunder god, cascaded like raindrops, blanketing the ground of the hidden sand village. In that fleeting moment, the figure of Maki Yagami vanished from sight, as if he had never existed at all. His movements were as swift as lightning, eluding detection. Crack, crack, crack. The crisp sound of his palm gently striking the cheeks of the villagers echoed through the air. Yet, these seemingly innocuous touches appeared to inflict no visible harm. Was that truly the case? Before anyone could ponder for more than 3 seconds, a horrifying scene unfolded. Those Sand Village ninjas whom he had touched underwent a staggering transformation within mere seconds. Their bodies twisted grotesquely, faces contorting into terrifying visages, completely losing their sanity. Once familiar comrades instantaneously morphed into monstrous beings, ferociously attacking everything in their vicinity. Their eyes were bloodshot, emitting guttural growls, rampaging aimlessly through the village. Chaos and terror engulfed the hidden sand village in an instant, as villagers fled in all directions, desperate to evade this sudden calamity. Ding. Detected human malice value, 10,000. Cursed energy converted into chakra, 10,000. Chakra, 28, 587, 700, 100, 000. Ding. Detected human malice value, 5,000. Cursed energy converted into chakra, 5,000. Chakra, 28, 592, 700, 100, 000. Ding. Detected human malice value, 3,000. Cursed energy converted into chakra, 3,000. Chakra, 28, 595, 700, 100, 000. Ding. The system's prompt resonated incessantly in Yagami's mind. A tremor coursed through his feet as the sand beneath him tightly ensnared his ankles. In the distance, Gaara fixed an unyielding gaze upon him. Sand funeral. Whoosh. Just then, Yagami's figure vanished without a trace. Gaara's attack missed its mark. Yagami's form instantaneously reappeared in the sky above. Now, you shall fight earnestly, he smiled faintly. As a small shadow in his hand twisted and writhed violently, countless abominations were birthed from his grasp. In the blink of an eye, an almost endless horde of these monstrosities surged forth from his hands, like a swarm of demons, rushing towards the throng of villagers in the hidden sand. Ding. Detected human malice value, 1,000,000. Cursed energy converted into chakra, 1,000,000. Chakra, 30,000,000, 100, 000. It had broken through. Chakra had finally crossed the 30 million threshold. However, Gaara's affection for the village was evidently lacking. Had this been Konoha, Yagami's malice value would have likely soared past 50 million in an instant. Ah, Yuki, what are you doing? It's me. Why are you attacking your fellow villagers? Countless terrified screams erupted. The entire hidden sand village descended into chaos, as fleeing villagers and ninjas scattered in a desperate bid to escape the relentless assault of the horrific abominations. The monstrosities pounced upon their brethren like ravenous wolves, mercilessly knocking them to the ground, the earth soaked in blood. No, don't kill me, a young ninja cried out in despair. But his voice was quickly drowned out by a chorus of anguished wails. What is happening? Open your eyes. We are all ninjas of the hidden sand. An elderly ninja stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. From his elevated position, Yagami coldly observed the slaughter below. All right, Deidara, go deal with Gaara, he said, gently patting Deidara's head. Ding. Detected human malice value, 5,000. Cursed energy converted into chakra, 5,000. Chakra, 30,005, 000, 100, 000. A chill ran down Deidara's spine. Yet, the exhausted Jinchuriki below ignited an uncontrollable excitement within him. His eyes sparkled with fervor as he swiftly soared towards Gaara's location. Deidara unleashed another explosive clay bomb aimed at Gaara. Gaara, already on the brink of collapse, found his body battered and bloodied by Deidara's explosive clay, blood gushing from his wounds. His gaze dimmed, devoid of vitality. Silence fell over the hidden sand village, the ground littered with the lifeless bodies of the fallen. The abominations exuded a foul stench and a metallic tang of blood, their eyes glinting with a sinister light, emitting low, chilling growls. Gaara closed his eyes and resolutely commanded, "They are no longer our comrades. Kill them." With his order, the Umbu of the hidden sand emerged, charging mercilessly towards the abominations. Boom! With a resounding crash. The very ground trembled beneath them. Gaara lost consciousness entirely, his body collapsing limply to the earth. Simultaneously, a clay bird swiftly enveloped him with its tail before soaring high into the sky, flying towards the horizon. Amidst the hellish scene in the hidden sand village, Kankaro's voice rang out, "Request immediate assistance from Konoha. Hokage-sama. We are in grave danger." Tsunade, alarmed, halted the conflict between Yagami, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi. Upon witnessing Tsunade's distress, she quickly ceased her actions and inquired, "What's wrong? What has happened?" Breathing heavily, Shizune gravely replied, "We received word from the hidden sand village. The 5th Kazekage has been taken by the Akatsuki organization." Tsunade's expression darkened instantly upon hearing this news. However, the situation was dire. Shizune continued, "Moreover, the hidden sand village has suffered extensive damage, with casualties amounting to 10% of the entire population." When Shizune received the plea for help from the hidden sand village, her heart plummeted. Each word in the message seemed stained with blood, weighing heavily on her heart. "What?" Tsunade exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she immediately ordered Shizune, "Gather all the remaining jonin still within Konoha and convene an emergency meeting." Then, Tsunade turned her attention to Yagami, Naruto, and Sakura, who had been freed from their restraints. "You too shall join us." "Yes, yes, yes." In the Hokage's office, Tsunade stared incredulously at the empty seats that had failed to fill. "Hokage-sama, all the other jonin are currently on missions," Shizune said, her tone filled with difficulty. Sighing, Tsunade shifted her gaze to Kakashi, Yagami, Naruto, and Sakura. As for Jiraiya, unbeknownst to him, he had slipped away once more. The urgency of this mission left no room for the other jonin to return to the village. "Kakashi, Renjo, and Naruto, you three have all encountered members of the Akatsuki. You are hereby dispatched to Sunagakure to carry out this mission," Tsunade commanded. "Understood." Upon receiving the assignment, Kakashi immediately set forth, hastening towards Sunagakure with utmost speed. Their figures raced like a tempest, relentlessly making their way in the direction of the village. Along the way, Kakashi suddenly recalled something, turning to Renjo with a serious demeanor. He cautioned, "Renjo, it is possible we may encounter an acquaintance during this mission." Before departing from Konohagakure, Jiraiya had privately approached Kakashi, conveying vital information. Among the ninja squad attacking Sunagakure, there was a strong likelihood that Renjo's elder brother, Renjo Makiki, was involved. Furthermore, the massacre of Sunagakure was orchestrated by him. Jiraiya had particularly urged Kakashi to avoid direct confrontation should they encounter Renjo's brother, emphasizing that immediate withdrawal was paramount. A similar incident had occurred years prior, nearly costing Renjo his life, and Naruto had succumbed to a state of rage. Kakashi fully understood the gravity of the situation, thus he did not dare to be complacent. Honestly, Kakashi felt an unprecedented weight upon his shoulders. He feared for Renjo's safety and dreaded the possibility of reliving the tragedy of the past. Nevertheless, he was resolute to give his all. Renjo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped that Kakashi's reference to an acquaintance was directed towards his brother. "I understand," he replied, lowering his gaze and nodding. Just as he finished speaking, Naruto's voice rang out nearby. "Great. If Renjo Makiki is there, it's perfect. I will definitely defeat him." The memory of that incident from years ago lingered as an unshakable nightmare for Naruto. The individual known as Renjo Makiki had once brought immense calamity and suffering to Renjo, and the perpetual threat to Renjo's life filled Naruto with profound anger and unease. The mere thought of someone harboring murderous intent towards Renjo was intolerable. With unwavering determination, Naruto gazed ahead, resolving within himself that protecting Renjo had become his most fervent desire. "This time, I will not allow him to harm Renjo again," Naruto silently vowed, his eyes gleaming with resolute intensity as he clenched his fists tightly. Kakashi similarly cautioned, "Naruto, refrain from utilizing the power of the tailed beasts." This was also a directive from Jiraiya. Naruto's expression faltered momentarily. Sakura's gaze flitted between Renjo and Naruto. "Renjo Makiki? A name so similar. Is he a relative of Renjo? But why does Naruto say he must be killed?" Sakura buried her confusion deep within. She believed that once they reached Sunagakure to rescue Gaara, her lingering doubts would be resolved. The journey that would typically take 3 days was compressed into 2 by Renjo and his companions. 2 days later, they arrived at Sunagakure. Greeted by a scene of ruins. Ding. Detected human malice value, 5,000. Curse power converted to chakra amount, 5,000. Chakra, 30010001000000000. Ding. Detected human malice value, 10,000. Curse power converted to chakra amount, 10,000. Chakra, 30020000010000000. Ding. Detected human malice value, 3,000. Curse power converted to chakra amount, 3,000. Chakra, 30023000010000000. As Rinjo's figure materialized at the entrance of Sunagakure, he was immediately encircled by a group of Sunagakure ninjas. Their eyes bore a deep-seated hatred, fixated on Rinjo, with ninjutsu and hidden weapons poised, awaiting a signal to strike. Hey, what are you all doing? Naruto swiftly dashed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Rinjo, his brow furrowed as he loudly questioned the ninjas of Sunagakure. Sakura hurriedly joined him, producing a scroll bearing the Hokage's seal from her pocket and tossing it towards the Sunagakure ninjas. We are ninjas from Konoha. This is an official document from our Hokage. Sakura's voice was resolute and powerful. However, the Sunagakure ninjas did not lower their guard. One of the ninjas pointed at Rinjo, seething with anger. How could he be here? Another ninja shouted, is this a plot orchestrated by you Konoha? Or are you colluding with the Akatsuki? A ninja who appeared to be the leader stepped forward, gritting his teeth as he declared, he is the one responsible for the countless casualties in Sunagakure. Chapter 36. The stark contrast between two individuals. Nestled between the land of fire and the land of rain lies a small nation known as the Land of Rivers. This nation lacks a ninja village and often seeks refuge with larger nations during times of war. Unlike the vast lands and abundant resources of the Land of Fire, this country is shrouded in water and barren mountains, its resources meager. At this moment, within the Land of Rice, beneath a prominent red rock protruding from the water's surface, the giant stone at the entrance of the red rock slowly rose. A beam of light gradually shone into the cave, revealing a vast interior hollowed out from the immense red rock. A colorful shadow had long been waiting. He fixated on the figure gradually appearing in the light at the cave's entrance. Deidara and Sasori stepped into the cavern, laying Gaara upon the ground, and turned their gaze towards the colorful shadow. The shadow glanced at Gaara on the floor and nodded. Suddenly, a hand passed through the colorful shadow. A pair of unique azure eyes adorned with circular patterns locked onto Rinjo Makiki. Rinjo's hands curiously poked and prodded the colorful shadow. Ding. Detected human malice value, 1,000. Curse power converted to chakra amount, 1,000. Chakra, 3004100001000000000. How fascinating. Leader, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Rinjo Makiki continued to poke at the Rinnegan on the colorful shadow's face. Just as before, his fingers penetrated the Rinnegan. The person before him was merely a shadow. Ding. Detected human malice value, 1,000. Curse power converted to chakra amount, 1,000. Chakra, 30042000010000000. He's truly annoying. How does the leader tolerate him? Deidara whispered to Sasori. Unable to contain himself, Sasori replied flatly, his abilities are valuable to the organization, which is why the leader chooses to endure him. Each member of the Akatsuki possesses a distinct personality. In the Akatsuki, the strong have the privilege to throw tantrums. The colorful specter paid no heed to the relentless poking of the holes by Rinjin Maki, his gaze unwavering, with his hands forming the seals of the spiritual technique. White smoke billowed behind him, revealing the grotesque form of a massive magical statue. All right, gather together, announced the colorful specter. Simultaneously, several colorful apparitions appeared on the giant fingers of the statue. Deidara and Scorpion leaped onto the only two available digits. Deidara glanced at the stationary Rinjin Maki before turning to the leader's colorful apparition. Where's Rinjin Maki? The leader's gaze swept downward, and there was Rinjin Maki, smiling and waving at him. Let him be, the leader replied. Deidara's lips twitched. Why shouldn't he be allowed to do as he pleases? Ding. Detected human malice value, 500. Curse power converted to chakra, 500. Chakra, 30042500100000000. Sealing technique, 9 Dragon Seal. I apologize for the incident concerning Sunagakure. Rinjin's apology was abruptly interrupted by the indignant Naruto. He jumped forward, pointing at the group of Sunagakure ninjas who openly displayed their animosity towards Rinjin. We've already stated. We are the ninjas from Konoha here to provide assistance. Yet you dare to slander us. That person merely resembles Rinjin. It does not mean they are one and the same. Do you think only you have suffered from that individual? Rinjian is a victim too. Why should Rinjian apologize? The actions of that person have nothing to do with you. Naruto grasped Rinjian's shoulders, declaring loudly. He would not allow Rinjian to bear the bitter consequences of that person's deeds. Why should he? After all, Rinjian had nearly been killed by that individual as well. Sakura sighed softly and calmly approached the Sunigakure ninjas to negotiate. You must have seen Lord Hokage's documents. We could not possibly deceive you. Understanding that hatred cannot be so easily dismissed, Sakura continued to explain. The ninja who attacked your village is named Rinjian Maki. He is the biological brother of our Rinjian Maki, but the former is a rogue ninja. We cannot shift the blame onto an innocent person for the crimes of a rogue ninja, can we? Sakura glanced at the Sunigakure ninjas before her. As far as I know, your Sunigakure also has rogue ninjas, correct? That ninja was part of the attacking force. Would you blame their relatives? The Sunigakure ninjas found themselves at a loss for words. They could only stare intently at Rinjian, who was shielded by Naruto. In truth, if one were to calm down and observe closely, the differences between the two individuals would become apparent. The blue-haired ninja who had attacked them had longer hair, was slightly taller, and wore an expression of disdain and arrogance. In contrast, the ninja before them had more youthful features, lacking the sharpness that could inflict harm. Appearing instead gentle and amiable, the Sunigakure ninjas stiffly allowed them to pass. As Naruto walked by, he let out a heavy snort. Rinjian had been bullied, and it weighed heavily on his heart. It was more distressing than being bullied himself. Kakashi paid no mind. Naruto is just throwing a little tantrum. What's the big deal? Did not Sunigakure also vent their frustrations on the underage children of our Konoha? They made their way toward the medical room. It was said that Kankuro had been poisoned and was now at death's door. Konoha White Fang. Just as they stepped into the medical room, a gust of wind suddenly struck Kakashi. His dead fish eyes widened in surprise. What is going on with this Sunigakure? Rinjian reacted swiftly, positioning himself in front of Kakashi and effortlessly neutralizing the opponent's attack. Shortly thereafter, an elderly voice echoed from ahead. Old sister, you must be mistaken. He is not the Konoha White Fang. Chiyo halted, scrutinizing Kakashi behind Rinjian. Kakashi offered an awkward smile. Chiyo scoffed. Not the Konoha White Fang, yet he is closely related. Hey, what is going on here? Naruto could no longer contain himself. We are here to assist Sunigakure. Upon entering, my companion is already being slandered. Now you dare to attack Teacher Kakashi. What reasoning is this? The only calm presence, Ebizo, glanced at Rinjian and then at Kakashi, understanding the situation, and explained, please allow me to apologize for their rashness. Your companion bears a striking resemblance to the ninja who attacked us. And the Konoha White Fang has some past enmity with my sister. However, rest assured, we are allies now, Ebizo stated. One does not strike a smiling face. Naruto huffed. Not good. Granny Chiyo, Kankuro's condition has worsened. Tamari rushed out, grasping Chiyo's hand. Sakura looked at Rinjian, who was also gazing at her. Sakura, your medical ninjutsu is exceptional. I believe you can do it, right? Sakura indeed possessed the ability. She merely felt that with Rinjian by her side, his medical ninjutsu far surpassed hers and might be better suited for treating Kankuro. Sakura, go, Rinjian beckoned her. A glimmer of determination flickered in Sakura's eyes as she tied up her short hair and followed Chiyo, Tamari, and Ebizo into the treatment room. Meanwhile, Rinjian, Naruto, and Kakashi settled on the communal bench in the corridor. By the way, Teacher Kakashi, who is the Konoha White Fang that the old lady mentioned? Naruto inquired curiously. Looking at Kakashi, Kakashi paused, seemingly taken aback by Naruto's question, and his eyes curved into a smile. He is my father, and also the last. Kakashi's words were interrupted by Rinjian, who turned Naruto's head away from Kakashi, gravely stating, Kakashi-sensei's father, Minato Namikaze, is an exceptionally skilled jonin of Konoha, renowned on the battlefield as the Konoha White Fang. The Konoha White Fang was once a strong candidate for the fourth Hokage. Impressive, isn't it? Rinjian ruffled Naruto's hair. Naruto squinted his eyes, nodding repeatedly. So impressive. So impressive. Kakashi observed Rinjian with a mixture of exasperation and amusement. He had intended to reveal to Naruto that the ninja who had attacked them 3 years ago was his father, but Rinjian had intervened. He understood Rinjian's intentions. Indeed, he was excessively gentle. Elder Chiyo. Suddenly, a Sunigakure ninja dashed in, his face etched with urgency. Wait. Naruto halted him, explaining, they are currently treating Kankuro inside. Barging in will disrupt Sakura, but there are many more injured ninjas in Sunigakure who require treatment. The ninja shouted back. I'll go. Rinjian stood up, smiling at the ninja before him. I am a disciple of the 5th Hokage of Konoha and also a medical ninja. The ninja hesitated, unable to meet the gaze of that overly familiar face. This dismissive attitude ignited Naruto's fury. Rinjian is kindly offering help. What is with your attitude? Lianjian gently ruffled Naruto's hair and addressed the ninja from Sunagakure before her. Saving lives is of utmost importance. Are you truly willing to waste time here with me? The Sunagakure ninja clenched his teeth in response, murmuring reluctantly, Fine, then come with me. This is troublesome. The last 3 words were scarcely audible, nearly lost in the air. Naruto, trailing closely behind Lianjian, declared, I'll go with you. So they won't bully you. Due to limited resources, the injured ninjas of Sunagakure lay upon makeshift stretchers on the ground. Medical ninjas were scarce, with only a mere trio present, and their healing techniques were rather rudimentary. Suddenly, one of the wounded ninjas beside Lianjian widened his bloodshot eyes in terror, frantically waving his hands and exclaiming, Don't come near me. Stay away. Calm down, Lianjian urged. He is not the same as the one who attacked you. Naruto helped Lianjian restrain the panicking ninja. Seizing the opportunity, Lianjian employed the healing palm technique, rapidly mending the wounds of the injured. The ninja regarded him with uncertainty, his body trembling, but he was no longer as fearful as before. Lianjian's presence significantly enhanced the efficiency of the treatment, reviving many who had been deemed beyond saving by Sunagakure's medical ninjas due to excessive blood loss. Not to mention, at least 3 medical ninjas were thoroughly impressed by Lianjian's exceptional healing abilities, and throughout the process, he generously instructed them in medical ninjutsu. Once the majority of the injured had been treated, Lianjian wiped the sweat from his brow and stood up, intending to check on Sakura's progress. Lianjian was suddenly called. He and Naruto turned around. The injured ninja on the ground gazed at them with gratitude. Thank you. Lianjian paused, offering a warm smile in return. It's no trouble at all. I'm genuinely happy to have saved you. The wounded ninjas felt a surge of warmth at the sight of his smile. Just as that yellow-haired leaf ninja had said, how could they confuse 2 entirely distinct individuals? They were, in essence, worlds apart. As Lianjian made his way toward the medical room, he felt Naruto's unwavering gaze upon him. Naruto, why are you staring at me? Lianjian asked with amusement. Naruto, scratching the back of his head, shyly admitted, I just think you're amazing. So cool. You're the strongest person I've ever met. Not only are you powerful, but you're also gentle and kind, with an incredible charm. It seems no one who has interacted with you could possibly dislike you. Lianjian was the epitome of coolness in Naruto's eyes, and he found himself at a loss for more adjectives. Is that so? Lianjian couldn't help but smile. Patting Naruto on the shoulder, You're quite impressive too, Naruto. The way you stood in front of me earlier was incredibly gallant. Kakashi observed Lianjian and the seemingly levitating Naruto beside him. After a moment of silence, he asked affirmatively, Lianjian, you're praising Naruto again? Lianjian replied, Indeed. He pulled the ever-levitating Naruto down. Lianjian, Kakashi-sensei. Sakura emerged, her short hair still tied up, exuding a spirited aura. She looked at Lianjian, nodding with anticipation. I've completely removed the toxins from Kankuro's body. Understanding the expectation in Sakura's eyes, Lianjian gently pressed down on her head. Well done. You truly are Sakura. Receiving the desired praise, Sakura's face lit up with a radiant smile. Of course. I'm Lady Tsunade's disciple. You're junior. Kakashi mused. Does Sakura truly remember that her affections lie with Sasuke? Since Kankuro's poison has been neutralized, we must not delay any longer. Let us proceed to rescue Gaara, Kakashi stated. I'll go with you. Chiyo approached, her gaze lowered as she spoke slowly. Among the Akatsuki members who abducted Gaara is my grandson. I will accompany you. Hibi's eyes shimmered with reluctance. Elder sister. He understood that this journey could very well be a final farewell. Chiyo's face revealed a smile. A mixture of sorrow and pride. He is an exceptionally skilled puppeteer. I know him best. Temari emerged from the medical room, handing a scrap of fabric to Kakashi. This is what Kankuro managed to grab from the Akatsuki puppeteer. Kakashi nodded. Excellent. This will allow us to track them. Summoning jutsu. Pakin emerged from the smoke, shaking his tail. After sniffing the fabric, he nodded at Kakashi. Let us depart. Kakashi declared. Chapter 37. The Tragedy of the Guy Team. The process of extracting and sealing the one tail is lengthy, requiring 3 days and nights. The enemy is approaching our assembly point. Zetsu received news from his clone, and his voice soon followed. The enemy? Deidara asked curiously. Who is coming? If it's a Jinchuriki, I'll be quite thrilled. Zetsu's colorful shadow nodded. Indeed. And they are quite formidable. The name seems to be Might Guy. Who is he? The leader inquired, looking at Zetsu. Zetsu remained silent. A jonin from the leaf. Proficient in taijutsu, Itachi's voice chimed in. He is quite powerful. Best not to underestimate him. He added, "So, it's that treasured beast." Kisame recalled. My guy was the ninja who had leaped in front of him during the last attack on the leaf and kicked him. Speaking of which, he was rather intrigued by that leaf treasure. Let us use that technique. The ceiling in front of us must not be interrupted. We need to send someone to delay the enemy. Given that our main bodies cannot move and must maintain the ceiling continuously, that jutsu will suffice to hold them off. Although not as powerful as our true forms, it should be adequate. Let me go. I have a bit of a personal vendetta with him, Kisame suggested. The leader nodded. That technique is most suitable for someone with your abundant chakra. Lianjian. The leader's gaze swept across, but he did not see Lianjian Maki on the ground. Where has Lianjian Maki gone? He frowned, a flash of blue catching his peripheral vision. Upon closer inspection, he spotted a figure sprawled atop the head of the outer path golem, curiously touching the rotating eye of the statue. The leader fell silent for a moment before commanding. Lianjian, you shall accompany Kisame. Lianjian Maki jumped up, brimming with energy. Sure. I have nothing better to do anyway. In the land of rice. Pakin was leading the Might Guy team, dispatched to provide support by the Hokage, as they raced toward the Red Rock, awaiting to rendezvous with Kakashi's team. Pakin's nose twitched as he detected an unfamiliar scent, one that was rapidly approaching. Someone is coming our way. Might Guy glanced back at Niji. Niji nodded, veins protruding on his temples. Byakugan. At this moment, within Niji's perceptive gaze, every object and figure was rendered distinctly visible. Two silhouettes ahead could not evade his sharp scrutiny. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye, causing Niji to involuntarily halt his steps, his pupils constricting. Observing the peculiar expression etched on Niji's face, Might Guy, along with Lee, Tintin, and others, paused in astonishment, turning their attention toward him. What sight could provoke such an uncharacteristic display of emotion from the typically composed Niji? A wave of perplexity washed over the group. Niji, what do you see? Might Guy inquired, his gaze heavy with concern. However, before Niji could respond, the source of his astonishment materialized before them. Pakin's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the figure ahead. Kazami Makoto stretched languidly, surveying the individuals before him with apparent boredom. Not spotting the person he wished to encounter within their midst, his desire for combat evaporated instantaneously. Ah, how dull. I suppose I'll leave them to Kisame. If even they cannot handle it, don't blame me if I start calling you fathead fish from now on. Kazami Makoto yawned with indifference. Ding. Detected human malice value. 500. Curse power converted chakra amount. 500. Chakra. 30043000010000. Kisame unsheathed his sword, Semihata, casting a provocative glance at Might Guy. Kazami? Lee exclaimed in astonishment. The individual before them bore an uncanny resemblance to Kazami. This appellation prompted Kazami Makoto to raise an eyebrow in interest. Narrowing his eyes, a smirk crept onto his lips. I don't believe we've met before, have we? Suddenly animated, Kazami Makoto stepped forward, pointing to his own face. So, you all know my brother? Brother? Lee's expression brightened with realization. Yes. We are very good friends with Kazami. Hello, big brother. Hey, Lee. Tintin interjected sharply, her expression shifting dramatically as she glared at Kazami Makoto, her eyes brimming with caution and suspicion. Unbeknownst to Lee, who remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, Tintin internally sighed, contemplating how oblivious he was. The individual before them donned the attire of the Akatsuki, indicating that he was far from benign. Ha ha! Kazami Makoto suddenly erupted into laughter, his voice echoing across the vast expanse of the wasteland. He laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face. You're truly adorable. After laboriously stifling his laughter, Kazami Makoto complimented, his tone laced with mockery, yet it inexplicably sent shivers down Tintin's spine, a palpable sense of impending danger enveloping her. Turning to Kisame, Kazami Makoto's lips curled into a cruel smile. Fathead fish, you can deal with that beast over there. As for these three who are my brother's good friends, I shall personally escort them on their final journey. The thought of slaying these three and causing pain to his brother elicited a chilling chuckle from Kazami Makoto, the laughter reverberating ominously in the air. What a pity that my brother isn't here. How despairing it would be for him to witness your demise at my hands. A cold glimmer flickered in Kazami Makoto's eyes, as if he could already envision his brother weeping in agony. Suddenly, his expression softened, adopting a tone tinged with a hint of affection. But it's all right. I care for my brother dearly. Once I've taken care of you, I shall promptly reunite him with you. As he spoke, he gently wiped away a tear from the corner of his eye, seemingly moved by his own words. He inhaled deeply, tilting his head back to gaze at the boundless blue sky, his eyes revealing a complex tapestry of emotions. How fortunate my brother is to have a brother like me. His voice brimmed with both pride in his actions and an ineffable sadness lurking beneath the surface. Ding. Detected human malice value, 1000. Curse power converted chakra amount, 1000. Chakra, 300440000100000. Kisame, seemingly unable to endure any longer, interjected, enough of this nauseating chatter. He reminisced fondly about his days with Itachi, who was never one for frivolous banter and maintained impeccable manners, an anomaly within the Akatsuki. In stark contrast, his current companion was insufferably bothersome. Hey, what are you saying? Aren't you supposed to be my brother's sibling? Lee yelled in confusion. Why was he speaking in such an incomprehensible manner? Boom. A figure suddenly materialized before Lee. Kazami Makoto loomed over him, and Lee's pupils constricted to pinpricks. Too stunned to react. In the next moment, his body soared into the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. Cough, cough. A sharp pain pierced through Lee's chest. As he opened his mouth to speak, blood erupted forth. Lee. Ding. Detected human malice value, 10,000. Curse power converted chakra amount, 10,000. Chakra, 3005400010000000. Ding. Detected human malice value, 10,000. Curse power converted chakra amount, 10,000. Chakra, 3006400010000000. Ding. Detected human malice value, 10,000. Curse power converted chakra amount, 10,000. Chakra, 30074000100000. How could they be so agitated over such a minor incident? Once the real torment began, there would surely be an explosion of malice values. This journey had proven worthwhile after all. Kazami Makoto stretched lazily, casually performing a few warm-up exercises. Might Gaia's body erupted with tremendous energy. Torrents of blue steam billowing from him. Whoosh. His figure flickered, moving with lightning speed toward Kazami Makoto. Your opponent is me. Kisame interjected, positioning himself before Might Guy. A grin spreading across his face as Samahata swung down forcefully toward him. Kazami Makoto, without looking back, offered a faint smile to Tenten and Niji, who were assisting Lee to his feet. His hand delved into the ninja tool pouch at his side, retrieving a dozen modified beings. It was time to clear out the rubbish within his pouch. As the finger-sized modified beings fell to the ground, they instantaneously transformed into an array of colossal beasts. The modified creatures stood before him, baring their jaws and roaring menacingly at Lee and the others. What is this? Tion, being a girl, furrowed her brow upon encountering the grotesque figure of the cyborg. I remember that a real person possesses such abilities too. Be careful. As Ningxi's words fell, the bear's sharp claws were alarmingly close. They were on high alert, acutely aware of Lien Jian's formidable prowess, which was undeniably the strongest among the new generation of Konoha. What then, one might ponder, of Lien Jian's elder brother's strength? To be frank, an ominous premonition lingered in the hearts of the trio. Until now, Lien Jian's brother had not personally engaged in combat, yet these monstrous beings had already drained a significant portion of their stamina and chakra. With a sharp intake of breath, Shaoli surged forward at his utmost speed. A whirlwind seemed to swirl around him, as his physical capabilities escalated to a frightful degree. In the next moment, swish. Shaoli's body propelled forward with an explosive force, his leg whip reaching behind Lien Jian Makoto. Ding. Detected human malice value 2000. Cursed energy converted to chakra, 2000. Chakra, 30076000100000000. Lien Jian Makoto's gaze was icy, devoid of fear, even as a slight smirk of disdain graced his lips. With swiftness, he unleashed a punch, the wind from his strike shattering the air with a piercing shriek. The sharp crack of bones echoed around them as if a lightning bolt had traversed through Shao Li's entire being, the sound chilling to the bone, evoking the agonizing sensation of every bone fracturing. Shao Li was sent hurtling like a powerless puppet, mercilessly struck by Lien Jian Makoto's fist, crashing repeatedly against the ground. His body writhed mid-air, blood spraying, painting a scene of utter devastation. Lien Jian Makoto's speed was akin to a flash of lightning, rendering Ningxi and Tian unable to discern his movements. They could only watch in horror and despair as Shao Li was battered time and again. Ultimately, with a resounding thud, Shao Li crashed heavily to the ground, his form drenched in blood, limbs twisted and deformed, entirely unrecognizable as human. He lay there, still and lifeless. Ding. Detected human malice value 1 million. Cursed energy converted to chakra, 1 million. Chakra, 3107600010000000000. Ding. Detected human malice value 1 million. Cursed energy converted to chakra 1 million. Chakra 32076000100000000. Shaoli. Ningxi and Tian rushed toward him. A mocking smile crept across Lien Jin Makoto's face. What a pity, such a splendid scene went unseen by my brother. He shook his head in disapproval. Ding. Detected human malice value 2000. Cursed energy converted to chakra 2000. Chakra 32780000100000000. Steel wires ensnared Lien Jin Makoto from all directions. Tian's hands clenched the wires tightly, her eyes burning with hatred as she glared at him. Ding. Detected human malice value 2000. Cursed energy converted to chakra 2000. Chakra 3208000000100000000. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Ningxi materialized before Lien Jin Makoto. A colossal taijutsu unfurled beneath their feet. Boom. The strike that was destined to hit suddenly fell short. Ningxi's pupils widened slightly as they stiffened in retreat. Ningxi. Tian's voice echoed in his ears. Lien Jin Makoto's hand rested upon Ningxi's shoulder. Boom. Boom. 2 crisp explosions resonated. Ningxi's arms were obliterated. Ding. Detected human malice value 5 million. Cursed energy converted to chakra 5 million. Chakra 37080000100000000. Wow. Tian. You certainly receive preferential treatment. Shaoli had been reduced to a mere breath, yet Tian had only contributed 1 million in malice value. Ningxi, having merely lost his arms, saw his malice value soar to 5 million. Indeed, it appears that love and companionship cannot be equated. This thought made him eagerly anticipate Sakura's reaction. Lien Jin Makoto released his grip. Blood loss combined with excruciating pain caused Ningxi to collapse, unconscious. Ding. Detected human malice value 5 million. Cursed energy converted to chakra 5 million. Chakra 4208000000100000000. Ningxi. Shaoli. Might Guy's aura surged dramatically. His body collided with Kisame's. Day Tiger. Boom. The sound of the ground cracking echoed like an explosion. Kisame had clearly overestimated his own strength, as he was sent flying like a cannonball, skidding along the ground for at least 20 meters. In the next moment, Might Guy charged toward Lien Jin Makoto. Ding. Detected human malice value 2000. Cursed energy converted to chakra 2000. Chakra 4208200000100000000. Lien Jin Makoto's figure flickered and vanished, reappearing beside Kisame. Only a strange corpse remained, the jutsu having lost its efficacy. Lien Jin Makoto glanced at Might Guy, stroking his chin. No, this won't do. The show hasn't even begun yet. As his words resonated, Shaoli and Ningxi were suddenly enveloped in blue flames. Their wounds miraculously healed, as if the preceding scene had never transpired. Don't even think about escaping. The steam emanating from Might Guy began to ominously turn red. Lien Jin Makoto utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to instantaneously vanish from sight. Gasping for breath, Might Guy stared at the fully restored Shaoli and Ningxi, engulfed in confusion. Why would the enemy do such a thing? Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, Lien Jin was smirking as he progressed toward the land of rice. Why do this? Of course, to recycle. If Shaoli and Ningxi were too gravely injured, Might Guy's mission would inevitably come to a halt. He would return with Shaoli and Ningxi to Konoha, thereby diminishing the malice value Lien Jin could acquire this time. It would be a perfect opportunity to thoroughly defeat them in front of Naruto, Sakura, and the others. Recycling is indeed environmentally friendly. Naruto, may I pose a question to you? Although Sakura articulated this inquiry, she did not await a response from Naruto before proceeding to ask. When did the Akatsuki begin to focus their attention on you? I do not know, Naruto replied, shaking his head. As the images of 3 individuals involuntarily surfaced in his mind, Hoshigaki Kisame, Uchiha Itachi, and Yagami Riku. Naruto clenched his fists. 2 members of the Akatsuki had once visited Konoha in pursuit of him, and after a hiatus of 3 years, they now seemed poised to act once more, Kakashi elaborated. But why was there a pause of 3 years? Sakura inquired, bewildered. It was Chiyo who answered her. To extract and seal a tailed beast from a Jinchuriki, one must undertake considerable preparatory work. Perhaps that is why time was squandered. Tailed beast? Sakura directed her gaze towards Chiyo. Chiyo pouted, what is this? As a student of the Hokage, you are unaware of this? Does Konoha not possess the nine tails? Chiyo then looked towards Naruto. Kakashi promptly clarified. The nine tails of Konoha involves highly classified information. Thus, Hoshigaki, in a cheerful demeanor, explained to Sakura, in the ninja world. There are a total of 9-tailed beasts, each distinguished by the number of tails they possess. For instance, Konoha's 9 tails has 9 tails, while the one tail of Tsunegakure has but one. This was pathetically weak, Hoshigaki added silently. Tailed beasts are colossal conglomerates of chakra. During the ninja wars, nations employed tailed beasts as weapons of war, resorting to any means necessary to acquire them. Yet none could control the immense power that transcends human comprehension. Chiyo continued Hoshigaki's thought. Sakura instinctively cast her gaze towards the unusually quiet Naruto, then turned to Hoshigaki, asking, "Have you known about Naruto and the Nine Tails for a long time?" This question stirred something within Naruto, compelling him to look at Hoshigaki as well. Hoshigaki smiled at them. "I have known since I was very young. However, Naruto is Naruto, and the Nine Tails is the Nine Tails. They can never be conflated." Chiyo scoffed lightly. "It is easy to say that, but the Jinchuriki harbors the terrifying power of the tailed beast. How can one not conflate them? The power of a tailed beast can effortlessly annihilate a village. If a Jinchuriki were to lose control, the consequences would be dire. Even if one cannot completely separate the Jinchuriki from the tailed beast, they should not harbor fear towards the Jinchuriki, for they are the heroes who help their villages manage the tailed beasts. I may not comprehend tailed beasts, but I understand Naruto. Even if one day he were to gain the power of a tailed beast, he would never harm his village or comrades. His power is solely for the protection of his friends and the safeguarding of his village. This, I witnessed 3 years ago. Chapter 38. Am I late? Sakura was momentarily taken aback, an overwhelming tenderness swelling within her heart. How should one articulate it? Even knowing Hoshigaki's gentle and kind nature, she was always struck by his admirable perspectives. Naruto must be pleased too. Even amidst the skepticism and disdain from everyone, there is still one person who will steadfastly stand by his side. However, Sakura smiled, knowing that they would now all stand by Naruto's side. Naruto would no longer be alone. The truths that Hoshigaki grasped at a young age were still obscured to the villagers until now. Kakashi could not blame those who had personally experienced the Nine Tails incident, yet he felt helpless regarding the way they directed their hatred towards a child. Kakashi suddenly sensed something amiss. This silence was unlike Naruto. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Naruto discreetly wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes. Wow. In the next moment, Naruto lunged towards Hoshigaki. Fortunately, Hoshigaki's reflexes were quick enough to catch Naruto. "Be careful, Naruto," Sakura exclaimed, veins popping on her forehead as she delivered a punch to Naruto's head. "Ouch," Naruto yelped, clutching his head and looking at Hoshigaki with a wronged expression. "That hurt." Hoshigaki nonchalantly ruffled his hair. "All right, it doesn't hurt anymore." Naruto obediently nodded. It doesn't hurt anymore." "Sakura, that troublesome Naruto." Chiyo observed the playful trio with a complex mix of emotions. Not everyone can encounter someone who understands them like the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Kakashi shook his head before meeting Hoshigaki. Naruto had a miserable existence. Chiyo smiled, but now he is very happy. The Jinchuriki has come to comprehend what love truly means, enabling them to understand the essence of protection and unleash the true power of the tailed beast. Everyone stop. Suddenly, Kakashi halted in his tracks. Hoshigaki and the others focused their attention ahead, where Uchiha Itachi had obstructed their path. Who is it? Sakura was the only one who had never encountered Uchiha Itachi. However, the Sharingan in his eyes instilled an unsettling suspicion within her. Uchiha Itachi. Naruto's gaze fixated on the figure ahead, his lowered brows mingling with fury. Itachi? Chiyo recalled. "Oh, he is the one who slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan." "Long time no see, Kakashi, Naruto." Uchiha Itachi greeted them politely. Sakura and Hoshigaki were completely overlooked. Ding. Detected human malice value, 1000. Cursed energy converted chakra amount, 1000. Chakra, 420830001000000000. Upon Uchiha Itachi's appearance, he inadvertently contributed 1000 malice points to Hoshigaki. Hoshigaki did not even utter a single word. Kakashi regarded Uchiha Itachi with heightened vigilance, particularly regarding his unpredictable genjutsu. "Everyone, do not look directly into his eyes. It is perilous." Kakashi swiftly reached out to cover Naruto's eyes. Itachi's ocular technique was a genjutsu, a visual-based illusion. As long as one did not make eye contact, they would remain unharmed. "Hoshigaki, that seems to have little effect on Uchiha Itachi. If this fellow merely moves his little toe, you would find yourself ensnared in a genjutsu." Hoshigaki was quite curious about the kind of illusion Uchiha Itachi would conjure for him. Brother, do not look around aimlessly. Hoshigaki felt a gentle pat on his shoulder. He turned to see Hoshigaki Jin standing silently behind him, offering a warm smile. Hoshigaki glanced around, realizing that Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, and Chio had completely vanished without a trace. Only he and Hoshigaki Jin remained. So, is this the illusion that Uchiha Itachi has crafted for me? The real person stroked his chin, a mischievous grin forming on his face. Although it was an illusion created by Uchiha Itachi, he could still create nightmares for Uchiha Itachi within this realm. What brings you here? The real person leaned comfortably against Jin's shoulder. The once adversarial brothers now appeared as close as if they were cut from the same cloth. I came to see you, Jin replied, her gaze lowered, fixed upon the real person. The real person's hand gently caressed Jin's cheek. Do not forget our objective. There are only 2 pairs of Sharingan remaining, right? I desire Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. Brother, assist me. Ding. Detected human malice value, 1 million. Conversion of cursed energy to chakra, 1,000,000. Chakra, 43,083,000, 100,000,000. The defense is shattered. It was astonishingly simple for Uchiha Itachi to turn hostile. The moment you lay your eyes on any part of his younger brother, he could obliterate you. Not to mention, the precious Sharingan. A sharp slap resounded. The unguarded face of Maki was struck, turning away from the force. Maki seized the collar of his clothing. Do you think I would fail to recognize my own brother? Uchiha Itachi. Before him, Maki gradually morphed into the likeness of Uchiha Itachi. Leaning closer to Itachi's ear, he whispered softly, the truth behind the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Does Sasuke still remain unaware? Tell me, if I were to disclose this to him, would he not join the Akatsuki and bring ruin to Konoha? Between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, you chose Konoha, yet you spared Sasuke. Thus, if it comes to a choice between Sasuke and Konoha, who would you choose, Uchiha Itachi? I eagerly await your response. Maki slowly withdrew, observing the murderous intent gleaming in Itachi's eyes. Suddenly, he recalled Shursue's Sharingan, one in Itachi's possession, the other with Danzo. How fortuitous. He could procure both. Ding. Detected human malice value, 5,000,000. Conversion of cursed energy to chakra, 5,000,000. Chakra, 48,083,000, 100,000. Rin Jian sensed it. Uchiha Itachi had resolved to end his own life here, just as he desired. Ding. Detected human malice value, 2,000. Conversion of cursed energy to chakra, 2,000. Chakra, 48,085,000, 100,000,000. A kunai pierced through Rin Jian's chest. His expression remained unchanged as he fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Itachi. The wound healed rapidly, leaving no trace. Rin Jian extended his hand toward Itachi. In this illusion, the body was but a facade, yet the spirit and soul remained genuine. This convenience allowed Rin Jian to act. Itachi was not merely intelligent. He seemed to grasp certain rules of Rin Jian's abilities and deftly evaded the outstretched hand. Whoosh! Uchiha Itachi vanished into the illusion, leaving Rin Jian alone in place. Suddenly, Itachi materialized behind Rin Jian, delivering a powerful punch. Unyielding, Rin Jian retaliated with a punch of his own. Ding! Detected human malice value, 2,000. Conversion of cursed energy to chakra, 2,000. Chakra, 48,087,000, 100,000,000. A massive force erupted, reverberating through both combatants. As Rin Jian sought to further seize Itachi, the latter adeptly pushed him away once more. Itachi examined his hand. The ferocity of Rin Jian's assault was unparalleled, ranking among the most formidable ninjas he had encountered. Bones in his hand fractured, skin torn, and even his internal organs quivered slightly from the impact. Rin Jian distinctly heard a faint crack within Itachi's body. This was the first time he faced an adversary willing to exchange blows directly. Tsunade's monstrous strength melded with his black flash, enhanced by the Eighth Gate's might, ensuring most opponents faltered after the initial strike. Thankfully, within the illusion, Itachi sustained no severe injuries. A cold smirk crept across Rin Jian's lips. He was entirely unperturbed by the prospect of lingering in the illusion a while longer. In the next instant, Itachi's flurry of attacks commenced. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Flames resembling phoenix blossoms surged toward Rin Jian. The searing heat. accompanied by a cacophony of rushing air, erupted. Within the flames, shurikens lay hidden, easily overlooked. Ding. Detected human malice value. 2000. Conversion of cursed energy to chakra. 2000. Chakra. 48. 089. 000. 100. 000. Water release. Water surge wave. A powerful torrent of water, spiraling like a tornado, extinguished the flames, while shurikens were sucked into the maelstrom, a deluge reminiscent of the ocean charged toward Uchiha Itachi. Rinjian's chakra reserves were ample, allowing for an extravagant display of water release. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Two colossal water dragons erupted from behind Rinjian, their eyes flashing like lightning. Lunging toward Uchiha Itachi, the illusion crumbled. Itachi's figure vanished alongside the water technique. Rinjian opened his eyes, finding Naruto and the others before him. In the blink of an eye, he had exchanged blows with Uchiha Itachi. Rinjian surveyed his surroundings, noting Naruto frozen in place, seemingly ensnared within the illusion. Kakashi had engaged Itachi. Naruto suddenly snapped back from the dream, his breath quickened, trembling pupils still filled with terror. Naruto, you. Just as Rinjian began to speak, he was abruptly embraced tightly by Naruto. The force was overwhelming, constricting Rinjian's chest, leaving him gasping for air. Confused, he patted Naruto's back. Naruto, what's wrong? Were you trapped in Itachi's illusion just now? Illusions cannot manifest reality. Ding. Detected human malice value. 1000. Conversion of cursed energy to chakra. 1000. Chakra. 48. 090. 000. 100. 000. I know. Despite the awareness that it was merely an illusion, Naruto found himself inexplicably drawn to Rinjian. How could he succumb to such a ruse? How could he waver because of an illusion? Rinjian will never abandon us. Right? Naruto released Rinjian, gripping his shoulders, his gaze stubbornly fixed on him. Rinjian met his eyes, smiling. Indeed. Rinjian would never deceive me, right? Naruto pressed. Rinjian surmised what Itachi had shown Naruto within the illusion. He nodded affirmatively. Yes. Just an illusion. There was no way to shatter the image he had forged beside Naruto over the years. I knew it. A smile spread across Naruto's face. Yet, a notification echoed in Rinjian's mind. Ding. Detected human malice value. 10,000. Conversion of cursed energy to chakra. 10,000. Chakra. 48. 100. 000. 100. 000. Naruto's radiant smile shone brightly. Rinjian, if you err, I will break your legs and confine you. Rinjian stared at him intently. What was Naruto saying? Why couldn't he comprehend? Naruto. Rinjian was utterly shocked. Had he misheard? No, it was impossible. He had heard correctly. Had Naruto succumbed to darkness? Only someone consumed by darkness could utter such words, could they not? Yet, it seems that Naruto has always possessed his own shadowy facets. With the Nine Tails sealed within him for years, and having endured relentless bullying from the village for over a decade, it is improbable that he remains devoid of a darker side. However, the recent statement he made starkly contradicts Naruto's established character, does it not? What is happening? Naruto gazes at Rinjian with bright, innocent eyes, seemingly oblivious to his own recent utterance. He then turns to face Itachi Uchiha. I must defeat him. His eyes brim with determination as he charges toward Itachi. Supersized Rasengan. The swirling sphere in Naruto's hand hurtles toward Itachi. Itachi's chakra has been depleted. This body was never truly his. He had merely utilized a special ninjutsu to manifest in this form, possessing only 30% of his usual chakra. He could not accept the notion of failing to eliminate Rinjian. Confronted by the oncoming Rasengan, Itachi relinquished his resistance and concentrated all of his chakra. His Sharingan fixated upon Rinjian. Amaterasu. Boom. A thunderous sound reverberated through the air, creating a deep crater at the site. Yet, the fallen body was not that of Itachi Uchiha. It was our village's Jonin, Yorin. How could this be? The elderly Chiyo recognized the corpse and furrowed her brows in distress. Rinjian's form was engulfed in black flames. His visage contorted in agony as he emitted a painful cry. The sound sliced through the air like a sharp blade, causing Kakashi and the others to change expressions in alarm. Rinjian. Upon hearing Rinjian's cry of anguish, Naruto's heart tightened, and without hesitation, he rushed toward Rinjian's direction. Water style, great waterfall technique. Sakura, witnessing the dire situation, swiftly formed hand seals to cast her jutsu. A torrent of water cascaded from the sky, directly pouring over Rinjian's head. The water clashed with the flames, producing a cacophony of sizzling sounds. Yet the inferno-consuming Rinjian showed no signs of abating. "Stay back." Realizing Naruto was approaching, Rinjian hastily shouted, retreating further. "I will find a way." Rinjian gazed at Naruto, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. Despite the excruciating pain inflicted by the flames, he maintained his composure. The tongues of fire licked at Rinjian's body, his skin progressively reddening as if on the verge of being scorched. Yet Naruto paid no heed to these perils. He resolutely advanced to Rinjian's side, unperturbed by the threat of ignition. Instinctively, he bit his finger and unfurled a scroll, sealing technique. The black flames were drawn into the scroll. Rinjian, weakened, began to fall toward the ground, only to be caught by Naruto. Wait a moment, when did Naruto learn sealing techniques? Even he was unaware of when he had acquired such knowledge. The urgency of the situation had clouded his thoughts. He had instinctively emulated the way the perverted sage had sealed the black flames, thus containing the fire that ensnared Rinjian. After all, Naruto was a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, renowned for their proficiency in sealing techniques. Rinjian offered himself a reason. "Surely, I have not arrived too late?" That voice. Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment.